You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Rick still didn't respond, but his expression was a little unnatural. "Ha, was I right?" Cece suddenly asked, and Rick slowly nodded. "My gosh, you don't know how to skate. I had no idea!" Cece exclaimed as if she discovered a continent. "You sound so surprised. Why do I have to know how to skate?" Rick asked proudly. "This is perfect. I can teach you how to skate then." "No, I refuse," Rick directly declined. "I don't care. I have to teach you." "Come on, call me Professor," Cece demanded. "Ow, my gunshot wound is hurting again." Cece suddenly bent down and covered her chest with her hand. Upon seeing this, Rick immediately ran up to her and helped her up. "Cece, is everything okay? Where does it hurt?" To his surprise, however, Cece quickly pulled Rick by the hands and sped onto the ice with him. They were gliding so fast that Rick's face turned pale. "Don't be scared and hold me tight. I won't let you fall," Cece consoled Rick as she skated gracefully on the ice. The two of them made a couple of laps around the rink. That feeling was like they were flying. Cece smiled brightly. "Are you having fun? It's all right." Rick was slowly getting used to the speed and wasn't as scared anymore. "Don't be scared. It's fun. It's like racing. You get to enjoy that fast and furious moment. It's an amazing feeling." Rick didn't respond. He looked at a smiling Cece and felt satisfaction rise up in his chest. At this moment, he finally understood how Jack felt and why Jack always smiled so lovingly at Chloe. Love was feeling happiness and sadness with her. Justin came home 2 days later and went to Imperial Star to give out orders as soon as he got off the plane. It was already dark when he arrived at his family mansion. Mrs. Cooper had called him earlier and told him to come home for dinner, and he thought that his parents and Grandpa really missed him. However, he was surprised by what he saw when he walked through the door. There were so many people at his house. Chloe was there with the twins, and Chloe's mom was also there, chatting with Justin's mom. "I'm home." Justin opened the door and walked in, and the twins immediately came running over, latching onto Justin's legs, one on each. "Handsome Cooper, I missed you," Pudding said. "Handsome Cooper, I missed you to death," Little Bean immediately chimed in. "Why are you two little brats here?" Chloe asked in pleasant surprise. "We told Grandma Cooper not to tell you anything when she called you. We wanted to give you a surprise." Little Bean laughed. "Where do you get all your ideas from?" Justin lovingly pinched Little Bean's face, and then he gently rubbed Pudding's head. Then he looked up to see Chloe, who was talking to Mrs. Cooper just now. "You're here too?" "Mm-hmm. Where's Jack?" Justin asked. "He's still at work, but he will be here soon." "Oh," Justin nodded. "Handsome Cooper, did you have fun on your business trip this time?" Little Bean asked. "I guess. I didn't really get to do anything, and he spent most of my time sitting in conferences at the hotel." "Then, did you bring us anything?" Little Bean asked with no shame. "Little Bean, how could you directly ask Handsome Cooper that?" "It's not good manners," Pudding lectured. "How else am I supposed to ask this question?" Little Bean looked at her sister, feeling wronged. "You should ask, Handsome Cooper. You definitely brought us something, right?" Pudding responded, breaking out in laughter. "It's the same!" Little Bean refuted. "No, it isn't. My question was indirect, but yours was—" Pudding argued back. "Stop it, girls. You're just trying to ask me if I bought you presents, right?" Justin bent down with a smile and looked at the twins dotingly. "Justin, you shouldn't spoil them like that. You didn't have to get them gifts." Chloe felt embarrassed. "How's this? You guys guess what I bought. If you guess right, it's yours, but if you guess wrong, you don't get anything. What do you think?" "I dislike this game already." "You suck, Handsome Cooper." Little Bean pouted. "I'm in. I love games where my IQ is tested." Pudding's attitude was completely different from Little Bean's and was happy to play along. "Who wants to go first?" Justin smiled mysteriously. "Is it jewelry?" Little Bean asked. "How lame," Pudding immediately commented. Could it be pork hocks or something delicious? Little Bean's eyes shone as she thought of food. Pork hocks? What kind of gift is that? Little Bean, you're weird. Justin was speechless. Electronics? Pudding asked calmly, and Justin shook his head. Handsome Cooper, is it a musical instrument? Little Bean asked, and Justin shook his head some more. The twins guessed 6 or 7 times, but the only thing Justin did was shake his head. Finally, the twins admitted defeat. Sis, let's just give up. What do you think? Little Bean sighed. Pudding didn't respond. After some thought, she suddenly thought of something. Handsome Cooper, can we ask for help? Oh ho? You want to ask for help? You really have a lot of ideas. Justin dotingly pinched Pudding's little cheek. Can I? Pudding asked cutely. Sure. Who do you want help from? Justin turned around with a smile and glanced over at Chloe, his mother, his father, and his grandpa. Mommy, can you help us? Pudding tilted her head and decided to ask Chloe for help. Isn't it cheating if I help you? Chloe chuckled. It isn't, Handsome Cooper said. It's okay, Pudding emphasized. But the problem is, will you guess right? What if you're just as clueless as we are? Little Bean was unsure and didn't seem to have a lot of confidence in their mom. How old do you think I am? 4? Chloe walked over with a smile. Then, she glanced over at Justin. Your business trip was in Jiang, right? Justin nodded. Jiang's 4 local delicacies are porcelain, silk, marinated duck tongue, and black tea, Chloe slowly said. So, what do you think I bought them? Amused, Justin asked Chloe. Porcelain pieces are pretty and expensive, but they're not easy to preserve, so I don't think you'd give them porcelain as presents. Marinated duck tongues are delicious, but they're too cheap and doesn't seem like something you would buy. Black tea from that area may be rare, but the twins don't like tea. So I think you bought them something made of silk. Damn, are you the new Sherlock Holmes? Justin laughed as he listened to Chloe's deduction. However, she had more to say. You can make a lot of things with silk, like handkerchiefs and fans, but they're such small items that you probably won't make presents out of them. I heard Jiang is home to the Hu family, who have been hand-making silk items since the Ming Dynasty. I heard a lot of officials from Capital City travel all the way to Jiang every year just to buy handmade qipaos from the Hu family. So, young Master Cooper, that's what you did, right? You made them qipaos from the silk you bought? Upon hearing Chloe's conclusion, Justin froze in surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know? It was a simple deduction. Chloe smiled. Justin turned around and glanced weirdly at Anne. Did you sell me out and tell her? No. Anne was a man of few words, but Justin knew he never lied. Why, she guessed right, and you don't want to admit defeat? Mrs. Cooper smiled at her son, while Grandpa Cooper snorted. Are you going to be a sore loser? It's not that, Grandpa. I just didn't think she'd guess so accurately. She guessed everything. I bought a piece of rare silk and made qipaos for Pudding and Little Bean. You know how to read minds, don't you? Once again, Justin was left in awe by Chloe's intellect. Weren't women supposed to become slower after having kids? Chloe was the absolute exception. It wasn't hard to guess. Pudding and Little Bean are girls, and as rich as you are, you would never buy ordinary silk. Recently, I just heard about the Hu family's craftsmanship in silkwork, so I just made a bold guess. How did you know I would make qipaos for them? Justin asked. You're kidding me, right? Are you going to make handkerchiefs out of such expensive silk? Plus, the silk from Jiang makes beautiful qipao, and only that. It really wasn't too hard to guess, and you don't have to sound surprised. It was just logical reasoning. Fine, you win. I'm at a loss for words, Master Green. Justin was completely in awe of Chloe's wits. Wow, Mommy, you're amazing. Little Bean began to kiss Chloe's ass. I thought you didn't have confidence in me. Chloe still remembered her daughter's comment just now. Little Bean stuck out her tongue. I did it on purpose to throw a smoke grenade at Handsome Cooper. Ha ha. So, Handsome Cooper, where are our qipaos? Pudding extended her hands in anticipation. Justin turned around to look at Anne. Bring them in." The latter nodded and walked to the door to open up a giant suitcase, subsequently taking out 2 red Chi-Pows. "Here you go, President Cooper. Put them on the twins. Wow, look at that red." Chloe's eyes lit up. "Mommy, come on, let's go. I want to wear it right now. I want to look pretty," Little Bean exclaimed in excitement. "Come with me. Grandma will help you too," Sandra offered. "I'll help you guys too," Mrs. Cooper chimed in. Then, they took the Chi-Pows from Chloe's hands and went to help the twins change into them. Justin added, "I'm not sure if they fit, but I gave the shop their sizes. Should be fine. Chi-Pows are like dresses. The length doesn't really matter," Chloe replied. "What do you think, Mommy? Am I pretty?" Little Bean immediately ran over and did a spin in front of Chloe. "Yes, you are." Chloe looked at her daughter, who was dancing around in her little red Chi-Pow. Pudding, on the other side of the room, was already taking selfies in her new Chi-Pow. "They're so pretty. They look like dolls," Mrs. Cooper complimented. Grandpa Cooper waved them over. "Girls, come over and let me take a good look at you." Chloe was just about to turn away and sit back down when Justin called her name. "Chloe, what's up?" Chloe turned around to face him. "This is for you." Justin handed over something to Chloe, and when she saw it, she looked rather surprised. "I have one too?" "Yeah, I think that this color matches you perfectly. It suits your aura, so I had one made for you too." Justin forcefully handed the dress to Chloe and walked away. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Auntie Sandra, I have presents for you all too." Justin started handing presents to everyone. There was even a present for Sandra. She got a silk blanket that was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. She was very happy with the gift. Justin looked back at Chloe. She was standing there like a rock. Justin went back and tapped her shoulder, startling Chloe a bit. "Huh?" Chloe reacted. "Why are you standing there like a rock? Go to the bathroom and change so my mom and the others can see you in it," Justin said with a smile. "Oh. Okay." Chloe didn't know how to refuse, so she went into the washroom with the dress. Very soon, she got changed. She couldn't believe it was her when she saw her reflection in the mirror. It was the same moon and sea cloth material, but hers was white as the moon. There were patterns of water lilies embroidered on her dress. The colors of the water lilies were very light, as if they came from a watercolor painting. She looked very elegant in it. Just by looking at the dress, you could tell that the material was exceptional. The most important part was that she fit into the dress perfectly. The moon-white Chi-Pow emphasized Chloe's great figure. Her waist was slim, and the dress showed off her porcelain-like legs. When guys saw her like this, they would definitely fantasize about her. The dress had the effect of showing, but not showing at the same time. If Jack saw her in this dress, he would probably go nuts for her. Chloe couldn't believe her eyes when she saw herself in the mirror. All of a sudden, she felt like she was a girl from a wealthy family in the old dynasty. The dress showed off Chloe's elegant and graceful aura very well. When Chloe came out of the washroom, Little Bean was the first to scream, "Wow, is that really Mommy? You look so pretty." Pudding turned around and gave Chloe a big thumbs up. "Goddess Green, you are really beautiful." After hearing the praise of the twins, everyone turned around. They all looked astonished, especially Justin. In just a mere second, the look in his eyes changed drastically. "Oh my God, Chloe is so pretty. This dress really suits her. It brings out her aura so gracefully." Mrs. Cooper couldn't help but clap her hands. Sandra smiled when she looked at her daughter. You could tell that Sandra was very proud of her daughter. She wanted to tell the whole world that she gave birth to such a beautiful and exceptional daughter. "Chloe sure is graceful," Grandpa Cooper praised. "Looks like our ancestors' teachings are very accurate. The tailor makes the man." Chloe usually looks very elegant, but with this Chi-Pow, she exhibits the elegance of those from the ancient times. "She sure is a rare beauty," Mr. Cooper praised. Chloe gave out a slightly embarrassed smile, and when everyone saw her like that, they chuckled. "You sure have good eyes. You rarely buy female clothes, but when you do," Grandpa Cooper teased. Justin still stood there like a rock staring at Chloe. "Handsome Cooper, Great-Grandpa Cooper is talking to you." Pudding tried to call for Justin's attention in a low voice, but Justin just stood there still. Chloe was embarrassed by all the staring. "Hey, handsome Cooper, stop staring. If you keep staring, you might need to watch out for someone digging your eyes out. If my dad knew that you stared openly at mommy like that, he'd be jealous, and when he's jealous, he's terrifying. He might even beat you up." Little Bean held up her little fist and knocked on Justin. Only then did Justin have some response. "Huh? What did you just say, Grandpa?" Justin turned to ask Grandpa Cooper. The adults all laughed when Justin asked this. It was the first time that he felt so embarrassed. His face and ears turned bright red. Chloe gave a gentle cough in response to the awkwardness in the air. "Handsome Cooper, can you stop that look you have at Mommy? It looks like a wolf preying on a sheep," Little Bean asked with a laugh. "Little Bean, stop the nonsense. Stop teasing your Uncle Cooper." Chloe restricted Little Bean from any further comments. Thank you for the present, Justin," Chloe thanked Justin. "Don't worry about it. I wanted to buy one for Little Bean and Pudding, so it was just really convenient to get one for you, too." Justin scratched the back of his head and said in a mumbling tone. Suddenly, Anne said from the back, "No way. Pudding's and Little Bean's Keepow all together wasn't even half the price of President Green's. And you should shut up right now." Justin immediately turned around and glared at Anne to shut him up. "And how much was mine?" Chloe looked at Anne and asked, "Hey, Chloe, who directly asks how much a gift is? It's very impolite, you know." Justin didn't seem to be willing to tell Chloe the price. "And don't worry, we're like family." "You can be honest with me," Chloe continued to ask Anne. "And, since President Green asked, you can tell her the truth." Justin kept coughing to remind Anne of his position because he was scared that Anne would be stupid enough to tell Chloe the truth. If Chloe knew the price, she would definitely not accept it. Anne was in a very difficult position right now. He was in between President Green and President Cooper. Both were his old bosses. They both treated him well. More importantly, he never lied once in his life. Now that President Cooper wanted him to lie for him, Anne didn't know what to do. After 3 seconds, Anne said, "Chloe, your dress is approximately $180,000. "That's so expensive." Chloe slowly shut her eyes. She knew the moment Justin bought something, he never looked at the price tag. "It's not that expensive. If you compare it to those tailored gowns from luxury brands, this one is cheap. Those gowns can easily go up to a couple $100,000. Justin chuckled and tried to comfort Chloe. Chloe didn't say anything. It was a good thing, though, because if she said she was going to pay Justin back, then the atmosphere would be very awkward. Chloe turned around to make tea for Grandpa Cooper and the others, and did not dig deeper into the price of her Cheepow. Justin walked over to Anne. He pointed at Anne's nose and lowered his voice to scold Anne. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? I already gave you hints to lower the price." "I already lowered the price. You paid over $190,000 for just the tailor. That's why I said $180,000, Anne said in an innocent tone. "You?" Justin didn't know how to respond to Anne's witty response. The twins and Chloe's Cheepows were worth approximately $300,000. An average family couldn't even make that much money in 5 years. Justin was not stingy with money. However, other than on her birthday, Chloe would rarely accept gifts from Justin. She and Jack had often bought expensive gifts for the Cooper family because she didn't want to owe Justin anything. When they were having tea, Mrs. Cooper suddenly asked, "Justin, why didn't you get Chloe a red Keepow as well? I actually like brighter colors." "Mom, only old people like red. Red doesn't suit her age. She's also not a bride, so why does she need to wear bright red? That's just scary," Justin said without too much thought. Mrs. Cooper suddenly remembered something, so she asked Chloe, "Chloe, why don't you and Jack have a wedding? You guys never got divorced, so shouldn't you have a wedding now to compensate for the one you never had 4 years ago when you guys got married? After all, a wedding is a woman's most important and most beautiful day in her life." "Ah, we're both still really busy and don't have time for it. Maybe later." Chloe tried to talk her way out of it, but Justin was able to see that she still looked a bit disappointed. When your kids grow old and you two turn old, Do you think it's still worth having a wedding? Mrs. Cooper didn't like Chloe's response. Mr. Cooper tried to make Mrs. Cooper back down by saying, "You shouldn't worry about those two. Their love is stronger than anything. Remember, our mothers and fathers didn't have a proper wedding either, but they still lived together for their whole lives." When Grandpa Cooper heard this, he nodded and said, "Yeah, your mother and I had an arranged wedding. Back then, it was war, and everyone barely had enough to eat. Who would have the time and money for a wedding? Your mother followed me everywhere and stuck with me through many tough times. I feel a bit guilty for her." Grandpa Cooper did not feel warm and fuzzy when he recalled his earlier days and his wife that passed away a few years ago. "Huh? Why are you guys talking about such a depressing topic? Let's change the topic to a happier one. You adults should stop giving yourselves such a hard time." Little Bean jumped up and down. "Ha ha, okay. We'll listen to Little Bean and change to a happier topic." Grandpa Cooper picked Little Bean up and put her on his lap. "Then what topic do you want to switch to?" Mr. Cooper intentionally teased Little Bean. "I wanted to ask Grandma Cooper when we will have dinner," Little Bean said with an innocent voice, and the whole room burst into laughter. "You're such a foodie." There was nothing Chloe could do about Little Bean's love for food. "Dinner is almost ready. When your father comes, we can eat," Mrs. Cooper said with a smile. "Chloe, why don't you give Jack a call to see where he is now?" Sandra whispered by Chloe's ears. After all, it wasn't that good for everyone to wait for one single person to start dinner. Chloe nodded. Just when she was about to take out her phone, Jack walked in. "Sorry I'm late. I just finished a meeting." Jack apologized as soon as he walked in. "You're not late. You're just in time. Come, come." Grandpa Cooper waved at Jack. He seemed to be very fond of Jack. Jack had a delicate box in his hand. He walked over to Mr. Cooper and handed it to him. "Uncle, this is white wine from my client. He said it was aged for 20 years, so it should have a nice flavor to it. Please take this and have it with Grandpa Cooper." "Oh, wow. It's hard to find ones that are aged for 20 years now." "Oh, especially this bamboo green." Mr. Cooper and Grandpa Cooper loved drinking, especially white wine, so they were very happy. Then, Jack looked at Justin and nodded. He greeted, "You came back from your business trip?" "Yeah, I brought some tea leaves for you." Justin then handed a delicate box of tea leaves to Jack. "Thank you." Jack nodded as a sign of appreciation. The two men were very polite towards each other. It looked as if they were very distant from each other. "Daddy, look at my chi-pao. Isn't it pretty?" Little Bean climbed down from Grandpa Cooper and went hugging her father's legs, acting cute. "It's very pretty." "Handsome Cooper bought it for me and Pudding. Mommy has one too." Little Bean had said too much. Jack looked at Pudding and saw that her dress was the same red chi-pao as Little Bean's. Then he looked over at Chloe and was amazed by the sight. He smiled and said, "The chi-pao looks very beautiful. Aren't you jealous?" Little Bean teased her father. "Why do I need to be jealous?" Jack picked Little Bean up and asked, "Because your rival in love gifted it to Mommy?" Little Bean was rather audacious in her words. When Chloe heard Little Bean's words, she almost choked on her food. "Little Bean, enough," Chloe said in an embarrassed tone. "Your daddy isn't such a petty person. Also, Uncle Cooper is your daddy and Mommy's good friend, okay?" Jack looked like a true gentleman. He was not the petty type that would suspect his wife of a questionable relationship with another man. "Oh, my dad is the best. You're such a gentleman. I love you." Little Bean gave Jack a big kiss on the face, making Jack very happy. "You're such a kiss-ass. Now go make Mommy happy too, or she might give you a hard time when we go back tonight," Pudding teased. "Mommy won't. I did it so that Daddy could prove his love and trust to Mommy." "I'm helping her," Little Bean said cleverly. "Kids these days sure are amazing," Mrs. Cooper praised when she heard the twins' conversation. Then, Mrs. Cooper told the maid to bring out dinner. The dishes at the Cooper family were always very delicate and delicious, yet also healthy. A habit had been formed in the Cooper family, and that was whenever Chloe came over for dinner, they would always prepare seafood. Chloe was always very thankful, as the Cooper family was attentive to such a small detail. "Chloe, eat more. You have to go work at the South Side now. It must be tough work, so you have to eat more and get more nutrition," This sea shrimp is very nutritious. Mrs. Cooper put some shrimp in Chloe's bowl. Everyone enjoyed the dinner conversation. Jack, would you care to play a game of chess with the old man? Grandpa Cooper asked. He seemed to be in a very good mood. Grandpa, what about me? Justin was a bit jealous. Your chess skills. I'd rather play with Pudding or Little Bean. It's actually hard to beat them, Grandpa Cooper chuckled. That's boring. I don't want to play that. Handsome Cooper, why don't we play cards after dinner? Let's play Fighting the Landlord. You can be the landlord while Pudding and I try to beat you. How about that? Little Bean laughed evilly. Why don't you be the landlord? Justin teased back. After dinner, Jack played chess with Grandpa Cooper, just as he promised. Since Grandpa Cooper was a very old man, he got tired very easily and was led back to his room to get some rest. The twins played excited around while Chloe, Sandra, and Mrs. Cooper arranged flowers. Jack suddenly craved for tobacco. When he wanted to go out to the backyard to have a cigarette, Justin said to him, "Let's chat." "Okay," Jack responded briefly. The two men walked over to the back of the Cooper mansion where there was a window. Justin took out a packet of cigarettes from a luxury brand and handed a cigarette to Jack. Then he put one in his mouth and lit both up. "When are you and Chloe going to have your wedding?" Justin asked directly. "I don't know." "We'll see," Jack responded directly. "Are you afraid that Andrew will do something during the wedding like last time?" Justin conjectured. "Yeah." The look in Jack's eyes turned solemn. He was probably the person that wanted to give Chloe a grand wedding the most, but he knew that as long as Andrew was alive, their wedding would not go smoothly. Something bad would happen, so he would rather postpone the wedding until they took out Andrew. "Jack, let me help you. You didn't do anything to him lately, so I'm guessing you aren't sure you're going to win. What that batch Emery did was good, though, because she paved out a nice path for us. I think if we work together, we can defeat Andrew in a blink of an eye." Justin was the person who most dreaded to see Chloe and Jack's wedding, but when he recalled how disappointed Chloe looked earlier in the night, he was determined to talk to Jack about it. "It's not that easy to defeat Andrew," Jack said slowly. "Are you really that afraid of him?" To be honest, at that moment, Justin looked down on Jack. Why would a man as strong as Jack be afraid of a scumbag like Andrew? "I'm not afraid of him. It's just that Andrew has a complicated network of connections behind him." "Connections behind him?" You mean, Justin wasn't sure of the details between Andrew and Legend, but Chloe, Jack, and Rick knew it very clearly. Even Fiona, who was such a strong and powerful person, was forced to run around the world, escaping for her life, because of Legend. Imagine an ordinary person in her situation. That person would probably have ended long ago. It's a bit complicated. What's important is that Andrew is only a puppet, and behind him is a terrifying force. I'm not scared of them, but I just don't want to alert them for now. I've been looking for the right opportunity, so you don't need to worry about me. I'm not worried about you. Maybe I was overthinking. It's just that I think Chloe seems to want a wedding, Justin lightly said. I will give her a wedding. Whatever Chloe wants, I will give, Jack said gently. Justin nodded. Justin knew that Jack wasn't a man who adorned words, but he would keep his promises. Jack's love for Chloe was no less than his, so if Jack knew what he was doing, then there was nothing that Justin needed to be concerned about. Once the two men finished their conversation, they went back into the Cooper residence. Jack and his family stayed a bit longer before they left. They first sent Sandra to Sky Blessing Court before they returned to South Hill Manor. Justin looked at his watch, and seeing that it was past 9, he stood up to pick up his jacket. Son, are you leaving already? Mrs. Cooper came after him, looking as if she didn't want him to leave. Yeah, I'm going to go back to get some rest. Justin rarely stayed at his family's mansion. Mrs. Cooper seemed like she wanted to say something. Mom, did you have something you wanted to say to me? Justin could tell that there was something bothering his mother. Mrs. Cooper nodded. What is it? Justin put his jacket on his shoulders while gently smiling at his mother. You know that I have a good friend that owns a tea restaurant, right? Yeah, that auntie, right? Justin vaguely remembered who his mother was talking about. Yeah, she has a niece who's coming back from the UK. Her niece is a professor at Yale and she's quite a beauty. She's also very nice. Although she lives abroad, she's willing to move to the country. When I was having lunch with Auntie, I saw her and I think she's... Before Mrs. Cooper could finish, Justin wrapped his arm around Mrs. Cooper and said, "Mom, even if you think she's great, it has nothing to do with me. I don't care because I don't want to get married right now. Mom, you don't need to do all this extra work, okay? Justin, I don't want to force you to get married either. I'm doing this not because I want you to get married. Rather, I just want you to meet this girl, maybe start as friends. If you ever have feelings for her, then maybe you guys can build on that relationship. Even if you don't have feelings for her, then you can just be friends with her. You just have too few female friends right now. Some people might gossip about you behind your back." Mrs. Cooper knew her son well, so she would normally not bring this topic up, but many people were speaking poorly about him. There were all sorts of rumors about Justin. Though they would not speak of it in front of Mrs. Cooper, the rumors would eventually come to Mrs. Cooper's knowledge. Justin was the only son of the Cooper family in his generation, and he was in his early 30s. He was handsome and rich, but unwilling to get married. Many people would bring their imaginations wild to try to fathom Justin's behavior. Although Mrs. Cooper wasn't a vulgar person, she would not tolerate people gossiping about her son because it made her feel bad. No matter how hard it was to bring the conversation up, she would do it. Although she knew very clearly that her son would not listen to her, she still tried. "Mom, did you hear some bad rumors about me?" Justin asked. "So you know about it. I don't blame them for talking about you like that, because if it were someone else's son, I might think that way too. I have nothing against gay people, but there are still people out there making fun of you for it when it's not true. Justin, your grandfather and father have lived honorable lives with no rumors and scandals. I really hope nothing goes wrong when it comes to you." "Mom, I'm not gay. You guys all know who I like, right? It's not like I don't like women," Justin said, as if he had been wronged. He could take other people suspecting him of being gay, but definitely not his own mother. "I know you're not gay, but you're bound by a woman that can never belong to you. From my point of view, that's no different from you being gay." Mrs. Cooper gave a slight sigh. "I understand. I'll look into it and see where the rumors are coming from. I'll make them stop." "What you're doing doesn't solve the root cause. Sooner or later, someone else will talk behind your back about you. It's my life. I'm not living a life for other people. Mom, think about it. If you had to live for someone else, how tiring would that be?" Justin patiently explained to his mother. "Son, let me ask you this. How long do you intend to continue this? Are you always just going to watch Chloe and her family live a happy, fulfilling life while you're forever single?" Mrs. Cooper looked at Justin with concern. "No, but if I never find the right person, I can wait until Little Bean and Pudding grow up and make them my wives. That's a happy ending for all," Justin intentionally joked. "You're just trying to make me mad." Mrs. Cooper's face turned stern. Okay, I know, Mom. Don't worry about it. I just think that love is dependent on destiny. When it comes, it comes. I'm just going to let it be. Maybe I'll get married very soon when I meet the right person. Love is irrational, just like how I fell for Chloe back in the day. If it's really like that, then that's great. Even if you don't get married immediately, I'd be willing to accept that the girl is pregnant before marriage. Mom, you're being too greedy. You want a grandchild right away. Justin lifted Mrs. Cooper's face up and teased her. Okay. Stop fooling around. If you want to leave, leave now. Mrs. Cooper looked at Justin helplessly. She didn't know how to react, whether to laugh or be mad at him. Okay, I'm going to leave now. I know you haven't been getting enough rest recently, so you should sleep earlier. I'll take you to the hot springs later to relax. Then Justin turned around. Mrs. Cooper watched her son leave. Suddenly, her eyes got teary. She recalled a vague memory of when Justin was small. Humans live a fleeting life, and time passed by without taking consideration of anyone's feelings. Mrs. Cooper didn't know how time could pass so quickly. Just in a blink of an eye, her son was in his early 30s. People his age had already formed a family of their own. Even Brenton, Justin's best friend, has a boy that is going to daycare. Although Max was a wild child, there were always women by his side. Max's parents and grandparents never had to worry about him not getting a woman. Justin, however, was still single. Just the thought of that made Mrs. Cooper cry. "What's wrong?" Mr. Cooper came down for Mrs. Cooper because she still didn't go up. He saw Mrs. Cooper standing alone in the living room watching their son leave. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. "I'm fine," Madam Cooper said quietly. "Stop lying. Your eyes are all red. What's wrong? Everything was fine. Why are you crying?" Mr. Cooper's temper wasn't great, and he was very strict with Justin, but he treated Mrs. Cooper very well. The couple had respected and loved each other for many, many years. "Do you think our son is going to be single forever?" Mrs. Cooper leaned on Mr. Cooper's shoulder and sobbed. "No, he's only 31. There's a lot of people that don't get married until they're 40. You see tons of them in the news. There's directors, actors. They all get married very late. Justin probably is the same. We shouldn't rush him. I'm just afraid that in 10 years, we might be so old that we're not even here anymore. Then, Justin would be all alone without a wife or any children. That would be so sad." "Don't worry, he won't be. Don't overthink." Mr. Cooper continued to comfort his wife. Justin didn't know that he made not only Chloe feel sorry for him, but also his family. To him, however, he didn't sense a difference in his life. He even felt that life was more interesting after the twins were born. When Justin arrived home, he first showered. When he got out of the shower, Little Bean sent him a video chat request. "Why aren't you asleep yet? It's very late." Justin looked into the camera and said to Little Bean, "I can't sleep," Little Bean said in a slightly whiny voice. "Why? Did Pudding bully you again?" Justin asked with a smile. Pudding and Little Bean fought often, and Pudding would beat Little Bean by a wide margin in every argument. So, every time Little Bean felt wronged, she could talk to Justin to complain. "No, Pudding isn't in the mood to talk to me. She's addicted to the stock market." Justin couldn't help but laugh after hearing what Pudding said. "What about you? What are your new hobbies?" Justin teased. Little Bean put in some careful thought and responded, "Does pranking Ethan count as a hobby?" "Yeah," Justin said, and chuckled candidly. "Why are you laughing like that?" Little Bean put on a stern face and asked, "You're still so young but already know how to bully people. It's great that you didn't go to daycare or else you'd cause a huge commotion." "Wrong. If we were sent to daycare, we'd be bored to death. We have a generation gap with those kids and we won't have anything to chat about," Little Bean said in a serious tone. "Miss Delcy, you are right." Justin flattered Little Bean. "Then let me ask you a question. Other than asking me who is prettier between you or Pudding, you can ask me anything." Justin learned it the hard way, and now had prevented himself from being asked the most terrifying question. "Okay, fine. Then who's prettier, me or Mommy?" Little Bean was very quick-witted. She originally wanted to compare herself to Pudding, but changed it to Chloe. "Of course you're the prettier one," Justin responded. "Why?" Little Bean continued to ask. "That's simple. You're younger than her. She's almost 30 while you're only 4. In 20 years, you'd still be a beautiful young girl, while she would be an old lady with wrinkles all over her face and fake teeth. She'd also be in menopause." "How terrifying is that?" Justin said with a laugh. Suddenly, he realized that Little Bean looked a bit weird. Before he could ask, Little Bean turned around and shouted, "Mommy, why are you here?" Justin suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. Chloe walked in, wearing a long cotton dress with her hair falling off her shoulders. She went straight towards the camera and looked at Justin. Then she crossed her arms around her chest and asked Justin with a smile, "What about an old lady? How many wrinkles does she have? What about her fake teeth? And what about bad temper during menopause?" Chloe's smile through the phone gave Justin the shivers. It's a misunderstanding, Deputy Director Green. It's all just a big misunderstanding." Justin immediately tried to explain himself. "Justin, you're so bold now, eh? You feel so free that you can almost fly, eh? If I give you a pair of wings, do you think you can soar into the sky?" Chloe asked. I don't have wings, but I can fly in the sky with a glider. Ha ha, Justin joked. So why is the great president of Imperial Star Corporation not asleep now, but talking behind someone's back? Do you think that's a good thing to do? Chloe asked. I'm just joking around with Little Bean. Please don't take it personally, Justin said with a smile. Yeah, Mommy, Handsome Cooper was just joking with me. In fact, Mommy is the prettiest. Mommy is prettier than both Pudding and I put together. That's why Handsome Cooper gifted Mommy such an expensive cheapao. Although Little Bean was still young, she was very quick-witted. Before Chloe could get mad, Little Bean raised the cheapao topic. There was no such thing as a free lunch, so when Chloe heard the word cheapao, the look in her eyes changed. In the future, don't gift me anything that's so expensive anymore. Chloe changed the topic. Justin immediately was relieved. He looked at Little Bean with gratitude and said to Chloe, "It's not expensive. As long as you guys like it, that's all that matters. Money-wise, I have tons of that and I can't use it up." "Okay, it's late. I have to get Little Bean and Pudding to bed. You should sleep earlier too." "Okay." Justin nodded, but he couldn't get himself to press the hang-up button. Chloe leaned down and hung up. The final moment Justin saw was Chloe leaning close to the camera, with her long hair hanging down her shoulders. She wasn't wearing any makeup. At that instant, Justin's heart pounded hard. After 4 years, Chloe was still the only person that can make his heart skip a beat. Justin took off his bathrobe and lied down on his big bed. He gave a slight sigh. His phone was playing When You're Old. At that second, he felt an unprecedented calmness. When you're old and can't walk anymore, man would sit by the furnace and reminisce about their youth and those times they loved. You loved her beauty, regardless of whether it was real or fake. But please remember, there is still a soul that loves you wholeheartedly. He will even love those wrinkles on your face. Along with such beautiful lyrics, Justin imagined how Chloe would look in 20 years. She would be almost 50, and there would be wrinkles on her face. She would no longer be young. He thought he'd still love her even if she was no longer young. After all, he didn't love her for her looks. He ruminated and lost the drowsiness he felt earlier, so he picked up his phone and gave Max a call. "Do you want to come out and have a drink? Huh? Drink? No, I can't right now." "Huh? Why? Did your period come?" Justin teased. "No, but she came to my place." "Huh? She? Avery, you mean?" Justin immediately realized who he was talking about. "Yeah." "Ha ha," Max laughed joyfully. "What's the situation? Are you going to break the last barrier tonight?" Justin teased. "Max, what are you doing? Come and help me." From the other side of the phone, Justin heard Avery's voice. "Okay, I'm coming." Then, Max lowered his voice and said, "Hey, you, I'm going to hang up." Okay, slow down though. Don't come when you guys barely started. Damn you," Max cursed while chuckling. Then they hung up. Max scuttled to the kitchen. "What is it, my lady?" Avery pointed at a pan covered with boiling oil and said, "Hurry up and turn it off for me. It's scary. Is this your first time cooking?" Max looked at that black ball of flour in the pot. He scratched his ear and looked very speechless. 10 minutes ago, Avery said she was going to make stir-fried noodles. 10 minutes later, he came in to see this. "Yeah," Avery said in a confident tone. "Is my house a lab to you?" Max said with astonishment. "Yeah, why? I can't? Of course you can. It's just—" Max stuttered. "Shut up and just turn the stove off. Will it explode?" Avery stood far away, looking at the devastating situation in the pot. Max hurried up and turned off the gas stove. "Oh my God, my lady. Can you not come in the kitchen ever again?" Max pushed Avery out. "Didn't you say you were hungry?" "I was trying to be nice and make you something to eat," Avery said, as if she was wronged. No. I'm not hungry anymore. You can relax now. Come, sit. Have an apple." Max picked up an apple from the coffee table and handed it to Avery. The two had gone to the Arcade City in the evening. After enjoying themselves, Avery volunteered to come to his place. Max thought they were going to do that, but when she came, she immediately went upstairs to look around and comment on his place. The conclusion she came to was that Max's place was well decorated and clean. Most importantly, there weren't any female items in his place. For instance, there weren't any female undergarments, long hair on the floor, lipstick, or face wash. Avery was rather satisfied with that outcome. To her, it meant that Max wasn't as wild as people rumored him to be. "I'm good. It's late. I should get going." Avery put down the apple and stood up. "Already?" Max already missed Avery. "What else did you think would happen?" "I'd stay?" Avery asked. "Ha, no, I didn't mean that. I mean that it's already this late, so if you were to stay, there are extra guest rooms here. It's not like I will do anything to you, right?" Guys all use that as an excuse. Little Bean said I shouldn't believe in the words that guys say. A lot of guys say they just want to cuddle, but in the end, they'd just push further. Some even say that he won't put it in and just touch it, but in the end, he'd just do it. You can't trick me. Avery's words were so audacious that even Max blushed. "My lady, are you talking dirty to me now? Dirty talk? I'm just rationalizing with you." Okay, you're right. But did you really hear this from Little Bean? The Little Bean as in your niece? "Yeah, Little Bean knows a lot. What she says makes a lot of sense," Avery said confidently. "I think you should distance yourself from Little Bean a bit. She'll make you bad," Max warned. Finally, Max drove Avery back to South Hill Manor. The next morning, Jack and Chloe came down really early to have breakfast because they had work. Meanwhile, Jack's parents and the twins came down much later and had breakfast separately. To Chloe and Jack's surprise, Avery woke up early and had breakfast with them. She seemed like she was in a good mood. "Avery, I have something to ask you," Jack asked. "What is it, big brother?" Avery looked up and asked. "When are you going back to the States?" Jack asked as he glanced at Avery, who responded with a pout. "Are you chasing me out or something?" Chloe couldn't help but chuckle at their conversation. "I'm not done yet. You know what I'm talking about. Your dad called to say that if you don't go home, he's coming here." "What? Seriously?" Avery immediately placed down the sandwich she was eating. "When have I ever lied to you? What am I supposed to do then?" "I can book tickets for you back home. I heard that things are really busy at the headquarters," Jack replied, but Avery seemed to be hesitating. Chloe glanced at her husband and then at Avery. "Avery, are you dating Max now?" "Sis-in-law, She wanted to say yes, but she was also too shy to admit it. "It's okay. We're all adults here. Dating isn't something to be embarrassed about." "Yeah, we're dating," Avery replied, looking down with flushed cheeks. "Have you guys thought about the future? Are you going to live here from now on? What are you going to tell your father?" Chloe asked in lieu of her husband. "My dad wants Max to marry into our family and be a live-in son-in-law, but it's not fair for him. I don't want that." Avery had been thinking about this. It troubled her as well. "Don't worry. If you and Max really end up talking about marriage, your brother and I will help." Chloe consoled Avery, and the latter looked at her with appreciation. "Thanks, sis-in-law. Honey, let's not interrogate Avery on this. She feels bad enough. If Uncle Dawson calls again, let's give vague answers so she and Max can get to know each other better. Then, she'll be able to make a more informed decision." "We can't haul on much longer," Jack disagreed with his wife. "Guys, it's fine. I'll call Dad in just a bit and tell him everything. That's for the best. But your dad has quite a temper, so don't keep your hopes up," Jack warned. After breakfast, Jack and Chloe headed towards their parking lot together. "Honey, why did you keep raining on Avery's parade? She and Max are in their honeymoon phase." "I wasn't. I wanted to prepare her for what might come next. I don't want her to dwell on a fantasy. Plus, if Max really wanted to be with Avery, he would have to make some compromises as well," Jack replied. Chloe nodded since her husband had a point. Plus, it seemed like Max really liked Avery. "I'll drive you to Southside." Jack held Chloe's hand and looked tenderly into her eyes. "No, it's okay. I have bodyguards. Plus, I'm not a kid," Chloe laughed. "I've been feeling a little unsettled lately. I'm not sure why." Jack frowned. "Is there something wrong?" Chloe asked with worry and surprise, and Jack shook his head. "I'm fine. I just have a bad feeling and am worried about you. I'll get more people to protect you. Be careful, okay?" Oh, and don't come into contact with Andrew, Jack warned Chloe, who nodded her head. I know. I'll also tell the girls not to go out that often. We should really be careful. My instincts are usually right. I won't let something happen to our family again, Jack added. Are things that serious? Chloe felt like Jack was being a little overboard, worrying about herself and the twins so much. Jakarta, capital of Indonesia. Sir, the plane's ready and we can be wheels up in 15 minutes. Should we call Mr. Green so he can prepare? No, I want to give him a surprise, Legend replied with a devious smile on his face. 6:30 p.m. at a high-end shopping mall. Uncle Chase, I'm a little hungry. I want to eat fruit pizza, Tiani said with her baby voice. Case held her hand and looked at her lovingly. Sure, let's wait for Mommy first. She went to the restroom and will be right back. Then, we'll go get food, all right? Okay. Tiani nodded happily. Case may not be very old, but he looked at the little girl with such fatherly love that anyone would mistake him for Tiani's father. Two women shopping near them saw the pair standing there. One woman grabbed the other by the arm. Zuri, look who it is! Zuri looked up, and her expression changed immediately. She and Case divorced months ago, but she still felt a surge of emotions when she saw him. Zuri, is that little girl that Batch Brenny's daughter? Zuri's friend asked with her jaw clenched. Yeah. Zuri once hired a private detective to investigate Brenny, so she had seen her daughter a couple of times. Therefore, she immediately recognized Tiani. But why is young Master Chase treating that kid like his own? Do you think that's his daughter and you just didn't know about it? Zuri shook her head, her expression still as cold as ice. That's not possible. If the kid was really his, the Chase family would have done something already. Why would he treat a kid who isn't his own so well? Her friend asked, very confused. Zuri stared at Case and Zuri, her heart bubbling with jealousy and annoyance. Zuri, let's go. Her friend tried to pull her away since she knew that Zuri was still hung up over her ex-husband. Zuri, however, shook her friend's hand away and walked towards Case and Tiani with large strides. Zuri, what are you doing? Her friend immediately followed after her. Long time no see, young Master Chase. Zuri pretended to be calm and collected as she greeted Case. The latter looked up. When he saw that it was Zuri, his expression immediately fell. Anyone would be able to tell that he was obviously disgusted by her. Can I help you? Case asked, his tone as cold as ice. The only two people capable of being more indifferent than he was would be Rick and Jack. What? I can't even say hi anymore? We were married after all. It's not like I killed your family or something, Zuri asked, her lips curled into a fake smile. Uncle Chase, I'm scared. Tiani knew Zuri often picked on her mom, so she was scared of the woman in front of her and immediately hid behind Case. It's okay, Tiani. Uncle Chase is here, Case consoled the young girl patiently. Wow, young Master Chase, you got a good buy one, get one free deal. You're a dad before the batch even got pregnant with you. But hey, stepfathers aren't easy to be. You're basically taking care of someone else's kid. You never know. Maybe she'll completely turn on you once she grows up and runs back to her own dad. Then, you'd be left with nothing, and it'll all be too late. I'm just giving you a heads up, Zuri said. Her words had always been sharp and merciless. After listening to her words, Case's expression immediately darkened. It seems like no matter what happens, you still refuse to put away your temper. You're still as vicious as you've always been, Case faintly said. So what if I am? You still married me. Brenny may be your cup of tea right now, but at the end of the day, she's still a dirty little mistress. We may be divorced, but your parents will never let her in your family. After all, she's just a batch who knows nothing more than to prey on another woman's husband. Zuri became more emotional by the second, and it seemed like she was about to erupt. Zuri, let's go. Her friend wanted them to leave, but Zuri refused profusely. Why should I go? I'm not the one who made a fool of themselves. Why should I be afraid of this dirty couple? Our family isn't one they can walk all over. Look at yourself. You should go to Southside and seek treatment from Dr. Green of the neurology department. What do you mean, are you calling me crazy? Zuri growled. but Case was ready to leave. He held Tiani by the hand. "Let's go." "Stop right there, Case. How can you do this to me? How can you use me and cast me aside? You're such a scumbag. I don't know what I was thinking back then. I'm telling you, you'll be met with an ugly end." Zuri cursed at Case as the latter walked away. By this time, it seemed like the entire shopping mall had stopped to watch the show. Case suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and glanced at Zuri with disappointment. "Zuri, our family doesn't need your family to maintain our status in the first place. You married into my family because our parents go way back, and I didn't care who I had to marry as long as it helped the family business. It was for mutual benefit on both our ends, so stop saying things like I used you. The truth is, you're not worth using. Our city is packed with rich socialites. I didn't have to marry you, but I did. So seriously, you should stop blaming others, but rather reflect on your own actions. I've always been like this. You cheated on me while we were still married and fell for that batch, Brenny. You were the one that should reflect on your actions." Zuri blamed Case as despair filled her entire body. Just then, Brenny walked out of the bathroom. She was wearing a beige dress, and her hair was tied up in a ponytail. The hint of maturity in her posture made her much more beautiful than she used to be back when she was spoiled and rich. "What's wrong? What happened?" She panicked when she saw a group of people huddled around her daughter and Case. "Mommy!" Tiani immediately ran up to Brenny and hugged her. She pointed at Zuri. "That scary woman is here again. I'm terrified of her." Only then did Brenny look up to see who her daughter was talking about. Her expression faltered when she saw Zuri's face. "Hey everyone, this is the dirty mistress who ruined my marriage. My husband and I wouldn't have gotten divorced if it weren't for her. Come and take a look at her true colors." Zuri's temper flared up again at the sight of Brenny, more unwilling than ever to let them go without a fight. "Zuri, enough," Case scolded icily. "Was I wrong? That batch cast a spell on you. That's why you're always protecting her," Zuri snapped back. At this, the crowd began talking and discussing amongst themselves. "Tiani, don't be scared. Go to Uncle Chase, okay? I have something to say." Brenny gently pushed her daughter towards Case, and she then slowly walked up towards Zuri. "Zuri, let's go. It's better to let things slide than to cause trouble," Zuri's friend persuaded. Zuri, however, threw her friend's hand off her own. "Why should I be afraid of that batch? I'm the young mistress of the Blake family. She doesn't even have a family she can rely on." Brenny slowly made her way up to Zuri and stared peacefully into the latter's eyes. The truth was, never once had she been afraid of Zuri. Rather, she pitied this woman even more than she pitied herself. "Zuri, you're not a child anymore. It's funny, I really thought you would grow up after all this." "What do you mean by that?" Zuri didn't know what Brenny was hinting at with her abrupt comment. "Back then, we both fell for Case. But why were you the one who married him?" "That's because our family was richer than yours, and your family was on the brink of bankruptcy. The Chase family would never let a poor woman into their family," Zuri replied, matter-of-factly. "Wrong. You failed to see the truth lying below this shallow surface. Let me tell you today why I lost," Brenny said, as she leaned towards Zuri and said, word for word, "Back then, I was just like you, arrogant, rude, and unreasonable. Men don't care for that, so why would Case? I get that now, but you're still trapped in your own world. I really pity you." Upon hearing this, Zuri's eyes widened with anger. "Stop with the BS! That's not how things were. Don't try to trick me into anything. You're just looking for an excuse to make yourself feel better for your actions. Then let me ask you, why did Case choose me, a divorced woman with a child? Why did he choose me and insist on divorcing you?" Brenny asked with a smile. "Because you are shameless and exhausted all means to seduce him," Zuri cursed, her eye bloodshot from anger and tears. "Haha, forget it. I'll never get through to someone like you, so I'll stop now. A word of advice, though. Stop doing things beneath your status. You said so yourself. You're the young madam of the Blake family. You're a socialite. Stop acting like a rabid dog who bites everyone it lays eyes on, or else no one will want you. If you don't, Not to mention Case won't want you. No men would want you. Zuri was completely angered and insulted by Brenny's remarks and raised her hand to slap her. "Brenny!" Case panicked, worried that Brenny may get hurt. The latter, to his surprise, reacted quickly enough to grab Zuri's arm, holding it in front of her. Zuri seemed to have lost her mind and reached out to hit Brenny again. "Am I that easy to bully in your eyes?" Brenny's expression turned icy as she glared at Zuri. "You're not invincible just because you have Case on your side. Let me tell you, I can crush you like an ant if I wanted to. You're so childish. Since you won't listen to reason, forget it. It's no use trying to talk to you," Brenny responded, throwing Zuri's hand off to the side and turning around to leave. Zuri, who almost fell to the ground, was helped up by her friend. "Zuri, let's go. People are watching. What if there are reporters around here? I'm not scared." "They don't care, so why should I? I'm going to rip that little bitch into pieces today, so she'll never be able to seduce another woman's husband." Zuri had reached her tipping point. She pushed aside her friend and ran up to Brenny as she had gone out of her mind. At this moment, Case turned around and pulled Zuri away to the side. "Case, did you just try to hurt me?" Zuri saw his gesture as violence, and she felt her heart turn as cold as ice. "Stop with the nonsense. I won't do anything today for the sake of your brother, but if you keep acting like this, I won't forgive you." Case glared at Zuri. She knew he wasn't kidding, because his expression just now was indeed frightening. After warning Zuri, Case, Brenny, and Tiani left the shopping mall, marking the end of a dramatic, almost catfight. Zuri was here to shop her troubles away, but what happened left her sadder than ever. She fell to the floor, wailing and crying. Half an hour later at a restaurant, "You don't have to be so polite to Zuri in the future. I'll have someone protect you and Tiani," Case said quietly. "The truth is, I understand her actions." Brenny smiled. "You do?" Case slowly looked up in surprise. "Back then when my dad was still alive and our family strived, I was just like her, arrogant and prideful. I thought I was better than everyone else, and I did whatever I wanted to. I used to pick on Chloe the way Zuri picks on me." "You used to pick on Chloe?" Case asked with surprise. Brenny took a small bite of ice cream and replied with a smile. "Back then, I was young and naive and was jealous of how everyone seemed to like Chloe, so I picked on her whenever I could. Thank goodness she never took my actions back then to heart, because when I fell, Chloe helped me up. She helped me see how petty I was back then. Humans all grow up amidst adversity, and so did I. I don't blame Zuri. She still needs time for everything to sink in, and one day she will understand. Brenny, the person you are right now is more and more—" Case looked at Brenny, his emotions complicated and all over the place. He sometimes wondered why he became so obsessed with this woman. "I'm what?" Brenny smiled elegantly. "More and more interesting," he finally said. Brenny smiled faintly and fell silent. Compared to Zuri's desperate wails, Case much preferred Brenny's calm demeanor. A lot of the time women were appreciated, not for their looks and family background, but rather for their wisdom and character. Only now did Brenny understand why Chloe was liked by so many people. She was not only calm and low-key, but also wise and understanding. Brenny would have probably fallen for Chloe as well if she were a man. You and Chloe seem to have had a long conversation at Cody's wedding. "What was it? Did she blame you?" Case asked. "She didn't. Chloe never outright scolds people for their actions, and she only hinted at me. I'm okay with her not understanding me because our lives have been so different." "You're much more sympathetic these days," Case exclaimed. "Yeah, I wonder if you would have still married Brenny had I not acted like a little brat back then. That way, you wouldn't have married Zuri, and neither of us would have had to suffer through a failed first marriage. You never know. Maybe we would have had our own children by now." Brenny smiled. "It's not too late right now. After I'm done the company work on my hands right now, I'll take you home to meet my parents. Then, we'll have a child of our own. Of course, I'll always treat Tiani like my own as well," Case slowly said. Brenny's heart fluttered. Case's words were so calm, yet they stirred up a hurricane inside her. "What's with the face? You don't want to marry me and have my children?" Case smiled at Brenny as he made a rare joke. "It's not that. Then what's with the face? Brenny wanted to respond but couldn't. She felt a complicated surge of emotions. "What's wrong?" Case asked worriedly as he looked at Brenny's face. Nothing. Let's eat." Brenny smiled before lowering her head and going back to her meal. That evening, after arriving home, Case and his assistant were called back to his family company. Therefore, Brenny gave her daughter a bath and tucked her into bed. Tiani fell asleep quickly, drained from walking around all day. Brenny looked at her phone, wondering if she should send Chloe a snap message. The last time they talked was during Cody's wedding. Chloe had treated her well. Although Liam later died in prison, Brenny decided that she didn't want to blame it on her. However, now that she was rich again and was dating Case, her heart felt emptier than ever. She had no friends and no family. Her brother died, and her mother had disappeared. Her friends all hid away, afraid that they might be implicated. Now that she thought of it, Chloe was technically the only friend and family she had left. Brenny quietly clicked into Snap and was just about to message Chloe when she saw a new friend request. Curiously, she clicked it open to see who it was, the requester's name as Emery. The requester's profile picture was a photo of Emery. After a slight moment of hesitation, she accepted the friend request, and before she could ask who it was, Emery messaged her. "Emery. Are you Brenny?" Brenny. "Yes." Emery. "I'm Emery." Brenny. "The celebrity?" Emery. "Yeah." Brenny. "Can I help you?" She knew how arrogant and condescending Emery was. A person like her would never add someone for no apparent reason. Emery. "Would I be messaging you otherwise?" Brenny. "So what do you want from me?" Emery. "Let's talk face to face. I indeed have something important to talk to you about." Brenny. "Right now?" Emery. "Why? Not convenient? You're worried Case won't approve?" Brenny frowned slightly. "Don't drag him into this. I'm the only one home and my daughter's sleeping. I can't just leave." Emery. "Then I'll go and find you. I'll park downstairs and we'll talk. It'll be fast." Brenny. "How about another day? What's the rush?" It was obvious that Brenny didn't want to meet up with Emery. She was a smart girl and knew that Emery, like Bella, wasn't a simple character, so she didn't want to be pulled into her mess. Emery. "What if I said I wanted to talk to you about your revenge plan? Would you be more interested?" Brenny. "What are you talking about?" Emery. "Give me your address. I promise not to take up too much of your time." After hearing the word revenge, Brenny thought for a couple of seconds and sent Emery her home address. Emery messaged her again 30 minutes later. "I'm downstairs in the red Porsche, license plate number 2212. Brenny. "Okay, I'll be right down." Then, she threw on a black winter jacket that went down to her ankles and ran downstairs without even changing out of her pajamas, gently closing the door behind her. As expected, a red Porsche was parked downstairs waiting for her. She checked and the license plate number was indeed 2212. Brenny slowly walked up to the car, and Emery opened the passenger door. "Get in." Emery gestured at the car seat beside her, and Brenny got in without saying anything. Emery had on thick makeup and was wearing a gray fur coat. She was as flashy as she always was. "What do you want?" Brenny asked, not appearing to be very welcoming. "I know why you suddenly decided to hook up with Case. You want to use him for revenge, don't you?" Emery asked with a mysterious smile. Brenny snickered. "Miss Emery, we don't know each other well. Please don't make it sound like you know everything about me." Emery. "You're right. I don't know much about you, and that's why I investigated you." Brenny. "You investigated me? Haha, I'm flattered that a huge celebrity like you would be interested in a normal person like me." Emery. "I didn't do it for no reason, of course. I never make losing investments. So, what do you want from me?" Brenny asked again. Emery slowly took out a pack of cigarettes and glanced over at Brenny. "Do you want a drag?" "No," she refused. "Then do you mind if I have one?" Emery smiled. "Do as you wish." Brenny's tone was colder than ever. Emery lit up a cigarette and inhaled hard. Then she said, "I want you to work with me to ruin someone. Of course, it's someone you hate as well. You're talking about Chloe, aren't you? Brenny smiled. She knew Emery hated Chloe, so it was her first guess. I'm not. I may dislike Chloe, but I'm not at the point where I have to make her disappear. Plus, the person I am today is no match for her. I know when I'm overreaching. Then who are you talking about? Brenny tilted her head at Emery in confusion. Andrew. Upon hearing his name, Brenny froze for a quick second. Andrew? I thought you... She didn't finish her thought. Everyone in the city knew about Emery's history with Andrew. The latter even brought her home a couple of times before their father died. You're wondering why I want to make him disappear, aren't you? You think I love him. Emery chuckled at Brenny. Yes, I love him, and that's why I hate him. You can understand my feelings toward him as hate that stems from love. What do you want to do with him? Brenny asked, unwilling to waste any more time with her. I want him dead. You want that too, don't you? Brenny nodded. I do, but he's not that easy to deal with. That's why I'm here. Emery smiled freakishly. You are overestimating me. I'm not all that. You've come to the wrong person. Brenny looked down. You can't, but Case can. You can lean on him, can't you? This is my business. I don't want to drag him down with me. Come on, Brenny, stop pretending. I know what kind of person you are. I came because I was sure. Let me make this short and sweet. I've cooked up a perfect plan, and I know it'll succeed as long as you work with me. Once Andrew dies, I can leave the country in peace, and you would have gotten your revenge. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? You make everything sound extremely simple. But if your plan fails, then we're screwed. You know how terrifying Andrew can be with his means of revenge, Brenny replied calmly. I know, but I have no other choice. I have a bad feeling that if I don't do something soon, he will try to kill me. If so, I might as well try first. Emery spent the last few weeks in fear, and she often dreamt that Andrew was stabbing her in the heart with a knife. Andrew had been surprisingly calm ever since Emery began her revenge plan last time. However, the calmer he seemed, the more it seemed to freak her out. Therefore, she wanted all of this to end. What's your plan? Brenny decided to hear Emery out. After all, this was an extremely rare chance. The Green Corporation and Chase Corporation are partnering up, and Andrew's going to be meeting Case in one of the Chase Corporation's private clubs. It's going to be well guarded there, and I won't be able to do anything. That's where you come in. How so? Brenny didn't know what Emery wanted to do, so she probed carefully. Simple. I'll give you something to put into Andrew's drink. You're Case's girlfriend, so it'll be easy. No one will suspect a thing. Emery smiled as she flicked the ash off her cigarette. You want me to poison Andrew? Brenny asked with surprise. You can say that. Emery nodded. I can't. He'll be meeting with Case, which means if something were to happen during their meeting, Case and his family will be implicated. I do want revenge, but I said that I'm not going to drag him down with me. Brenny truly cared about Case, or else she wouldn't have refused so quickly. So it seems like you do have feelings for Case. Emery smiled. Anyways, I'm not getting him involved. Don't even think about it, Brenny reiterated, and directly declined Emery's request. Don't be so nervous. Don't worry, I don't plan to kill him that day, and you won't be feeding him actual poison, just a component. He won't die then and there. What do you mean? Brenny asked, once again confused by how cryptic Emery was being. Andrew's not that easy to kill, so we'll take this one step at a time. I will give you a type of unscented chemical compound that has no color to feed him. He won't feel anything, and it's not deadly. Andrew's been taking migraine medicine for years. Once the chemical compound is mixed with his medicine, it will slowly kill him in about 2 weeks. So that's your plan, Brenny finally understood. What do you think? It's a perfect plan, no? Emery smiled proudly. But will it work? How can you be sure that he's still taking the medicine? Brenny was still worried. Emery's plan seemed risky. Don't worry about that. I've been with him for years, so I'm sure about these little things. He will never stop taking his migraine medicine, so all we have to do is feed him the chemical compound. Oh, and you don't have to worry about Case being poisoned. It only works if you take it with his migraine medicine. So I suggest that you put it in a teapot or something. No one will suspect a thing if they both drink it. Then, Emery took out a little black bottle from her purse that was the size of her index finger. Why should I believe you? Brenny obviously didn't trust Emery enough to feed whatever was in the bottle to Case. Simple. You're friends with Chloe, no? You can ask her to test the contents of this bottle, and she'll tell you it's not lethal. Trust me, I only suggested this because as careful as Andrew is, he might suspect you and refuse to drink it. But if Case drinks it as well, he won't suspect anything. All you have to do is feed him the compound, and even if something happens in 2 weeks, no one will suspect you. Brenny didn't say anything after listening to Emery's rant, but the truth was, she was hesitant towards refusing. Although this woman was cruel and vicious, this was a pretty good way to get rid of Andrew. From what I know, you're the only person left in the Green family. Once Andrew dies, the Green Corporation will be yours again, and then you'll be able to marry Case without the big gap in social status, and the Chase family won't look down on you. You'd be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Brenny. Why are you still hesitating? Emery continued to try to brainwash Brenny. I'm curious. Don't you love Andrew? Why would you do something like this to him? What if you guys are working together to get rid of me? Brenny glanced at Emery's face. Upon hearing this, Emery smeared her cigarette into an ashtray and laughed dryly. Ha ha, love. The one thing I regret the most in this life is falling in love with him. He's betrayed me, and we'll never go back to being what we used to be. Only if one of us dies will the other truly be free. However, I don't have the guts to kill myself, so I'd rather if he died instead. Love is nothing in front of us. We've been together for so long that the words of love and hate don't cover my emotions anymore. Anyways, I thought about it for a while before coming to you. You can choose to trust me and we can get rid of him together. Or you can choose not to trust me and think of another way. But you would have given up a great chance to kill Andrew. The more Brenny listened to Emery, the more it seemed like the latter wasn't lying. Her expression dimmed. Everyone in their circle knows about Emery and Andrew, so why would she lie about this? Think about it and get back to me tomorrow. We don't have much time. They're meeting next week. If you agree, then we can start next week. Okay, let me think about it. Brenny took the black bottle from Emery and nodded. Then, she got off the Porsche, and Emery immediately left. Brenny was still hesitant as her hand tightened around the little black bottle. She wanted Andrew dead, but she wanted to take it slowly and ruin his reputation. Then, she would steal the Green Corporation back and humiliate him. She really never thought about feeding Andrew something that would eventually kill him. Brenny had never had any thought of doing something this malicious. Therefore, she wasn't sure what to do. Brenny was more soft-hearted than Emery, so she couldn't make up her mind. She went back upstairs with the bottle Emery gave her and hid it inside her makeup bag. That was a place Case wouldn't look or pay attention to. Midnight, inside a bar in the city. 3 men walked in and immediately caught the attention of everyone inside. The man leading the group was in a weird outfit. It wasn't raining outside, but he was wearing a black cloak and a hat, and no one could see his face clearly. The 2 men behind him weren't wearing hats, just a white cloak each. They had blonde hair and emerald-colored eyes. Once the man leading the way came in, he walked up to the bar and took off his black hat. Loud shrieks erupted from all over. He was an extremely handsome foreigner. He wasn't a young man, but his features were incredibly delicate, and his eyes were so dark and deep that just one look would leave anyone mesmerized. The city was home to a lot of foreigners, but this was the first time anyone's seen someone so handsome. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" a waiter asked in fluent English. "Water," the man answered. "Right away, sir." Already, women of all sorts were crowding towards the man to hit on him. Those who didn't know how to speak English would gesture at him, while others showed off their awkward English. However, the man refused them all. He seemed to be disinterested in women. Soon, a young woman walked up to him. She had long, flowing hair and was wearing a tight black dress. She wasn't the prettiest woman in the bar, but her demeanor was attention-grabbing. One of the men in white leaned in and whispered to the man in black, "Sir, she's here." The man nodded silently and took a small sip of the water. The woman sat down in a VIP booth as soon as she walked in. "Valeria, you're late. You need to drink." A girl laughed. "Don't start. My dad's been head over heels for Emery. He even gave her the pink diamond he bought at that auction. I just came from an argument with him." The woman picked up a bottle of beer and took a large swig. Valeria Lewis was Mr. Lewis's youngest daughter, born by his fourth wife. She was just in her early 20s. She used to be Mr. Lewis's favorite daughter, but this all changed after Emery moved in. Emery's been in the entertainment for so many years that she knew how to make people like her. Mr. Lewis had been spoiling her to death and gave her anything she wanted, and that caused distress in the Lewis family. Valeria's mother always had a hidden agenda, and Emery's presence was causing a debacle. "Forget about it. That batch is just your dad's pet. Why are you being so sensitive? Your dad loves you. He'll leave you with everything he has. Don't worry." Her friends continued to console her until one of the girls said, "Valeria, are you interested in the hottie over there?" "Where?" Valeria asked. "The one by the bar." The girl pointed and Valeria peered over. "The foreigner?" "Yeah, he's so cool. He was here for a bit but didn't drink any alcohol. He only drank water," one of the girls said with hearts in her eyes. "Only water? He's probably too poor," Valeria said nonchalantly. "No way. Did you look at his shoes? Those are from Italy's most luxurious brand. He's wearing tens of thousands of dollars on his feet. Do you think he can't afford alcohol? That cool?" Valeria looked over at the man's shoes and realized that they did look very expensive. The shoes from Italy's most luxurious brand were all handmade and tailored. Each pair cost tens of thousands. In this city, only super rich people like Justin and Max could afford to wear them. From those shoes, one could tell that this foreigner wasn't some pretentious poor man. But don't you think his outfit is weird? It's winter and it's not raining. "Why is he wearing a cape like a vampire?" Valeria mumbled. "That's called style, you know. Foreigners love artsy stuff. We commoners do not understand their realm. So if you guys like him so much, why are you guys standing here?" Valeria took a sip of her drink and urged her friends to approach him. We did, but we all failed. He didn't even look at us. Just then, the man from the other side of the bar table looked over at Valeria. Valeria was looking over too, and their eyes met. Valeria was surprised to see that the man was smiling. The curvature of his smile and eyes were of absolute perfection. "Wow, he's smiling at you." Her friends pushed Valeria over. She touched her lips. She couldn't believe it. Was he really smiling at her? "It seems like you're his type, Valeria. Go get him." Her friends continued to urge her. "Me? I'm fine. I don't think I can do it." Valeria was being a coward. Just then, a man from the other side of the bar table came walking over in his white cape. He walked towards Valeria and said politely, "Miss, our boss wants to buy you a drink." Huh. Valeria couldn't believe how it was really her. Ever since she was a little girl, she had always been the most plain-looking girl in the crowd. However, this time, "Go. Why are you still standing here like that?" Although the girls were jealous of Valeria, they pushed her over. Just like that, Valeria walked over to the man. She was rather nervous because she had never flirted with a foreigner. "What do you want to drink?" the man said. Just when she wanted to respond, the man said, "How about a Bloody Mary? Do you like it?" Valeria shook her head and said, "No, yeah, I don't like it too because I think the taste of blood isn't dense enough. It's too bland," the man in the black cape said with a smile. Valeria thought what he said was weird, but she couldn't pinpoint what was strange about him. "Water is good. How about you drink it first and I'll treat you to something better later," the man in the black cape said with a mysterious smile. The way he looked at her was like he was casting some sort of hypnotizing spell on her. Valeria didn't like water, but she drank it. Afterwards, she even strangely left with the man and his gang. Huh. Look, Valeria is going with the foreigner. No way? That fast? Wow. Are they in a rush to get a hotel room? Ah, I'm so jealous of her. I heard that foreigners are great in bed. Looks like Valeria is going to have an enjoyable night. Ha ha. Valeria's friends just watched as those men led her friend away, not thinking that she would be in danger. Only later did they know that something extremely horrifying would happen. Valeria walked into the Black Benz as if she were hypnotized. Very soon they arrived at a deserted old castle. Where are we? Only then did Valeria realize she was led to a strange place. The place where I'm staying. Isn't it great? The man smiled. This looks like a deserted and dangerous house. Why aren't you staying at a hotel? Valeria looked around to observe her surroundings. She realized that this place looked like an abandoned church, and everywhere around were weeds and spiderwebs. It was gross. A hotel? How would a hotel have such a vibe? The man smiled again. Suddenly, he had 2 glasses in his hands. In the glass was a dense and red liquid that Valeria thought was red wine. I told you I'd treat you to something better. Here, cheers. The man handed Valeria a glass, and she reached to accept it. She put the glass by her lips. There was a bloody smell to the liquid, which caused her to almost throw up. What is this? She held the glass up and asked. However, she seemed to already know the answer to her question. You should try it. It's very delicious. Then, the man gulped the whole glass of red liquid down. Since the liquid was so thick, there were some that stuck to the side of the man's lips. Valeria knew that was blood. Is this blood? Valeria asked. She was already deeply terrified. No, this isn't simply blood. It's human blood, the man responded. Valeria dropped the glass to the ground, splattering all the blood and breaking the glass. She trembled and backed up 2 steps. Who are you? She finally realized that she was led away by these men who weren't the kind bunch. The man looked down at the splattered blood and said with a furrow, Psh, what a waste. It's a pity that you wasted my beautiful drink. I'm the daughter of the Lewis family. Let me tell you that my father is an incredible figure. Valeria wanted to scare these people away, but she was walking backward as she shouted. The man looked up at her and smiled. Honey, you have to pay me back for that drink first. Then, 2 of the men in white caps held on to Valeria from the back. What are you guys trying to do? She tried to free herself, but the man was now holding a knife and walking towards her. Then he lifted her right wrist. What do you want? Help! Help! She screamed with all the energy she had. He slit her wrist. She felt a sharp pain but very soon felt numb, and the blood flooded out the wound. The man took an empty wineglass and put it under her wrist to catch the blood. Valeria thought her world was going to end. She thought to herself that this was more terrifying than horror movies. She even suspected that she had come across vampires. Once the glass was full of fresh blood, the man put the glass by his mouth and licked it. That psychotic move made Valeria want to throw up. Not bad. Not bad. Do you want to try? Then, he put the glass by Valeria's lips. Take it away, you psycho! Help! Someone help me! Valeria screamed with despair. She felt that this was only a bad dream because it was so unbelievable. Since I like your taste, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. What do you want? She had a very bad feeling about this. Drain her blood, the man said, and tossed a knife onto the ground. Then, he walked away with the glass in his hand. At that instant, Valeria felt as if something exploded inside her mind. At 4 a.m. in the Lewis residence, Old Master, I have bad news. Terrible news. The security guard came running from outside, knocking hard on Mr. Lewis's door. The commotion woke up Emery and Mr. Lewis, who were sleeping together. What is it? Mr. Lewis woke up in a daze, not in a good mood. Miss Valeria, she... The security guard didn't seem to be capable of delivering the news. What happened to Valeria? Mr. Lewis asked. You should go see for yourself, the security guard said with trembling fear. Emery also woke up from her dreams and said to Mr. Lewis, Mr. Lewis, let's go and check it out. The two quickly got changed. Then, Emery helped Mr. Lewis go out. When they came out, Emery and Mr. Lewis were dumbfounded by the sight. What in the world happened? Emery's eyes opened as wide as possible as she had never witnessed anything to this degree in her life. In front of the Lewis residence was a black coffin without a lid. Inside the coffin was Mr. Lewis's daughter, Valeria. She was lying in the coffin in a snow-white dress. She looked like she was just sleeping. However, her face was pale and her arms were crossed in front of her chest. She was freakishly pale, and there was no hint of blood below the skin. It was an extremely grotesque scene. "Someone come! Hurry! Save my daughter! Send her to the hospital!" Mr. Lewis shouted with agony. "Elder Master, Miss Lewis is already dead," the security guard said. Mr. Lewis suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and fainted. Mr. Lewis, someone! Hurry and call an ambulance." Emery was now even more shocked by the scene. The police and ambulances didn't clear out of the Lewis residence until 8 a.m. The media all came to interview the people at the Lewis residence to see what truly happened. Mr. Lewis was hospitalized at Southside, while Valeria's body was moved to the South Side too by the police so that forensics could investigate the crime. When Chloe came to work, she saw Adam Hall, someone she had not seen for a while. She felt rather awkward seeing him because she had once used him to her advantage. "Good morning, Dr. Green." "Oh no, I should call you Deputy Director Green now." Adam actively greeted Chloe. "Hello, Dr. Adam. What brings you here?" Chloe asked with a slight surprise on her face. "Someone was murdered last night and her body is here. Director Ace ordered me here to check out the body." "Murder?" Chloe asked with shock when she heard the crime. "Yeah, the victim is the daughter of the Lewis family. She was only 20. How she died was rather terrifying. All of her blood was drained out and she was like a mummy when she was found. Also, it looks like she was gang-raped before death, as her lower body was ripped open. She must have suffered terribly. Director Ace has already formed a major crimes unit to investigate this case as people in power care a lot about what happened to her." Who would do such a disgusting thing? Chloe thought that such a malicious murder had nothing to do with herself. Chloe went on to check her patients when she bumped into Emery in the hallway. Emery was calling someone, and her emotions seemed rather unstable. "Let me tell you that this must have something to do with Andrew. Only Andrew could do such a disgusting thing. Can you stop hesitating and just do it? If we wait any longer, we're both dead meat. He already killed Valeria. That's his way of showing who's in power to me and Mr. Lewis." Emery concluded that Andrew was the person behind this murder. When Chloe heard this, her initial reaction was denial, as Andrew was not a person that would drain all the blood from a young girl, despite how brutal and vicious he could be sometimes. Emery turned and saw Chloe. Then she hung up. Chloe didn't intend to engage in a conversation with Emery, so she continued her way. "Chloe, did you know Andrew has dissociative identity disorder?" Emery suddenly asked. When Chloe heard this, she stopped right in her tracks. "Dissociative identity disorder?" Chloe looked over at Emery and asked to confirm what she had just heard. "You might not know. Haha. What's most scary about Andrew isn't how brutal he can be, but how he has two personalities. There are two distinct souls in his body. We know one of them, but the other one, which we don't see, is like a devil," Emery said with a serious face. "So what does that have to do with me?" Chloe looked indifferently at Emery. "Weren't you investigating his crimes? So you know how Jennifer, Bella, and even Joyce's deaths are linked to him." "Miss Emery, I think you've mistaken me for the police. I'm not that curious about Andrew. Who Andrew killed has nothing to do with me. Also, whether or not he has dissociative identity disorder is not my problem either. Aren't you afraid he'd hurt you or even your precious daughters?" Emery furrowed. "I trust that my husband will protect us." "Miss Emery, you should worry about yourself first. After all, you have done plenty of things to anger him." "It's all karma," Chloe said with an icy tone. "Ha ha, Chloe. I finally know why Andrew loves you so much. It's because you're just like him. At your core, you're a cold-blooded animal. Although you speak of kindness, you're just a selfish hypocrite," Emery scoffed. "Miss Emery, you don't need to raise me up so high. I never said I speak only of kindness. I am no saint, and I do not seek a good reputation out there. I do things only for those I care about. For those who have nothing to do with me, I honestly don't care how they think." Then, Chloe walked away. "Chloe, you'll regret this. If you don't get rid of Andrew, sooner or later he will destroy your family," Emery shouted. Emery had no other paths left, so she wanted to force Chloe to take action. But to her dismay, Chloe couldn't appear to care less and was unwilling to do anything. Emery firmly believed that Andrew was liable for what happened to Valeria. She believed that she was his next target. That was why she called Brenny, hoping that Brenny could make a decision quickly so that they could take action. She thought that it wasn't a choice anymore whether or not to get rid of Andrew, but a necessity. Valeria's brutal death proved Emery's point. It was possible that Andrew was only making an example out of Valeria. The Lewis family had protected Emery for a long time now, so Emery thought it was extremely weird on how Andrew took no action against her. Now, Valeria's brutal death was like a landmine, triggering the beginning of a complicated story. After hanging up the phone, Emery went back to the patient room. Mr. Lewis was now awake. "Mr. Lewis, how do you feel?" Emery walked over with swollen red and teary eyes and asked, pretending to be very concerned, "My Valeria." Mr. Lewis was full of sorrow. It was no joy seeing your own child die before you. His brows furrowed and his hands trembled. All he could do was utter Valeria's name with a sobbing voice. "Mr. Lewis, I think Andrew is the one behind this. We can't just sit here and do nothing. We have to retaliate, or else he will just think that we are easy to bully and do more damage. He'd destroy us, and probably the whole Lewis family. I know his methods too well. He must have known how much you loved Valeria, so he chose to attack your weak spot." Emery tried to stir up Mr. Lewis's anger. "Andrew, I will seek revenge till my last breath." Mr. Lewis now firmly believed that Andrew was the one responsible for his daughter's death. The lawyer team of the Lewis family contacted the police right away so that the police could thoroughly investigate Andrew and sue him for murder. Emery even had a big fight with Noah in the hospital, scolding the police for not being effective. "You are paid from our taxes, but what are you good for? She's dead now. Why aren't you investigating her death? We already told you that Andrew is the #1 suspect. Why haven't you arrested and questioned him? Why are you still here doing nothing?" Emery shouted. Noah loathed Emery's condescending attitude, but could only respond politely. "Miss Emery, please be more careful of your choice of diction. We police too are only human and not gods. I think you've watched too much soap opera to think that we are superhumans like Conan or Derengi. We place high importance on finding the murderer of Miss Lewis, but we cannot do it in such a short amount of time like you desire. Please do not make it excessively difficult for us. Police work is based on evidence. Do you have any evidence that Andrew killed Miss Valeria?" "Of course he doesn't have to do it by himself. He has tons of underlings. Why would he do it himself? But he's definitely the one to blame. He has a motive. Valeria is a young girl without a boyfriend, so she most definitely was not killed by her lover. The Lewis family doesn't have any enemies, so she was not killed by an enemy. That leaves only one suspect. Andrew." Emery firmly believed that Andrew was the one that killed Valeria. Someone was murdered. "We cannot arrest someone for murder just because you say so. We will continue our investigation, and if the evidence leads us to Andrew, we will for sure do Miss Valeria justice," Noah said with a serious tone. "Whatever. I don't believe in the police. Last time when Bella was killed, you guys made Chloe and Jack, Andrew's scapegoat. You police were played in circles. I won't count on you people. I'll figure it out my way." Then Emery turned around and walked towards the patient room. Noah was extremely frustrated. Just then, Adam walked over. He was still wearing his white gloves and reeked of formalin. "Director Ace," Adam greeted Noah politely. "How was it?" The time of her death was between 2 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. The cause of her death was from the cut of her wrist. Her hand tendon was cut and she lost a lot of blood. This is an incredibly horrific way to kill someone. The murderer drained all of her blood, and I think he did it with purpose. Also, the victim was gang-raped, evidenced by her lower body being wounded terribly. However, I was unable to find any traces of semen. This case is not the doing of one individual, but a group, and they are extremely experienced. They were also very careful not to leave any clues. Adam analyzed the situation after carefully dissecting the body. Noah was so frustrated that he kicked the wall in the hallway. He was the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Someone committed such a horrendous murder right under his watch. To Noah, this meant that someone was announcing war with the police. "What are we going to do now, Director Ace?" Adam asked. "When you're done investigating the body, return it to the Lewis family so they can give her a proper funeral. This case is carefully watched by the media and my bosses. I'll thoroughly investigate who's behind this. I'm going to go back to the Municipal Public Security Bureau now to see what other clues we have." Then, Noah walked away with agony. Surprisingly enough, he bumped into Chloe. "Huh? Noah, you're here?" Chloe looked at him with surprise. "Yeah, I came over to see if there were any clues." There were many signs on Noah's face showing that he was in a terrible mood. "I heard about the murder and also bumped into Adam. It sounded horrible. It's a pity that a girl was killed so brutally." Although Chloe had never met Adam, she still pitied her very much. "I have a feeling that things won't be that simple," Noah said slowly. "You mean?" Chloe did not understand what Noah was referring to. The Lewis family has been in this city for many years, and Mr. Lewis has a powerful reputation. Ordinary people would not dare to touch his beloved daughter, but now someone has killed her in such a brutal manner. "Do you think Andrew has something to do with this?" Chloe asked cautiously. "I don't know. There's not enough evidence for me to say anything yet. I'm going back to the Municipal Public Security Bureau to investigate a bit further. It's not that safe out there now, so you should be extra careful," Noah warned. Then, he left the hospital. After checking on her patients, Chloe went back to her office. Suddenly, her phone rang. "Hello, Jack?" Chloe smiled as she saw Jack on her cell phone screen. The sight of him drove all her fears and worries away. "Are you busy right now?" Jack asked in a gentle voice. "I just checked the patients, and I'm about to eat lunch." "I also just finished a meeting. Oh, I just saw Noah. Did you hear about the murder that happened last night?" Chloe asked Jack. "Yeah, I saw it on the news. All the media channels are talking about it." "Yeah, it sounded horrible. The victim was the daughter of Mr. Lewis. I heard she was only 20 years old, such a prime and beautiful stage in her life. Adam was the forensic doctor in charge of the case, and Noah also came to the hospital. There's a lot of attention put on this case because she died so brutally. The nurses at our hospital were already talking about it, and they said it could be the doing of vampires." "Vampires?" Jack's eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Yeah, there was no blood left in her body." "Someone had drained her dry," Chloe said seriously. "Were there any marks on her neck?" Jack joked. "Honey, your joke isn't funny at all," Chloe pouted. "I heard Elder Lewis is at Southside." "Yeah, he's in the VIP patient room. Not many can stand the pain of losing one's daughter. He's been treated with intravenous therapy, so Emery is there too, right?" "Yeah, I saw her in the hallway," Chloe said calmly. She did not mention how Emery said Andrew had dissociative identity disorder. "Honey, how's your work schedule like this week?" Jack asked. "They're all day shifts this week." "Good," Jack sighed from relief. "What? Honey, what does this have to do with me? Do you think I'd be afraid?" "Don't worry, I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm not like those little girls that would ruminate on the possibility of vampires or zombies existing. I don't believe in them. Although the sound of it is a bit frightening, I am still a doctor who believes in science," Chloe scoffed. "No, I'm just afraid that whoever killed Valeria is after Emery. Now that Emery is in Southside, they might try to kill her in there. Someone who can use such brutal methods to kill Valeria is probably a terrifying murderer. You work at the South Side, so you should be careful. Regardless of it being day shift or night shift, Jack was still a bit worried, and he warned Chloe to be more cautious. "Don't worry, honey. I believe in karma. Since they're after Emery, then it has nothing to do with me. It's not like I'm best friends with her. I'm fine. Just be careful, okay?" Jack said with a worried look. "Okay. I understand, honey. I'll be more careful." "Okay. Go have lunch. I'll pick you up after work." "Okay." After the video chat, Jack got up and stared out of his French window. He was wearing a white shirt and black dress pants. Although it was a simple outfit, he still looked extremely handsome. "President Dawson?" Mark knocked on the door and came in. "It's time for lunch. Are you going down or out to a restaurant?" "I'll skip lunch today. I don't feel like eating," Jack said slowly as he continued to gaze out the window. "Huh? What's the matter, boss? Did you have a fight with President Dawson?" To Mark, Jack was an extremely strong person. On normal occasions, things would not bother him. Only if he got into a fight with Chloe would he be unhappy. Even when the profitability of the company dropped by 30%, Jack would not look so depressed and lifeless. "No, we didn't get into a fight." "Then what is it?" Mark asked. "I'm fine. You go have lunch. Let me know if you feel like eating again. I'll go buy it for you." "Okay." Jack wasn't in good spirits. When Mark left, he gazed out the window for a long time. He had been stuck in such a bad mood since a few days ago. He didn't know why, but he felt extremely worried. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen, but there was nothing he could do about it. He felt powerless, and he hated this feeling. At the headquarters of the Green Corporation, "Boss, what are we going to do? Should we have PR send out an official announcement? The rumors about you are getting worse by the minute. People out there are saying you killed Valeria. Also, that Batch Emery is pointing fingers at you. She's reprimanding you and saying that you are definitely responsible for Valeria's death. She told the media that you've been to the Lewis residence many times and that you were up to no good. That Batch just wants to frame you." Andrew's subordinate was disturbed by the thought that someone was trying to frame his boss. Andrew was now thrown under the bus, being called a killer when he actually didn't do anything. He was called the murderer of Valeria just out of the blue, and he was known to be in direct relationship to Valeria's death. All of the media rushed to report that Valeria was with her friends at some bar. At the bar, she flirted with a mysterious foreign handsome guy. After following him out, they lost contact with her until the next morning when her body was found outside the Lewis family. "We don't need to explain. The more we say, the more people will think I have something to do with it," Andrew slowly said. "But if we just let things run its course, wouldn't the police suspect you? The police need evidence to arrest someone. I have nothing to do with this, so we don't need to do anything," Andrew said confidently. "Boss, do you think that Batch Emery got someone to kill Valeria and then frame you for it? If that's the case, we must kill her." One of his subordinates gave a daring hypothesis. Andrew shook his head and said, "Although Emery is a cruel person, she wouldn't dare to use such a brutal method of draining the victim's blood. Emery doesn't have the guts to do something so disgusting. Boss, do you suspect that there's someone else behind all this?" Andrew didn't make a sound. He put the cigar under his nose and sniffed it. No one knew what was going on in his head. Municipal Bureau, Interrogation Room. The waiters at the bar and Valeria's friends from that night were all called in for questioning. "When was the last time you saw Valeria?" Noah asked. "Last night we were drinking at the bar and she arrived a bit late. She was in a bad mood. She was complaining about her dad's mistress." The girl recollected memories from that night. "Then what happened?" "There was a foreigner at the bar that seemed to be interested in her, so we told her to go talk to him, and she did. She drank something at their booth and left with him." "Did Valeria know who he was?" "No, none of us did. He was really good-looking, so we couldn't help it but feel attracted to him." "Do you remember what the man looked like?" "It was really dark, so none of us saw his face clearly. Plus, foreigners all look alike. I can't be sure." "Oh, right. The bar should have surveillance cameras. Can't you pull up the footage from last night?" the girl suggested. "Someone tampered with the surveillance cameras. Everything was deleted." "What? That's so weird." The woman was now scared to her core. "Please investigate thoroughly. Valeria died such a brutal death, you have to catch the murderer. If that foreigner really did it, you can't let him free. We will deal with this accordingly. Don't worry." That morning's interrogation ended in vain. The only thing the waiters and Valeria's friends remember was that the suspect was a foreigner, but no one knew what he looked like. Plus, he was wearing a cloak that covered most of his body, and the bar's lights were dimly lit. "Should we ask the customs for entry records?" one of Noah's subordinates asked. "It'll be useless. They knew they weren't going to be caught if they had the guts to do something like this." Noah put his hands on his waist and sighed. As expected, an officer under him spent a while there, and the customs couldn't give them anything useful. Should we call all the foreigners in the city in for questioning to eliminate suspects? There's just too many. Are you really going to call them all in? Before we even finish, the next person would have died. It's not going to work. Noah immediately rejected this suggestion. What should we do then, sir? The provincial government is putting pressure on us to find the murderer. Everyone at the bureau was busying about because of this case, but there were no leads so far. I think we should start from the beginning. The fact that Valeria was murdered meant that the murderer wasn't interested in money nor sex. Not only did he kill her, he even put a coffin outside the Lewis family. Why did he do that? Noah asked himself. He's provoking the Lewis family, a quick-witted policewoman interrupted. Noah nodded. The murderer did this to show up the Lewis family. It almost means that this is just the beginning. The next victim may be someone living under their roof as well. You guys, keep a close eye on the other members of the Lewis family, whether it's the elder or children. Make sure nothing happens to them. Noah had a feeling that more would happen in the near future, so he decided to take action right away. Midnight, at the corridor in the hospital. Emery could fall asleep, so she went to a secluded hallway and lit up a cigarette. As she smoked, she suddenly saw a shadow that seemed to be lurking behind her. Who is it? She turned around cautiously. However, when Emery turned around, no one was there. It was 12:30 a.m., and she had been losing sleep, especially after what happened at the Lewis family. Mr. Lewis was still hospitalized, and no one had time to arrange Valeria's funeral. Too scared to keep staying at the Lewis family, she thought the hospital was the safest place to be at the moment. Not only did she have bodyguards, there were also so many people at Southside that the bad guys probably wouldn't pick the hospital to do things, or so she thought. Feeling anxious, Emery threw her cigarette onto the ground and smeared it with her foot. Then, she rushed back towards her room. She quickly arrived outside her room door. Her bodyguards immediately went up to help a huffing and puffing Emery. Miss Emery, are you all right? I'm fine. She waved her hands. Did you guys see anyone suspicious just now? We didn't see anything. One of the bodyguards shook his head. Okay, thanks. Emery, still terrified, opened the room door and walked in. Mr. Lewis was still sleeping. He still had an oxygen mask over his face. When he first heard that his youngest daughter, Valeria, had died, he suffered from a severe heart attack and almost died. After being sent to Southside, he crashed twice. Although the doctors got him back eventually, he was still in critical condition. The truth was, Emery wanted Mr. Lewis to live. She wasn't done using him yet. Once Andrew was dealt with and she left the country, she wasn't going to give a crap about the Lewis family. She relaxed a little as soon as she went back in. Climbing into her bed, she took out her phone and sent Brenny a snap message. Have you made a decision? We don't have much time yet. She waited for a while, but Brenny never responded. She was probably asleep. Feeling drained, Emery wanted to wash her face, but at this moment, her room door was pushed open, and in came a small-figured nurse with a mask on her face. Miss Emery, I need to give Mr. Lewis his medicine now. Go ahead. Emery nodded without suspicion, and the nurse quickly injected some kind of fluid into Mr. Lewis's IV with a long needle. Emery, not looking at either of them, was heading towards the washroom when she felt her neck go numb. It felt as if she was injected with something. After the initial pain on her neck, she quickly became unconscious. The nurse took off her mask to reveal a pretty face. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. As she left the room, neither of the bodyguards paid much attention to what was under the cart she pushed. Morning soon came, peacefully and quietly. When Chloe came to work that morning, however, Southside was blocked up countless police cars. What's wrong now? Chloe muttered to herself with confusion. Then, she saw Noah walk out of the hospital wearing a grim expression on his face. What happened, Noah? She asked. Mr. Lewis died last night. He died? How? Chloe asked with surprise. He was murdered. Someone injected poisonous gas into his oxygen mask, and he died almost immediately. What about Emery? Wasn't she taking care of him? Chloe asked. She's missing, Noah replied dejectedly. Missing? How's that possible? Chloe was now more confused than ever by everything that had happened over the past few days. It's weird, right? We don't even have a lead on Valeria's death, and now, Emery missing. I guess that's the end of my days as director. Noah's head hurt at this thought. It was literally only yesterday that he asked his people to protect the other members of the family, and today, Mr. Lewis was found dead in his bed. Moreover, Southside was always bustling with people, which meant whoever murdered him had to be experienced and courageous. Did you guys pull up the surveillance cameras from last night? Yeah, but the same thing happened. Someone tampered with the tapes again and we couldn't find anything useful. Mr. Lewis is dead and Emery missing. Could it be that Emery murdered Mr. Lewis and ran away? Noah analyzed out loud. What? About Andrew? Is he a suspect? Chloe asked slowly. So what if we suspect him? Andrew has an alibi and I've been keeping tabs on him. Andrew's either at the Green Corporation or at his mansion, that's it. We've been listening to his cell phone as well, and he hasn't ordered his people to do anything illegal. So we have no reason to arrest him for interrogation. That's strange then. Everyone knows how much Andrew despises Mr. Lewis and Emery. It's weird that he's been so quiet while people are dying and going missing. Chloe had an unsettling feeling about these cases, but she wasn't sure how to express it. I asked a bunch of people who last saw Valeria before she died, and they all told me that she was taken away by a couple of foreigners. It's harder for us to launch an all-out investigation when the murderers aren't from our country. They're foreigners? Chloe frowned. She wasn't interested in the case until this morning, when Emery was found missing. She was sure there was more to the puzzle. Yeah, they couldn't even describe what the foreigners looked like, and the security tapes were tampered with. We're at a dead end right now, Noah sighed as he put his hands on his waist. How's that possible? Chloe felt the same way. Anyways, Chloe, you should go to work. I've asked someone to come do an autopsy on Mr. Lewis. I'm going back to the bureau to investigate Emery's case. Okay. Chloe was still anxious after Noah left. She went back to her office and, after a lot of thought, decided that she should give Andrew a call. When was the last time she called Andrew? Honestly, if it weren't for all the things that had happened over the last few months, she would never think of calling him. Andrew was surprised to see Chloe's number flashing on his cell phone screen. He had to blink a couple of times to make sure that he wasn't hallucinating. After making sure that it was indeed Chloe's number, he picked up the phone, unable to suppress his happiness. His voice came out as gentle as ever. Chloe. Andrew, let me ask you, do you have anything to do with recent events? Chloe's tone was unfriendly, and she went right to the point. Which event are you talking about? Valeria's death, Mr. Lewis's death, or Emery going missing? Andrew replied with a question of his own. All of them. Would you believe me if I told you that I didn't do anything? Andrew asked in a quiet tone. Why should I believe you? These people were all linked to you, especially Emery. She was at the hospital yesterday and told me that you... Chloe suddenly paused, remembering that Noah said they were monitoring Andrew's cell phone. She decided not to bring up his dual personalities. Go on, Andrew said quietly. What I'm trying to say is, if you're the one behind these murders and disappearances, just say so. Don't pretend to be innocent. Should I admit it even if I didn't do anything? Andrew chuckled. That's not what I mean. I just think, murder is a serious crime, so it's good that you didn't do it. So many things are happening to people in or related to the Lewis family, and I think it has to do with you. So, if you're not the one behind these incidents, you should be careful. It could be possible that you are their next target, Chloe said, word for word. So, Chloe, are you reminding me to take care of myself? You care about me, right? Andrew sounded like a happy child. You're thinking too much. I don't care about you. I just don't want to see your body at Southside, Chloe replied icily. I don't care. I'm just happy hearing what you said, Andrew replied gently over the phone. Chloe, I'm hanging up now. Wait, Andrew said quickly. Chloe, what? Andrew, Chloe, can you go on vacation for the next little while? What? Chloe frowned, not sure what Andrew was getting at. Chloe, you, your husband, and your children should all go on vacation. Leave the country, go to Bali, Saipan, the Maldives, anywhere you want to. You should all go. Why? Chloe asked. Why would Andrew tell her to leave the country all of a sudden? Because of all the things happening in the city. I don't want you to freak out. After all these murders are frightening. You don't have to worry about that. I'm a doctor, and I deal with dead people on a daily basis. Anyways, goodbye. Chloe hung up the phone, unwilling to deal with Andrew anymore. All she wanted was to find out if Andrew was behind these incidents, since Emery was directly connected to him. However, it seemed like he really wasn't involved. But if that was the case, who was it? Andrew, on the other end of the line, was more worried than ever. He seemed to know the person behind all these incidents, but he didn't have the guts to investigate. He didn't want to knock on the devil's door. "Come in," Andrew called out to the guard outside his door. "Sir?" "Have more people watching Chloe. Keep a close tab on her wherever she goes. Be on alert for anything that may happen." "Yes, sir." Chloe was the only person who Andrew cared about. Literally. At a castle in the rural area of Moscow, "Miss Fiona, you can't leave." A tall Russian bodyguard blocked Fiona's way. Today, she was wearing a white cashmere jacket and a scarf made of fox fur. Her brown, slightly curly hair fell down to her shoulders, and her flawless features made her a sight to see. "F off," Fiona replied icily. She wasn't joking around. "Miss Fiona, please don't make it difficult for us. Young Master gave us orders to not let you leave. Do I look like I care? Even Riker can't stop me if he tries. Get out of my face, or else don't blame me for killing all of you. Miss Fiona." The bodyguard's voice trailed off as he saw Fiona pull out a silver gun and point it at his forehead in between his eyebrows. All the assassins in the world knew how accurate Fiona's shots were. The bodyguard immediately froze. He knew this young woman wasn't kidding, and that his life literally meant nothing to her. Just then, an icy voice interrupted them. "Fiona, what are you doing now?" Fiona turned around to see Riker walk towards them. He was wearing a Russian army uniform, and his silver hair shone in the night. "Psycho Riker, perfect timing. Tell them to F off, I need to be somewhere. No, I'm not letting you go anywhere," Riker replied without hesitation. "Riker, did you know? Legends in the city. My sister and her family are in danger," Fiona said anxiously. "I know." Riker was extremely calm. "You know? Then why won't you let me go?" Fiona's voice got louder. She seemed to be angry. "I can't let you go, because I know he's in the city. You know how much he wants to capture you. I can't let you walk into his trap," Riker replied calmly. "But if I don't go, my sister and her family." "He doesn't know Chloe is your sister," Riker corrected. "But one day he will, and once he does, they're screwed. My sister isn't like me. She has a normal life." Fiona became more worried the more she thought about it. "Fiona, calm down. Jack's not an ordinary person either. He's capable of protecting his wife and children. This is legend we're talking about." Fiona knew Jack was powerful, but she didn't know anyone who had fought face-to-face with legend and survived. Even her dad and herself were constantly running away from him. How can you be sure that Jack's going to lose to legend? Riker seemed to be very confident in Jack. "Psycho Riker, I don't have time to waste on you right now. I'm going to ask you one last time, are you going to let me go or not?" Fiona asked. She was fresh out of patience. "What if I don't?" "Then you leave me with no choice." Fiona's expression suddenly changed. "Do as you wish. Kill me first and then leave." Riker slowly walked up to Fiona and pointed her gun at his chest. "Riker, you—" Fiona didn't understand why Riker wouldn't let her go to the city. Her tone was filled with fury. "You don't think I dare? I know you can. You're capable of anything because you're the fearless Fiona. So here are your options. Kill me and leave, or stay here," Riker said nonchalantly, as if there wasn't a gun pointing at his chest right now. "You think I won't shoot you, don't you?" "No, I told you. Do as you wish." Neither of them was willing to back down. Fiona shook with anger as she held the gun in her hands. There was no way in hell that she would shoot Riker. Last time when he almost died, She almost died with him from being so worried and terrified of losing him. She could still vividly remember. She still remembered how grateful and happy she felt when Jack saved Riker. She also knew that Riker didn't want her to go to the city for her own good. Legend didn't know who Chloe was yet, but he would know Fiona's whereabouts as soon as she landed. If they see each other. A brutal battle would be inevitable. Although Fiona wasn't easy to defeat, Legend could still beat her without a doubt. It was something they all knew. Finally, Fiona sighed and pulled her gun away. She looked dejected. "You win, Fiona. It's for your own good. Let's fight. You can't threaten me and I won't play dirty. What do you say?" Fiona raised her chin and glared at Riker with confidence. "What do you have in mind?" Riker looked calmly at the woman in front of him. "How about karate? We'll draw a circle and whoever gets pushed out first loses. If you win, I'll never bring up going to the city again. If you lose, then shut up and get me a helicopter," Fiona said domineeringly. "Riker, and if I refuse?" "Riker, screw you," Fiona fumed. "Riker, Fiona, stop giving me a hard time. I told your dad that I would take good care of you. What am I supposed to do if something happens to my sister?" Fiona shouted at Riker in exasperation. "I've got people watching her, and I'll save her the minute I think she's in trouble. I won't let anything happen to her. Jack saved my life. It's the least I can do," Riker said. "Are you telling the truth?" Only then did Fiona calm down a little. "Riker, when have I ever lied to you? If that's the case, why won't you fight me? Are you afraid of losing?" Fiona raised her chin proudly. "That's not it. I'm just not interested in the prize," Riker said. "What do you want to bet on then?" Fiona felt speechless. "If I win, you get into bed with me tonight. What do you say?" Riker said ever so calmly in front of all his subordinates. Fiona was immediately flushed, both embarrassed and angry. She felt like she was at a loss for words. I'm too lazy to play with you. I'm going back for a nap." Then, she turned around and ran back into the castle, disregarding her request to go to the city and bet with Riker. Riker let out a sigh of relief as he watched her leave. Then, he turned around and headed back as well. On his way, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Jack had just come out of his morning meeting when his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID. It was a Russian number. Was it Riker or Fiona? He hadn't seen either of them ever since the left on the eve of New Year. At this thought, Jack picked up the phone. "Hello? Brother-in-law, it's Riker," the man on the other end called Jack so naturally. "I know." Jack was just as calm and natural. It was as if they had known each other for years. "I have news." "Go on." Jack nodded as he walked towards his office. "We have reliable intel that Legend arrived in the city 2 days ago. What did you say?" Jack froze on the spot upon hearing what Riker said. "You didn't find out in time probably because he disguised himself when he entered the country." I see. Jack finally understood why a bad feeling had been lingering over him for the past few weeks. Legend was here. Did that mean he was behind the series of incidents that happened over the last few days? But what did Legend have to do with the Lewis family and Emery, though? Jack's head buzzed as countless questions came to his mind. Fiona's worried that Legend might find out who Chloe is. She loves her sister so much that she wanted to go to the city today, but I reckon that her presence might alert Legend. Legend probably doesn't know who Chloe is yet, or else he would have done something a long time ago, Riker analyzed calmly. "You're right." Jack nodded in agreement. Legend would have made a move already if he knew that Chloe was Fiona's sister. But you guys should be on alert. It wouldn't hurt to be more cautious. Legend's the cruelest man I've ever met. "Protect your family, Jack," Riker reminded. "Okay, I will. Thanks for letting me know. My people will keep an eye on Legend's actions, and I'll send people over immediately if something seems off." "Okay." Jack hung up the phone, unable to keep his cool. He spent those 4 years in the U.S., away from his wife and children, so he could look into Andrew's 6 years in Germany that were completely blank to the public. He quickly found out that Andrew had close ties to Legend's family. During his investigation, he found out that Legend was the worst of the worst. He was barely human. Legend had already killed too many people over the years to be counted. He was an abomination, a threat to society and the human population. After Riker's phone call, Jack immediately ordered more men to protect his family. Then, he decided to go and see Noah and tell him to stop his blind search. Rick and Cece originally planned to leave as soon as they could, but Cece's sister injured her hips a few days ago at the set, and Cece wanted to take care of her, so they stayed for a few more days. Rick was busy as well, so the pair decided to stay in the city for a few more days. That day they were at a Japanese restaurant, and Rick seemed to have a lot on his mind. "What's wrong?" Cece asked. "Nothing. But you look troubled." "I'm thinking about some stuff," Rick replied as he took his time and ate. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push back our trip, but I'm really worried about my sister's injury. You know she's in the entertainment industry and so many unexpected things happen all the time. Cece, I don't blame you for that. Don't think too much, okay?" Rick reached out and put his hand over Cece's. "We'll go back to the States as soon as she gets better, okay?" Cece smiled brightly. "Okay." Rick nodded, his expression filled with adoration. At this time, a group of foreigners walked in, immediately sucking the attention of everyone in the restaurant. This was a rare sight. There were 4 people, all dressed in black robes. They looked like they belonged to some sort of cult. Rick wasn't really interested, so he didn't pay much attention. However, the leader of the group walked up to him. "Hi, old friend. I didn't expect to see you here." Rick's body froze upon hearing the man's familiar voice. He looked up, but the face wasn't familiar. However, that voice, Rick wasn't sure if he heard right. "Do you like my new face? It's cool, isn't it?" The man wore a creepy smile on his face. The whole conversation was spoken in English, and having studied abroad for a few years, Cece naturally could understand their conversation. Cece looked curiously at Rick. "Honey, is he your friend?" "Honey?" The man tilted his head and glanced at Cece. She looked into his eyes and for some reason felt frightened and disgusted. Although the man was extremely good-looking, even more so than Rick, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. "Old friend, this is what you're into now?" the man asked Rick with a smile that sent chills up Cece and Rick's spines. "Legend, why are you here?" Rick knew that this face didn't belong to Legend, but the voice did. Legend was known for playing games like this, disguising himself so no one knew what he really looked like. Rick's family was a well-respected mafia group, and his parents knew Legend's family from way back. However, Legend's methods were so inhumane that his brother stopped working with Legend when he took over the family business. They were not really friends, but they weren't really enemies either. Strictly saying, they were old acquaintances. Now that Rick thought about it, he hadn't seen Legend in 7 or 8 years. "I'm here for enjoyment. This is an interesting city." Legend smiled evilly. Cece looked at Rick's expression and immediately realized that there was more going on. Therefore, she decided to keep her mouth shut. Legend suddenly turned his head towards Cece. Then he asked Rick, "Are you playing around or for real? I thought you and Luna were engaged. That's just a rumor," Rick replied icily. "How interesting. How about dinner tonight, old friend? Are you interested?" Legend asked. "No thanks, I'm not interested. We're full, actually. Enjoy your lunch. We're going to go now." Then, Rick pulled Cece up, and the 2 of them headed towards the door. He seemed to want to get out of here as quickly as possible. Rick was in such a hurry to leave and grabbed Cece's wrist so hard that it hurt. "Okay then, that's too bad. See you around." Legend smiled. He calmly watched as Rick and Cece hurried out of the restaurant. Rick didn't realize how tight his grip was until they left. He turned around. "I'm sorry. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Who was that? Who's Luna? You're engaged?" Cece was more confused than ever. "That's not important, Cece. He's really dangerous. I need to talk to Jack." Rick knew that Jack looked into Legend, and he knew that he had close ties to Andrew. Rick was shocked by Legend's sudden appearance, and finally, he understood why so many brutal crimes had happened over the last few days. Chase Corporation, HQ. Brenny arrived outside the president's office. Miss Green, could you please wait inside for a moment? President Chase is in a meeting. Case's assistant knew who Brenny was, so she was very polite. It's fine. I'll wait. Would you like coffee or tea? I'm good, thanks. I'll just have a seat. Okay then, let me know if you need anything. The assistant led Brenny into Case's office and then closed the door behind her. She had been here a couple of times now. Cases didn't try to hide anything from her, and he treated her as if she were his wife. He had been very good to her. Brenny had been thinking hard and decided to do what Emery proposed. However, she hadn't been able to contact her. Emery wouldn't pick up her phone, nor reply to her snap messages. Where was the medicine Emery prepared? Was she supposed to poison Andrew or not? Brenny took out her phone and sent Emery another snap message. Are you there? I need to talk to you. I'm in. She waited a few minutes, but Emery didn't reply. Brenny waited anxiously inside Case's office. Without Emery's help, she couldn't do anything. She was also worried that Andrew found out what they wanted to do. Could he have killed Emery already? Inside the basement of an ordinary house in the city, Emery's entire body was aching when she woke up. She blinked her eyes, the world swaying in front of her. Where am I? The Bureau had absolutely no leads to Valeria's death, and at the same time, Mr. Lewis was found dead and Emery went missing. The case became more complicated than ever, and as the director of the Municipal Bureau, Noah was under a lot of pressure. It wasn't until Jack came looking for him and told him about Legend that Noah understood what was going on. They went to a coffee shop near the Bureau and sat down. Noah's eyes widened after he heard everything Jack had to say. Jack, you're saying that Legend orchestrated all 3 incidents? He's the only one capable of doing something like this. But it doesn't make sense. He doesn't have a motive. The Lewis family has no connections to Legend. Why would he kill Mr. Lewis and Valeria? He might not have connections to the Lewis family, but he is well acquainted with Andrew. Jack was pretty calm. You think Andrew asked Legend to deal with the Lewis family and Emery? I'm not 100% sure about that, but I am sure that Legend's here, and he's the one behind all these incidents. Jack was certain it was Legend. He knew how crazy and inhumane that man was. No wonder the witnesses said Valeria left with a few foreigners. It doesn't matter if you know it's him. You won't be able to catch him. Jack took a small sip of his coffee and said slowly, I know. Even the FBI can't do anything about that terrorist. I obviously would never be able to catch him. I just don't want anyone else in our city to die. Noah was really worried. Noah felt pressured. After all, the city was under his jurisdiction, and if more people died, what was he supposed to tell the provincial officials? We'll see if Emery has any luck left for her. Jack had a feeling that Emery was already dead. Maybe she'll be the last to suffer from this series of tragedies, Noah sighed. Did you discover anything new with Andrew? Jack looked up and asked. No. He's surprisingly quiet, and his schedule is even more of a routine than a high school student's. Home, office, home, office. We've been monitoring his calls and discovered nothing. Sometimes, nothing suspicious is what's most suspicious, Jack analyzed calmly. You're right, that's what Chloe said. We also noticed that Chloe called Andrew, Noah said. Oh? My wife called him? Jack asked, a little surprised. I think she thinks Andrew did it. She warned him not to do anything rash. I'm sure she's weirded out by these incidents as well. What did Andrew say? Jack asked. Noah smiled helplessly. He's a sly old fox. He knows we're monitoring his calls so naturally, he didn't admit to anything. But the way he spoke to Chloe, it gave me goosebumps. You should get your men to investigate quietly. See if you can figure out where Emery is. You didn't find her body yet, which means she might still be alive. Or maybe Legend wants her alive on purpose for now. Jack made a bold guess. Yeah, I had been. My people looked through all the abandoned factories around the city, Noah sighed. Legend's a devious man, and he's fearless. Chances are he doesn't care about cops, so... Maybe look inside the city. He's probably hiding around here, Jack suggested. Jack, have you made plans? You mentioned that Legend's interested in where Chloe is? Jack only briefly mentioned this to Noah, but he was worried. He is. Will you and your family be in danger? I'm not sure. That depends on how much Legend knows. Or how much Andrew told him. Jack wasn't sure if Legend knew who Chloe was, so he felt more restless than ever. Uncertainty is frightening. Anyways, I know you'll do everything you can to protect Chloe and the twins. Oh, maybe tell her not to go to work anymore. Southside doesn't seem safe. After all, Mr. Lewis died and Emery went missing without anyone noticing, Noah reminded Jack. I know. I'm going to talk to her tonight. Just then, Jack's phone rang. Hello? Jack, I need to talk to you. Where are you? Rick sounded like he was in a rush. I'm with Noah near the bureau. I saw Legend just now, Rick said, his voice as serious as could be. What? Where did you see him? Jack's body froze. At a Japanese restaurant near Huashi Road. I'll tell you everything when I see you. This is trouble. Okay, I'll be right there. Then, Jack hung up the phone and stood up. Rick saw Legend. I'm going to go see him now. Where did he see Legend? Does he know him? Noah stood up as well. Rick's family used to work with Legend's family. They're not enemies, but they're definitely not friends either. Anyways, it's complicated. I'll explain it to you another time. Okay, keep me updated. It'll be easier to find Emery if we know Legend and his people's whereabouts. Jack was just about to leave when Noah's phone rang. The latter called out, Jack, wait! Jack turned around, and Noah showed him the video he just received. Jack's expression changed drastically. It was a video of Emery, completely naked, nailed to a cross. Blood was streaming out of her wrists and ankles. Emery didn't really look like herself anymore, but it was unmistakably her. They're so cruel. I can't believe they would do this to a woman. I'm sure Emery would rather be dead right now. I can't take it, F. I really want to catch Legend and shoot him in the head 100 times. Although Noah didn't like Emery, he still felt awful that she was being played with and tortured like a puppet. Who sent the video to you? Jack asked. His voice was cold but calm. One of my guys just forwarded this to me 3 minutes ago. He said that the Municipal Public Security Bureau received this video. This is obviously meant to provoke us. What the F do these people want? Noah said furiously. He had been in the police force for many years and had seen many vicious criminals. Yet this criminal was the most ruthless of all. Now he understood why Jack would look more cautious and solemn when he mentioned Legend. From the looks of it, Emery is probably doomed. Legend has the guts to send you guys this video because he knows you can't touch him. F that foreign bastard! How dare he! I don't care who this Legend is. I'm going to shoot a bullet through his head and think about the consequences later. Even if he has some foreign status, I cannot tolerate him playing me like this. Normally Noah was a composed individual, but now he was as angry as an annoyed lion. Even if he killed that foreign BS Legend, the problem would not be resolved. It was a much more complicated issue. I don't know how this will play out, but I don't think you should have your people search. Jack looked down and analyzed the situation. Why? Noah said in a surprised tone. He did not understand what Jack meant. Emery's probably dead by now. Even if she's not dead yet, she'll be dead very soon, Jack said decisively. From how they tortured Emery, Jack could tell that Ian would never let her go alive. Her death seemed to be only a matter of time. F, I'm such a piece of garbage. How can I call myself a police officer? I can't even save 2 hostages. Suddenly, Noah felt an immense sense of obligation from his police status. He was sad, frustrated, and overwhelmed with a sense of inferiority. He even thought he was good for nothing. It was the first time in his life that he felt so powerless. You don't need to blame yourself too hard for this. We all couldn't predict Legend's arrival. There's a bright side to this. At least none of our people are Ian's prey because that would be a lot more trouble. Yeah, you're right. Noah gave a sigh and said, I'm going back to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. It's probably chaos over there by now. Noah was in a very bad mood. The two separated. Jack went to see Rick while Noah went back to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Emery was nailed on a cross. At that moment, she was so numb that she could not feel pain anymore. She had been brutally tortured by these devils that she wanted someone to just stab her to death so she could be freed from this pain. Boss, this woman won't last that long. Should we kill her right now? One of Legend's subordinates asked. Legend was sitting not far away from Emery and was casually sipping some red liquid. The red liquid might be blood or wine, but the whole basement was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Not yet. I want her alive for now. I brought her over to give Green a big present, Legend smirked. 10 minutes later, Andrew came. Half an hour ago, Legend told Andrew to come and meet up with him. Since their phones were being monitored, Legend had someone go to the Green residence to send Andrew a secret message. When Andrew heard about Legend, he was also very shocked because everything happened too suddenly. He did not receive any news that Legend was here. Andrew didn't even know when Legend crossed the border. Once Andrew was able to calm down and think, he was able to comprehend what had happened the last few days. Valeria's death, Mr. Lewis's death, and Emery's disappearance. No one other than Legend could possibly be capable of such malicious actions. "Boss, Mr. Green is here." One of his subordinates knocked on the door and reported, "Let him in." Legend swirled his wineglass. He had a creepy smile on his face that would make others petrified. Andrew rushed out so he still had his ordinary business attire on. He was in an espresso-colored shirt and black dress pants. He also had on a long black wool coat. He didn't bring anyone with him. Since he was going to see Legend, bringing anyone along with him would only add on inconvenience. So, he came alone. "You're here. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Andrew said politely as soon as he saw Legend. "It's no biggie. I just went around for 2 days. Although this city of yours is small, it is rather intriguing," Legend responded with a smile. "Master Legend, did you come here to deliver a mission to me?" Andrew asked, a bit restless. "We're in no rush." "Green, come over and have a seat," Legend said with a smile. Andrew was very unsettled. However, he listened to Legend and sat down across from him. Legend held up another glass with dense red liquid and handed it over to Andrew. "Here, try it." Andrew looked down at the glass. He knew that it was human blood since he knew Legend had an old habit of drinking it. Although he knew about this, it was the first time he ever saw Legend drinking it. "What's the matter?" "You don't like it?" Legend asked when he saw Andrew was not gulping the drink down. Andrew raised the glass without a word. He gritted his teeth and gulped the whole drink down. The bloody taste spread in his mouth and felt like he would throw up any second now. "What do you think? Do you like the taste?" Legend looked right into Andrew's eyes and asked. "Not bad." Andrew responded with all his might. In front of Legend, Andrew must put on a good performance, or else what he had done and accomplished would be flushed down the drain. If he made Legend unhappy, there would be severe consequences. Legend was a whimsical person. He was more capricious than a child. Legend didn't even care about Nalo, his own biological brother. Even if Andrew didn't want to drink human blood, he would still do it, because going against Legend's will was something he definitely didn't want to do. Many people would say to him that in front of Legend, he was like a dog. However, in front of this devil, who would dare not act like his dog? Haha. Lovely. I like you. Legend seemed to be in a good mood. He patted Andrew's shoulder and said, "Do you know whose blood that was?" Legend leaned close to Andrew's face and slowly uttered these words. Andrew didn't say anything. He seemed to have known the answer already. Legend grabbed onto Andrew's shoulder with one hand and pointed to a dark corner with the other. "Green, look over there." When Andrew looked up and towards the corner that Legend pointed at, someone turned on the light. He saw Emery pinned up to a big wooden cross there. He saw how terribly wounded her body was. Her blood and the rust of the iron nails mixed perfectly together and gave off a bloody smell. Andrew seemed to have expected this scene, so he was barely able to maintain his calm. "Wake her up," Legend commanded. One of Legend's subordinates went over to Emery and splashed a bucket of cold water on her. Emery woke up once again from the pain. She slowly opened her eyes, and she saw a familiar figure in her sight. "Oh, Andrew. So, it really was you." "Ha ha," Emery uttered in an extremely weak voice. Even her laughter sounded like she was in utter despair. She knew Andrew would come after her. She just didn't expect that he would be so brutal in his ways. Andrew didn't say anything. He simply looked at Emery with deep eyes. Green, I heard this woman teamed up with the Lewis family to frame you. Have you become more lenient? Why haven't you done anything yet? I've been busy with work, so I haven't gone after them yet. Andrew smiled. I knew that, so I did it for you. How do you feel? Are you happy? Legend asked. Yeah, I'm happy. Although Andrew said he was happy, deep inside, he wasn't happy at all. There are around 10 or so more lives left at the Lewis family. I've already ordered them all to be killed by tonight. Andrew was shocked and immediately responded, It's okay, Master Legend. Mr. Lewis and his daughter are dead already. We can just leave it like that. No. We need to be more firm in our reactions. Don't you have an ancient saying? If the roots are not removed during weeding, the weeds will grow again when the winds of spring blows. I just don't want our efforts to be wasted. Legend was always very brutal with his ways. He would not let anyone off the hook, even if they were elders of babies. He did not know what sympathy was. Although Andrew was a ruthless person, he would not kill one's whole family. That was why he felt uncomfortable when he heard Legend say he'd kill everyone in the Lewis family. However, there was no way he could persuade Legend to do otherwise. Andrew, you'll go to hell. If you do this, you will drown in hell. Emery thought Legend and Andrew were a team, so she continued to curse Andrew. She's so annoying. You two over there, go and cut her tongue out, Legend commanded as he sipped on the red liquid. When Emery heard this, her face sunk. Legend's subordinates walked towards Emery. They would always abide by their boss's orders. Andrew could no longer sit tight and do nothing, so he stood up and said, Master Legend, there are some old scores I have with this woman. Can I go talk to her first? Of course you can. I captured her for you. You can do anything you want to her, Legend said casually. To him, Emery was just like a small little ant for him to play with. He didn't care about Emery's life at all. All Legend cared about was the pleasure. Andrew walked over before Legend's subordinates and grabbed her by her hair. I didn't expect to see you like this, Andrew slowly uttered. He saw that her face was covered with so much blood that she was no longer recognizable. I might have been too nice to you. I should have killed you a long time ago. But that's fine, because now you can kill me. Only one of us could live. There had been too much between us in this life. Maybe death will be the only thing that can set me free, Emery said in a desolate tone. Before Andrew could say anything, Legend's subordinates said with a cold face, Master Legend said she can't die so easily. We still have a lot of things we have to do to her before she dies. When Andrew heard this, his expression did not change. He slowly let go of Emery's hair and caressed her bloody face. From her current looks, no one could have thought she was once a famous star with a delicate face. Emery. It seemed like it had been a long time since Andrew had uttered her name so gently. Emery was deeply touched by how Andrew called her name. They had been together for many years. Their love had transformed into hatred, causing them to attack each other. All these years, they had been through a lot. Andrew had witnessed how Emery transformed from an ordinary girl to a star with thousands of millions of fans. Emery also witnessed how Andrew transformed from an adopted child to the conqueror of the whole Green family. Both of them started with a simple goal in mind and used each other to their own advantage. Emery wanted to be famous, while Andrew wanted to date a star to take attention off of his other movements. Emery was a calculative woman, so she was able to do many things during her years by Andrew's side. However, she was also a stubborn woman. If she hadn't gone the wrong path, Andrew would never want to punish her. I never expected we'd end up like this. Emery smiled weakly. Me neither. Andrew put his head close to Emery's. It had been very long since he was so close to her. Emery was deeply inflicted by Legend. Even though Emery had done a lot of things to infuriate Andrew, Andrew was still unwilling to see Emery tormented to this point. Andrew, did you know that I had it all planned out? Brenny and I were going to poison you bit by bit so you suffer a slow death, Emery said. I know you hate me. Andrew looked down. He no longer had the courage to look Emery in the eye. Hate? Of course I hate you. I hate you because you didn't love me despite me being with you for all these years, Emery said in a trembling, almost whimpering voice. Emery, stop. Bella, Joyce, Jennifer, you killed all these women, right? Yes. It was the first time Andrew ever directly admitted his crime. You did all that to be with Chloe, right? Yes. Andrew nodded. Both Emery and Andrew's voice were very soft. Legend was behind them and was unable to hear what they were saying. Legend, however, was not interested in what they were saying, as he already knew their relationship. He knew that Emery and Andrew were enemies, so he wasn't afraid that they would be planning a scheme against him. Also, it was almost impossible for Emery to escape from him now, even if she had wings. What about me? Are you going to kill me too? Emery asked. Emery, I didn't do this. I didn't ask him to do this. Do you believe me? Andrew was actually suffering because he didn't want to witness Emery's death, and yet he was powerless. There was nothing he could do to save her. I believe you because you've never lied to me. I'm not important enough for you to even lie to. I regret it. I should have let you go abroad. Then all this might not have happened, Andrew said with remorse. Back then, Emery wanted to further her career abroad. And then, Jack and Justin were fighting, and Jack opened GK Film and Television. Chloe asked Andrew to help her, so Andrew made Emery sign with GK. This was big news back then. Andrew never expected that his relationship with Emery would only get more intertwined from there on. In the end, Emery lost her child, and her love to Andrew turned into hatred. This might be my destiny. I don't regret it. If I had a second chance, I'd still choose to become a star and be intertwined with you. Yet I know you would never love me because you only love Chloe. Am I right? Emery cried. Andrew didn't respond. We have known each other for so long. Can you help me one last time? Emery said in a weak voice. I know what you want, Andrew said. He looked down. His expression was full of hesitation. So you will help me? Emery's smile was bittersweet. After a long silence, Andrew slowly nodded. Emery was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. She knew that he was willing to help her one last time, no matter how merciless or ruthless he was. Andrew slowly put one hand on Emery's shoulder and leaned over to her face. It had been a long time since Emery smelled this familiar scent. Right there, she started crying. She thought back to how deeply she loved Andrew. Andrew was a man that she shouldn't have fallen in love with, but she had chosen this malicious path. She finally realized this mistake. Andrew, if there is a next life, I hope we don't meet. Let our connections separate from now on. Emery's voice was hoarse. Andrew nodded. Then he stabbed a knife into Emery's heart. The pain was sudden and sharp, yet short. Emery felt like all the air was drained out of her body. She slowly leaned onto Andrew's shoulder. Then, with her last breath, she kissed Andrew on the cheeks. She slowly closed her eyes shut. She knew that she was able to be set free from now. She would no longer feel sadness or suffer from pain. To her, love and hatred didn't mean anything anymore. With her last dying breath, she was able to kiss the man she loved all her adulthood. She was thankful that he was able to set her free from the pain and suffering. Andrew wanted to cry, but he couldn't, because he knew Legend was watching him from behind. He couldn't express the emotions of a weak individual, or else he would show Ian his weaknesses. Boss, he killed her, one of Legend's subordinates reported. Legend slowly put down his wineglass and got up. He said, Green, why did you kill her? Now I don't have a toy to play with. Andrew stood up. He pushed Emery's body on the ground and tidied his collar. He looked back with a smile and said, I hate this woman too much. She has tried to frame me too many times. When I saw her just now, I couldn't resist the urge to kill her. Even if she died 100 times, I would not feel anything. Please forgive my brashness. Of course I won't blame you. Why would I blame you? Well, she's dead now, so I have nothing to play with. Do you fancy to have dinner with me? Legend asked. My pleasure. Although Andrew was still slightly sad about Emery's death, he could not show any signs of weakness in front of Legend. That was why he had to agree to Legend's request no matter what. Since Legend was a sensitive figure, he was unable to dine in fancy restaurants of the city. Finally, Andrew brought Legend to a mansion in a remote area. On the television, a female announcer reported solemnly, "The Municipal Public Security Bureau made announcements on the suspects who killed the Lewis family. They are foreigners. Below are sketches of these men. If you have any clues or information about this man, please call the Municipal Public Security Bureau. You will be heavily rewarded for your cooperation." On the bottom of the television screen were a few sketches of Legend and his subordinates. Since Legend had already hacked the security cameras, the Municipal Public Security Bureau was only able to draw sketches according to the descriptions of witnesses. That was all they had to hunt them down. The police in your country aren't that great. They sure are inefficient, Legend exclaimed arrogantly. Even the FBI can't do anything to you, Master. Of course these idiots can't touch you, Andrew said politely. Very soon, Andrew's personal chef brought out the steaks. Legend's steaks were cooked blue, so it was still very bloody. Is this overcooked? Legend said after seeing the steak. He immediately took out his handgun and shot a bullet at the chef. The old chef immediately fell to the ground. Andrew didn't even blink. He simply continued to eat his steak. Andrew's steak was also blue, and he could still taste the blood in his mouth. The steak's texture isn't fresh enough. I'll treat you to some fresher steak next time, Legend said with a smile. Deep inside, Andrew wanted to throw up really badly. My bro says he misses you. How long has it been since you last went back to see him? Legend said casually as he cut his steak. It's been really busy at work lately, so I haven't had time to go back. How is Master Nalo? Same old. That brother of mine is still gay. Oh yeah, you're still not married yet. If you don't like women, then why don't you get together with my bro? After all, he loves you very much. Master Legend, thank you for your compliment, but I don't think I can. Andrew had a smile on his face, and you could not see any changes in emotions through his expressions. You don't have any feelings for that woman you just killed, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be able to smile and eat steak here with me now. Legend's words seemed to be probing Andrew. Yeah, I have no feelings for her. Then it seems like the rumors about you are real. Legend put down his utensils and looked inquisitively at Andrew. What is this rumoring that you are talking about? Andrew stopped his hands and looked up at Legend. According to my sources, there is a girl you have always loved. When Andrew heard this, his heart immediately stopped. I heard that this girl is one of your little sisters. Andrew was petrified by this news. This was what he was most afraid of. Legend finding out about Chloe. And this girl? Legend paused and stared Andrew in the eye. Green, are you hiding something from me? He asked. No, Master. Why did you ask such a question? Andrew faked a calm look. I just feel like there's something important that you're hiding away from me. Definitely not. You might have been overthinking, Master. I would never dare to do such a thing. Andrew was rather rattled by now because he did not know how much Legend dug up. Fine. Let's not talk about this now. Let's talk about that girl you like. Is she pretty? Legend asked with a smile. Andrew didn't know what to say because he was afraid to talk about Chloe in front of Legend. He was deeply scared that Legend the Devil would hurt her. Suddenly, Legend brought out a picture and held it up in his hand. Are you shy? Okay, I'll be more direct then. Is this girl in the picture the girl you like? It was a picture of Chloe when she was still in university. She had a high ponytail and was holding a book on her university campus. It was a sunny day. She had a sweet smile on her face and looked very young and active. Master, how did you... Andrew was shocked to see this picture. That picture was part of Andrew's private collection. How did it appear in Legend's hands? So this is her, eh? She looks okay. Maybe it's because my taste is different from you people. She does look cute when she smiles though, eh? When I see this girl in this picture, she actually reminds me of... Legend said slowly as he held Chloe's picture up. Who? Andrew asked nervously. That little devil, Fiona, Legend said with an evil grin. When Andrew heard this, he felt like his brain was about to explode. He thought to himself, if Legend really knew the truth. Why are you so nervous? Why the long face? Ha ha, Legend smiled at Andrew. No, Master, why do you think she looks like Fiona? The feeling she emits. I can't pinpoint it, but she gives me similar feelings, Legend said as he carefully observed the picture. Master Legend, you must have mistaken it. She's my little sister, and we grew up together. She's my foster father's, Timothy's, daughter. Although we aren't related by blood, we get along well with each other. She definitely isn't the person you're looking for. Why are you so nervous? I didn't say I was looking for anyone. I only said she looked like Fiona, not that she was Professor Wagner's daughter. Well, from how nervous you're acting, you must really love her. Andrew bit his lips and remained silent because he didn't know what the best reaction was in front of Legend. Speaking to Legend was a tiring thing. I never thought you could really love a girl. I bet with Nalo that you and I were the same type of person, that we only truly love ourselves. Nalo also thought so before, but now, if he found out you had a girl you loved, he would be very disappointed. After all, he wouldn't have a chance with you then. Master, please don't make fun of me, Andrew stiffly responded. Green, helping you extinguish one of your enemies is only secondary reason that I'm here. The main reason for my visit is to see how I can help you. Do you need anything from me? Master, I don't need anything. I'm already delighted and thankful enough for your willingness to help me get my revenge, Andrew immediately responded. But you haven't got the girl you love yet. It's okay. She's already married with kids, Andrew said calmly. Easy. I can help you kill her husband and kids, Legend said without much thought. Andrew was petrified and had cold sweat dripping down his back. Please don't, Master. I don't want her to hate me for the rest of her life, Andrew responded anxiously. She won't hate you. Once I help you kill her family, we can lock her up and we'll feed her our special KB90 drug. After a while on those meds, she'll be very obedient, and you can do anything to her. Isn't it so easy to get a woman? I'm interested in that little devil, Fiona, but I still haven't had the chance to capture her. Otherwise, I'd do the same to her. I don't want that. I hope she will choose me with her own will, Andrew slowly said while looking down. You people sure are sensitive. Don't you just care if she's yours? Who cares if it's by her own will or forced? What's important is the outcome and not the process. Master, it's really okay. I want to solve this myself. Andrew's mind was set. This was the first time he went against Legend. Mr. Green, can you not tell chalk from cheese? Our boss is just trying to help you, one of Legend's subordinates said to Andrew in an icy tone. It's fine. If he doesn't want it, I won't say any more. It's getting late now. We should continue our hunt. I feel rather empty inside if we waste such a good night. Legend finished his last piece of almost raw steak and slowly got up. Goodbye, Master. I'll stay a few more days here. It's rather interesting. Then, Legend turned around and left the mansion. Andrew was rather unrattled. He knew that Ian was going out again to hurt innocent girls. However, that wasn't what he cared about. What he cared about was Chloe's safety. He didn't know how much Legend knew about Chloe. He also didn't know where Legend got that picture from. The more Andrew thought about it, the grimmer he looked. At the Green residence, Andrew's 5 most trusted subordinates lined up in front of him. Boss, what's the rush to gather us? Is there something important you want to tell us? One asked. Andrew didn't speak, but rather continued fidgeting with a sharpened Swiss knife. Legend's here. Master Legend? The leader of that terrorist group? All 5 of his subordinates were shocked. Yeah, Legend came here for a purpose for sure. There's no way he's just traveling for fun, nor did he come here to seek revenge for me against the Lewis family and Emery. That's why I gathered you all here to ask you guys which one of you is most familiar with Legend. Andrew looked up and glared at his 5 subordinates with an icy look. His subordinates had goosebumps after Andrew looked at them like that. Boss, what do you mean? Even you don't normally see Master Legend, so how would we see him? Also, We don't even know what Legend looks like, if they're a guy or girl, skinny or fat, round or flat, Andrew's oldest follower said. But how did he even know about Chloe and how I felt for Chloe? Unlike how the whole world knows that Justin likes Chloe, only me, Chloe, and you guys know that I love her. Boss, are you suspecting us of betrayal? His subordinates were now terrified. You guys have followed me for the longest time. You know how I work. I won't hurt your family. Whoever did it, just stand up and confess like a man. I won't make your family suffer. If you don't, though, don't blame me for what I am about to do. Andrew glared at them with an icy look. No one said anything. So you all won't admit it, eh? Then don't blame me for heartless. Boss, please investigate this thoroughly because maybe Master Legend just wants to sow discord among us. We have been through life and death with you. We all have killed for you. We would never betray you, so please don't wrong us, brothers, Chung stated his opinion passionately. I've given you guys a lot of money, right? Andrew suddenly said. They all didn't utter a word. You were all just thugs before, but now you all have mansions and sports cars. Some of you even have multiple wives. I don't think I mistreated you, but Legend should have never found out about Chloe because she is my weakness, and you all know that. Why did someone still inform Legend? Did you think Legend would give you some sort of rare promotion? Do you even know who Legend is and how terrifying he can be? Andrew shouted. His 5 subordinates all looked down and remained silent. This is your last chance. Are you going to admit it or not? Andrew said angrily. The room remained silent. Andrew slowly stood up and walked in front of one of his subordinates. He was still in his early 20s and was rather handsome. Evan, do you think I treat you well? You are the last to become my brother, but I still treat you fairly. Boss, you're like a parent to me. I would never do anything to betray you. Evan rushed to explain himself. Oh, really? How come I heard you lost $8 million at the Horseman Gang's underground casino? I don't recall you having enough money to repay it, Andrew said. The others immediately looked at Evan with suspicious eyes. I lost money, but I would never betray you, boss. Really? I don't think you could still survive so well owing $8 million to the Horseman Gang. So did you sell the information to the Horseman Gang, or did you pay back the debt with money you got from Legend? Boss, it's really not me. I didn't do it. Evan was still unwilling to admit guilt. Evan, if I remember correctly, your son is in grade 1 now, right? Your wife and mother from your village have moved to that neighborhood at South Road, right? I remember buying that apartment for you. Evan immediately kneeled down. Boss, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to betray you, but I really couldn't afford to pay off that debt. I never knew they were Legend's people. They volunteered to pay off my debt and even gave me more money. I was greedy. I thought that it wouldn't do you much harm telling them about you and Miss Green's relationship. I was foolish at the moment and blinded by greed. Evan finally gave in and confessed. Evan, you son of a batch. Boss treated you well, but you... Chung couldn't help but kick Evan. Boss, I was really foolish. Please don't hurt my family. My mother and my wife are both from the village. They don't know anything. My son is also innocent, so you're scared now. When I gave you an opportunity to confess just now, why did you not say anything? Andrew said in an icy tone. I was scared that, boss. You would kill me. You have coward! Andrew cursed. At first, Andrew didn't suspect that his people were behind this until Legend took out that picture. That picture came from his personal library, and outsiders couldn't have gotten their hands on it. That was why he knew that someone on the inside betrayed him. After some investigation, he found out Evan's gambling problems. Boss, please give me a second chance. I'll make it up to you. I'll kill Legend for you, okay? Kill Legend? You... Andrew laughed hysterically, as if this was the funniest thing he had ever heard. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything for you, Evan begged on the floor. He hugged Andrew's leg and begged for his life. It's too late now. Andrew kneeled down and grabbed onto Evan's neck with one hand. Then, with the other hand, he pierced Evans's neck with his Swiss Army knife. Immediately, blood burst out of Evan's main artery. The other 4 subordinates watched with trembling fear. They knew why Andrew did it in front of them all. He was making an example out of Evan. Take him out. He stained my floor already. Andrew pulled out his Swiss knife and used a white handkerchief to wipe the blood on his knife. Yes, boss. Boss, should we send someone to monitor Master Legend? Chung asked nervously. No. If Legend finds out about it, then we will be in even more trouble. He already has doubts about me, or he wouldn't have bought Evan and used that information to test me. Let's set this aside first. You can all leave. I have to think. Andrew sent his subordinates out. It had been a while since he killed someone with his own hands. However, he had consecutively killed 2 people. First, it was Emery. Then it was his own subordinate. Andrew realized that he did not feel good after taking someone's life. He turned around and walked into his library. He carefully put the picture of Chloe that Legend left on the dinner table back into his cabinet. Then, he locked it. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chloe. Chloe, are you there? After a while, she responded with a question mark. If work at Southside isn't busy, you should take a long break. There's too much going on recently. It's not safe. I'm worried about you. It's none of your business. I have my husband to protect me. You don't understand. I'm telling you for your own good. Andrew was worried and tried to persuade Chloe not to go to work at Southside anymore. It would be best if she could go abroad. Yet, he couldn't tell her directly that Legend was here, because Chloe would only get anxious. Chloe, you know how I feel for you. Are you still afraid I'd hurt you? First, I'm not Chloe. Second, my wife's problem isn't yours to worry about. Please mind your own business. When Andrew read that message, he wanted to explode. It actually turned out to be Jack this whole time. He had Chloe's phone, and Andrew was actually messaging Jack. When Andrew figured out he was talking to Jack, he did not continue messaging. Chloe came out of the shower, drying her hair with a towel. She looked at Jack with a smile and said, "Oh, so you're checking on me now?" "Yeah. I want to see if you had been a good girl recently. I wanted to see if you have men out there." "What if I did? Are you going to beat me up?" Chloe said jokingly. "If you did, I'll only help you get rid of them. I would never hit my wife. After all, I only have one wife. If I hit her and she ran away, where in the world would I find such a smart wife again?" Jack said jokingly. Then, he put the phone on the bed. He didn't mention how Andrew messaged her. He even deleted the whole history log. Jack didn't intentionally try to hide something from Chloe. All he was doing was trying to keep Andrew out of their lives. "Oh, so my Jack is jealous now. Why do I feel so happy?" Chloe lied on her stomach on the bed. She put her face very close to Jack and said gleefully. Jack took the towel and helped her wipe her wet hair. "So, you like me being jealous?" "Then I'll get jealous every day from now on," Jack teased. "No, if you get jealous every day, I won't be able to handle it." Chloe looked down and played with her phone. She saw Sarah had just sent her a Snap voice message. She pressed play and put her phone to her ear so she could hear Sarah's voice. "Chloe, did you watch the news?" "What news now?" Chloe knew that when Sarah said that, something big had happened. Emery's dead. She was found in a basement. Her death was terrifying, Sarah said. "What? Emery's dead? The body was found too?" Chloe was so shocked that she jumped out of bed. They found her. Her body was in a basement. My husband led his men there, and he told me how horrifying the scene looked when she was found. Emery was tortured, and the cause of death was a knife to the heart. Her heart was impaled. How terrible. I can't believe that someone like her, an A-list celebrity, would one day die of such a horrible death, Sarah exclaimed. Chloe's brows furrowed. Yes, it was true that she despised Emery, but she never thought that the woman would die with so much anguish. It was truly a pity. "It really is shocking," Chloe said slowly, biting her lips. "It's been really not peaceful recently. My husband told me that there's a serial killer in our city. He told me not to go outside after dark. You too, be careful too, especially the twins. Don't let them go out. Wait until they catch the killer. It's too scary. How many deaths has it been now? The girl from the Lewis family just died. And now, Emery. It's really frightening." "Oh yeah, I heard that Emery's family and fans went and caused a scene at Andrew's company." "Andrew's company? For what? Chloe was slightly intrigued. Duh! Emery's been single forever, right? Andrew's her only admitted public lover. Now that she's dead, of course, everyone's blaming him. But Emery had already broken things off with Andrew. She's been with Elder Lewis, hiding in the Lewis family. But Elder Lewis is dead. The Lewis family is almost extinct. Of course, none of them are going to be the scapegoat, so Andrew was the best option. Andrew's not someone they want to mess with. If they corner him, it won't do anyone any good. Emery's family should really rethink this, Chloe analyzed calmly. Chloe, this time you're wrong. Andrew really impressed me this time. Apparently, not only did he welcome those protesters, he gave the Emery's family a considerable amount of money, and he even promised a grand funeral for Emery. The funeral will be held tomorrow. Are you going? Me? It's probably better if I don't. After all, we weren't even friends. Chloe shook her head. Yeah, that's true. Then go to work. And don't go anywhere after work. The guy hasn't been caught yet. Are you sure that the killer is a foreigner? Chloe remembered seeing news about this on TV, so she asked Sarah. Noah must have had the answers. I think so. My husband said that they were foreigners. Who knows? It's none of my business, so I'm going to stop worrying. Let the police do their jobs. Sarah said goodnight to Chloe and ended the call. Honey, you don't look too well. What did Sarah say to you? Was it about Emery? Jack asked softly, embracing Chloe's shoulders. Yeah, it's just so sudden. Honey, life really is fragile, isn't it? Maybe someone's happy and healthy one day, but the next day they turn into a corpse. Chloe sighed on Jack's shoulders. Of course. People are the most fragile beings on this earth. Something can happen at any given time. So we need to cherish every minute of ours, every second, because life really is very short. You're the one to talk. Didn't a certain someone disappear for 4 years straight? Oh wait, 11 years. There were 7 more years before this. Chloe began to pick a bone with Jack. Jack touched his forehead, slightly speechless. He knew that the wife was angry. He then grazed his lips across Chloe's ear, giving her a soft nuzzle. A certain someone should forget about that. I'm willing to make up for it with the rest of my life, Jack coaxed. Still not long enough. If I live to be 80 years old, there are still 50 years left. That's still not enough? Mrs. Dawson, what else do you want? Jack reached out his fingers and gently pinched Chloe's cheeks. 50 years is not enough. 500 years is more like it, Chloe replied stubbornly. 500 years. All right, I will try my best to look for the fountain of youth. Then we can both live until we're 500. I will make your dreams come true. Thanks to Master Dawson's comforting words, Chloe felt much better about Emery's death. After all, they weren't even friends. Her death was just tragic. That was all. Chloe took out her cell phone and signed onto her Weibo account. She wrote, Plants are given seasons to live, and people, a lifetime. 2 constants are inescapable. One is the rule of cause and effect, and the other, impermanence. Chloe didn't mean anything by the post. She only wanted to express her feelings. Her words, however, were immediately attacked by netizens. Many left replies, and some fans of Emery even directly cursed at Chloe. What's wrong with you, woman? Are you making light of her death? What do you mean by cause and effect? Are you saying that our Emery deserved to die? That it was some sort of karma? Watch your tone. Our Dr. Green's not like that. Do you even understand? Get educated. Dr. Green was only expressing her thoughts on impermanence. Do you people really need to act like rabid dogs chewing everyone's head off? Chloe watched the comment war calmly. Nothing could affect her anymore. She was never easily swayed to begin with. The next morning, during breakfast, there was only Jack and Chloe at the table. Where's Avery? Isn't she up yet? Chloe asked. She probably already went out. She's been leaving early and coming back late for a while now. I don't know why she's so busy. It's probably because she's going back to the US soon. She's trying to savor her time with Max. They're still in the honeymoon phase of their relationship. It's normal for them to be glued together. Smiling, Chloe took the bowl of milk and sipped. Honey. Chloe turned to look at Jack. Are you busy at work recently? It's all right, not that busy, but also not super relaxed. Why are you asking me all of a sudden? Chloe was intrigued. I was thinking, if you're not too busy, why don't we go on vacation? Vacation? When? Chloe was taken aback. Let's not make this a future thing. Today's good. Why don't you take a day off? Jack asked carefully. Today? Honey, I don't think your company's relaxed enough for you to take vacations whenever you want, right? What happened? Why are you so weird today? Chloe was suspicious, and something just felt off. Huh? Nothing. Didn't Little Bean and Pudding say they wanted crabs from Wu? So, I was thinking we could go there for a few days and have some fun. Even so, we can't just leave right away. Haha, let's wait a while. The hospital's sending over a couple more doctors to our branch. I'll have more free time then, and we can vacation for a couple of days. Clearly, Chloe didn't want to leave immediately. Okay, that works too. Jack went back to drinking his milk. Although he had a lot on his mind, he dared not try to convince Chloe further. With Chloe's intelligence, she would be suspicious if he had said more. Honey, I have a meeting in the morning. I'm heading out now. I'll drive you. Jack immediately stood up, dropping his unfinished slice of bread. It's okay. I can go myself. No, I'll take you there. Jack wouldn't let her go to work alone no matter how hard she tried. In the end, it was Jack that insisted on driving Chloe to Southside. Before she got off the car, Jack held Chloe's hands and looked deep into her eyes. Baby, I'll pick you up when you finish work. Don't leave by yourself. I don't even know when I'm getting off work yet. If a surgery arises, I may need to do overtime. That's fine. I'll wait for you. The important thing is, you have to wait for me to come and pick you up. All right then. Chloe nodded before turning and walking towards the hospital. Jack waited until Chloe entered the hospital before he drove away. Across from the hospital was a humble alley. Legend stood there, smiling. It looks like her husband's very protective of her. Boss, should we grab her? A minion behind him asked. No, kidnapping is getting boring. I have a better game, Legend smirked. After Chloe entered her office, Violet came in with a stack of documents. Deputy Director, these are the materials for the morning meeting. You can go over them first. Chloe looked up at Violet and smiled. Why are you back so soon? Didn't I give you a long vacation? Due to Violet and Cody's status as newlyweds, Chloe made sure to give her an extra long holiday. Although Chloe didn't expect her to return so quickly, she appreciated the familiar presence. I can't rest for too long. It's too boring. Violet smiled. That brat Cody's okay with you coming back to work? Of course. He's busy writing new songs every day, too. We both should get back to our lives. It's probably not good to spend too much time together. Violet's face ruddied. All right, put down the files. I'll take a look later. Okay, don't forget to drink lemon water. Apparently, it has whitening properties, Violet reminded. Chloe nodded with a smile. After Violet left, Chloe entered deep thought. One question was on her mind. Recently, everyone seemed to want her to take a vacation. Andrew asked her about it, and so did Jack. How bizarre. Was something big about to happen? Did they not want her to know something? Chloe was suspicious, but she didn't know who to ask. She turned on the office TV. Emery's memorial was being broadcasted. Donning a black suit, Andrew had in his hands Emery's portrait, walking at the very front of the procession, followed by a myriad of fans. Even the long-disappeared Zion was among the crowd. Justin didn't attend the event, but he sent sympathy flowers. They were all part of the entertainment circle after all. In addition, there were many celebrity attendees from Star Imperial. After all, this event was also a great way to gain more exposure. Chloe watched the live broadcast for a while, and after she realized that there weren't any valuable clues, she grabbed the documents and headed towards the meeting room, the city's largest funeral parlor. Noah brought the police force to keep the area safe and orderly. They were there for preventative measures. After all, it was a crowded event filled with many different voices. Inside the police car, Noah opened up his Coke can, anxious as could be. Director Ace, it's been such a long time. We've sent out the warrant. Why can't we find the suspects? There are very few foreigners to begin with. They should be very apparent, unless they've already left town? They've run away? An officer brought up his concerns. Noah shook his head. Impossible. How could people like them run away? From what he knew about Legend after talking with Jack, Noah was sure that the man wouldn't run away like a coward. Then why is there zero news of him? There's not even a witness that could be found. Don't these people need to eat and drink? Noah was curious also. Why wasn't there any movement? Logically speaking, the police sketch artist was great at drawing accurate portraits. This many days of no news just didn't make any sense. Little did he know, Legend was constantly changing appearances. He and his men could change their face constantly. Back at the restaurant, when Rick and Cece met him, Legend wasn't Legend. How was Noah supposed to find a man with a million different faces? Did they find anything at Emery's crime scene? Noah asked with furrowed brows. Not as of yet. The blood and the hairs found at the crime scene have been sent for testing. Results are not back yet. All right, I got it. Noah was more than frustrated. His higher-ups already gave him strict orders to find an answer to this murder case. Valeria was a famous socialite, Old Louis was a highly regarded business magnate, and Emery was an incredibly influential celebrity. 3 lives, all gone within a few short days. No one was prepared for this. Andrew did kill Emery himself, but Legend's men had already cleaned up the scene, erasing any evidence leading to the man. So the police would never suspect Andrew. Plus, he had many alibis proving his absence from the crime during that period. If it wasn't for the trail leading to Legend, Noah would have brought Andrew back to the station for questioning a long time ago. Now, the case was only becoming more and more complex. After the morning meeting finished, Chloe returned to her office and opened up her Snap feed. Cece had posted a picture of the airport with a single-line caption, "The beginning of a happy new life." Chloe knew what this meant. Cece and Rick had left the city for the U.S. But would Cece really find a happy new life there? Chloe thought about Rick's complex family affairs and his fiancée Luna, the daughter of a gang leader. She couldn't help but worry for Cece. As she stared into space, her cell phone rang. It was Little Bean on video chat. Chloe's expression immediately softened at the sight of her daughter's display picture. Little Bean. Chloe called out her daughter's name gently. "Mommy, what are you doing?" "Mommy's working. Have you eaten yet?" "Yeah, I've eaten. How about you? Did you and your sister eat yet?" "Yeah, but not at home. We went out. We ate salmon." Little Bean tried to show off. "You went out? Did you girls go with Grandpa and Grandma?" Chloe asked. "No, Uncle Cooper came and picked us up." "Ha ha." Little Bean was beaming with joy. Hearing that it was Justin who took the twins out, Chloe's heart settled back down and wasn't worried as much. "Oh, I see. Mommy, your makeup looks a little off today." Little Bean suddenly pointed at Chloe's face. Taken aback, Chloe touched her face instinctively, not knowing what was wrong. "You should use a brighter tone of eyeshadow. The coffee brown makes you look tired." "All right, little smarty pants. I don't need you to teach me how to put on makeup." Chloe laughed. "Mommy, Uncle Cooper said this seafood restaurant's really good. Do you want to come and join us? It's still early. You should be on lunch right now still, right?" Little Bean suggested. Hearing Little Bean's words, Chloe looked down at her watch. "I can't, baby. There's not enough time. Mommy's break ends in half an hour." "Mommy, aren't you the vice director? You're the boss. You don't need to be so strict on yourself. That's not right. Mommy has to follow the rules too. Otherwise, how can I set an example for the others?" All right. We'll continue then. Don't be jealous. Okay, go eat. Tell Uncle Cooper to drive you girls back home after you eat. After she hung up, Little Bean pouted. Pudding reached out her hands. $100 handed over. Little Bean begrudgingly took out a $100 bill and placed it into her sister's hand. "What did I tell you? Mommy won't come. She would never put work aside because of a meal." Pudding looked absolutely certain. "I thought that, since Mommy's now the vice director of the hospital, She would be less hard-headed. Who knew? Little Bean was utterly disappointed with her mommy. Justin laughed. It's impossible for your mother not to be hard-headed. I've known her for so many years. She's still the same stubborn person. Then why are you so suicidal? Why do you still like her? Little Bean stared at Justin and asked, Justin was completely taken aback by Little Bean's question. It's because Mommy's different from the others. That's why he likes her. If she were a dime a dozen, garden variety tramp found on every street, he wouldn't even look at her. You know nothing. This is the value of scarcity, Pudding emphasized. All right, I give up. You girls win. I'm actually speechless. Justin looked down at his food and continued to eat in silence. Oh yeah. Sis, since you're so smart, figure something out for us. What kind of person is that psychotic killer? The citywide case seemed to be of high interest to Little Bean. Pudding kept eating sushi, completely unfazed. Nobody of importance died, so I'm not interested in analyzing the case. Who cares? As long as it has nothing to do with the people around us. Fine. You're too good for this again. You're seriously exactly like Daddy. Little Bean's burning interest was instantly put out. Handsome Cooper. I heard that there's a woman chasing after you at your company recently. Little Bean did a complete 180 and turned her focus to Justin. Ahem. Where did you hear that from? Justin almost choked. Brother Ann never makes things up, so it's probably true. Little Bean instantly sold Ann out. Justin looked back, grazing Ann's poker face with his icy gaze. Ann looked up and down, left and right, basically anywhere to avoid Justin's terrorizing glare. So what's going on? It's not someone like that bimbo Gianna, right? Little Bean asked. It's completely untrue. Don't listen to his nonsense. Handsome Cooper, I'm telling you, stop attracting bad romances. The problem is, you're not the only one that gets into trouble. Every one of these women causes trouble for my mommy. She's very innocent. Little Bean aired out her grievances for her mommy. Stop it right there. We will no longer discuss this topic. I didn't treat the two of you to sushi for you to bombard me, all right? Justin laughed. She's the one bombarding you, not me, Pudding emphasized. Sis, what do you mean by that? Are you no longer on my side? Little Bean looked towards her sister. I was never on your side. Please, don't drag me down with you. Pudding looked totally serious. Oh yeah, I haven't seen much of Max recently. He's always busy when I ask him to drink. Isn't he chasing after your auntie? Is he going to your home a lot? Justin asked. No. Not only are you not seeing Uncle Max, our auntie's never around for us either. Not sure what they're so busy with. Who knows, maybe we'll end up with a little brother or sister soon, Little Bean guessed. Justin almost choked on his sushi. So, your auntie's not planning to go back to the U.S ? Justin asked, curious. Who knows? Grandpa is already super angry. If Auntie doesn't go back now, Grandpa will send bodyguards to take Auntie back, Little Bean predicted. Justin laughed and said, Looks like Max is going to be busy now. In some cafe, Max and Avery were having a date. Avery sat down while Max went to buy himself and Avery a coffee. Max was very considerate of Avery, helping her add both sugar and milk to her coffee. Avery, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. What's the matter? Max realized that Avery spoke a lot less today. Max, I might have to go back to the States. Okay. Max nodded. Then he opened a packet of white sugar and poured it into his own coffee. So you're just going to say okay? Avery wasn't feeling too satisfied with Max's response. She felt that Max didn't care about her since he only responded with one word. She thought it was unfair that she was the only one that was sad about this. What else can I do? Should I start crying? Max chuckled. So me leaving doesn't mean a thing to you. Then Avery stood up and was about to walk away. Huh. Avery, where are you going? I don't want coffee. You can have it all to yourself. Oh, come on, Master, stop. Sit down and let me explain, okay? What's the hurry? You really don't have any patience at all, eh? Max pulled Avery by her elbow and made her sit back down. Fine. Talk. Avery gave Max a stem look. She even turned her head sideways so she wouldn't have to look at Max. Didn't you see that I was busy making coffee when you told me that? That's why I didn't give you a good response. What I really meant was that I would never happily let you go back to the States, but there's nothing I can do about that. After all, you are an executive at your company and the only daughter your father has. That's why I knew that sooner or later you'd have to go back, right? So? Avery's face became even darker. That was why I was thinking we should go somewhere before you leave. That way, no matter if you're going back to the States or going to England, Italy, or France, I'd always feel safe. Max held up his coffee cup and blew on it to cool it down a bit. Then he took a sip to see if it was still hot or not. Only when he tested the coffee to be a drinkable temperature did he hand it over to Avery. "It's not hot anymore. Here, drink this." Max passed the coffee over, but Avery was not in the mood to drink coffee. All she could think about was what Max said. "Max, what do you mean?" "I'm going home already. Where are you going to take me?" Avery furrowed. "The Civil Administration Bureau," Max said with a serious face. "Why would we need to go to the Civil Administration Bureau?" Avery wasn't able to put the picture together that quickly. "To get married, of course." "Get married?" Avery finally realized what Max meant. Max picked up his own cup of coffee and carefully blew on it. "What's with that face? Isn't the goal of our relationship to get married, or were you just playing with me?" "Avery, I haven't been so committed and deeply in love with a person for a very long time. Are you going to abandon me?" Max said with puppy eyes as he was starting to tease Avery. "No, I didn't mean that, but getting married is a serious and big thing. It's no joke for sure." Avery just found everything too sudden. She did not know how to respond. "So you just don't want to marry me, right?" Max pouted and made a sad face. No. I just think it's too sudden. I'm not ready yet." Avery was extremely confused with the whole situation. "But I'm ready, Avery. Listen to me. As long as we get married and we are certified, we're husband and wife by law. No matter who opposes or says bad things behind our backs, they won't be able to destroy our relationship." "Isn't that such a perfect solution?" Max said with a sweet smile. "But Avery didn't know how to respond. Max wasn't rattled, seeing Avery so hesitant and lost with words. She knew what was on her mind, but she couldn't say it out loud. She didn't know if she had pushed Max too far as he looked stem and didn't say anything. Avery thought he was mad, so she immediately held onto his hand and started explaining. Max, listen to me. It's not that I don't like you. It's not that I don't want to marry you. You know that my mom passed away when I was really young and my dad is overprotective. He didn't want me to get hurt, so he never remarried. Although he does have someone that understands him well at work, he would never marry her. I'm actually very grateful for my father, because I know it hasn't been easy for him to raise me all these years. He's both my father and my mother. Not only that, but he also manages a large company. I can't blame him for developing such a strange personality because he's really been through a lot. I can't be selfish and betray him. That's why I can't get married to you before telling him. I know if I did that, he'd be very sad. I also need to respect him. I'm sorry, but I don't want to hurt my dad. Does this make sense? Avery explained softly to Max. I understand. Avery, calm down. I'm not mad at you. I just said it because it came to mind. If you don't want to, we don't have to do it. It's not your fault, okay? We're not just dating secretly. We're officially dating, which means that our marriage should also be open. I'm really not mad at you, so don't worry. Max understood that Avery didn't reject his marriage proposal because she was unsure about their relationship. Then will you miss me when I go back to the States? Avery said with a slightly shy face. She pouted and looked down because she didn't have the courage to look Max in the eye. After all, Max was her first love, so she didn't have any prior relationship experience. She was just a shy little girl in love. No, Max answered directly. What? Are you kidding me? Avery was obviously unhappy with that response. Yeah, I mean it. Why should I miss you? When Max said this, Avery's face immediately turned green. Before she could say anything, Max said, We're going to be together every day. What's there to miss? Every day? Do you mean video chat? There's a time zone difference between the country and the States, though, Avery said worriedly. Huh? You still don't understand what I'm saying, eh? Are you sure you're the genius that became a director of a large company? Max crossed his arms and looked straight at Avery. What do you mean? Stop trying to be mysterious and just say it. If not, I'll get mad. Avery was already confused about everything Max had brought up and wasn't sure what he meant now. What else can I mean? I'm going to go home, pack, and come with you, Max said nonchalantly. Coming with me? Then, will your family agree to that? Avery's brows slightly furrowed as she thought that Max was being too reckless. Last time when he went to the States for a month, the elders of the Cruz family were so furious that they had to question Justin about it. Don't worry, if my family can confine me, then I wouldn't be the legendary Max known by the mortals. Fine. Even if your family is okay, what about my dad? He said that if you want to be with me, you have to. Avery paused as she knew that Max understood where she was coming from. Yeah, I know. I have to be a live-in son-in-law, right? So you're fine with it? Avery said. Yeah, what else can I do? I don't have another choice if I want to marry you. I want to be with you, so I guess I will just do what I have to do, Max said with a chuckle. Stop fooling around. This isn't something to joke about. Avery was not happy with Max's light-hearted attitude. Avery, I'm not fooling around. When have I ever joked around with such a serious topic? I'm being serious. But I don't want you to lose your freedom because of me. I know what it's like to live in America, and I know you won't like it. Also, your family wouldn't agree for you to be some other family's live-in son-in-law. I don't want to make it more difficult for you. Avery had the best interest in mind for Max, as she knew he didn't actually want it to be like that. She couldn't sacrifice Max's happiness to fulfill her selfish wishes. Moreover, she didn't want him to be laughed at when he becomes a live-in son-in-law of her family. Avery, I know what you're thinking. However, it's really simple. We're in love, so we should be together. I don't have any other solutions right now, so I'll do as your father says. Let's not make this more complicated. Think about it. If we complicate everything in life, we just make our lives a lot harder. Do you know why I respect Chloe so much? Max asked enthusiastically. Avery was confused and shook her head. I respect Chloe not because of her intelligence or calmness, but how she is so determined once she made up her mind. Many guys can't even do that. Remember when your brother was in jail, and we were all worried that someone was going to kill him in there? When Chloe made up her mind, she went into court and confessed to that crime. Do you know how many people were surprised by her actions? She told no one about her plan. The moral of my story is that we shouldn't think too much, as long as it's for the sake of us two together. It doesn't matter what I do or what you do, as long as we can be happy together, it's enough, don't you think? Max was an optimistic and carefree person. He always smiled. He wasn't as domineering as Justin, nor was he as calm as Brenton, and he rarely talked about the principles of life. Avery was slightly surprised by Max's speech. After thinking about what he had just said, she was relieved and said, Yes, you're right. As long as we're together, we don't need to care about everything else. You can go pack, and we'll fly back tomorrow. I'm already packed, so what we need to do is enjoy our food. I'm starving. Can we not just drink coffee? Why don't you be less stingy and treat me to pizza? Max asked. Avery chuckled, hearing Max's words. Okay, Mr. Cruz, I can treat you to 10 pizzas. After all, you're going to belong to me from now on. Yeah, since you're going to be my provider, you need to be a good one. Max continued to tease. This made Avery cringe a bit, but this was just life. In life, some people were happy, while some people were sad. Avery and Max had come to a consensus that they would go back to America and live a happy life together. So, they were both very happy. Meanwhile, Jack was worried every day because Legend was here. No matter how hard he investigated, he could not find out where Legend was. He finally understood that Riker and Fiona weren't exaggerating when they said Legend was an incredible man. Jack was always afraid that Legend would hurt Chloe, so he would always worry about her when she's at work. Even when he had his morning meeting, he zoned out. It was his first time zoning out in a meeting. President Dawson, this is the marketing department's newest promotion proposal. What are your thoughts? The marketing director asked sincerely for Jack's feedback. However, Jack gave no reaction at all because something else was on his mind. President Dawson, Mark whispered. Huh? Jack finally came back to the present. Director Wang just gave us a presentation on their department's proposal. What do you think? Mark repeated the marketing director's question. Jack looked up listlessly. He looked at the PowerPoint on the screen and said, Let me think about it. Send me a copy of the proposal to my office, and I'll give my opinion after I look over it again. Okay, President Dawson. Meeting's over. That's all for today. Jack got up, feeling a bit exhausted, and left the conference room. Mark gave him a bottle of water and asked, President Dawson, how are you? You haven't looked good recently. Jack opened the bottle of water and poured it down his throat. Then, he gave a heavy sigh and said, Yeah, it's been bad. Can I ask why? Is it because you got into an argument with President Green? Mark asked. No, I love her too much to argue with her, Jack responded. If you don't mind sharing with me, can you tell me what is bothering you? It gets more stressful if you deal with it alone. It's nothing important. It might be that there's a lot of miscellaneous work at the company, and I was a bit frustrated. Why don't you and your family go to Yundong Mountain for a getaway? Didn't you say it was nice there? Stella and I can handle it here. There's also Director Thomas here, so everything should be fine, Mark suggested. It's okay. Don't worry about me. I just need to get some fresh air. Okay. Oh, President Dawson, there's one more thing. What is it? Although Mark nagged him a lot, Jack still liked him as his secretary. He even thought Mark was quite adorable sometimes. Can I get off work a bit earlier tomorrow? Mark asked hesitantly. Why? It's because tomorrow is Valentine's Day. My wife wants me to go home early and spend time with her. I don't know what got into her, but she's very much into stand-up comedy now. There's a well-known comedian in town and has a show at 4:30 p.m. tomorrow. I thought maybe I could leave half an hour early. Haha. I'll make up for that half an hour later. Okay. Jack's simple response was the greatest delight of Mark. Mark kept thanking Jack. Thank you, President Dawson. Thank you, President Dawson. Then, when Mark was about to leave, Jack called him. Wait, is there something else you need, President Dawson? Should I get something for her for Valentine's Day? Jack asked, looking slightly unnatural. Boss, are you going to buy President Green a present? Mark's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Not your business. Just answer my question, Jack responded. Ha ha, President Dawson. Let me tell you something. Since ordinary people would give roses, and most women do like them, I'm giving 99 roses to my wife this year to resemble forever love. Okay, that's all. Jack waved his hand, telling Mark to leave. If it weren't for Mark, Jack would have forgotten that tomorrow was Valentine's Day. He immediately started to think about what to give to Chloe. He had missed 4 Valentine's Days with her, so he thought he really needed to put in a lot of effort to make it up to her. At lunch, Chloe and her assistant Violet went to eat lunch at the hospital's cafeteria. Sister Chloe, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Do you know what President Dawson is going to get you? Violet asked out of curiosity. Violet normally didn't engage in gossip, but she knew that Jack loved Chloe a lot, so she was curious about what he was going to get her. When Chloe heard this question, she slightly froze. Oh, it's already Valentine's Day? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it, Chloe said with a smile. When you're busy at work, you forget everything else. Violet was familiar with Chloe's character. What about you? How are you and Cody celebrating? He said he reserved a nice restaurant. He's coming to pick me up after work. Violet smiled sweetly. The newly married couple emitted an overwhelming aura of happiness. Ah, Cody was a nice and considerate guy before, but he's become even better after marrying you. Violet, did you save the universe in your last life to get such a great guy this life? Chloe teased. I think you saved the universe. No one could be happier than you. You have President Dawson to love you so ardently. Everyone's jealous of you. Okay, let's stop the praises and eat lunch. I have surgery this afternoon. Okay. Violet nodded. The two did not engage in further conversations. Chloe was busy for the whole afternoon. When she came out of the building, Jack was already waiting for her outside in his black Bentley. This black Bentley had a luxurious interior, yet it was not high profile on the outside. "Honey, how long did you wait for?" Chloe smiled sweetly. "I just arrived." Jack didn't tell Chloe that he had been waiting for her for half an hour because he didn't want her to feel guilty. "There was a surgery this afternoon." "Ah, I'm so tired and hungry." Once Chloe sat onto the front passenger seat, she was able to relax. "What do you want to eat? I'll take you anywhere. Aren't we going home for dinner?" Chloe looked over at Jack. "No, no one's at home. Mom and Dad went out with friends for tea. Pudding and Little Bean are over at Justin's place. I don't know where Avery and Max went either." "So, we're going to be the only ones left at home?" Chloe said, feeling a bit speechless. "Yeah. Why don't we go to Ajin's Ramen?" Whenever Chloe was indecisive of where to eat, she would pick Ajin's Ramen, the small and warm restaurant that would bring back memories of her and Jack's teenage years. "Okay." Jack nodded. He did a U-turn and drove towards Second High School. "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen, please. 1 large and 1 small," Jack ordered. "No, we'll have 2 large today. I'm super hungry." Chloe stuck out her tongue and acted cutely with Jack. Jack smiled back and reordered, 2 large ramens, please." "All right, coming right up. Just a second." Very soon, the 2 bowls of steaming ramen were served. The owner even threw in his specialty pickled vegetables as a treat. Chloe and Jack were used to eating expensive food, yet to them, this bowl of ramen was the best in the world. Chloe was so hungry that she kept eating and didn't stop to chat at all. "Slow down. You'll burn yourself. You're an adult but still act like a little child," Jack reminded Chloe with a smile. "I can't help myself. I'm just too hungry. I'll talk to you after I fill myself with food." "Ha ha," Chloe said as she slurped another mouthful of noodles. Jack was worried that 1 bowl wasn't enough for Chloe, so he gave her the beef from his ramen. There was an old television by the reception area of Ajin's Ramen, and the evening news was on. "We have received updates on a murder that happened near Huxley Road. The victim was a young woman, and she has not yet been identified. However, she died the same way as Valeria's, with all the blood drained from her body. The police have closed that area. With Valeria and Emery's deaths, this is the 3rd case to happen in recent times. The psychotic killer is still on the streets, and everyone is scared. Let's hope that the police can catch him as soon as possible. We will continue to report and update everyone on this case." When Jack heard this news, his face sunk. He put down his chopsticks and stared at the television coldly. That psychotic killer again? Why hasn't Noah and his people caught him yet? Chloe turned back and asked Jack quietly. Jack shook his head. "From the looks of it, it isn't Andrew." "Andrew never kills people he doesn't know," Chloe analyzed calmly. "Yeah, it's not Andrew. His methods are not as brutal," Jack said definitively. "It's so terrifying. Everyone is scared. People at the hospital are always talking about this. Why would anyone want to drain all the blood out of a perfectly normal human being? It's not like he's really a vampire," Chloe shook her head and said helplessly. "Honey, you keep eating. I have to use the bathroom," Jack said as he got up. "Okay." Chloe nodded. She did not seem to notice the slight changes on Jack's face. At the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Noah was so angry that he kicked a chair and sent it flying across the room. There were approximately 10 police officers there, and none of them dared to say a word. Mother F. What the hell? Another life gone. For him, it's as simple as stepping on ants. How dare he? Is he addicted to killing or something? Noah could not help but swear. "Director Ace, the enemy is too cunning. We did everything we could. Please don't blame yourself." One of the police officers tried to comfort him. "BS, that's another life gone. How can I not blame myself? We get paid tax money to protect the citizens, but that Mother F is just killing for fun under our watch and there's nothing we can do about it. Why the F are we so helpless?" Noah slammed his fist on the wooden table and felt the pain and soreness spread through his body from his hand. "Director Ace, please don't be mad. We'll do our best to investigate. Just when Noah was about to say something, his phone rang. "Hello?" He didn't even look at his phone and picked up the call with an attitude. "Oh, Director Ace sure seems angry," Jack teased. When Noah heard Jack's voice, He calmed down a bit. He waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. "Stop joking around with me. Do you know what the situation is like?" Noah sighed. "I saw on the news that there's another victim. Do you know her identity?" "Yeah. She was just an ordinary salesperson in a mall. She's only 23 years old and is pretty good looking. She's from some distant village and came here to work 2 years ago. She rented a place with some of her colleagues. Apparently, she likes to go to clubs. She met the murderer at the club and was taken away to get killed just like Valeria. It's probably still legend, right?" Noah asked. 100%. When Jack heard Legend's name, he felt very frustrated. He wasn't scared of Legend, but he never knew where he was hiding. However, the enemy knew where they were. Legend hid in the dark, but would occasionally come out to kill someone. They did not know what he was after, but Jack was worried about Chloe's safety. Jack, tell me what I can do to capture that psycho. He's pissing me off. I feel like all the police officers and I are just pieces of garbage. Do you understand this feeling? That sense of failure? Noah was anxious and helpless and was no longer calm enough to analyze the situation. "It's not your fault. I told you that even Fiona needed to go into hiding because of Legend. You won't be able to solve it," Jack said objectively. "Then am I just supposed to do nothing and let him keep on killing people? Am I supposed to let some foreign killer out on the streets to freely bully our innocent citizens?" Noah said. He was driven to the point where he was at the brink of losing his nerves. Noah's superiors were giving him immense pressure to solve the case, as he was the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. "We might have a chance. Maybe I can ask someone." Jack seemed to have someone in mind. "Who? Leave this to me first. If I have any updates, I'll let you know." "Hey Noah, a piece of advice for your subordinates. Be smart. You guys can continue investigating, but make sure not to piss Legend off since we don't know what kind of crazy shit he will do." "I understand what you're saying. Don't worry about it." "Okay. That's all from me." Then, Jack hung up and came out of the washroom only to discover Chloe was no longer in her seat. He was petrified and started calling out, "Chloe!" He didn't hear any response, so he became even more worried. "Chloe, Chloe!" he shouted. "Mr. Dawson, what's wrong?" The owner of the restaurant came over to ask. "Where's my wife? I don't see my wife." "Oh, your wife told me just now that she's going to buy a bubble tea from next door. She told me to tell you to wait for her here if you came out looking for her." "Next door?" Without saying anything else, Jack immediately started running. Luckily, he found Chloe standing behind a few high school students at the bubble tea shop next to Ajin's Ramen. When Jack saw her, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Chloe, why did you come running over here?" Jack went up and held her hands. "Oh, I was just a bit thirsty after eating ramen. It's too cold for pop, so I thought I'd go buy a bubble tea just like the old days. When I thought about that taste of pure tea, I felt reminiscent, so I came over. I told the owner of Azin's Ramen to tell you I was here, though." "Yeah, he told me." Jack nodded. "Then why are you still so nervous?" "Honey, what's the matter? You've been acting strange lately." Chloe giggled with a hand covering her mouth. "Nothing. I'm just worried about you. I'm scared that something bad would happen to you." "What could happen to me? I'm the deputy director of Southside and also a prominent doctor," Chloe said proudly. Then she leaned onto Jack's shoulder and started praising herself. Jack couldn't bring himself to scold her. He didn't know what else he could do, so he stroked her hair gently. The couple chatted while lining up behind the students. They enjoyed such mundane moments of happiness. "Honey, do you remember the times back when we were still students? I used to love the bubble tea from here, right? The taste was great, and so was the price, but it was so hard to buy. On Valentine's Day, you bought all the bubble tea at the store so I could have it to myself. Even if someone else wanted to buy bubble tea, you wouldn't let them. It was such a waste because I couldn't drink all that bubble tea by myself." Chloe felt warm when she recalled the days when they were in high school. Jack nodded and said, "Yeah. Back then I thought I'd get you anything you wanted at all costs. You're too domineering. You bought the whole bubble tea shop for a day and disallowed anyone else from buying bubble tea. Everyone at Second High School was jealous and envious of me. Sarah teased me and said I'd be the queen of bubble tea. She said that I was such a lucky person to have so much bubble tea. Yeah. If you want, I could buy the whole thing so you can drink it all by yourself, Jack said to Chloe with adoring eyes. No, haha. I think that's too childish now. We should keep a low profile. Chloe felt so cheesy that she hid in Jack's arms. Finally, it was their turn. Chloe ordered an original bubble tea. The price of it, however, doubled and was now $12. It was quite a rip-off. However, the taste was still the same. Chloe poked the straw into the drink and put it by Jack's mouth. She looked at Jack with puppy eyes and said, "Honey, you drink first." Not far away from them was Legend in his black sedan. He said in fluent English, "No wonder Green loves her so much. She sure is adorable." While Chloe and Jack were having a great time drinking bubble tea, Max called Chloe. "Sis-in-law, where are you?" Max was acting like he knew Chloe very well, and there was nothing Chloe could do about it. "Jack and I are by Second High School for dinner." "Huh? Did you guys eat already?" Max asked. "Yeah. What time do you think it is?" "We came when I got off work. What's the matter?" Chloe spoke with Max on the phone while drinking the bubble tea that Jack was holding on to. "Avery and I booked a room at First Class Royal Palace. We want to treat everyone to hot pot. Oh, but we already ate. You guys enjoy." "No, we're leaving tomorrow, so we wanted to gather everyone and treat you guys to a good meal. It's not about the food. We just want to gather everyone before we leave," Max explained. "Huh? Leave? You two?" Chloe didn't know what was going on. "Just come over. We'll be waiting." "Oh, we're on the 3rd floor of First Class Royal Palace, room 888. Max hung up right after he finished his sentence, not waiting for any response from Chloe. That Max. Chloe shook her head helplessly and put away her phone. "What's the matter?" Jack asked as he grabbed her by the shoulder. "Max said he and Avery want to treat us for dinner tonight and that they're leaving tomorrow. He wants us to go over now. Avery is flying out tomorrow." Jack nodded. "How come I didn't know about that?" Chloe said with surprise. "I had Mark book the ticket. I even had to get someone at the airport to help, or else I wouldn't have been able to get her that ticket. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet, but I was going to tell you when we got home. Then we should head over. We don't know when Avery will come back." "Yeah," Jack nodded. The two drove over to First Class Royal Palace. Victoria and Brenton had already arrived. Sarah came by herself as Noah was nowhere to be seen. "Sarah, where's Noah?" Max asked. "I don't want to talk about it. It's all because of that psycho killer. Everyone's terrified. There was a new murder and my husband hasn't eaten or slept well for the past few days. He lost so much weight. He's even eating and sleeping at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Over these days, I don't even have the mood to watch my store. Sometimes I go to the Municipal Public Security Bureau and bring him something good to eat. I already sent Ethan over to his grandparents' place." Sarah was also a bit exhausted. "Oh yeah, I saw the news. It's so goddamn terrifying, right? Where did this psychopath come from? He's killing one after another," Max responded. "Who knows? I just hope they can arrest him as soon as possible. I hope that no more murders happen because my husband's going to be done in by all the work if this goes on. Then I'd be a sad widow." "Haha, don't worry. You're such a strong and independent woman. This small case won't be able to hurt you two." Max laughed as he found Sarah to be very funny. "Hey, Chloe, come over. Sit next to me so we can chat." Sarah waved at Chloe when she saw them coming in. Chloe walked over with a smile on her face. She sat by Sarah and Victoria, and the three started to gossip. Brenton and Jack also chatted with each other. "Where's our great Mr. Cooper? Is he stuck in traffic? But he's usually really punctual," Max said as he looked at his watch. "No rush. We can tell the waiters to start serving the dishes first. We'll eat while we wait," Avery suggested. "Yeah, we can do that. Can you go tell the waiter that they can start serving the dishes? I'll go and give Cooper a call." Then Max stood up to call Justin, but Justin wasn't picking up. Justin was driving a convertible with the roof opened. Despite traffic regulations, the twins sat together in the front passenger seat. Although it was disallowed for ordinary people, Justin was no ordinary person. Every traffic police officer knew Justin, and no one dared to go against him. While they were waiting for the signal to turn green at the intersection, Justin looked over and saw two male foreigners carrying a young girl by a bar. They went on a black Ford, Justin's brows slightly furrowed. He saw the news on television, so he knew about the recent murders. He was suspicious when he saw foreigners with a young woman, so he wanted to go check the situation. However, the twins were in his passenger seat, so he wasn't going to take the risk of anything bad happening to them. Just when Justin put out the thought of checking that situation out, Max called. Justin disregarded the call. "Handsome Cooper, what are you thinking?" Pudding asked. "Nothing." The light turned green. "Why aren't you going?" Little Bean pointed ahead. "Oh, I'll go now." Justin continued to drive forward, and soon enough, they arrived at First Class Royal Palace. Justin carried both Pudding and Little Bean. They saw some familiar faces at the entrance. They were all his rich friends and some of their lady friends. When they saw Justin, they all greeted him politely. "Young Master Cooper, you're eating here too?" "Yeah," Justin said with a nod. "If you have time, why not join us? It's Kai's birthday today and everyone's celebrating with him." "Thanks, but I'm meeting up with friends upstairs. Enjoy." Then Justin walked upstairs with the twins in his arms. "Are those two young Master Cooper's kids? They're such a cute pair of twins." Some girls in the crowd started gossiping as they were unfamiliar with Justin. "Young Master Cooper isn't married yet. Can you use your brain a little? People nowadays can have kids even if they're not married." "Who said you can't have kids before marriage?" One of the girls refuted. "Even if that's the case, those two children are not young Master Cooper's. He just likes their mother. Whatever. I shouldn't comment too much on this. Young Master Cooper has a bad temper, and he gets mad when people gossip behind his back. Let's drink. Cheers." The men were cautious of talking about this topic, even though they found it amusing, as they were scared of Justin. By the time Justin and the twins arrived, everyone was present already. "What the hell? I thought you traveled through time when driving or something. You could have gone back and forth twice in 40 minutes. What happened, Justin? It's not like you to be late," Max said as he looked down at his watch. "Uncle Cruz, it's not Handsome Cooper's fault. We're late because I had to finish one more episode of the drama," Little Bean immediately explained. "You little brat. Why would you want to watch a drama? Here, come. Sit down. Let's eat." Max waved his hands, gesturing for everyone to dig in. Justin sat in between Max and Brenton while the twins went flying towards their parents. Pudding was a bit quicker, so she was able to sit on Jack's lap. Little Bean hugged Chloe's arm and started to act cute. Chloe spoiled Little Bean a bit by putting her on her own lap. She said to Little Bean, "Little Bean, what do you want to eat? Mommy will get it for you. Fish balls? Oh, and I also want crab sticks and shrimp." Little Bean did not restrain herself as she listed out the things she wanted to eat. "Little Bean, you gotta be more careful. Otherwise, you'll become overweight again," Max teased. "Uncle Cruz, do you still want to become one of us in the Dawson family?" Little Bean said arrogantly. "Oh, did you hear that, Chloe? Your little daughter already knows how to threaten people," Max tattletaled to Chloe. "She always knew how to do that." "It's not the first time," Chloe said calmly. "Little Bean, come over here. Let me hug you." Avery was especially happy when she saw Little Bean. Little Bean immediately climbed off of Chloe and climbed onto Avery's lap. Pudding, on the other hand, sat quietly on Jack's lap. "Pudding, do you want to come over to Uncle?" Max called, trying to copy Avery. Pudding looked over at Max and said calmly, "Daddy and I are discussing stocks. I don't have time to play with you." "Oh." Max was immediately speechless. Brenton laughed and said, "I heard you bought quite a lot of the Green Company stocks. How is it doing? Did you make money?" "I haven't sold it yet. I'm waiting for the right timing," Pudding responded. "Good. You know how to look for the right timing. Great. Just like your dad," Brenton praised. Everyone sat around the table and ate hot pot. There were good conversations going on, and everyone was quite happy. Sometime during the dinner, Justin mentioned the recent murders. He looked at Sarah and asked, "Sister Sarah, did Director Ace tell you that the murderer is for sure a foreigner?" "Yeah, it's a foreigner. However, Noah said that the sketches of the murderer are inaccurate. People always describe foreigners differently." "I don't understand why." Are they a huge group of people, or is he changing faces every time? Sarah said lethargically, as she put a vegetable in her mouth. Why? Justin, do you have clues? Victoria asked. I saw something on our way here. Before Justin could finish, Chloe's phone rang. Chloe had set a ringtone specifically for Southside, so she knew someone was urgently looking for her. Chloe immediately took out her phone and picked up the call. Hello? What? How long has it been? Is it serious? Okay, wait for me. I'll be there ASAP. When Chloe hung up, she looked much more serious. Honey, what's the matter? Jack put down his chopsticks and looked over at Chloe. Something urgent happened at the hospital. We just got a patient who's bleeding internally. He needs surgery immediately. There's tons of stuff like this every day at the hospital. There are other doctors on shift. Do they really need you to go? Sarah asked out of curiosity. The patient's relatives want me to do the surgery. If I don't go, they won't sign, Chloe said seriously. What? That's new. So Dr. Green is famous, Victoria joked. Honey, can you give me the car keys? You guys can continue eating. Can you take the kids home after? I'm going to leave first. No, I'm going with you. Jack immediately stood up. It's okay. It's not that late anyways. I'm driving, so it's fine. Chloe thought that it was unnecessary for Jack to go with her. Let's not waste time. Let's go. Before Chloe could respond, Jack put pudding on the floor and pulled Chloe by her hand and left. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to everyone. After they left, Max looked at Little Bean and Pudding and said, You poor little angels. Your parents seem to have forgotten about you two. Do you think you're really their children, or just some children they picked up on the streets? Yeah, I sometimes do suspect that they're not my real parents. Little Bean pouted and everyone laughed. Just then, Justin got a message from Chloe saying, Can you send the twins back to South Hill Manor after dinner? Thanks. Justin sighed and showed this message to everyone. Dr. Green has given orders. Let's stop the fuss and continue eating. Everyone thought it was weird why Jack insisted on going with Chloe back to the hospital, as it was normal for Chloe to get urgent calls from the hospital. Don't you guys think Jack is especially worried about Chloe recently? He drives her to work, picks her up from work, and basically goes with her everywhere, Victoria said. I can understand why. It's still dangerous out there. The victims of the murders have all been female, and the psycho killer is still out there. My husband told me not to go out at night if I don't have to, just in case. They're always so lovey-dovey. I don't know what they'll do to celebrate Valentine's Day tomorrow, Max said. Oh, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Mr. Blake, did you get my present? Victoria looked over at her husband. Don't worry. How many years have we been married, and of all those years did I forget even once? Brenton said confidently. Ugh, my husband's still at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He probably forgot that tomorrow's Valentine's Day. I don't think I'll get any good surprises from him. I just hope there are no bad surprises. Sarah pouted. Avery, we're going to be on the airplane on Valentine's Day. Why don't we book a first-class suite with a soft bed? We might even get some action. Max looked over at Avery with a dirty smile on his face. Go away. You'd wish. Avery immediately blushed. Ah, what are you thinking? I just meant we could lie down, listen to music, and watch movies with red wine. It'd be very romantic, Max explained. Little Bean finally couldn't take it and said, Can you couples stop showing off? Can you take our handsome Cooper's feelings into consideration? He's single. Can you not shove it in his face? Justin looked up with innocent eyes. For a second, he was speechless. Justin, why don't I introduce you to some girl, and you can celebrate Valentine's Day with her? Max winked at Justin. Thank you, but no thank you. I can celebrate myself. I also have a meeting tomorrow. I'll probably be busy the whole day. These holidays are just another ordinary day to me, Justin said slowly. Justin, since you have so much free time tomorrow, you can go sell flowers during the day and sell condoms at night. You can also start selling contraceptives next time, Max teased. Shut up. There's kids here. Avery pinched Max on the cheek as a reminder. Don't worry. Go on. I understand what you're saying. Little Bean looked up at Max and said in a serious tone. Max looked down at Little Bean, and they looked at each other in the eye for 3 seconds. He then put his hands together and bowed. Master, please accept my worship. Max's buffoonery actions made everyone laugh. Justin, however, didn't look that happy. He looked down and drank his beer as if he was worried about something important. He was still thinking about what had just happened. If that group of foreigners he saw on the streets were really the murderers, then another innocent girl would die tonight. At Southside Recuperation Center, Chloe quickly sanitized, changed, and charged into the surgery room. What's the situation? Deputy Director, it's terrifying. Someone seemed to have intentionally opened this girl up from the stomach. Have a look yourself, the assistant nurse said. Chloe put on her gloves and walked over. When she saw the patient, her expression sank. Normally, Chloe would only occasionally conduct some difficult operations from the OB/GYN and orthopedics departments. She rarely did surgeries. That was also the reason why she rarely saw patients from the ER, where some tragic incidents like car accidents or construction accidents happened. It was the first time she saw such a graphic situation. The girl was lying there half dead. Her face was pale, but you could see her delicate facial features. You could tell she was young. However, she was badly wounded by some external force. From how her wounds showed, she could tell someone cut her chest open with a knife, causing massive blood loss. Stop the bleeding first, then we'll start the surgery. Chloe took a deep breath in to calm herself. Then, along with 2 other neurosurgeons and 3 nurses, she conducted this extremely difficult surgery. The surgery lasted for over 3 hours. When Chloe came out of the surgery room, it was already 12:30 a.m. The surgery required immense concentration, so now that Chloe relaxed, she felt tired and dizzy. Then, someone gave her a cup of water. Just when Chloe was about to take it, she looked at the man. She realized it wasn't from a nurse, but was a foreign man, a complete stranger. The man didn't look young and had a weird glare in his eyes. The way he looked at her was strange, because his eyes seemed to be faking a smile at her. Chloe immediately became more alert. She held onto the cup and said, "Who are you?" "I'm that girl's friend," he said in English. Chloe, of course, understood. She didn't believe what he said, so she asked, "You're that patient's friend?" "Yeah, I requested you to come back to the hospital to conduct that surgery. I heard the surgery went very smoothly. You are good after all." Although the surgery was successful, she's still in critical condition. We will need to continue monitoring her health. Chloe looked at the man and responded in fluent English. "I didn't expect your English to be this good. I heard you never studied abroad," the man said with a smile. "You seem to know a lot about me." Chloe was now even more alert because this stranger, who was a foreigner, seemed to know a lot about her. He also self-proclaimed to be the friend of her patient. "Everyone in this hospital praises you. It's hard to not know. I also heard that you're self-taught. Thank you for the compliments. Your friend is in the ICU, so you might not be able to visit her now. If you want to see her, you can come tomorrow morning. I'm going to go home." Chloe didn't want to continue chatting with this man. She was about to go back to her office and get Jack so they could go home. "Are you interested in grabbing a late-night snack with me?" the man asked Chloe with a devious smirk on his face. "I'm not interested in dining with a stranger," Chloe rejected. "If you don't say yes, I'd be unhappy," the man said. "So, what do you want from me?" Chloe's brows slightly furrowed. She looked up into the man's eyes, but she could not see any signs of fright from him. "Everyone around me knows that I'm very terrifying if I'm unhappy. I don't want you to see the unhappy side of me." "That would be a disaster," the man half threatened. Chloe suddenly laughed and said, "I don't know if you heard this before, but there is a saying in my country. Don't be so headstrong because not everyone's your mommy." Although it sounded a bit strange in English, she was able to convey her message. Chloe had scolded this man before her. Legend glared at this slim girl before him in disbelief, with a hint of interest. She had a delicate, Eastern-looking face. In this world, no one dared to talk to him like this, other than that little chick, Fiona. His brother Nalo didn't dare. and neither did Andrew. This woman not only scolded him unabashedly, but also condemned his mother. Chloe wasn't sure if it was because of the recent murder case. She didn't have a good impression towards foreign guys. Besides, she felt irritated tonight. That was why she overreacted and swore. Dr. Green, I'll be very depressed that you treat me this way. Legend looked at Chloe slowly. So what? I think I can always... Before Legend finished talking, a sound broke into the silence between them. Honey, are you all done? Jack stood there not far away. He leaned against the wall of the hallway with a black lighter in his right hand. Mr. Dawson's black blazer and his outfit made him look like eye candy. He looked way better than any celebrity, superstar, and fresh meat. Chloe was delighted when she saw Jack. Yeah, all done. Just finished the surgery. What are you waiting for? Let's go home. After Jack finished talking, he strode over and held Chloe's hand in his. Chloe felt secure and more confident with Jack's presence. The couple held hands and walked away right in front of Legend. Jack didn't even look at the foreign guy on the side as if he didn't see him at all. Legend just looked at their figures from behind until they walked far. Boss, why didn't you order us to take them down? Two subordinates emerged out of nowhere. Dumbass, this woman's husband isn't that simple. Didn't we investigate him before? He's just an ordinary entrepreneur. Something unusual about him. Is it because his uncle is Mr. Dawson, the CEO of the famous GK Empire? No, nothing to do with that. I am actually interested in the lighter that he held in his hand. Legend was a person with an extremely sophisticated mind. He glanced at the black lighter in Jack's hand when Jack walked over and saw a print of the red skull on top of it. That was why he didn't dare to act rashly. Is there something wrong with the lighter? Is that a trigger of an explosive? Could there be a bomb in the hospital? Legend's subordinate guessed. No, that print looks like a symbol of the Doomsday Reaper. Doomsday Reaper? How is that possible? Isn't that... The subordinate didn't continue talking. I'll investigate this in detail. After all, I don't want any mistakes to happen. After Legend finished talking, he turned around and walked out. Andrew arrived right after Jack and Chloe left the hospital. His employees were observing Legend's actions. Andrew was utterly terrified when he heard that Legend went to the South Side. He drove to Southside without hesitation because he was afraid that Legend would do something to Chloe. Boss? Andrew suppressed his inner panic and rushed to Legend. Are you worried as well? That I would do something to your sweetheart? Legend laughed. Boss, that little sister of mine is merely a normal doctor. She doesn't know anything. Please take my loyalty towards you into account and don't harm her. I only have her left in my family. Andrew chickened out sincerely for the first time. It wasn't because he was afraid of Legend, but because he was fearful of Chloe getting harmed. Green, I've known you for many years, and it's rare to see you speak so gently. It seems like that woman is significant to you. But I'm curious, if you're loyal to me, why can't you find the person that I asked you to after all these years? Andrew felt guilty again when Legend interrogated him. So you really can't find that orphan from the Wagner family? Or you found that kid but don't want to tell me? Legend leaned close to Andrew's nose as he looked into his eyes and questioned him. I really didn't find the orphan. Andrew said each word with difficulty. That's weird then. Nalo said you're doing well in the country and have great influence, and that you can get away with killing quite a few people. How is it difficult for you to look for a person? Green, why don't you explain to me the reason behind this? Legend laughed wildly. Andrew knew it wasn't a good omen. Boss, I've been trying to look for the person upon your request, but it was many years ago. I reported that to you already. Professor Wagner and his wife hid in Towtown back in the days. After the kid was born, people from Towtown started to die without reason. Even Doctor's family, the doctor who delivered the child, went missing for years. The database was burned into ashes, and there's no way to start the investigation. It's not like I'm not helping you. It is indeed challenging. Andrew had already thought of excuses regarding this matter. Even if Legend questioned him in person, he would still say the same. If you told me this before, I wouldn't doubt you at all. But now, Green, you have become more unpredictable. Legend looked at Andrew in the eyes and said, "If Boss doesn't trust me, you can go to Tao Town and see for yourself." Andrew lowered his head. "If I have time to go to that small, deserted town, why would I ask you to do it?" Obviously, Legend was furious. Andrew didn't dare to talk back. "Green, I know about what happened back then. Even though my brother saved your life, you aren't grateful to him. Am I right?" Suddenly, Legend mentioned what happened years ago and startled Andrew. "Boss, it's because you hate him. You think he could have saved you earlier instead of waiting until everything happened and then saving you. It was too late already. You even thought my brother gloated over a show." "Boss, I don't think that way. I always remember that Master Nalo is the savior of my life." Andrew tried to calm himself down and tried not to expose himself. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Even if that's true, it's nothing. What you think is correct. That's what Nalo meant. But you're lucky that he still saved you. If I were there, I wouldn't have saved you at all. You would have been destroyed by those black guys on the spot." Andrew's face became pale when Legend mentioned the mess that happened years ago. That was the past he never wanted to mention, and the nightmare he never wanted to reminiscent in his life. But Legend had to say it like it was a joke, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "So, it's normal if you're not willing to serve our family. I can understand. That's why I'm switching to a different approach." Legend smiled and leaned close towards Andrew's ear. "I'll give you a month from now. After a month, bring that person along to meet me in Indonesia. Or else, your most beloved sister, Dr. Green." "Oh no, I should call her Chloe. She'll become my new toy. What do you think of this method?" Andrew's eyes widened out of astonishment, and he couldn't speak after hearing Legend's words. "Don't be nervous. I'm sure you'll find that person, so your sweetheart won't be harmed. Isn't that right?" After Legend finished talking, he tapped Andrew's shoulder and left. Andrew gasped in front of the hospital as he thought over what Legend just told him. Legend said this proved that he still didn't know Professor Wagner's daughter was Chloe. Therefore, he was under the impression that Andrew didn't try hard enough to find or hid her away on purpose. That was why he confirmed Chloe was important to Andrew on this trip and used this woman to threaten Andrew. Even though this was the case, Andrew still got caught in making a difficult decision, because Chloe would still be in danger if he didn't hand over the person. Andrew's face was livid when he went back to the Mercedes-Benz car and said nothing. "Boss, are you all right?" The subordinate drove and observed Andrew through the mirror at the same time. "I'm fine." Andrew said nothing, but his voice was trembling. He was wondering who he should hand over to Legend. If he sought a fake person to fool Legend, Legend could definitely find out. Legend must have Professor Wagner or Fiona's hair, and if he were to do a match with the DNA, Andrew's plan would be exposed for sure. Yet, he couldn't bring Chloe and hand her over to Legend. How to deal with this? What should I do? Andrew looked outside the window and murmured to himself, inside the black Mercedes-Benz. Jack and Chloe didn't talk as if they had an agreement. Until the car drove a few kilometers away, Chloe tilted her head, saw Jack's gloomy face, and asked slowly, "Darling, I realized just now why you've been acting strange lately. You've also been nervous about me and have to follow me around even when I go for emergencies. It turns out that you are just worried about my safety." Jack took a deep breath, but didn't talk. He held onto the steering wheel and drove in silence. "Is that foreigner a suspect of the recent murder case? If you know he's the one, then Noah must know as well. He must have an influential background because you know the truth but cannot arrest him. A foreigner who's massacring like a psychopath in a foreign country and no one dares to intervene, he must have a terrifying background. You and Andrew both reminded me to be careful. I'm guessing that person is Legend. Am I right?" The moment Jack held her hand and led her out of the hospital, Chloe got many things figured out. She connected everything that happened recently and inferred reasonably. She concluded that this foreigner's identity was definitely not simple. A foreigner who Andrew and Jack both had misgivings towards, that person should be Ian without a doubt. the man who she heard of many times but had never met in person. "Honey." Jack seemed like he wanted to say something. "Tell me if I'm right or not first. Is he Legend?" Chloe grabbed Jack's arm and asked, "Yes, he's Legend." Jack nodded. Chloe's face expression changed after she heard him and yelled instantly, "Honey, park the car on the side. What's the matter?" Jack didn't know what to do when he saw Chloe getting anxious. If he's Legend, the girl that I just did surgery on must be a victim. Will Legend hurt that girl just like how Valeria and Emery died if we leave now? No. I have to go back and take a look. Chloe was about to open the door and got out of the car as she talked. "Chloe, are you crazy? Come back." Jack was slightly angered and pulled Chloe right back in. "Darling, that's my patient. A patient that I barely brought back to life just now. It's someone's life, and I can't leave her." Chloe had been working at Southside for a long time and had already internalized the doctor's obligation and mission. Hence, she was really scared that Ian would kill that girl. "Chloe, if Legend wants to kill her, it's already too late for you to go back. Even if you return, can you stop him? Is he a normal criminal? That's Legend, a man that even Noah and his elite subordinates can't handle, and a man who tamed Andrew like a dog. He's a devil and a terrorist who's not afraid of dying. This is not a game nor a movie. Do you understand?" Jack hadn't talked to Chloe loudly for a long time. He lost some control of his temper and slightly scared Chloe. "Darling, you are yelling at me?" Chloe's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Jack with sadness. Jack parked the car on the side and sighed. He had some regrets about his attitude earlier. Raising his hand and putting it on Chloe's, he explained slowly, "Honey, I didn't mean to yell at you, but you were too selfish at that instant. I know you're a doctor and taking care of a patient's safety is your nature. But before that, you're also a wife to me and a mom of 2 kids. If you were to rush over and something happened to you because you disregarded your safety, what would Little Bean, Pudding, and I do? Have you thought about that?" Chloe had nothing to say to answer Jack's questions. "Can I make a call to the hospital? I want to find out how the girl's doing at least," Chloe quietly said. "Sure." Jack gave in. Chloe took out her cell phone and called the hospital's switchboard number. After asking thoroughly, she set her mind at ease. It's good that he didn't kill that girl. That girl's fine, and he seemed to have left the hospital already. Chloe let out a sigh of relief. Killing people is a game to Legend. Anybody can be a part of his game. Killing that girl or not completely depends on his mood, and nobody has any way of stopping him. Jack tried to tell Chloe about the stakes at hand of the situation. Chloe lowered her head and said nothing, but Jack knew from her expression that she definitely thought he was exaggerating about Legend. Jack restrained his temper and raised his hand to touch her cheek. "Honey, do you think the man, whom even Fiona is afraid of, would be an ordinary person?" This sentence reminded Chloe, and she suddenly realized what had happened. Right. Fiona said that she and Dad had been chased by Legend all these years. A guy that Fiona has to run away from should be very terrifying, but he seemed okay and didn't look that scary when I just saw him. I also yelled at him and cursed his mother, Chloe said, and was slightly proud of herself. "You're still boasting about this. If I didn't go earlier, do you think you would still be alive and well right now?" Jack got angrier when she mentioned this. If he didn't follow her, how could his stupid wife stand still without a scratch after yelling at Legend? "So, honey, are you trying to tell me that the fearless Legend is actually afraid of our Mr. Dawson?" Chloe laughed and joked with Jack. "He isn't afraid of me. He's just afraid of the thing in my hand." Jack paused as he spoke up to this point. "What was in your hand that he's afraid of?" Chloe didn't understand and looked at Jack in confusion. "Nothing. I'll tell you bit by bit in the future. Saying more won't help anything. Anyhow, from now on, you must stay with me at all times. I'll ask for a leave for you at the hospital. You can't go anymore because Legend has noticed you. I'm not sure how he found you, but you're not safe anymore." "Okay, I'll do what you say." Chloe was very obedient and followed Jack's arrangements. After the car stopped by South Hill Manor, You go back first. I'll meet Noah at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Okay, you be careful as well, Chloe told him. Jack drove to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. When he saw Noah, he found out his eyes were bloodshot. Before Jack said anything, Noah mocked himself. I haven't slept in 3 days. Damn it, I'm so sleepy. You're not solving the problem without any sleep. Why don't you go to sleep? Jack looked at him indifferently. The key thing is, I can't fall asleep at all. These things have been stuck in my mind. By the way, my subordinate found out Legend brought another girl away from a hotel, and there's no news of her death yet. I'm not sure if she's still alive. She's alive, Jack answered. How do you know? Noah looked at Jack confusingly. Because that girl was sent to Southside and Chloe performed the surgery for her. Huh? Noah was extremely surprised. Jack briefly told Noah about the situation at Southside. After Noah heard everything, his facial expression became serious. This bastard is way too cruel. No, I must think of a way. Noah was anxiously put his arms on his waist as he paced around nervously. What do you have in mind? Jack looked at him calmly. I'm thinking of deploying a well-prepared plan and kill Legend. Noah made a gesture of cutting his throat. Kill Legend? Jack frowned slightly and didn't think it was a good idea. What kind of expression is that? Noah could tell Jack's disapproval. Noah, are you stupid? Didn't I tell you what kind of person Legend is? You did, but I don't care that much now. I don't care if he's the Jade Emperor or King of Hell. I can't tolerate him killing people in my territory. Jack, he's not killing cows or sheep, but people. I understand that if Legend stays here one day longer, there will be innocent citizens dying, and the way they die is extremely brutal. I can't let him continue having his way. If I allocate 12 snipers, find a bait, then ambush him, how can he survive? Even if he's got 3 heads and 6 arms, I will do what it takes for him to die in our hands. He won't have a chance to leave here. Noah was forced to his limits and was breaking down mentally. That was why he had the idea of going against Legend. Not mentioning if you can successfully ambush him, have you thought of the consequences even if you kill Legend? Jack looked at Noah imperturbably and asked, I haven't thought about that. I'll kill him first. Being overly cautious is not my style of dealing with things. I've had enough of chickening like a sissy. Even if I die, I'll have to fight against him. Noah was ready to risk everything and didn't care about anything. Okay, since you're so righteous and courageous, let me analyze the situation for you. Imagine what would happen if Legend died here. Jack straightened his back and said, Immediately, Legend's organization will be thrown into a frenzy. They would do anything to avenge him. You know his organization. It's the most notorious terrorist group. Even the FBI can't do anything against them. They train countless human weapons every year, are the most well-known plane hijackers, and even caused the rebellion in Syria in 2009. They did all that. You can't fathom how many explosives they have and how crazed their ideals are. If Legend died here, our city will become the vacation spot for all those terrorists. We'll never live in peace again, and furthermore, they'll harm our country's economy. Noah licked his dry lips after hearing that, but he couldn't argue a single word. He knew that Jack never gave in to fear. Every word that he spoke was carefully formulated. After that comes Legend's family. Legend has a biological brother named Nalo. He's the head of Germany's largest mafia and has connections throughout the world. If he hears of his brother's death, he'll never rest. He won't be happy with killing just you. He'll also hit everyone associated with the murder. Even Sarah and Ethan. Think about it. Do you really want them to live in constant fear of death? I obviously don't want that, but isn't there any other way? Are we just going to sit here and die? Noah was really conflicted. Of course not. What I mean is that if we do get rid of Legend, we can't do it here. We can't give away our identities or even clues to them, Jack said. That's not easy, agitated Noah said. Obviously not. That's why he's the most fearsome terrorist leader out there. Jack spoke of Legend calmly. So you want me to sit here and do nothing? After years of being a police officer, this was the first time Noah felt so defeated. Don't take it to heart. I'll find a way to make Legend leave as soon as possible. I don't rest easy with him being here either. Okay, you're right. It looks like our snipers have to stand down, Noah sighed. Bro, keep your spirits up. There's going to be a battle between us and Legend eventually. Trust me. Before Jack left, he patted Noah's shoulder. When Jack left the city bureau, it was already late into the night. The twins were sound asleep, and when he entered the master bedroom, he found Chloe doing the same. You're back? Hearing the rustling made Chloe turn. Honey, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. What gifts do you want? Jack planted a gentle kiss on Chloe's forehead. We've been married for years. What gifts are you talking about? Chloe drowsily replied. Okay, go back to sleep. Jack unbuttoned his shirt and hugged Chloe, Russia, at a castle outside Moscow. Get that BS Riker here right now. Fiona flipped the breakfast table and made the porcelain bowls shatter on the floor. Young madam, please calm down. The young master really isn't in Moscow right now. The butler was stuck in a difficult position. Don't fool me with lies meant for toddlers. Tell that psycho that if he doesn't come and see me, I'll blow this place to bits. Fiona had no patience. Although Psycho Riker promised to watch over the situation in the country, she didn't know where that damned man went. He didn't tell her what was going on, or if Legend was still there. Were her sister and the twins hurt? She felt like she would go insane from boredom if she stayed in Moscow for any longer. She never liked this castle. The people here rarely smiled and treated each other coldly. They were also incredibly sexist. Most men were alcoholics that drank at home all day, and their wives were the breadwinners. She thought they were scum. Fortunately, the Ross family was from the country. Otherwise, Fiona would never have anything to do with Riker. Young madam, I'm telling the truth. Trying to calm Fiona, the butler was on the verge of tears. Cut the crap. I'm not your young madam. Who said I'm going to marry him? You're overrating your family. If you anger me, I'll blow everything up. Fiona was the opposite of Chloe. Her temper was incredibly fiery. If there was conflict, her first solution was to blow it up. Making explosives was a hobby Fiona developed in her childhood. In the years she was separated from her father, she had to develop her own explosives to avoid death. When she killed her first man, she was overcome with guilt. Now, she wouldn't bat an eye even if she killed hundreds. That required a strong heart. At that moment, her phone rang. Her phone was incredibly advanced, like her father's. It was now integrated into her watch, and when she received calls, it would show the other person's holographic image. Fiona calmed her anger and picked up. Riker's cold and handsome face immediately popped up. He was wearing a navy blue Russian military uniform. Fiona, don't bully the servants. Bully the servants? The servants are the ones bullying me. They're treating me like a prisoner. Riker, do you want me to kill you? You're out there having fun, leaving me here in the cold. Moscow's weather is turning me into an ice statue. I don't want to stay here anymore. Do you understand? Fiona threw a tantrum. However, Fiona didn't show a hint of anger. He also didn't reply to Fiona's demands. He said, Your sister is fine and so are the twins. Is that it? What about Legend? Is he still in the city? Fiona was still agitated. Yes, Riker replied. That's not good. I'll never rest easy as long as he's there. Hearing that Legend was still there made Fiona worried. Fiona, I am in Brazil for business. Wait for me. If you are still worried, we'll go to the city together, okay? Riker only showed his patient side towards Fiona. His tone sounded like he was coaxing a child. He thought that Fiona wouldn't comply. However, she changed her usual attitude. Okay, I'll make do. Come back as soon as possible. Okay. Riker hung up. Young madam, you see, we weren't lying, right? The young master really isn't in Moscow. The butler looked like he was incredibly wronged by Fiona. Deep in thought, Fiona nodded her head. Please eat your breakfast. We'll make you a new one. Okay, go do your business. Fiona waved her hand and went upstairs. Once in her bedroom, Fiona made sure there were no secret recording devices and opened the contact list on her watch. She secretly dialed a number. Boss, what are your orders? On the other side of the phone, the man respectfully said, Get Phantom 1 from my safe right now and drop it on Legends HQ in Indonesia. Boss, are you really going to use Phantom 1? You heard what I said, but you know the power of Phantom 1. Won't you cause a lot of chaos? Why wouldn't I know its power? I am the one who developed it. I'm ordering you to do it, so why are you blabbering? Fiona was furious. But, one more word and you disappear along with Phantom 1, Fiona commanded. Okay, boss, I'm on it. 5 hours later, Legend was just sitting down in a bar when he heard his subordinate coming in anxiously to report. Sir, our Indonesian headquarters were bombed by an unknown party half an hour ago. Our losses are great. What did you say? Legend's face immediately darkened. Our Indonesian headquarters came under attack. Shaking, the subordinate reported. What weapon? Legend suppressed his anger. He had spent 3 years building up the Indonesian base. It was a very powerful bomb. We've never seen it before. It must be a new model. Our forces recovered the shells of the bomb and are analyzing it at this moment. I believe that we'll know the results and the composition very soon. After hearing the report, Legend's expression looked uglier. He was the head of the world's most notorious terrorist organization, and what he did best was create terror. He should be the one bombing others. However, this time, his base was the one that got blown up. The attackers even used explosives, his signature weapon. Needless to say, this was a slap in the face for Legend. All these years, he hired countless explosives experts to create all kinds of bombs. He always wanted to capture Professor Wagner and Fiona for their talent. Wait, Fiona? Thinking of that name made Legend calm down a little. It must have been that damned girl. She has to be the one. Although Legend has multiple enemies, there was nobody else who could find his base in Indonesia in such a short period of time, as well as use the newest model of explosives. We suspect it too. We haven't caught the bomb carrier yet. If we do, we'll get to the bottom of this. You don't have to speculate. She has to be the one. I let my guard down, and she comes running to my door. Haha, it looks like I was too kind to her before. Legend's eyes glimmered chillingly. Every time he interacted with Fiona, he wanted to capture her alive without harming her physically. So, Fiona escaped every single time. The last time on the plane was the closest he had ever been to capturing her. He thought he had her for sure, but the disguised Professor Wagner rescued her halfway through the mission. It looked like the father and daughter were tough to deal with. Sir, should we put a death order on her head? Legend's subordinate carefully asked. Death order? Oh no, I don't want her to die yet. After all, she's the only toy I've been interested in as of late. I have to capture her and teach her a lesson. Otherwise, it's hard to get rid of my hatred. After speaking, Legend downed his whiskey and left. The death order was the highest secret order in Legend's organization. Once he announced the order, hundreds of experts within the organization would begin a search around the world using any method imaginable to kill the target. Sometimes, even human bombs were used. That was the scariest part about terrorists. It wasn't too extreme to call them anti-humans. Legend angrily walked out of the bar. His mood to hunt down a beauty was all gone. Sir, should we go and find Mr. Green? Go and find. No, we're leaving right now. To Legend, someone as insignificant as Andrew was of no value. He already gave him a time limit of 1 month. It wouldn't matter if he found the person or not. There would only be one outcome for the two of them. Half an hour later, the getaway helicopter was in the open sea. Legend and his subordinates rowed a speedboat out to sea and boarded the helicopter in an instant. When Noah's team got the news and arrived at the docks, it was already empty. After Noah learned of Legend's departure, he felt a weight disappear from his heart. He even called Jack. At 2 a.m, Jack, it's so late. Jack groggily complained into the phone. Good news. Legend left the city. Noah's voice sounded ecstatic. After all, the god of death was finally gone. Oh, really? When Jack heard the news, he woke up. Our information is correct. When my team got there, they were already gone. They took a speedboat out to the international waters and were picked up by a helicopter. They headed south. I don't know why he suddenly left, but this time, I'll ask border security to pay close attention to foreign citizens, Noah stressed. That's not very useful. If Legend wants to come here, he can get in easily. I want to know what we're going to do with Legend's murders now that he's gone. They're still pressuring you. How do you plan to take care of that? Jack knew that Noah was in a difficult position. He couldn't tell his boss everything about Legend, since nobody would believe him anyway. I went through it with my supervisor and decided to put the blame on some fugitives who already have a life sentence. We have to put an end to this case to cease the panic. That's a good idea. And you don't have to worry anymore. I can finally rest easy, Noah chuckled and hung up. Jack hung up the phone and turned around to see Chloe awake. Who are you calling so late at night? Chloe was suspicious of Jack because of what Thomas told her before. She was afraid that he had a troubling secret that he needed to hide from her. So, she was pretty alert. Noah. Really? Or is it some woman in an affair with my husband? Chloe smiled mysteriously. Pfft, can't you trust your own husband? Jack grabbed his phone and clicked open the call history. Did you save the woman's name as Noah to fool me? Chloe's imagination ran wild. Jack was speechless. Honey, it's the middle of the night. Are you starting trouble instead of sleeping? Jack chuckled. Yep. Did you do something behind my back? Chloe extended her finger and rested it on Jack's lips. Why don't you call this number and see if it's really Noah? Jack looked at Chloe with humor. No, I want to be kept in the dark. If it really was a woman, I would be so heartbroken. Chloe pouted her mouth. You are right. You might hear a woman's voice, Jack purposefully said. All right, see? You're confessing before I even interrogate you, Chloe pouted and said. I didn't finish my sentence. What's your hurry? What I meant was that if you called Noah's number and a woman picked up, it must be Sarah, Jack explained. Pfft. Chloe turned her head. It was clear that her husband set this trap for her, but her finger was still on Mr. Dawson's lips. What was the meaning of that? Jack opened her mouth and sucked on her porcelain white finger. A tingly feeling immediately shot throughout her body. Hey, what are you doing? Are you a dog? Chloe felt itchy and wanted to pull back her finger, only to find it firmly held between Jack's teeth. He used the right amount of strength. She felt no pain but couldn't pull her finger back. Chloe wanted to keep protesting, but she found her nightgown being pulled off. Everything was exposed in an instant. You... She didn't have the chance to finish her sentence before someone got on top of her. Legend's departure made Jack let his guard down in an instant. On a night like this, he only wanted to enjoy the moment with his beloved Chloe. On the other hand, Noah also felt amazing. After discussing the plan with his supervisor, he typed up a detailed report for those big bosses at the provincial government. When he finished, it was already 3 a.m. When he left his office, he found his subordinates were still hard at work. You're all still here? Noah was stunned. Director Ace, if you're still here, how would we dare to leave? The officers all sucked up to Director Ace. Good. I have an announcement to make. We've caught the perpetrator of the murder case. The case is officially closed. You can all go home now. Thank you for your hard work. Dinner is on me tomorrow. Director Ace, you're not lying, right? When have I lied to you? Noah rolled his eyes at them. But sir, when did you catch the perpetrator? And where? The people who had information on Legend were all top-rank officers. Such information was confidential, and the ordinary officers at the office didn't know. Noah didn't plan to let them know either. About that. The perpetrator escaped to another province, and the 2 provincial police departments cooperated in his arrest. Anyways, that's the end of that. Everyone should rest easy now and go home. After Noah finished speaking, cheering and applause broke out in the office. Noah dragged his exhausted body out of the city bureau and drove his black Jaguar home. Luckily, he lived close by and got home within a few minutes. When Noah opened the door, he found the bedroom light still on. He was afraid of disrupting his family's sleep, so he tried to be as silent as possible. He was just taking off his jacket when Sarah came out of the bedroom in a pair of blue cotton pajamas. You're back? You should be asleep. Look at the time. Noah turned to look at Sarah's eye bags with heartache. I was worried. I couldn't fall asleep, Sarah pouted. Where's Ethan? I drove him to my mom's. It's not that safe lately. I remembered that my parents have their own security guards, and their area is safer. So I sent Ethan over there. You're smart. Why didn't you stay with them? That way I won't have to worry about you as well. What would you do if I was gone? I have to wait for you at home. Sarah's insomnia was due to her being a family member of a public servant. She was more anxious than an average person, as she was constantly worried about her husband's safety and didn't know who to talk to. Underneath her boisterous exterior, Sarah was actually a very sensitive person. She was wholeheartedly dedicated to Noah. You idiot. I'm the bureau director. Nothing will happen to me. I just drink tea in the office and read cases. All I do is analyze the situation, direct the forces, and discuss plans. What danger will come to me? Noah casually glossed over the issue and explained with a smile. Don't pretend anymore. I've known you for so many years. I've known you for as long as Chloe knows Jack. Do you think I don't know you as a person? You're not a coward who is afraid of death like you claim to be. If you're serious, there's no one in the world who can compare to you. Don't think that I don't know. I overheard the officers talking about you being in the field for missions when I was delivering your lunch. If you happen to encounter that freaky serial killer and a gunfight breaks out. When Sarah said that, her voice was breaking. Only God knew how afraid she was. Seeing his normally tough wife as frail as a child made Noah's heart soften. He walked over to her and gently held her in his arms. Sarah, don't worry. I'm back in one piece, Noah comforted. Bullcrap. How can I not worry? You're my husband. If anything happens to you, I am going to be a widow. No way. You're still young and beautiful. You have a chance to find a second husband, Noah teased. To his surprise, Sarah threw her fists at him. Stop lying, I'll die with you. Honey, you're breaking my bones. Shut up. Sarah wiped her tears and smiled. Look, you haven't slept for days, nor have you changed. You're disgusting. Go and take a shower. Sarah pushed Noah towards the bathroom. Are you hinting at something by being so impatient for my shower? Noah chuckled. What? Don't overthink it. You just stink, okay? Sarah's face blushed. I'm not thinking too much. I just think that Ethan might be lonely. Since the country made it legal for us to have a second child now, shouldn't we? We can afford to. So let's have another one? No way. You're making it seem so easy. If you want one more, why don't you pop one out? Sarah rolled her eyes. Sadly, I am not equipped with such an ability. Otherwise, I really wouldn't bother you with something so minor, Noah rebutted. Quit it. I'm being serious. Jack and Chloe are even preparing for a third one. We can't fall behind. Maybe we'll betroth them to the twins. Ha ha then. Half of GK will be ours. We'll get rich in an instant, Noah joked. You're dreaming. Chloe didn't say that she wanted a third one. They're just leaving it up to fate, okay? Let's leave it to fate too. Noah was at the bathroom door and walked back to her. He stuck himself to Sarah and caressed her romantically. What are you doing? Hurry up and go shower. Sarah knew what he wanted but denied it verbally. I'll shower later. You have to reward me for all my hard work. Now you have to do your share. After speaking, Noah pressed Sarah down onto the sofa. A romantic aura spread throughout the air. This night was perfect for the two couples, but not everyone was enjoying themselves. Fiona blew up Legends Indonesian base with Phantom 1 and caused mass chaos. Even the Indonesian government was involved. So, she was listed as the #1 enemy by both Legend and the Indonesian government. It was late at night. She was dressed in a black windbreaker and escaped Riker's castle with some of her belongings. At the Moscow International Airport, Fiona was waiting to board when her shoulder was firmly grasped. Her heart jumped in shock. Fiona reacted immediately. The instant she turned her head, the gun in her right hand was pressed against the person's waist. Her large coat covered her body, so that didn't alert the passerby. Riker? Seeing Riker behind her made her hesitate before putting away the gun. Where are you going? Riker no longer looked at her gently, but with a hint of anger. I'm leaving this place and going on the run again, Fiona licked her lips and casually said. You like living like this? Riker asked. Does it really matter? I am used to it anyways. Since her childhood, Fiona was forced to separate from her father due to her lineage and had been on the run constantly. The only time she stayed in one place was when she went to West Point Military School in the States. After her graduation, her buddies and herself formed the mercenary group that they had today. Within a short few years, they solidified their position in the field and became one of the top-ranked mercenary groups for hire. That was where Fiona got her famous nickname, the Second Young Madam. In the world of hired soldiers and killers, Fiona was a name that only a few didn't know. The Second Young Madam was a name that carried the weight of thunder. The legends surrounding her have been floating around for a long time. She became the idol and the figure of worship of many. Come back with me. Riker grabbed Fiona's hand and walked out, trying to suppress his anger. Let me go. I don't want to go back. Fiona struggled to free herself. Do you want to die? Do you know the trouble you're in? Riker said to Fiona through the clutches of his teeth. Even in his fury, he didn't have the heart to curse at her. I know. I just blew up one of Legend's bases. It wasn't his headquarters. What's the big deal? Fiona wasn't afraid of anything. Even in the face of death, she would still act the same way. She was used to being arrogant since she grew up living her life on the edge. That's not all. You put the Indonesian government's target on your head, as well as the attention of all the Western countries' special agents. Sources say that Indonesia placed a bounty of $1 billion on your head. Riker was not so subtly telling her that she should really start being more careful. $1 billion? That's too little. Do they really think I am only worth that much? They underestimate me. Fiona seemed to dismiss the idea that she was being hunted by the government. Instead, she focused on how little the bounty was. She was really something else. $1 billion. That's the top price in the industry. Fiona, every killer in the world is after you. You have a huge target on your head. I promise that the second you walk out of Russia, you will be hunted down. Riker calmly analyzed the situation. Isn't that normal? That's the life I'm used to anyway. I've been living like this since my childhood. If nobody is hunting me one day, that would be abnormal. Fiona chewed her gum without giving Riker's word a second thought. So, you don't care if you live or die? Riker could tell that she was putting her life on the line. If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't be alive today. Riker, if you really know me as a person, don't ask me such an idiotic question, the girl cleverly rebutted. Riker almost exploded from anger, but the worst was yet to come, because what Fiona was about to say was really something on the next level. Psycho Riker, thank you for letting me stay here, but I have to leave now. If I am lucky enough to survive, I will thank you in the future. Right. I already ordered my men to ship the firearms that I intercepted in Mexico to you. The captain is a trustworthy friend of mine. You can take the cargo without worry. If you sell them at market price, the firearms are worth a few billion. Just treat it as me paying my rent, and thanks for letting me stay here. Goodbye. After speaking, Fiona pulled down her black cap and disappeared into the crowd. Fiona, are you really heartless? Riker looked at the girl's silhouette with a heartache. Young master, what should we do now? Seeing Riker's face go green with anger made his subordinate anxious. Stop her, no matter what it takes. Riker knew exactly what Fiona would face if she leaves Russia. He would never let her take that risk. He didn't care if she wanted or not. She must stay in Russia at this sensitive moment. After Riker gave the order, his subordinates rushed to Fiona. What do you want? Fiona said, alerted. Please excuse us, young madam. The men went up and grabbed her. Fiona was just about to board the plane, and having men dragging her back made her furious. They began fighting at the airport, and the security immediately rushed to them. Seeing Riker there made them immediately stop in their tracks. My people are taking care of it. Don't intervene and back off, Riker coldly commanded. The security and the police all backed off a few dozen meters. Fiona saw that she couldn't catch the plane if she kept on fighting, so she took out her gun. I don't want to shoot. Don't force me and let me go. Before Fiona finished her words, she felt a tingle on her neck. It turned out that one of Riker's men was an expert in anesthetics, and he put her down. Fiona let her guard down because they were her allies, and she didn't want to take their lives. She fell. Riker dashed over and grabbed her before she hit the ground. "Let's go home," he said. After settling down Fiona, Riker had a brief conversation with Fiona's father, Professor Wagner. He called Jack after and told him the trouble Fiona caused. He also informed Jack that Legend wouldn't visit the city in the near future. To be honest, Jack was a bit shocked. He didn't know how powerful Phantom One was, but it must have been destructive if it could make Legend leave the city in a blink of an eye. Fiona used that method to protect her sister and nieces. She also put herself in immense danger, and if Chloe found out, she would be devastated. If Chloe knew what Fiona did, she would die from guilt, Jack slowly said. Then don't tell Sister Chloe. With Fiona's temper, nothing is certain. The only thing I am sure of is that she will do anything to protect her sister and the kids. Thank Fiona for me. Jack was so grateful for everything Fiona had done. Brother-in-law, we're family. No need to thank her. What are you going to do next? Fiona must be in a very dangerous position? Hearing that the Indonesian government had put $1 billion bounty on Fiona's life made Jack quite worried. As long as she stays in Russia, no one can do anything to her. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. Okay. After the phone call with Jack, his subordinate reported, "Young master, Miss Fiona is awake and wants you there." Riker nodded and walked into the bedroom. The effects of the anesthetics were still present, so Fiona couldn't sit up on the bed or muster any strength. Once Riker walked in, she began yelling, "You freak! Do you want to die? How dare you drug me? Do you want to drink some water?" Riker ignored Fiona's questions and asked, "I'm going to drink your ass if you don't let me go. Otherwise, I'm going to blow up your base with explosives. Do you doubt that?" Everyone who knew Fiona knew that she brought up explosives if even a single thing didn't go her way. She never lied either. She would blow up whoever she wanted, just like Legend's base, which he had built in Indonesia with a lot of effort. Fiona flattened it with her Phantom One within just a few minutes. Although the backlash was bigger than she expected, she never cared about the consequences. Different from Chloe, Fiona was more impulsive and did whatever she wanted to do. Chloe was calmer and would analyze the pros and cons of a situation before making a decision. "Fiona, you can't leave." Riker looked at her and seriously said, "If I don't leave, am I going to be a hermit here forever?" Fiona rudely rebutted. "What's so wrong with that?" "I can afford to," Riker slowly replied. I don't know what to say." "You psycho. Are you grounding me?" "If you interpret it that way, sure. My dad won't like you if you treat me like this, I'm telling you. I've already spoken to the professor. I told him that you're safe, and he wants me to tell you to stay here." "Damn, you can really do anything. Do you have a bottom line?" "I'm telling you, once my subordinates find out I am imprisoned here, they'll come for me and we'll wreck your place," Fiona threatened. "I won't even give them the chance to enter Russia. You!" Fiona rolled her eyes from anger. She was the queen of mercenaries and the infamous second young madam. She was caught off guard by the freak's anesthetics and imprisoned out of nowhere. When her threats fell on deaf ears, Fiona decided to change up the strategy. She sweetly smiled at Riker. "Big Brother Ross, you can't treat me like this. Can't we resolve our issues civilly? You're so rude for imprisoning me like this." Ahem. Riker's subordinates felt their eyes falling out when they saw how Fiona was behaving. Why do such kind words sound so terrifying when they came from Fiona's mouth? However, Riker kept his cool and wasn't allured by the sugar bomb. "What do you want for lunch? Steak or other cuisine? I know you love shrimp dumplings. I'll ask my dad's personal chef to cook for you, okay?" Fiona tried very hard to suppress her anger. She put on a beautiful smile. "Okay, I promise that I'll eat without causing trouble. After lunch, you'll let me go, okay?" "No." Riker's rejection was absolute. "Damn you. I really want to shoot you through your head." Fiona couldn't keep up the act anymore. If it wasn't for the anesthetics, she would jump up and beat Riker to a pulp. She hated his indifferent attitude so much. "Young master, old master wants you to drop by the family estate to take care of some business," the subordinate whispered into Riker's ear. "Mm-hmm." Riker nodded and was just about to leave. "Riker!" Fiona yelled unwillingly. Riker stopped in his steps, but didn't turn around. His silver hair was shining even brighter under the light of the sun. Who could imagine that such a stunning, cold boy was the young master of Russia's biggest mafia? He was a boy who began killing at the age of 7. He had an extremely similar childhood to Fiona, and that was why they understood and treasured each other. When he first saw Fiona, he felt that she was his missing rib. Once somebody found something they cared about, something they were dedicated to doing, or someone they were dedicated to loving, their life would become much easier. To Riker, Fiona was why he was alive. She was the only thing he found beautiful in this world, and sadly, she didn't know how important she was to him. Seeing Riker leaving her in confinement made Fiona anxious, so she tried to convince him. She put away her careless face and seriously said, "Riker, you can't keep me here. I'll bring trouble to you. Legend will never stop hunting me down, and he won't let me go this time. I pissed him off for real with this incident, and I pissed off the Indonesian government too. They put $1 billion bounty on me. I know that every contract killer will come for my head. I'm an omen, and keeping me here will drag you down as well. So please, let me go." "Really?" She sincerely begged. She tried to get the point across to Riker that she was being very serious. Riker was silent after hearing that. He turned around to look at Fiona, and his gaze became softer. "If I was scared by that, I would have never taken you in. Fiona, remember that if one day the whole world betrays you, I will rebel with you against the whole world." After saying that, Riker turned around and left. Fiona was dumbfounded. Was that guy confessing to me? Fiona was stunned. "Young madam, our young master is really dedicated to you. I've never seen him treat any woman this way, other than his late mother. It's just you. You have to treasure this opportunity." Even the butler that stayed behind to take care of Fiona felt bad for Riker. Fiona let out a long sigh. She knew that Riker was keeping her here out of the goodness in his heart. However, if she stayed, there would be trouble brought upon the Ross family. Russia wouldn't be a place to stay. Legend never came for her in Russia because he was afraid of the Ross family's power and didn't want to offend them. But this time, she created such a big mess, and Legend must have been furious. If he went crazy, he wouldn't care if there was, or this wasn't a Ross family. As the pride of the mercenary world, being a coward and hermit wasn't exactly Fiona's style. With a fiery temper like hers, she would rather die in battle than hide behind others. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Chloe and Jack drove Max and Avery to the airport. When they drove back, Uncle George had already prepared breakfast for the two of them. The couple was eating breakfast without worry when Jack suddenly remembered what Noah told him last night. He looked at Chloe and said, "Legend already left." "Huh? Already?" Chloe was rather a bit surprised, and her hand holding the buttered toast shook lightly. "Why?" "From your tone, it sounds like you didn't want him to leave," Jack teased. "Pff, I didn't mean it like that. I just think that he's not vacationing here. Maybe he came here for business because he killed so many people. But why would he leave so easily? He's not afraid of the cops, right?" Chloe pondered. "Of course not. Why would he be scared of the police? What made him leave, though?" "That's weird," Chloe wondered. Jack didn't dare tell Chloe that it was Fiona that did something, because if he did, she would be really worried for Fiona. So, he gave a half-assed reply. "Legend's a busy man. Terrorists like him want to cause chaos everywhere. So maybe something else piqued his interest and made him want to leave." "That's great. We don't have to worry anymore. It's tragic that so many people died innocently, and Legend was not brought to justice. I don't like that. Emery had bad luck. I didn't think that she would die by Legend's hands." "People like Legend will receive karma eventually," Jack comforted Chloe. Can I go back to work?" Remembering that the threat was gone, Chloe immediately excitedly asked, You can go back tomorrow." Jack ate his fried egg and answered with his head down. "Why can't I go today?" Chloe's eyes opened wide. "You have to go somewhere with me today. We have a lot of stuff to do." "Where?" Chloe's interest was piqued. Jack didn't get the chance to answer as he heard footsteps behind him. It turned out Jack's parents and the twins were awake. "Look at Daddy and Mommy. They always eat breakfast by themselves without calling us down." Little Bean approached them, still sleepy, with her braids sticking up in a funny manner. "It's because you guys slept in. We have to go to work, so we have to eat breakfast earlier." Looking at Little Bean, Chloe smiled. "Daddy, Huggy." Little Bean waddled over to Jack and spread open her chubby arms. Jack held his daughter up in his arms. Little Bean planted a giant kiss on Jack's cheek. "Morning, Daddy. I love you." "Eh? How unusual. What's going on? Did you do something wrong? Is that why you are sucking up to your dad?" Seeing how coy her daughter was acting made Chloe feel abnormal. "You got your drool all over my face, Little Bean." Jack smiled and looked at his daughter. "Daddy, she's kissing your butt again. Careful, it's a trap." Pudding obediently sat by Chloe and reminded her father with a smile. "Daddy, don't listen to her. I slept really well last night. I'm in a good mood and that's why I'm like this," Little Bean explained. Jack gave her an understanding look. "Daddy, I want that. I want that sausage." Little Bean pointed. Jack immediately grabbed the sausage with a fork and put it beside his daughter's mouth. "Careful, it's hot," he gently reminded her. Seeing how patient Jack was made Chloe realize that people who thought he was cold and unapproachable didn't know him at all. He could drop it all in front of his daughters and willingly become their servant. "Daddy, are you working today?" Little Bean asked while eating the sausage. "What do you want?" Jack asked. "Ah, in a TV show that I am watching, the main character bought his daughter a hoverboard. It was so cool. I was thinking, why show off? My dad will buy me one too. One is like $10,000, but I know Daddy is super rich and can afford it easily. Right?" She got to her point. "The hoverboard." Chloe smiled. "Mommy, I was right. Little Bean had a reason for acting that way." Pudding looked at Chloe and proudly said, "Of course, you're the one that knows her best." Chloe gave Pudding a thumbs up. "Daddy, you'll buy one for me and my sis, right? She wants one too." When her pleas fell on silence, she immediately brought out her sister in fear of rejection. "Little Bean, if you want a hoverboard, don't pull me in the water." Pudding expressed her discontent. Little Bean immediately shot her a look, begging Pudding to cooperate. "What else do you want other than a hoverboard?" Jack coolly asked. "Of course it would be great if you can buy multiple. I have friends too. I have to maintain my friend circle." Little Bean innocently smiled and said, "Friend circle? So what you're saying is that I should buy a few more hoverboards so you can gift them to friends, right?" Jack asked. "Daddy, you're so smart, just like me." After Little Bean said that, both Chloe and Pudding burst out in laughter. The grandparents couldn't hold it in either. "What are you laughing about?" Little Bean was a little embarrassed. "As the dumbest person in the family, are you really qualified to brag?" Pudding teased. "Sis, if you talk to me like that, I am not going to listen. Do you still want to hang out with me?" "Little Bean, tell me the truth. I will get you a hoverboard, but you have to tell me who you're giving it to." Jack looked at his daughter with a stern face and asked, I'm gifting it to Pudding?" Little Bean stuttered and said, "Don't put the blame on me, okay? Tell the truth." Pudding stared at her. "Daddy, don't ask too much. Are you buying me one or not?" Little Bean was embarrassed to say, and she responded in a slightly irritated tone. Chloe saw how her daughter was acting and couldn't hold it back, so she said, "Sweetie, just get her one. She wants to give it to Ethan. Mommy, you're so smart." Pudding gave Chloe a thumbs up. "Isn't Ethan the Ace family's boy?" Madam Dawson interrupted. "Grandma, eat your breakfast." Little Bean was thoroughly embarrassed, "So it's for Ethan." "Okay, Daddy will get 4, 2 for you two, and 2 for Ethan and Kenneth." Jack was extremely generous. "Wow, Daddy, you're so generous." Little Bean immediately smiled as she wrapped her arms around Jack's neck and bombarded him with kisses. "Little Bean, aren't you ashamed of using Daddy's money for Ethan's Valentine's Day present?" "Do you have any shame?" Pudding asked. "Yeah, of course. That's why when I grow up and earn money, I'll pay it back to Daddy." Little Bean was very quick-witted and rebutted. Chloe suddenly realized something and said, Today is Valentine's Day. Mommy, you're so slow to react. The twins stared at Chloe with slight dismay. From the looks of it, you didn't get Daddy a Valentine's Day present, Little Bean guessed. I really forgot about it. I didn't even know today was Valentine's Day. Time sure flies by, Chloe said with slight embarrassment. Daddy, looks like you don't need to get Mommy a present. You guys are equal now, Little Bean laughed. Pudding then said, No, I know my daddy. He never forgets. He probably already has a surprise for Mommy. You two hurry up and finish your food. You still have to go up and change. Jack rushed them as he didn't want them to continue. Okay. Hey, sis, did we have something planned today? Little Bean asked Pudding enthusiastically. Yeah, I want to go visit Handsome Cooper, Pudding said. Then, she took her glass of milk with her upstairs. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for him? We shouldn't bother Handsome Cooper on Valentine's Day. He's single and that's already sad. Daddy has Mommy, Uncle Blake has Auntie Victoria, Uncle Ace has Auntie Sarah, Auntie has Uncle Cruz, Uncle Cody has Auntie Violet, and even Uncle Thomas, the slowest guy, is going to have Auntie Stella. Look at Handsome Cooper. It's so sad that he's still single, Little Bean analyzed. Now, Pudding pitied Justin even more. That's why I need to go be with him on Valentine's Day so he's not all alone. What about Kenneth? Oh my God, how old are we? Why do we even need to celebrate Valentine's Day? You want to give Ethan a hoverboard because you feel bad for eating so many of his snacks? Do you think I'm stupid? Pudding exposed Little Bean's thoughts. Ha, sis, you really do know me the best. How about we both go visit Handsome Cooper? Yeah, I'll call him so he comes and picks us up. Then, Pudding called Justin. Justin had just arrived at the headquarters of the Imperial Star Corporation. He was in his office tidying up documents in preparation for his morning meeting. Pudding! Handsome Cooper, do you have time today? What's up? We want to play with you. Today, huh? Let me see. I have a few meetings today. Let me see what time it is when I'm done working. If it's early, I'll go and pick you two up. If it's late, then we'll pass today, Justin said. He did not recall that today was Valentine's Day. Okay, let's keep in touch then. After the call, Justin walked past the administrative office with his documents in his hand. He suddenly heard some of his female colleagues gossiping in a low voice. Hey, did you guys know that you actually can't buy roses today? But it's Valentine's Day. It's so strange. Huh? No way? How? Another girl said in a surprised tone. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My boyfriend went to the flower shop to buy flowers this morning, but he said that there's no roses. He only got me tulips and a teddy bear, the girl said with a bouquet of tulips and a teddy bear in her hands. That's so strange. What happened? Are roses banned, or did something else happen? The few female employees continued to gossip in a low voice. They didn't realize Justin had just walked past them. Huh? Today's Valentine's Day? Justin turned around to ask, and after he realized what day it was from the overheard conversation. President Cooper? I'm not sure, Anne said with an innocuous look as he was also single himself. Justin cleared his throat and took out his phone to look at his calendar. Just as they said, it was February 14th, Valentine's Day. Now he understood why the twins called him early in the morning. They were afraid he was going to be lonely on Valentine's Day. Justin was quite happy about how considerate the twins were with him. He smiled as he walked into the conference room with his documents in his hand. The meeting went on for 2 hours. President Cooper, someone said gently from behind. Justin turned around and saw Kira Nee. It had been a while since they saw each other. She replaced Gianna and was now the #1 star of Imperial Star Entertainment. She had more commercials and dramas jobs this year than the sum of her previous 5 years. In Cece's words, her sis was going to be super famous. All she needed was one show that would popularize her name. What's the matter? I'm really sorry about delaying so many jobs because of my accident, Kira apologized in a soft voice. Oh, don't worry. Your health is more important. President Cooper, this is for you. Kira took out a delicate box of chocolate from her purse and summoned up her courage to gift it to Justin. What is this? Justin's brows slightly furrowed. He did not reach out for the box, since he normally did not accept gifts from others, especially when he didn't know what the thought behind the other party was. Please don't take this the wrong way. It isn't anything expensive. I made it myself. It's a box of chocolates I baked. I think it tastes quite good, and there's no artificial flavoring in it, so it's quite healthy. I heard someone say that you like chocolate, so I made some. I just wanted to thank you for everything. I hope you can accept this gift. You are being too polite. You're my employee, so I'm just doing my job, Justin said in a politically correct tone. President Cooper, please accept this. Kira was actually a really shy girl, so she was very nervous. She held the box with both hands straight as she tried to give it to Justin. Justin felt quite awkward by the scene. Everyone in the office looked at him with a strange glare. Finally, Justin accepted it because he didn't know what else to do. Thank you for your present, he said. Then he turned around and went into his office. He simply put the box of chocolate on his desk, as if he didn't even want to open it. Justin slightly bit his lips and unlocked his phone. His wallpaper was that female doctor in her white robe. She wore a colored frame glasses. For the last 4 years, his feelings remained unaltered. Dr. Green, happy Valentine's Day. For the last 4 years, when Jack was not by Chloe's side, Justin would put in a lot of effort in a Valentine's gift, hoping to make Chloe happy. However, she never accepted even one of his Valentine's gifts. To Justin, though, he was content by just being able to be by her side. This year, however, President Cooper, are you not going to get President Green a present this year? Anne asked. Go send that big box of fresh hairy crabs that client gave to us yesterday to Chloe when you have time. Justin knew she loved seafood. Other than re-gifting the seafood he received to her, what else could he do? Meanwhile, Avery and Max were on their flight back to the States. Avery had thought they were going to waste Valentine's Day on a long, boring flight, but to her surprise, Max was gone when she woke up from her nap. Huh? Where did that guy go? Did he go to the washroom? Avery was a bit confused. Just then, she heard that familiar voice from the flight's announcement. My dear travel companions, I'm sorry that I'm going to take up some of your valuable time. Today is Valentine's Day, so I wanted to sing a song for my beloved girlfriend. Max's English pronunciation was flawless. It was the first time Avery heard Max speak in such an attractive voice, so her heartbeat intensified. Avery, are you up yet? Are you listening? He asked. Avery was very excited. She had no idea Max would give her such a big surprise. Wow, whose boyfriend is he? He's so romantic. Some of the female passengers began chit-chatting. Avery was feeling very proud at that moment, and her smile showed that she was both happy and a bit shy. Although she didn't know how Max persuaded the flight crew to let him use the speaker system like that, she now was certain that Max was much more romantic than Justin or Brenton. Just then, a beautiful melody sounded along with Max's slightly hoarse voice. Max's tunes were marvelous. Avery had always been envious of how Jack sang to Chloe. She heard that Jack sang for Chloe at one of their anniversary parties, but she wasn't there to witness the moment. However, she could imagine how romantic that would be. On the 8th day of the lunar calendar, she was at Cody and Violet's wedding ceremony at the Yundong Mountain Spa Resort. Cody was a professional singer, so of course his song to Violet was beautiful. To her surprise, Max's voice was extremely marvelous. There was a stark difference between his singing and his energetic and vibrant personality. Who knew a playboy could sing such beautiful tunes? Some of the female passengers even shrieked because they were astonished by how romantic Max was. Wow, it's beautiful. He's so good and romantic to his girlfriend. Such a great boyfriend usually is someone else's boyfriend. I want such a great boyfriend too. He's singing Lee Holmes' Big City, Small Love. I love that song. He's so good at it too. Avery heard people around her praising Max. Avery was in first class. She gripped onto her blanket tightly. At that moment, she was feeling shy, nervous, and loved. She closed her eyes to listen carefully to each word Max sang for her. You're on my mind. You're in my heart. A little love in a big city is so sweet. You're everything I read, my everything is you. A little love in a big city, I only have a soft spot for you. After the song, Max slowly said, Avery, I won't promise you eternity, because if I can't make that promise come true, it's all words and not action. That's why I am going to prove that I will love you forever through my actions. I will never let go of your hand in the days ahead of us. At that moment, tears were already welling up in Avery's eyes. She grew up in a single-parent family with her dad. She was independent and ambitious. She was an adult now, but had never actually dated anyone before Max. Back in school, she was very popular, but she rejected all the guys that proposed to her, saying that she needed to focus on her studies. When she graduated and started working, she was too domineering. She was the only daughter of the chairman and the only female on the board. Although some guys admired her, they were too cowardly to make a move. For the past 20-something years, Avery did not need to worry about her living. However, her relationship experience was like a blank piece of paper. She would feel lonely whenever she went to a friend's party, even with many people surrounding her. Max had slowly but successfully filled that void in her heart. She never knew that happiness could sometimes be such a simple and overwhelming thing. When Max walked towards his seat, everyone applauded him. On his way, he saw an old American couple. The old lady praised him in English. Good job, boy. Max nodded to thank them. When he came back to his seat, he was actually a bit shocked to see Avery's eyes all red and swollen. Oh my God, what happened, my lady? Was my singing that bad? Did I scare you? Max asked. Avery laughed at Max's joke, although tears were still falling out of her eyes. No. Can you please not tease me? Avery said as she wiped off her tears. Okay. Why are you crying? If someone didn't know better, they'd be accusing me of bullying you. It's Valentine's Day today. Let's celebrate, okay? Then, Max pressed the service button, and a beautiful flight attendant came walking over with a smile. How may I help you? 2 glasses of red wine, please? Max was very happy, so he wanted Avery to drink with him. Very soon, the flight attendant brought over the red wine. Max carefully took the red wine from her and put one in front of himself while handing the other glass over to Avery. Here, Avery, cheers. Avery took the glass. She looked at Max and said, Your singing is beautiful. Really? If you like it, I'll sing for you more often. Max then said, Do you want me to sing a song for you every Valentine's Day? Avery was suddenly overflowing with sweetness. She didn't respond verbally, but timidly nodded. Cheers, Max said with a smile. Then he gently clinked his glass with Avery's. Avery took a small sip from the glass. Suddenly, Max said to her, Shouldn't you give me something sweet today for my great performance? What kind of sweets do you want? Avery looked at him with a funny smile. I'm really easy to satisfy and not greedy at all. Why don't you give me a child? After hearing that, Avery almost choked on her wine. How is wanting her to have his child not greedy? Max sure is a thick-skinned person, she thought. Ha, you don't have to overreact. I'm just kidding with you. Max was so delighted to see the small change of emotions displayed on Avery's face. Avery and Max together would always be so interesting and loving. While Max laughed, Avery suddenly leaned over and gave him a gentle kiss. Although the kiss was super gentle, Max felt like thunder had struck him. This was the first time Avery took the initiative to kiss him. What just happened? Max asked Avery with a serious face. Avery gently laughed. Don't laugh. I'm serious. What just happened? It was all too fast. I don't recall what just happened. Why don't you do it again? Max said. You wish. You better not be greedy, Avery said in a shy tone as she looked away. Oh, is someone shy now? Max said as he looked at Avery. Go away. Let me see. Oh, your face is all red. Ha. Max, do you want to die? Shut up. The couple played like children. Finally, Avery leaned on Max's shoulders, savoring this beautiful and peaceful moment. Max? Yeah? Do you think my dad's going to be mad when we go back? What if he kicks you out? No, he wouldn't. I already promised to become your family's live-in son-in-law. Why would he kick me out? Max said with an innocent face. Didn't you sneak out in the middle of the night last time? My dad said you didn't really love me. Also, he is pretty bad-tempered. What if he kicks you right out when he sees you? Avery said worriedly. Fine. If he's really kicking me out, then I'll have to leave. Max pretended to sigh. Don't you have your own opinions? So anyone can just tell you to leave and you'll leave? Avery was obviously not happy with the answer he gave. I can't just stay there if he wants to kick me out. I'm an adult and I have my dignity. If he's kicking me out and I'm still staying, that would be embarrassing. Fine. Whatever. Avery sat back straight and no longer leaned against Max's shoulder. She was obviously unhappy now. When Max saw Avery's long face, he chuckled and said, But I don't know anyone else in Los Angeles. Even if he kicks me out, I have nowhere else to go. What I can do will be wandering around the city during the day and sneak into your room at night. I hope you don't mind sharing a bed with me. Max, how dare you? Avery finally realized that she walked right into Max's trap again. She started to punch Max's shoulders. The two were publicly displaying their affection for each other, and the single people on the flight had no choice but to watch them. Meanwhile, Jack was driving to the suburbs with Chloe. When they drove past a street, Chloe saw something strange. At first, she wasn't sure what it was, but then, when she took out her phone and checked, she realized it was Valentine's Day. Today's Valentine's Day, Chloe mumbled. Honey, what's the matter? Jack looked over at her when he heard her mumbling. Honey, it's Valentine's Day today, right? Yeah, but why isn't anyone selling roses on the streets? They don't even sell it at the flower store. Isn't it strange? Chloe saw couples on the street holding hands. The girls were holding tulips or baby's breath bouquets instead of roses. It was very strange because Valentine's Day is the one day of the year where you would see roses everywhere. You would see roses of all sorts of colors, such as red, blue, and pink, flooding the streets. Roses represented love. But why weren't there any this year? Oh, really? I didn't notice, Jack said without much thought. Chloe did not believe it, so she opened her Moments on Snap, and to her surprise, all the couples were posting pictures of tulips. They also complained that they couldn't buy any roses this year. Thomas was pursuing Stella, so he originally planned to get her 99 roses and confess to her. But unexpectedly, he couldn't get any. Thomas posted, I don't know what happened this year. I can't buy roses anywhere, no matter how much I'm willing to pay. Can someone tell me what's going on? Victoria posted a photo of the limited edition Cartier couples bracelet that Brenton got her this year. Beside the bracelet was a bouquet of roses made of gold. She said, Since he couldn't get roses this year, he generously bought me a bouquet of roses made from gold. Although it looks a bit outdated, I'm still very touched. On the other hand, Sarah posted a picture of her dinner. There was red wine and popcorn. She wrote, We've been together for a long time already. It doesn't matter if I don't get roses since we have the rest of our lives together. Even though this man just gave me popcorn, I'm happy. Scrolling down further, Chloe saw Violet posting tulips and a necklace. Cece was the only one that posted roses, but she was in New Orleans. She held a big bouquet of roses and wrote, He's a brave and ambitious person, but he's willing to live a simple life with me. Thank you, my beloved hero. Chloe liked all their posts and put away her phone. She said decisively to Jack, Honey, everyone but Cece didn't get roses. Cece's in the States, though, so she doesn't count. What's happening? Did someone buy all the roses and is planning to sell it like gold? Do you have any sources on this? Chloe's imagination went wild. She started imagining someone buying roses in hopes of buying low and selling high. No, Jack responded nonchalantly. Okay, pretend that I didn't say anything. She noticed Jack wasn't interested in this topic, so she didn't go on. After 1 hour by car, they finally reached a manor in the suburbs. Honey, why are we here? Is this a farmyard-themed restaurant? Are we farming, or are we fishing? Chloe said when she saw the village-like scenery. She had no clue what Jack was up to. Come with me. Jack parked the car. Then he held Chloe's hand towards the manor. Mr. Dawson, welcome. A man in his 40s greeted Jack when he saw them approaching. "Do you have everything ready?" Jack asked. "Everything's ready. Mr. Dawson and Mrs. Dawson can go right in." "Okay." Jack nodded. He held Chloe's hand and walked inside. Chloe saw a pretty simple manor, and they were walking on a narrow and dark path. If Jack wasn't there, Chloe would be a bit scared. "Honey, where are we going? This place is scary," Chloe whispered. Jack didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to lead her ahead. After turning a few times and walking for around 5 minutes, the room lightened up. Chloe saw a beautiful glass door. However, there were hanging vines all over the glass door, so she couldn't see what was inside. Jack slowly led Chloe towards the glass door and stopped walking forward. "Why aren't we going in?" Chloe asked. "Chloe, guess what's inside?" A vegetable garden?" "The type where it's organic and you can pick your own vegetables or fruits," Chloe guessed, as there were many of those types of pick-your-own-vegetables gardens nearby. Pudding and Little Bean enjoyed these places, so they often went to pick different types of fruits, such as strawberries and tomatoes. Chloe thought Jack bought one of the pick-your-own farmyards and wanted her opinion on it. When Jack heard Chloe's response, he chuckled. "Close your eyes. I'll lead you in." So mysterious. "Do we need to, though?" Chloe thought it was strange. "Yes." "Close your eyes," Jack ordered her as if she was a little child. Fine. I'll dose my eyes." Chloe couldn't win the argument, so she slowly closed her eyes. Jack slowly pushed open the door and led Chloe in. One step at a time, they walked forward, hand in hand. After around 30 steps, Jack picked the perfect location and stopped. He said in a gentle voice, "Chloe, you can open your eyes now." Chloe slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, she was shocked by what she saw before her. In front of her eyes was a sea of roses. In the middle were blue roses. Surrounding the blue roses were pink roses. Then there were champagne roses. Finally, there were blooming red roses everywhere. They were on top of a platform where they could see a sea of flowers. This was actually a gigantic rose garden. She was deceived by the simple and crude building front and thought it was just a pick-your-own farmyard. Who knew it could be hiding such a paradise? Why are there so many roses? Chloe was so surprised that she couldn't speak properly. Jack stood behind her and hugged her by her waist. He whispered by her ears gently, "I bought all the roses on the market and planted them here. Today, you're the only one with roses." Chloe was so touched that tears rolled in her eyes. "Honey, is this too excessive?" Chloe's voice slightly trembled. She turned her head so her face could touch Jack's. "Honey, this is already very low-key," Jack whispered in her ear. Indeed, to a billionaire CEO, it was very low-key to buy his beloved wife a sea of roses and not let the world know. Every year on Valentine's Day, there would be news of rich people spending a ridiculous amount of money to please their significant others. For instance, some rich guy would give the girl he was pursuing an expensive supercar. There was another time where a rich girl bought every commercial board in the city to propose to the male star she liked. Once, a rich guy was pursuing a girl with an Ivy League degree. He threw down thousands of dollars from a helicopter, and people would rush to pick it up. Jack was very low profile compared to those who attracted public attention. This was indeed something he would do. "It's so beautiful here. It's just like a fairy tale," Chloe exclaimed, as she looked at the sea of flowers before her eyes. She felt as if she was dreaming. "Honey, I'm so sorry I missed the past 4 Valentine's Day. However, I promise you from now on, I won't miss out on a single one." Jack recalled the days when he was recovering in the States, leaving Chloe all alone here. He had a great sense of guilt for not being by her side. "The past is already in the past. You had your reasons. It's not like you wanted to be separated from me. I don't blame you. I'm an easily satisfied person. Really. I just want to be by your side and watch Pudding and Little Bean grow old. I also hope that I can reunite with Fiona and Dad. If these things happen, my life would be perfect." Chloe made her wish. "It's going to happen. Don't worry. I'll fulfill all of your wishes. Jack tightly hugged Chloe. He recalled the wish he made when he was still a teenager. His greatest wish in this life was to help Chloe fulfill all her wishes. He had helped her become a doctor and would now help her find her family. He would always be by her side, supporting her unconditionally. There was a rectangular table by the glass room for the two to dine at. Jack had ordered someone to prepare steak and red wine. It was very romantic. Chloe hadn't had a drink in a long time, so she was especially excited today. She poured herself a full glass. "Honey, I'm very happy today. Can I drink a little?" Chloe asked for permission as she cutely stuck out her tongue. "Yeah, yay. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Wine sure can make your mood better. I'm going to be drunk today so you can carry me home." "Ha ha, sure." Jack looked at Chloe, who was acting slightly childish, with loving eyes. He savored this moment a lot. Chloe didn't share her life that much, but she took out her phone and took a selfie with the beautiful sea of flowers. She also took a picture of her in Jack's arms. She did the victory sign. It was very cute. Jack smiled gently, a sight people rarely saw. You could see they were both very happy. Finally, Chloe posted this photo in the group chat they set up earlier for that dinner party. Jack seldom posted anything on social media, but he posted the picture Chloe took as well. Chloe wrote in her snap, "Moments, I have a sea of flowers today." She later received many comments regarding that post. Sarah, "Whoa, what did I just see? Are those roses? I'm blinded by the scene." Victoria, "No wonder the rest of us couldn't find any roses in town. It turned out that guy Mr. Dawson bought everything." Brenton, "Stop flaunting your love, guys. Even a married guy like me feels bullied." Noah, "People who don't usually show off their relationships are the worst because they kill us when they do." Thomas, "Sis, are those all the roses in town? No wonder I couldn't find any today. Can you send me 99 roses, please? I'm waiting." Cody, "Me too." Cece, "Wow, it's a sea of flowers. Chloe, your peace sign is so lame compared to the roses, haha." Stella, "All hail President Dawson." Mark, "No wonder he's the president of our company. President Dawson sure knows how to pull out the big guns." Little Bean, "Wow, what did I just see? Not only did you guys run away to enjoy alone time, you're even showing off your relationship to the rest of the world. I bet 10 packs of Oreos that we'll be meeting our little brother or sister soon." Pudding, "I give Daddy full marks for this surprise. It's so cool. I bet Mommy's the only woman in town who received roses tonight." Max, "What did Jack do while we're away?" Avery, "Chloe, you must have saved the universe in your last life to have someone like Jack love you like so in this life. I'm so jealous." Max, "Avery, don't be jealous. I'll do stuff like this for you as well. Haha, these guys are so funny." Chloe couldn't stop laughing as she read all the messages on her phone. "What's up?" Jack took a sip of wine as he looked at her. "Their comments crack me up. They are hilarious. Ignore them, they're just jealous." Jack smiled. Just then, someone else liked Chloe's post. It was Justin. However, he didn't leave a comment. Truth be told, Chloe knew what was going on in his head. "Honey, the food's getting cold. Let's eat," Jack reminded her, and Chloe nodded, putting her phone down. Suddenly, Jack seemed to have remembered something. He slowly placed down the wine glass in his hand and took out a small and delicate box from behind his back. "Wow, there's still another gift for me?" Chloe's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the brocade box. "Guess what it is?" Jack smiled playfully. Let me think. Our company's earrings, necklace, ring, or bracelet?" Chloe knew how generous Jack usually was, so her first guess was jewelry. However, he shook his head. "Guess again. A diamond? Pink, blue, or red?" Chloe thought hard, but Jack shook his head again. "What? What else could it be? Jade, pearls, Buddha prayer beads?" Chloe named all the rare stones that exist, but Mr. Dawson just kept shaking his head. "No? Then, is it food?" she asked. "Honey, I think your IQ isn't as high as it used to," Jack said in all seriousness, and Chloe couldn't help but burst out in laughter. "Don't give up, though. Keep guessing," Jack encouraged. This is too hard. Let me think. Did you get me an antique from an auction? Chloe began making random guesses. No, this is something you really like, and I'm sure you'll be really happy to see it, Jack said mysteriously, making Chloe more curious than ever. Finally, she gave up. Come on, honey. Please tell me what it is already. I really want to know. Why don't you open it up and find out? Mr. Dawson pushed the brocade box up to Chloe. The truth was, Chloe didn't think she would be surprised by anything Jack bought her, no matter how expensive the gift was. This was because the two of them were so rich that they could buy whatever they wanted to. Moreover, their bond and love for each other couldn't be calculated with money. She knew Jack well, and she was sure that he was trying to make up for not being there for the last 4 Valentine's Days. That was why he bought all the city's roses, prepared such a big surprise for her, and now, he also had a mysterious gift. Chloe suddenly found herself filled with anticipation. What did Mr. Dawson buy for her? Can I really? Chloe asked with pleasant surprise, and Jack smiled. Of course you can. You're the only one who can. Go on. With excitement bubbling in her chest, Chloe picked up the box and slowly opened it. As soon as she saw what it was, she froze. Then, tears began falling uncontrollably down her face. Honey, how? What? Chloe was utterly speechless. Do you like it? Jack asked calmly. I do. Chloe didn't know what else to say, so she kept nodding her head. It wasn't an expensive or luxurious gift. It was a pair of ordinary-looking hair clips, the kind high school girls used back in their day. The clips were made of ordinary metal and were completely identical, both with 6 red roses glued on. Honestly, there was really nothing special about these hair clips, so why did Chloe become so emotional upon seeing them? Back when they dated in high school and on their first Valentine's Day as a couple, Jack saw these hair clips and immediately bought them for Chloe. Back then, they were still students, and although Jack's family was extremely wealthy, he didn't buy her anything too extravagant since the money wasn't his to spend. Plus, Chloe had long, flowy hair back then, so the hair clips seemed like a great gift when he saw them when shopping at a decoration store. When he wrapped it up and gifted them to Chloe, the latter didn't know the hidden meaning behind it until one day, Sarah pointed out a popular song called You're the Most Beautiful. The lyrics went like this: I gave you 12 roses, each as beautiful as you are. Basically, Jack was trying to tell Chloe that to him, no one was as beautiful as she was. Chloe really liked this present because Jack picked it out while thinking of her. Therefore, she wore the hair clips every day, and although he bought her more gifts down the road, the pair of hair clips would always be her favorite present from him. All the way until high school graduation, they were supposed to go abroad together, but Chloe and Jack's relationship abruptly ended because of the death of her stepfather. At their graduation ceremony, she broke up with him, once and for all. To make Jack forget about her, she pulled off the hair clips and threw them onto the ground, smashing the roses and Jack's heart into pieces. Then she left, leaving him all by himself. Leaving him, Jack bent down and picked up the broken hair clips, and for the first time in his life, he felt like he couldn't breathe. Then, he left the country for 7 years. Their relationship back in the day was like a shot of whiskey, a fierce start with a bitter aftertaste. Years later, Chloe would still regret what she did back in high school and the way she destroyed her favorite present from Jack. So how could she not burst into tears upon seeing the pair of rose hair clips? This present meant so much to both of them. Honey, where did you get this? Back then, Chloe stopped before she finished her sentence. Did Jack get someone to make a new pair? But they didn't look new. Was this the pair she smashed onto the ground all those years ago? As expected, Jack nodded. I picked them up after you left, and they've been with me all this time. Last time, I glued the roses back together. They're not perfect, but they're irreplaceable. Chloe carefully took out the pair of hair clips and gently stroked them. Tears continued to fall down her face. Don't cry. We should be happy. Jack got up and wiped away Chloe's tears with a tissue. Yes, we should be happy. Honey, did you know that out of all the presents you've given me, this is my favorite one? Chloe's voice was trembling as she looked up at Jack. "I do," Mr. Dawson replied gently. "Do you know why they're my favorite?" Chloe asked. "Because I bought them with the money I made from tutoring piano for a day. I didn't use my parents' money." Jack seemed to know Chloe very well. Emotional, Chloe grabbed Jack by the arm and nodded her head furiously. "Yes, you're such a proud man, but you wanted to buy a present for me with your own money and was even willing to be a piano teacher. Do you know what I was thinking when you told me about this?" Jack smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and gently stroked Chloe's long hair. "I thought this was a man who was willing to put away his pride to love me. I had to treasure him for the rest of my life," Chloe said, tears once again bursting out of her eyes. "Whoa, is Dr. Green confessing her love for me?" Jack asked jokingly. "Thank you for giving me another chance to see them. I thought I'd never find them again." Chloe sobbed as she leaned into Jack's embrace. "Don't cry. Come on, let me put the hair clips on you." Jack carefully wiped away her tears and slowly placed the hair clips on her hair. Chloe stroked the clips like they were priceless treasures. "I told you that you'd be happy." Jack smiled from the bottom of his heart. "You're right, they're still my favorite, even after all these years," Chloe said as she stood up and hugged Jack tightly. Then she kissed him. Their song, "You're the Most Beautiful," played in the background. "I couldn't sleep because I was so excited about our date. I bought you 12 roses, each one just as beautiful as you are. Your beauty takes my breath away, and I can't help but sink into your embrace. Baby, I fell so hard for you, and I've never regretted it even once." The song echoed in the glass room. Chloe looked at the roses all around her, and wearing the hair clips on her head, she felt like she was the luckiest person in the world. The fact that no one else in the city had roses to buy wasn't a big deal, but Chloe's post on Snap was quickly spread like wildfire, and soon, the entire city found out. That evening, media outlets began uploading articles. GK's president shows off his love for his wife, buys all the roses within the city. Jax vows, buying all of the city's roses, just so she can have them all. A sea of flowers for the love of my life, the Dawson couple flaunts, their love to a new degree. President Dawson buys all the roses, just so he can see a smile on his wife's face. Either way, Jack and Chloe became a super hot topic of discussion that evening. Chloe didn't know what was happening until she looked at her phone after dinner while she and Jack were on their way home. She even received a bunch of comments from random fans, leaving her at a loss for words. Imperial Star Headquarters. It wasn't Justin's intention to work overtime, but he had back-to-back meetings. It was almost 7 p.m. when he left the company. It was too late, so he didn't pick up the twins. After sending a Snap message to Pudding, he and Anne drove off. Valentine's Day was really hard on a single guy like him. Everyone he knew, even his parents, had Valentine's Day plans. He opened Snap. Everyone was flaunting their love. Brenton and Victoria, Noah and Sarah, Cody and Violet, Max and Avery, Jack and Chloe. "What the F? President Cooper, are you in a bad mood?" Anne asked, noticing his boss's emotionless face. "I want a drink, but this sucks. I don't have anyone to drink with. Brenton's with his wife and Max is in the States with Avery." "President Cooper, I can drink with you," Anne said quietly. "Who's going to protect me if we're both drunk?" Justin joked on purpose. "Anne, I'm kidding. Come on, it's been a long day. Let's go and get a drink." Justin then drove to the closest nightclub, the Emperor, and parked his car outside. After Rick left, Seductive Fox quickly lost business because Max didn't really put his heart into managing the place. Therefore, all the wealthy men in the city frequented the Emperor, which was a newly opened establishment in the city. It was Justin's first time here, but everyone seemed to know who he was. "Young Master Cooper, please come inside." The manager immediately showed Justin and Anne in. "Young Master Cooper, we prepared the best private room for you up on our highest floor," the manager said with a big smile. "It's just the two of us. The private room will be too quiet. We'll sit up at the bar." Justin shook his head and headed straight up to the bar, sitting down at a booth. Music blasted in their ears as Justin and Anne glanced around the dance floor, where men and women wearing next to nothing were grinding against each other. The manager immediately brought some alcohol and fruit to the table. And if you see a girl you like, just go for it, okay? Don't hold back, Justin said as he ate some sunflower seeds. It's okay, President Cooper. That's not my thing. Anne shook his head. Originally, Justin and An only wanted to stay for a little while, but they bumped into someone they knew. Big Brother Cooper! A crisp female voice called out, and Justin turned around to see Zuri standing beside a tall, slim woman. You're here as well? Justin asked. Huh, I'm single as well now, so I'm here with friends. Why are you here? Zuri had a lot of drinking buddies, so she was often at places like this. However, she was surprised to see Justin here since he rarely frequented clubs and bars these days. Oh, nothing. Just here to hang out. Brenton was one of Justin's best friends, so he had known Zuri since she was young, and she would call him Big Brother whenever she saw him. Their families were quite close as well. Can we sit with you guys? Zuri smiled, and Justin nodded, taking a sip of his beer. Why not? Zuri and her tall friend immediately sat down across from Justin and Anne. She's a good friend of mine, Kendra. She's quite popular on the internet these days. She has more than 10 million followers and has been on TV shows. Zuri immediately introduced her buddy. Nice to meet you, young Master Cooper, the girl said shyly. She was pretty, but her features weren't distinct nor memorable. Justin nodded, but didn't respond. He turned his attention to the center of the dancing pool. Kendra, you said you wanted to work in the entertainment industry, right? Justin is the owner of the biggest entertainment company in the country. All of the famous celebrities are from Imperial Star. You know Kira Nee, right? She works for Justin as well, Zuri said proudly. I know. Young Master Cooper's an idol to girls like me. The girl smiled shyly at Justin. Big Brother Cooper, people are saying that you're currently dating Kira. Is it true? Zuri asked absent-mindedly. Of course not, Justin replied. I knew it. My brother would know if you were really dating again, but he said you weren't. You've been single for quite some time now, right? Have you ever thought about dating again? Zuri asked as she made eye contact with her friend. Kendra looked at Justin, her heart filled with anticipation. Being single's good? Women are a chore sometimes. Justin took a sip of his beer, leaving both women feeling more awkward than ever. Oh, right, Big Brother Cooper. Do you know why no one in the city could find roses today? Zuri suddenly asked mysteriously. Upon hearing this question, Justin's expression changed ever so slightly. His hand tightened around the beer bottle, but he didn't respond. Before Justin could respond, Zuri said, I heard Jack bought all the roses in town to give his wife a surprise. Don't you think he went a little overboard? It's not like he's the only rich guy here. Justin, you're just as rich as he is, but you didn't show off like he did. Seriously, though, I really don't like Jack and Chloe. I think they are pretty pretentious sometimes. Zuri detested everyone in the Green family because of Brenny. However, she completely overlooked Justin's feelings toward Chloe, and therefore didn't pay much attention to the latter's subtle change in expression when she slammed on Jack and Chloe. Anne kept staring at her, trying to warn her. But Zuri didn't even pick up the hint. She continued, Women of the Green family are all the same. Why is Jack so in love with Chloe? She's not pretty, nor is she from a good family. I heard she went to a third-rate university and didn't even study abroad. She looks like she's from the countryside. I can't believe she's actually a doctor who sees patients on a regular basis. Some of her fans even dare to compare her with my sister-in-law. But how can she compare? My sister-in-law is a famous psychologist who studied in the United States, and even people at the municipal bureau have to treat her with respect. Plus, my sister-in-law's parents are respected professors. So, who does Chloe think she is? How dare she flaunt her love on Valentine's Day? One day, Jack's bound to cheat on her, especially since she didn't give birth to a son yet. When that day comes, she's going to cry her eyes out. Zuri was never gentle with her words, but Justin rarely hung out with her, so they never got into an argument. However, slamming on Chloe right in front of him was way over the line. And looked at Justin faced and noticed that the latter's face had turned white from anger. However, Zuri was still going on and on. What a brave woman. After her rant, Zuri looked at Justin as if she just said something super intelligent and insightful. Big Brother Cooper, I'm right? The truth was, Zuri was really most jealous of Justin and the fact that Jack bought all the roses in town just to make her happy. That was why she was being so petty. I think, at least Chloe gave birth to 2 girls. You didn't bear even 1 child for the Chase family, right? That's what I call the pot calling the kettle back, Justin slowly said. Big Brother Cooper. What did you say? Zuri finally noticed that Justin was mad. Everyone knew that Zuri cared a lot about the fact that she never bore Case's child after she married into the Chase family. You shouldn't be so unforgiving. How jealous are you to hate other people like this? So what if Chloe didn't graduate from a first-class university and isn't good-looking? What's it to you? Do you know her well? I used to think that Case was in the wrong for divorcing you since, after all, you loved him very much. But now I know why he couldn't take it anymore. As long as the guy's a normal man, he wouldn't want you. After all, no one wants a pain in the ass. By the time Justin finished, Zuri's face had turned purple. Big Brother Cooper, Zuri stuttered. She was not prepared for this at all. Stop calling me like you know me. I wouldn't have even looked at you if it weren't for your brother. Don't be so thick-faced, all right? Then, Justin got up, kicked away his chair, and headed for the door, and immediately got up and followed after him. He knew that if Zuri wasn't a woman or related to Brenton, he probably would have slapped her on the face. Zuri, what just happened? Why did he get so mad all of a sudden? I thought you guys were close, Zuri's friend asked in a low voice. How the F would I know? Zuri shrieked, feeling a bit wronged. Thanks to that outburst, Justin was no longer in the mood to drink at all. And take me back to the mansion and then drive my car home. You can pick me up tomorrow morning. Yes, boss. And didn't say anything else upon seeing that Justin was in a bad mood, so he drove Justin back to his private mansion. After coming out of the shower, Justin saw a bunch of unread messages and red pockets on his Snap. Most of them were from artists under his label, and some from his close friends. Justin opened them all, and he saw Kira Nee sent him a red pocket, $520, 520 means, I love you. Justin frowned, accepted the red pocket, and sent her $888 back. Thank you, President Cooper, Kira replied with a smiley face. She seemed to be in a great mood. The company will treat you well if you work hard. You're a smart girl. Don't do what Gianna did. Justin rarely talked to his label's artist that much, but he wanted to remind her. Upon seeing his message, Kira sank into deep thought. What did Justin mean by this? Was Justin trying to remind her not to be so manipulative, or not to chase after him? Good night, President Cooper. Kira decided not to voice any of her questions. Justin didn't respond. He scrolled through his friend circle and clicked into Chloe's profile picture. It was a photo of her family of 4, and they were all wearing outfits from the Republican era. Jack was wearing a little turquoise gown, while Chloe had on a cheapao of the same color. Her hair was tied up in a Republican-era bun, which made her seem more elegant than ever. Even the twins looked so adorable in their cheapao. What a happy family of 4. Justin sighed. After some thought, he opened their conversation window and typed, Happy Valentine's Day. However, after typing that, it seemed inappropriate, so he deleted it without saying anything to her. He knew he shouldn't be disturbing her life. Loving her quietly was probably the best for both of them. Deep into the night. Andrew hadn't been sleeping well lately. He got up and walked into his study. Pulling open one of his drawers, Andrew took out a white medicine bottle and swallowed 3 pills. His doctor told him to take 1 pill a day, but it didn't work for him anymore. He needed a stronger dose. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses and sat down in front of his desk. A lot of things had happened over the last few weeks, and Emery's death actually left him feeling a bit guilty. He even wondered if things would have been different if he didn't help her to fame all those years ago. Legend gave him 1 month, and the countdown had already begun. He doesn't have much time left. What was he supposed to do? Chloe. My Chloe. Tell me, what should I do? Andrew asked himself as he looked at Chloe's photo from high school. It was Valentine's Day, but there was no movement on Andrew's end. He didn't contact Chloe, nor did he buy her presents like he used to do. Sir, shouldn't we prepare Miss Green a present? Andrew's closest subordinate knew how much he loved Chloe. It's Valentine's Day, and we're not lovers. Why should I get her a present? Andrew said nonchalantly as he played with 2 walnuts on his desk. You're right, you guys are family. That's obviously incomparable to whatever other relationship she has, his subordinate immediately said, and clearly those words were very effective. Andrew's face formed a rare smile. You're right. We're family. We'll be bound forever. He had been laying low ever since Valeria, Mr. Lewis, and Emery's deaths since the police were on his case. However, no one found any evidence against him because he had been abiding by the law. After Emery died, he listened to her fans and held a funeral for her. He even gave the Emery's family a great deal of money. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that Andrew was a philanthropist now. After the romantic date, Chloe and Jack arrived home at 9:30. The twins weren't asleep yet. They were in the living room with their grandparents. Little Bean was very energetic. She had been playing with the hoverboard Jack recently bought her and was really having the time of her life. Pudding, on the other hand, played with it for a little while and quickly got bored, so she was playing with her phone. Pudding, you shouldn't be on your phone so often. It's bad for your eyesight. Soon, you'll have to wear glasses. It'll be a waste on your looks. Mrs. Dawson tried to scare Pudding. Grandma, I'm not playing games, though. I'm reading finance articles. It helps me analyze the stock market. Plus, we can get laser eye surgery these days. It's super safe and efficient. You don't have to worry about us. Pudding consoled her grandma with a smile, leaving Mrs. Dawson at a loss for words. Grandma, don't try to talk my sister out of anything. She has a lot to say. No one, aside from Mommy and Daddy, can deal with her, Little Bean said as she glided back and forth on her hoverboard. No wonder your other grandma said she can't keep up with you guys. You little fairies. It looks like we are really getting too old for this. How is this us looking after our granddaughters? It's almost our granddaughters looking after us, Mrs. Dawson smiled and said. Look how smart they are. No one will ever bully them. We don't have to worry. They're blessed. Mr. Dawson looked lovingly at his granddaughters. Grandpa, I have a serious question to ask you. Do you want a grandson? Little Bean playfully jumped off her hoverboard and put her arms around her grandpa. I can't answer a question like that. Mr. Dawson knew that this question was no more than a trap. It's okay, Grandpa. Just tell us. We won't get mad. Pudding and I have talked about this before. Plus, we would never tell our parents not to have another child. That would be super immature and selfish. Little Bean rolled her eyes. Little girl, why are you so smart? Mrs. Dawson burst out in laughter. The truth is, my health hasn't been good over the last few years, and I wouldn't have lived this long if your Mommy and Daddy didn't operate on me. So I'm happy enough to have seen my granddaughters before I died. An old man like me knows that I should be content with what I have. I would never be so greedy. Mr. Dawson smiled. I'm the same way. Plus, your parents are so busy with work, so we don't want to pressure them into having another child. Plus, we don't have to have a boy in the family. It's the 21st century. We've progressed with time, Mrs. Dawson added. Okay, you're saying if it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, you're okay, right? Little Bean asked. You can say it that way. Mr. Dawson smiled as he took a sip of his tea. I bet it will happen. Mr. Dawson and Mrs. Dawson have been glued together recently. We don't even need to worry. It will happen sooner than later. Little Bean said in all seriousness, like a little grown-up, causing their grandparents and even Pudding to laugh out loud. Little Bean, are you talking about us again? At this time, Chloe opened the door and walked in. Crap, caught red-handed. Little Bean immediately covered her mouth and fell silent. Jack walked up to them, sat down beside Pudding and rubbed her head lovingly. How's the hoverboard? We love it. We learned how to ride it in less than 3 minutes, Little Bean showed off, while Pudding interrupted. You used 3 minutes. It took me 45 seconds, okay? Dina, could you please not make me look bad? We're from the same womb, Little Bean retorted, feeling embarrassed. It's okay. Jack smiled at his daughters. Did you guys have a romantic evening? Where's the sea of flowers? You didn't bring them home? Little Bean glanced at Jack and Chloe and laughed. Should we talk about the fact that you asked your daddy to buy Ethan a hoverboard? Chloe changed the subject on purpose. Mommy, I'm so sleepy, I should go upstairs and get ready for bed night. Little Bean immediately ran upstairs in embarrassment. Yawning, Pudding stood up as well. I should keep an eye on her or she'll flood the bathroom again. Good night, Daddy and Mommy. Good night, Grandma and Grandpa. Compared to Little Bean, Pudding was obviously more mature and worried more. After the twins went upstairs, Chloe sat down on the couch as well. She smiled and asked Jack's mom, Mom, did Dad give you any gift today? People our age don't celebrate Valentine's Day. Plus, in the past, your dad would just give me a credit card and tell me to buy whatever I wanted to, Mrs. Dawson complained. Jack put an arm around his mother. Dad, you knew to buy your woman anything she wanted to even back in the day? Nice. What are you talking about? Go to bed, guys. You have work tomorrow. Mr. Dawson's face flushed as he lectured them. Did Avery call? Did Uncle Dawson say anything about her going back? Jack suddenly remembered. She didn't call, but your uncle did. He said something about a wedding? I didn't really understand what he was talking about. You can call him tomorrow to ask him about it. Mr. Dawson recollected what his brother told him earlier. A wedding? So soon? Jack asked with surprise. It is soon. Ask your uncle tomorrow. Chloe was shocked as well. I'll call him tomorrow. You guys should get some rest soon as well. Good night. Then, Jack and Chloe headed upstairs to bed. The next morning. After breakfast, Jack and Chloe drove to work in their own cars. Now that Legend was gone, Jack didn't have to drive Chloe to work every day, so the latter went to Southside in her Audi R8. After the morning meeting, Chloe went back to her office, where Violet brought over a giant stack of documents. Director, we have a lot of patients today. I made a list and brought their files over. Chloe nodded. Then, someone knocked on her office door. Hello, is this Dr. Green's office? Chloe looked up at this familiar voice. It was Brenny. Brenny? She asked with surprise. I'll be outside, Chief. Violet immediately left Chloe's office and closed the door behind her. Chloe stood up and pulled a chair out for Brenny. Come, sit down. I've been looking for you for a while. Your office is so secluded. I wouldn't have known you were promoted to the vice director if I didn't come. Brenny smiled elegantly. She was wearing an apricot-colored dress and silk scarf. She may be wearing luxury brands, but her outfits weren't as flashy as they used to be. After Brenny began dating Case, they rarely saw each other, nor did they interact on Snap, aside from liking each other's posts once in a while. Just yesterday, Brenny and Case went hiking and barbecuing for Valentine's Day. Their relationship was stable, and Brenny seemed happy. I'm not really the vice director. I don't make executive decisions. I still do consults and everything, so I'm still a doctor. Chloe smiled and poured Brenny a glass of water. I don't have any more tea, so you'll have to make do with water. That's fine, thanks. Brenny, what brought you here? Chloe knew she wasn't here to catch up, or else she wouldn't have showed up so suddenly. Chloe, I did want to talk to you about something. Brenny placed down her glass of water and looked at Chloe with all seriousness. Sure. The truth is, before Emery died, she came looking for me and gave me this. Then, Brenny calmly told Chloe everything that happened before herself and Emery. Then, she showed Chloe the drug bottle. The latter opened the bottle and took a whiff. The scent seems to fit her description, but I will have to do some tests to make sure. I'm sure Emery wanted to kill Andrew, but she died before we could do anything. And now, I don't have the courage to do anything. I did find out that Andrew suffers from dual personality syndrome and takes pills regularly to suppress his other personality. Otherwise, Emery wouldn't have used this against him. What are you trying to say? Chloe asked as she calmly looked at Brenny. Chloe, I know you want to get rid of Andrew too. I know that you and Jack have been collecting evidence to prove him guilty and give Bella the justice she deserves. But if he really has some mental disease, then he won't be held responsible. That's a flaw in our legislation, that a mentally diseased patient won't be held responsible for murder. How do I know if he's actually sick or if he's just faking it? We need the respective officers to go test and examine him. It's not like you can prove that you're mentally ill just because you take medicine or suffer from insomnia. Chloe thought Brenny was oversimplifying the situation. I don't care if he's really sick or not. I just want him to die. Brenny uttered these words with hatred overflowing from her eyes. Chloe was not surprised by the hatred that Brenny displayed because she knew Brenny did not do all the work to be with Case out of love. She also didn't do it because she wanted to live a more luxurious lifestyle. Instead, she did it out of her desire to seek vengeance on Andrew. Brenny, I know you hate him. I know you want your revenge, but it's not that easy with Andrew. Chloe knew the situation wasn't as simple as Brenny thought, especially after she found out about Andrew's relationship with Legend. Chloe, are you softening up on him? I know that Andrew loved you all these years. For all of these years, although he had done a lot of nasty stuff to us, to you, he still loves you sincerely. When Liam kidnapped you, he almost died for you. Is that why you can't actually bring up your nerve to kill him? No. This has nothing to do with that. No matter how he is to me, I won't forget what harm he has done to me and my family. My husband separated from me for 4 years. He had to be alone in another country for 4 years. He still has his old leg wounds from that incident. This was all because of Andrew, and I will never forget that. Then let's work together. If you're willing to help me, I'm sure we can get rid of him in a jiffy. Even if we can't kill him directly, we can make him lose everything. We can take back what was ours. We can redeem our family's pride rather than leave everything to that BS, that foster child. Although my father hasn't treated him well all those years, he still raised that BS. How dare he kill my father? If it weren't for him, my mother, Liam, and I wouldn't have lived such miserable lives. I hate him! I hate him! Brenny shouted as tears rolled down her face. Chloe knew Brenny wasn't acting because she didn't need to act in front of her. Brenny, I understand, but it's just not that simple with Andrew. There's a stronger force behind him. We need to know what we're dealing with. We can't act before we're absolutely sure we can defeat them all at once. My husband is gathering evidence of their crimes. His progress has been good, but we're still waiting for the right timing. Chloe didn't tell Brenny about Legend. All she did was warn her that there was someone bigger than Andrew, and this greater power was supporting Andrew. However, Brenny was only interested in seeking her revenge now. Fine. If you're not willing to help, then I'll do it alone. I will never forgive him. Brenny gave a light sigh and said, No need to explain. I know your situation. Thank you for your time. Brenny was disappointed in Chloe for not agreeing to team up with her to fight against Andrew. Her attitude towards Chloe immediately turned remote. Chloe could only sigh because there was nothing she could do to help. Meanwhile, the twins were eating abalone at a luxury restaurant with their grandparents. To their surprise, they bumped into Andrew, who was meeting with his client at the very same restaurant. Hey, my lovely girls. It's been a while. Andrew kneeled down to greet the twins at a relatively close distance. We don't eat out for so long, but when we do, we bump into you. What luck, Pudding said. Pudding was a natural leader who emitted a strong aura. She inherited Chloe's composure and Jack's arrogance. She was not afraid of anything or anyone. When they were kidnapped by Liam and locked in a warehouse, Pudding was calm enough to observe her surroundings and persuade that big guy to help them. She was not a simple child. It seems like you don't like me very much, Andrew said with a smile. Mrs. Dawson and Mr. Dawson were busy chatting away with their friends and did not notice Andrew talking to their granddaughters. Of course. Do you know that whenever we see you, our mood immediately becomes terrible? Seeing you is worse than going to a funeral and you still ask how we are? Are you stupid? Little Bean said brashly. Little Bean, isn't it a bit rude to talk to your uncle in such a manner? Sorry, but I don't recall having such an uncle. Please don't look so highly of yourself. Little Bean turned her head away. Little Bean, I thought you changed your views about me after what happened a while ago. We did go through a life and death situation together. Shouldn't we be war friends? Andrew was extremely patient and friendly with Little Bean. Stop right there. Don't try to act as if you're my friend, okay? Even if we go through 10 life and death incidents together, I still won't change my opinions about you. After all, you think about taking my mommy away every second in your life. You're evil." Little Bean glared at Andrew and scolded. However, Andrew was not mad at the twins at all. Instead, he thought they were cute. "Haha, I do want to take your mommy away, but that's because your mommy is such a wonderful woman. Your handsome Cooper has the exact same intention as I do, but you two treat him so well. Isn't that unfair to me?" Andrew said with slight jealousy. Both he and Justin were pursuing Chloe, so they were both rivals in love with Jack. Why did Justin get to be the twins' godfather-like figure, while he, Andrew, who shared the same last name as Chloe, got to be treated like he was some bad guy? Why did this real uncle get to be yelled at by the twins? Andrew thought he was being treated unfairly. "Please, don't compare yourself to handsome Cooper, okay? You're nothing like him." Pudding and Justin had a great relationship, so she despised how Andrew put himself and Justin in the same group. She even thought that Andrew didn't even have the right to call Justin's name out because he was profaning Justin's name. Yeah. How can you compare yourself to our handsome Cooper? First, you have no love or kindness in you. You're an evil person. You will be forever alone because you won't find a person willing to marry you, and you will never have children. Your parents aren't with you either. No one will be with you on your deathbed. You only bring misfortune and disgrace. Tisk, tisk. You're so young but already speak such ugly words. You two aren't like your mother at all because at least she's a gentle person. Andrew continued to smile at them. Mommy is much more superior to you, okay? Now get out of our way. You're so annoying. Little Bean was losing patience, so she held onto Pudding's hand and walked around Andrew because she didn't want to say another word to him. Pudding, Little Bean, hurry up. We're going upstairs to the private room. Their grandparents did not notice that Andrew was there. All they saw was their granddaughters amongst a bunch of people walking upstairs. Boss, isn't this a great chance to kidnap the twins? All they have today are 2 bodyguards and a useless driver. We can kidnap them and Miss Green will do whatever you say, one of Andrew's subordinates suggested. He thought he was being clever so he could impress his boss. Andrew, however, did not respond to his suggestion. Rather, he quietly turned around. Andrew raised his right hand up high and slapped that subordinate's face hard. The subordinate immediately felt agonizing pain on his cheek. "I'll kill you if you dare say something like that again," Andrew reprimanded with a glare. "Yes, sir. I understand." He had wanted to please Andrew but ended up beaten. Andrew turned around and walked away. Another one of Andrew's subordinates whispered to that person who just got beaten up, "Boss loves Miss Green, and naturally, he loves her daughters too. Don't say anything like that ever again, or Boss will get very angry. You might not know this because you're new, but Boss isn't willing to do anything that would make Miss Green sad, even though he wants to be with her desperately." "Okay, I understand." The man who was just beaten up understood that he shouldn't be so nosy. Once Andrew got in his car, his driver drove off. Andrew was sitting in the back seat. He tapped on the window of his luxury car with his long fingers, as if he had something in mind. He suddenly took out his phone to call Chloe's office. Chloe had patients and their families in her office. She was rather busy, so she picked up the ringing phone without looking at the caller ID. "Hello, this is Dr. Green from the neurology department at Southside," she said in a crisp and clear voice. "Chloe," he said in a hoarse voice. The look on Chloe's face slightly changed. She recognized Andrew's voice. "Chloe, I saw Pudding and Little Bean just now. Your daughters are—" Andrew said with a smile on his face. "What do you want?" When Chloe heard Andrew's words, she was terrified. "I don't want to do anything. I just bumped into them at the restaurant, so I chatted with them. Pudding is very much like you. Even though she's still young, she is very composed. Little Bean is funny and gregarious. She's also like you, like how you are very direct and mean with your words. Andrew, don't you dare lay a finger on my daughters. If you do, I'll fight you till my last breath." Chloe lowered her voice and threatened Andrew. "What am I to you? What do you think?" Chloe scoffed. "Fine, I know I'm not a good person, but I've never wanted to hurt you. I never did and never will. I swear," Andrew said in a gentle voice. It was rare for him to try to explain something to someone. I don't know how many times I heard you say things like that. Andrew, I don't believe a word you say. I know you have Legend behind you. If you want to bootlick Legend, you can go and tell him my real identity. We will not be harmed by you. Sooner or later, we will have to face Legend. My husband and I aren't afraid of him. You think I'll tell Legend? Haha. Andrew laughed bitterly. I don't care what you do, Chloe said. She was prepared for the worst. Legend is looking for you anxiously. I think he's out of plans to lure your father and Fiona out, so he's trying to use his ultimate destructive plan. I told you before that I have nothing to do with that. I won't ever give you up to Legend. I won't let him hurt you, Andrew promised. If you really don't want to hurt you, then stop harassing me. Stay far away from me. You have hurt me enough, Chloe uttered. Chloe, you're being cruel with those words. I'm not as grandiose as Justin, but I truly do love you. So I must have you. As long as you come with me, you will achieve real happiness. Jack cannot protect you, but I can. Stop trying to separate us. No matter what you say, I won't believe a word you say. Chloe thought Andrew was being ridiculous. Why would he have the nerve to call her? Chloe, if I die, would you be sad? Would you be even a little bit sad for me? Andrew suddenly changed the topic and asked such a blue question. You could tell how depressed he was through his voice on the call. I still have patients waiting for me. Bye. Before Andrew could respond, Chloe directly hung up. In fact, Chloe was actually a bit sad when Andrew raised the question. If she really didn't care about Andrew at all, then she would be indifferent when Liam beat Andrew up during the kidnapping incident. Andrew was deeply wounded and had to be hospitalized for a long time. In fact, when Chloe saw Andrew bleed to near death, she felt pain. However, she didn't know how to respond to Andrew's question. If she said she would be sad, she would be giving him hope. Andrew would think she liked him back and would love her even more. Chloe wasn't the type of person that would lead others on. One could tell by how she treated Justin. She couldn't bear to say that she wouldn't be sad at all because Andrew protected her with his own life. No matter how evil he was, he did protect her with his own life, and she could not be that cruel. This might be a kindness she developed after being a mother. She no longer could be as decisive and unrelenting as before. Dr. Green, what medicine should I eat? The patient in front of her asked anxiously. No, it's okay. You're not really that ill. I normally don't recommend my patients to use drugs unless they really need it. After all, the drugs here are usually very strong and can stimulate the brain. You're still in the early stages of your illness. I think you should go to a few psychotherapy sessions. Let me help you book an appointment with our psychologists. What do you think? Chloe patiently explained to the girl in front of her. Okay, thank you, Dr. Green. You're welcome. The girl nodded politely at Chloe and left with her medical records. Violet came in with a cup of milk tea. Dr. Green, you should take a break first. There are still many patients waiting for you outside. I don't know why our department suddenly has so many more patients than usual. Is it because of puberty? It's not strange at all. There are many people with depression, but our country is still behind in the recognition of these psychological diseases. Especially those in distant rural areas, they tend to treat depression as if it is a flu. The increase in patients here is a good sign that people are taking psychological diseases seriously. The earlier we treat depression, the better the patient's recovery. Chloe took a sip of the milk tea and explained. I pity that girl who just came in, though. I heard she was going to get married to her boyfriend. Her boyfriend suffered from depression and took his own life one night by cutting his own throat. He even cut her wrist. Thank God she was smart and lucky enough to escape from the scene and report it to the police. She got to the hospital just in time, or else she would have died. She's well educated. I saw she has a master's degree and is a high school physics teacher from her medical record. I heard her fiancé studied abroad and used to work in the education bureau. They could have had a bright future. I don't know what he was thinking. It was rare that Violet would gossip with Chloe about her patients. However, this was because Violet chatted with the patient's sister just now, while Chloe was meeting the patient. Violet was shocked by the story the sister told. You couldn't blame this young and beautiful lady to be haunted by her past and come see a neurologist. It wasn't something as simple as her hormones were off. Instead, she was almost killed by the man she loved the most. "Chief, why do you think people are so crazy these days? Why do people commit suicide so easily?" Violet said with frustration. Violet finished her story, but Chloe wasn't surprised at all. Chloe had worked in the neurology department for quite some time now and had seen many weird patients. Most patients had been through a lot. For instance, there was a beautiful young lady who apparently was an internet celebrity. Her boyfriend dumped her and she was rather hurt, so hurt that she would subconsciously get up every night and sleepwalk on the streets. While she was sleepwalking, she would take off her clothes. Many would gather around her to watch. After several of these incidences, her family saw that the situation was much more severe than they initially thought, and so they brought her to the hospital. Violet, you need to remember the fact that depression patients tend to have a higher educational background or have been through some tragic incidences. Blue-collar workers usually don't get depression. I'm not looking down at blue-collar workers. It's just that blue-collar workers are so busy earning a living that they only have time to sleep and eat. They live simple lives and don't have time to ponder about life. Only those who are well-educated, especially those who are more introverted and self-reflective, will ponder upon the meaning of their lives. They think they have read more and have seen more, and thus think they are better than others. Only these people who corner themselves get existential crises. Doctor, you're right. I've worked here for a long time now and have found a pattern. Most of our patients are well-educated. Violet admired how observant Chloe was. I'm just using my logical thinking. Chloe chuckled and took another sip of her milk tea. She no longer gave Andrew call further thought. When Andrew returned to the Green Corporation after lunch, he saw Ruoxi. It had been quite some time since they saw each other. After Emery's death, Andrew didn't hear about Ruoxi. Since he did not continue to do business with Mayor Fisher, he didn't bother to find out where Ruoxi was. Now that she was in his office, he was slightly surprised. She slowly stood up. "Andrew, you're back," Ruoxi quietly said as she saw Andrew walking into his office. Compared to before, her style changed drastically. She used to dress like a Barbie, but she was now much more mature, both her style of clothing and aura. She wore a black dress and wore a swan-shaped Swarovski necklace. The Ruoxi today looked like she was from a wealthy and educated family. "Yeah." Andrew nodded. He didn't even look at her. Instead, he walked straight to his desk and sat down. "President Green, you have a meeting this afternoon about the project with the Shen Corporation. It starts at 2:50, his secretary reported. "I got it," Andrew responded without even looking up. "Andrew, are you in a bad mood?" "No. Why are you here? What do you want?" Andrew was rather annoyed seeing Ruoxi in his office. "It's nothing. I just came back from a trip abroad with my mom. I haven't seen you for so long and I miss you. I heard you hurt your ribs and haven't fully recovered, so I got you some muscle relief drink from Thailand. I heard it's made from snakes and is very potent." Ruoxi took out the bottle from her Hermes bag. "Thanks, but no thanks. You can leave now," Andrew said in an icy tone. He then turned on his laptop to look at the data his secretary sent him. He did not bother to say another word to Ruoxi. "Andrew, that Batch Emery is dead now. No one will bother us. My father has agreed to our marriage, and our marriage would be beneficial to your career. I'll also be a good wife and future mother. I'll stay at home and watch our kids. I'll treat you like my king. Can you please not kick me out of your life?" Ruoxi begged for Andrew's love. She yearned to be with him forever. She knew that Andrew actually wasn't a bad person, otherwise he wouldn't have saved her when she was in trouble. No matter what other people said about him, Ruoxi really loved this man. "Ruoxi, I'm not as good as you think. Can you just stop bothering me? I haven't been in a good mood recently, so I don't have the energy to deal with you." Andrew leaned against the back of his chair and massaged his temples with his hands. "Andrew, you're a smart person, so why can't you tell that I'm being sincere with you? If I wanted money or power, I could go find another man. With my father's current social status, it's easy for me to get married to a good candidate, but I love you. I disregarded what people said behind my back for the past 4 years. I followed you around everywhere. I just hope that someday you'll turn around and look at me. It's been 4 years since your ex-wife, Bella, died. It's been many days since Emery's death. Why can't you just give me a chance? Ruoxi begged, with tears almost falling out of her eyes. Ruoxi was born rich and had never begged anyone like this before. Andrew gave out a long sigh. He stood up and looked down at her. Is 4 years a very long time? He asked. Ruoxi was slightly shocked by this question. She didn't respond because she didn't know what Andrew would say next. Do you think that the longer you love a person, the more likely your love will be reciprocated? If so, then Chloe should have been mine many years ago. I knew her before Jack. I loved her before he did. I loved her for 20 years. 20 long years. How many days is that? Andrew felt a bit emotional when he said this. Andrew, can you not love Chloe anymore? She doesn't love you. She already has Jack. Even that Justin, who's so great, wasn't able to waver her loyalty to Jack. You'll only hurt yourself if you continue to love her. Set yourself free from all of that pain. When Ruoxi heard Chloe's name, she cried. Her reaction was the same as how Emery felt towards Chloe rivalry. Every woman that loved Andrew had this barrier between them and Andrew, a barrier that was indestructible. That barrier's name was Chloe. In Andrew's dictionary, Chloe was a curse that was close to driving him crazy. Stop talking about this. I won't change my mind, Andrew said with determination. He no longer bothered to explain himself to Ruoxi because he thought it was a waste of time. Andrew, I really do love you. I can't give up. I tried to forget about you, but I just can't. I can't fall in love with another man. Even if the whole world says you're evil, to me you're the best. Tears rolled down Ruoxi's face because, in fact, she knew that Andrew wouldn't change his mind. All she wanted to do was speak her heart. Huh? I'm the best? What's so good about me? Andrew looked down at Ruoxi. He suddenly leaned close to her eyes with his handsome face. Ruoxi became a bit scared of him. Who would have known that this man could turn into a devil in a split second and tear a person into fragments? To me, you're the best. You're the greatest. Everything about you is great. Ruoxi stuttered, and her voice no longer sounded that resolute. Do you think I'm the best, even if I'm a murderer? The corner of Andrew's mouth lifted into a devious smile. Murderer? Andrew, stop joking around. The look on Ruoxi's face changed. If I tell you that every single woman by my side would end up dead, just like Bella and Emery, I even brutally killed several of the women I had sex with my own hands. Do you still think I'm the best? Andrew, please stop. I don't believe you would do that. Please stop. I beg of you. Ruoxi was, after all, a young girl from a rich family who had not seen how brutal this world really was. She was almost driven to the point of breaking down by Andrew. You're afraid already? Psh! Then how can you even say you want to marry me? You'll see much worse after we get married. You have no clue what you're dealing with. Andrew then fixed his collar and walked out of his office. Ruoxi was petrified to her core. She was scared of the look in Andrew's eyes just now and by what he just said. She wondered if what he said was true or if he was just trying to scare her away. No, she thought. It sounds real. Rumors had it that Andrew was the one responsible for Bella's death, but it had been 4 years since she died. All the evidence of Bella's death was gone by now, and Bella's father was in prison. No one knew what really happened back then. Ruoxi looked around the empty office. Her legs felt weak as she tried to stand up. She held her bag and left the office absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, at the GK Corporation, Senior President Dawson called from the American headquarters, Mark reported, as Jack walked out of the conference room. Mark gave Jack his cell phone. Uncle, Jack picked up the phone and chatted for a while. Very soon Avery called. This was obviously a sign of disagreement between Avery and her father. Jack didn't know who to side with, so he hastily chatted with them before he hung up. Jack's uncle was a determined man. He was determined to have Avery and Max's wedding in the States. He was also determined to make Max an American citizen. Max had already promised to take Avery's family name and be that live-in son-in-law, something that was rather hard on him and his family. Max did not want to be an American because that meant betraying his home country. If Max's family found out, especially his father, they would kill him. No one would want their son to be taken away like that, and now Avery's father wanted him to be American. To the elders of the Cruz family, a foreign citizenship was unacceptable as it meant betraying the family and ancestors. Avery was in a difficult situation between Max and her father. Max was kicked out by Avery's father and had to stay at a hotel, and Avery also followed Max to the hotel. However, this made her father very angry. He wanted Jack to give Avery a lecture. Jack promised vaguely that he would do something. When he hung up, he gave a long sigh. An impartial judge will find himself worthless in hearing a case of domestic disputes. He, however, was nowhere close to an impartial judge. "Boss, someone wants to see you. She doesn't have an appointment," his secretary called and reported. "Who is it?" Jack asked. "She said she's from the Cruz Corporation. She's a middle-aged lady." Jack's brows slightly furrowed. "Let her in," Jack said. Although he didn't do business with the Cruz family, nor was he familiar with the other members of the Cruz family, he didn't want to burn bridges with them, especially when Avery and Max were engaged. He told his secretary to let the lady in because he didn't want the relationship between the two families to be estranged. A rich, middle-aged lady pushed open his office door. She was dressed in very expensive clothing, and the handbag she held in her hand was worth tens of thousands. She also had a strong aura. Immediately, she sat in front of Jack with a straight face and said, "Hello, President Dawson. I am Max's mother." "Oh, so you're Mrs. Cruz. Hello, madam." Although Jack knew who she was, he still had to pretend as if he had just found out. "You know my son Max, right?" "Yes, I know Max." "We eat together sometimes," Jack said honestly. "Then you know about my son and your cousin, right?" Mrs. Cruz continued to question. "Yes, Mrs. Cruz, I know about them." "So your Dawson family is dead set on scheming my son to take on your last name?" The rich middle-aged lady seemed to be unable to keep her composure any longer. From the looks of her face, she seemed about to explode at any second. "Mrs. Cruz, it isn't what you think. I think there must be a misunderstanding," Jack patiently responded. "Misunderstanding? Why do I think you are dodging responsibility? Let me be direct, President Dawson. Our families are both well-known and powerful in this city. Originally, they should be a great match, especially when my son loves your cousin. But why does your family need to take him away? My son vanished from our sight for a month to the States without a word. His father and I were worried sick. His father almost got a heart attack from it. When he finally came back for New Year's, we thought it was over, and everything was back to normal. Who knew that your cousin would kidnap him to the States again right after? Now he's even saying he's going to stay there for the long term. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Even though the GK Corporation is a multinational organization, the Cruz Corporation isn't small either. Why does my son need to take on her family name? That is a disgrace to the Cruz family. Do you know how people talk about my son behind our backs? They're saying that he's a kept man, someone that's tied to his girlfriend's apron strings. They're saying that our family is going bankrupt, so we need the GK Corporation to back us up. What do you think of that?" Mrs. Cruz said emotionally. She was so emotional that her face was sullen with anger. Mrs. Cruz's attitude towards Jack was very different from last time when she questioned Justin. Justin at least knew Mrs. Cruz beforehand, so he could find a random excuse. However, Jack was the head of his family. He had to give Mrs. Cruz a proper explanation. "Mrs. Cruz, please calm down," Jack tried to appease her. "Mr. Dawson, you're a father too, so you should understand how a parent feels for their children. Imagine one of your daughters running away with a guy. Will you be mad and unhappy? You have to think in my shoes too, right?" Mrs. Cruz said directly. Jack wasn't happy hearing this. He thought Cruz's situation had nothing to do with his daughters. "Why does she need to bring my daughters up?" He thought, so he responded, "My daughters aren't the type that would run away with guys. They are well-mannered." "So, you're saying my son isn't well-mannered?" Mrs. Cruz was even angrier after hearing Jack's response. Mrs. Cruz, I understand how you feel. I am willing to discuss this matter, but I don't think it's appropriate for you to bring my daughters into this. Jack loved and spoiled his daughters, and he was unwilling to tolerate someone talking badly about his daughters, even if it was the First Lady. Mrs. Cruz, however, was no First Lady, so of course Jack would not tolerate her bad-mouthing the twins. Oh, so I can't even talk about a hypothetical situation because you'll get mad? Then what about your cousin actually making my son run away with her? What should we call that? If your people are well-mannered, then why would she make a man run away from his family? Mrs. Cruz said angrily. My cousin grew up in America. She's a bit different from traditional women. This is only natural over there. Jack began to side with his little cousin now, and Mrs. Cruz did not buy it at all. She almost choked from her anger. President Dawson, from what you are saying, are you trying to pick a fight with the Cruz family? Mrs. Cruz was enraged. Jack looked calmly at the middle-aged rich lady. No, I'm simply stating a fact. Of course, Avery's actions are rather abrupt, but they do love each other. I think we should give them some time to figure things out. When they're actually getting married, then we can discuss the details then. However, maybe one day they may realize that they're not a good fit and they will break up. I think you might have overcomplicated the situation, Mrs. Cruz. Why look for trouble when not necessary? Jack faintly said with a spark of humor. Mrs. Cruz was engaged, but she did not know how to respond to that. She was actually impressed by Jack. Even if what you said is right, it doesn't solve the problem I brought up. I want my son to come back to the country immediately. President Dawson, tell your family to let him come home immediately, Mrs. Cruz demanded. Mrs. Cruz, Max isn't disabled. He can walk away whenever he wants. Avery did not lock him up. You can just call them yourself. Why do you need me to deliver the message? I don't think this is my problem. After all, he's not my son. When Jack finished his sentence, Mrs. Cruz was startled and frustrated. She was one step away from falling onto the ground and foaming from her mouth. She had just told him to imagine his daughters running away with guys. It was just a hypothetical situation, but Jack took it seriously. Jack was no longer determined to be nice to Mrs. Cruz. President Dawson, don't you think you're being too simple? If I can find him, then I wouldn't need to come to see you, would I? He's not picking up my calls. I'm suspecting that your cousin has locked him up, Mrs. Cruz said directly. Then you can call the police. America is a place that values equality. If you think your son is locked up, then you could sue my cousin. Why do you need to waste my time and your time? You. Mrs. Cruz was so angry that she couldn't speak properly. Sorry, but I have a lot of work. I won't walk you out, Jack said, and he started to look down at his files. Mrs. Cruz was enraged. She held her fist tight and turned away without looking back. Though Justin seemed like he was afraid of her, he was just being very gentle with her. However, Jack did not hold back. After work, when Jack went home to South Hill Manor, he brought this topic up during dinner. Chloe laughed so hard that she almost choked. Jack, they're going to be Avery's in-laws. Why do you need to be so mean? His father said. Dad, you might not know, but he's like a slave to his daughters. If you say anything bad about his daughters in front of him, even if it was just a word, he will get extremely angry. Why did Mrs. Cruz bring up the twins? Even I'm a bit angry just listening to this story, Chloe said with a chuckle. So you understand how I feel now? Jack turned to look at Chloe. Daddy, is Auntie really getting married? What's happening now? Isn't all of this too sudden? Little Bean asked as she munched on a red bean bun. Your grandpa is the one talking about marriage, not your auntie, Jack said. So what are we going to do? What does your uncle want? Jack's father asked. Uncle and Avery haven't reached a consensus yet. I don't know what to do about it either, Jack said helplessly. So what's going on now? Are they just in a cold war with each other? Chloe asked. No, Avery and Max moved out to live in a hotel. It's that serious, eh? Chloe was a bit surprised. Just then, Little Bean said, I think Uncle Cruz is trying to forge his way in this marriage. He's trying to get Auntie pregnant first so he can decide his own fate. Stop that nonsense. Chloe used her chopsticks to tap Little Bean's head. Little Bean spat out her tongue. Pudding? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the matter? Chloe thought it was strange that Pudding didn't engage in this conversation. Mommy, I saw… Just when she was going to say Andrew's name, Pudding stopped herself because she didn't want her grandparents to worry. Who did you see? Chloe asked curiously. Nothing. We just saw an annoying person, so Little Bean and I gave him a lesson. Little Bean knew that they shouldn't talk about Andrew in front of their grandparents, so she decided to tell Chloe later privately, so she nodded and said, Yes, he's very annoying. Such a BS. Little Bean, mind your words. What did I teach you? Chloe said with a serious face. Sorry, Mommy. I didn't mean it. Little Bean immediately apologized. Pudding, do you still hold Green Corporation stocks? Jack asked casually. Yes, Daddy. Oh, you can sell them all in the next 2 days, Jack said calmly, as if it wasn't a big deal. Something big is going to happen over there. He picked up some veggies and placed it into Pudding's plate gracefully. If that's the case, I'm going to sell. I don't want it to bring me down, Pudding said as she kept eating calmly. Daddy, is this news from a reliable source? Don't trip Pudding. Little Bean looked at Mr. Dawson with doubt. Mr. Dawson put down his chopsticks and gently squeezed Little Bean's cheeks. How dare you doubt Daddy? When have I been wrong? I get all my info from reliable sources, otherwise I wouldn't be telling you. Jack smiled. That might not be true. Maybe Daddy doesn't want Pudding to manage stocks and is trying to trip her. Little Bean's head was quick and clever. Jack was speechless. Do you think Daddy is as fickle as you? Pudding looked at Little Bean with judging eyes and went to the washroom. Hey, Dina, do you have any mercy? I'm doing this for your sake. How can you sell me out like that? Little Bean was displeased. Chloe looked at her babies and her worries all washed away. Ever since she had kids, she worried less than before. She didn't have time to do so either. The two little devils wrecked the house every day, and hearing their banter was more interesting than going to a comedy show. The next morning, once the market opened, Pudding logged into her account and sold all her stocks associated with the Green Corporation. She made quite a bit of profit because she bought the stocks when the Green Corporation was faced with scandals. Now, when she was selling, the price was still high. If it wasn't for her daddy's reminder, she would have observed for longer. However, since Daddy said it yesterday, the Green Corporation was going down for sure. After she sold it, Pudding watched the economics channel while eating an apple. She was waiting for the show to go down. Little Bean was never interested in stocks, so she went to the garden with one of the maids to play with flowers and plants. As expected, at 10, the Green Corporation's scandal broke out. It woke the sleepy Pudding up immediately. On the TV, the reporter quickly said, According to our latest update, a gigantic scandal broke out surrounding the Green Corporation. The vice director of the finance department is corrupt and took the company's funds. According to sources, a part of the stolen money was dedicated to a project with the Chase Corporation. The estimated value is $3 billion. The CEO of the Green Corporation, Mr. Andrew Green, has not replied as of this moment. We'll continue updating. Please pay close attention. Wow, escaping with the funds? Interesting. Daddy was right. Pudding was in a good mood and thought while eating the apple. Within an hour of the news breaking out, the Green Corporation's stocks dropped drastically. Some stock owners went to protest in front of the corporation's headquarters. Andrew never showed up. UBS, Andrew, you're a vampire capitalist that sucked our money away. Come out here and face us. You're a trash company. You make yourself sound so cool, and now that this scandal breaks out, you leave us with nothing. I want my money back. If you don't give us an explanation, I'll die here. A middle-aged, balding man yelled. Yeah, we'll be here until we die. Andrew, come out and explain. Andrew, you scum. You're scamming us out of our hard-earned money. This company should just shut down. The people yelled louder and louder. A bunch of middle-aged ladies followed him with banners that wrote, The Greens are evil capitalists who eat you whole. At the same time, the mass media reported on it. Inside the Green Corporation headquarters, in the CEO's office, President Green, what are we going to do now? Andrew's assistant was overwhelmed with this turn of events. Andrew's face was dark, and he remained silent. His men just found out that the vice director of the finance department, Gilles, had already left the country. If he went anywhere else, it would have been easier finding him, but he went to the Golden Triangle, which was a very dangerous place. People could really disappear there. Gilles had been working for the corporation for quite a long time already, and the sudden news outbreak took Andrew by surprise. $3 billion wasn't a lot of money to him. However, the real impact came from the reaction of society and stakeholders. Also, the swings in Green Corporation's stocks. President Green, do you think Jack ordered this? He had always been our arch-nemesis. Maybe he paid off Gilles to harm us. That is a possibility. What about Gilles' house? Andrew asked coldly. It's empty. His bank accounts are empty, and his properties were all sold. It was clearly planned. President Green, we were set up. This was no coincidence. I obviously know that this was not coincidental. Andrew's face was dark. What do we do now? Those people are still causing a ruckus. It's bad for our image. Should we chase them away? No, they're just small pawns. They can't cause a storm. Andrew waved his hand. The Green Corporation fell into a crisis. Although Andrew didn't feel great, he wasn't as afraid or anxious as others thought he would be. After all, he had seen everything. Inside the city's Hilton Hotel restaurant, Brenny was wearing a fiery red evening gown with her hair done up. Case was the opposite of her. This is for you. I don't know if you'll like it. Case pushed a delicate box towards her. It had the Dior logo on it. Brenny smiled shyly. What is it? Open it and see. Brenny slowly opened the box. Inside was a pair of white pearl earrings with a lace coat. It was beautiful. It's so cute. I heard that it's limited edition. I think it suits you. Thank you, Case. Brenny smiled. Can I help you put them on? Case said, and walked over. He carefully put the pearl earrings on Brenny. Does it hurt? Case gently asked. No, I've had these piercings for years. They healed a long time ago. Don't stress it. Brenny bit her lips and smiled. Did you see the news surrounding the Green Corporation? When Case returned to the seat, he suddenly asked, do you mean what broke out today? Brenny asked. You saw it too. Your company must have lost a lot too. I saw that the stolen money was a part of your company's funds. Brenny asked, a bit concerned as well. That's unimportant. What's important is that Andrew is starting to fall. Case slowly said each and every word. Brenny heard that and didn't reply. She didn't know why Case was saying stuff like that. Was he testing the waters? Brenny, I know you hate Andrew. I will avenge you. Case looked at Brenny and sincerely said. Brenny was slightly stunned. She was even a little afraid. She had never mentioned revenge, and she was even extra careful in front of him. Could it be that someone told her? Case, Brenny was halfway through her sentence when she stopped. Her emotions were all really complicated. You don't have to explain. I know everything. I know how much you hate him and how much you want revenge. Brenny, I don't believe that you approached me with the intention of using me. Case. Listen to me. Case interrupted Brenny. He continued, I was too focused on my own feelings to think about you before. Now that I think about it, two people are together to understand each other, care for and nurture each other. No matter what other people say, you and Tiani have brought me so much joy and warmth. You two made me feel like I have a home. Even if you didn't come along, Zuri and I were bound for divorce. The marriage was a mistake. I'm glad that I stopped it before it was too late, and I'm glad that I'll get a chance to care for you. Your enemies are my enemies. I will take care of Andrew for you, and after I do, I will propose to you. You'll be a part of the Chase family, not a mistress that is frowned upon. Case rarely spoke this much. So, after hearing that, Brenny was really touched. Case, you don't have to do this. You're already good enough to me. Brenny felt a little guilty. She did like Case, but she was also using him. After Liam's death, she wanted Andrew to die as soon as possible so she could have her revenge. Maybe she was too hasty and failed to cover her tracks, and that was how Case found out. So that was why today's conversation happened. No, that's not enough. I have to be even better to you and Tiani. Even though she's not my biological daughter, I already regard her as my own. I won't let anything bad happen to you guys. Leave Andrew to me and wait for my good news." Brenny's expression was complex. She was just about to say something when Case's phone rang. "You arrived? Good. I'll get my men to send you the rest of the money. I hope you can keep up your end of the promise and never appear in the country again. If you get caught by Andrew, even the gods can't save you." After speaking, Case hung up. He texted one of his subordinates. "Send Gigli the rest of the money." Brenny could tell what was going on through his brief words. After putting down his phone, Case looked at Brenny with a smile on his face. "How do you like the food here today?" "Case, did you do this to the Green Corporation?" Brenny finally understood why Case gave such a long speech. It turned out he was already on the move, and he gave Andrew a taste of what was to come. "Mm-hmm." Case didn't deny the truth. He nodded and admitted, "Case, I'm the one who wants revenge. I don't want to drag you in. Even though I may be using you, I am only using your connections and your money. I don't want to involve you personally," Brenny anxiously said. "It's fine. I don't mind," Case lowered his head and said. "But I care. I can't just sit and watch you fall into danger. You've done so much for me already, but you don't know what Andrew is like. Once he finds out you did this, he's not going to let you off the hook. You'll be in mortal danger. He'll kill you." Brenny was anxious. "It won't be that easy." "Brenny, I'm not useless. Don't think of me as a punching bag. I know exactly what Andrew is like. Even Jack is cautious about doing anything to him. It's not that simple. I met Chloe in private, and she told me that there's someone even more powerful backing Andrew. We can't easily offend him," Brenny warned. "What's so bad about that? I'll deal with whatever comes our way. I promise to avenge you, and I won't back down. Don't worry." "But—" Brenny pursed her brows and was just about to say something. Case interrupted. "Brenny, let's eat. It's getting cold." Brenny remained silent as her heart was heavy with a burden. She really didn't want to involve Case, but now it was all too late. The situation at the Green Corporation was getting out of hand. At 6 p.m., Andrew personally gave a press conference addressing the issue at a 5-star hotel. Andrew's flamboyant side was gone. Instead of wearing one of his trademark colorful suits, he was wearing a dark gray suit. He looked more mature and calm than usual. "Mr. Green, how does your company plan to deal with what happened this afternoon? Did Gigli do what he did on his own free will, or did you have a part in it?" The reporter's first question was already hard to answer. Andrew didn't fret, as he looked incredibly relaxed. He lowered his head towards the mic. "To be honest, Gigli was a longtime employee of the Green Corporation. He rose to power when my father was the CEO. He was an old and valued member, and I didn't think that he would actually do something of this caliber. I am deeply shocked and hurt by the results." "President Green, are you saying that you're free of blame?" "Everyone is saying that you're trying to prove your innocence," another reporter emotionlessly said. "My friend from the press, that's quite laughable. One, I have always been innocent. I don't need to prove anything. I am simply retelling the truth. If I had known, I wouldn't have let this happen. After all, the Green Corporation lost $50 billion within just a few hours. It was my money. I'm not idiotic enough to dig a hole for myself to jump into, right?" Andrew asked the reporter back. The reporter immediately couldn't find a rebuttal. "Mr. Green, what was the motive behind Gigli's actions?" "From my knowledge, Green Corporation pays him a decent salary. As the vice director of the finance department, he has an annual income of at least $1 million. His family condition is good, and he wouldn't do something such as this," a reporter inquired. "We're also investigating this. We have the information that he went to a casino in Singapore about a week ago and lost $1.8 billion. I think that may be related. After all, the money he lost wasn't completely his own. He was responsible for managing the transactions for the project between us and the Chase Corporation. He had his way of withdrawing the funds. We're waiting for the city bureau to give us the results of forensic analysis. He might have copied my card, or he might have stolen my information. We've informed the police, and we hope to catch him as soon as possible, not only for the sake of our company, but for the sake of our shareholders." Mr. Green, what do you plan to do with the Chase Corporation? Is the project still on? A reporter took the chance to ask. President Green, have some water first. The female secretary gently handed him a bottle of mineral water. Okay, thank you. Andrew politely thanked the female secretary, and the audience all commended Andrew for his manners as they watched the news. Andrew took the water, but put it to the side, not taking a sip. He said in a serious tone, "As for our business partners, the Chase Corporation, we will provide them with an explanation. I will repay the money that Geely took from the Chase Corporation from my own pockets. If President Chase is willing, I hope that our partnership can continue. After all, it is very important to our company, as it is a first. I hope Chase Corporation is happy with the results." Surprisingly, Andrew was generous and willing to repay the loss himself. Brenny coldly looked at Andrew through the TV screen. Seeing him leave the water on the side unopened, she coldly smiled. "Pretty vigilant, aren't you?" Emery was so simple to believe that poison would work. Someone as cautious as he wouldn't easily drink something from another person. Thank God she wasn't dumb enough to pay off the secretary. If they checked the water, she would have left behind a trail. "Mr. Green, after the market opens tomorrow, will the stocks keep falling? Do you have a plan?" "We'll have a board meeting tonight. I ask for everyone to be a bit more patient. We'll rise back up soon. After all, Green Corporation has always been a trustworthy company. Please give us some time to take care of everything. Mr. Green, is Mayor Fisher going to help? We heard that you have a close relationship with Miss Fisher. It's been said that you guys are in a romantic relationship. Paparazzi have seen Miss Fisher entering and exiting your private property in the middle of the night. What are your thoughts?" Today's press conference is for public business. President Green will not answer any questions about his private life. Please watch your language. Andrew's assistant blocked the reporter. At that time, he looked at his watch and stood up with a smile on his face. "Everyone, let's wrap up the conference. Thank you for coming. My people will be hosting a reception at the Peony Restaurant in appreciation for your efforts." President Green has other matters to attend to, so he'll be leaving now. Andrew smiled, nodded, and left the hotel. At South Hill Manor, Jack, Chloe, and the twins were watching TV and eating snacks. "This BS, he's so fake. He's not happy and doesn't have a plan yet. He acts like everything's under control. He's just an animal," Little Bean cursed. "Don't insult animals like that, okay?" Pudding corrected. "Ha ha, sis. You're better at this than me. You win," Little Bean chuckled. "Honey, did you do it?" While peeling the orange, Chloe indifferently asked. "I didn't." "Huh? It wasn't Daddy? Then how did you know something was going to happen to Green Corporation?" Even Pudding was puzzled. "I have men inside Andrew's company, and they reported on the abnormal behavior of Geely. After some investigation, I found out that he already transferred all of his funds abroad. So I suspected that he was going to go on the run sooner or later." Jack calmly replied, "Wow, Daddy, you're too smart. That works too?" Pudding was dumbfounded and was in complete admiration. "I had a premonition that someone wants to take down Andrew even more than we do. Just wait and see. It's going to be downhill from here for the Green Corporation." Jack smiled. "Honey, what else do you know?" Chloe found her husband was becoming more and more mysterious. "It wouldn't be fun if I told you. Wait and see." Jack kept her hanging. It made Chloe even more curious. At the Green Corporation's headquarters, it was already 8 at night when Andrew walked out of the conference room with a dark face. All the shareholders didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and no one was brave enough to go against his decisions. They called it a discussion, but it was more like Andrew berating everyone. He walked into the office with a stormy face. At that moment, one of his most trusted men walked in after knocking. "What happened? Did you find him?" "Boss, that BS Geely is too smart. I don't know how he escaped our men. We lost track of him after he entered Southeast Asia. The Golden Triangle is too big with too many parties. It's hard to find a person. Even if we do, we won't get the money back. He probably already transferred it elsewhere or lost it gambling or something. Scum. I don't want the money back. Just $300 million isn't worth my effort. I want to know who instructed Geely to do that." Andrew had his hands on his waist and anger on his face. Who else other than Jack? Of course it's not him. I know what Jack is like. He won't make a move so easily. If he does, it will be fatal. He doesn't have the time to play cat and mouse with me. Boss, you mean someone else is after us? The subordinate looked lost. I have quite a lot of enemies, but as for those that actually want me dead. Speaking of this, he stopped. He seemed to have guessed. Justin was pretty under the radar. Other than going to work, he went back to his family estate. He suddenly turned into an obedient son. Brenton went vacationing with his wife and son, and Max ran away with his lover. So, the moment he didn't have work to do, he was pretty lonely. Justin had nowhere to go other than work, his home, and his family home. At the dinner table, Justin, you seem to be pretty free these days. The company is pretty relaxed right now? His grandpa suddenly asked. Not really. All the talents have their own things to do, and there are teams taking care of concerts. I can control everything from a distance. Justin ate a bun while answering his grandpa's question. Really? That's good. If so, come with me to the capital next week. I have a conference. Don't you already have bodyguards? You don't need me, Justin pouted and said. You're not the same. You're my grandson, Grandpa Cooper huffed. That's not the only thing you want, right? Say it. Are you trying to introduce me to the daughters of your friends? Justin seemed to have guessed his grandpa's intention. Grandpa Cooper looked very awkward. He pointed at Justin with his chopsticks. You stinky brat. Dad, like I've said, he is becoming more and more disobedient. It was much easier to manage when he was still young. Justin's father looked at his son and coldly said, Justin, just come with Grandpa on this trip, okay? Treat it as a vacation, Justin's mother tried very hard to convince him. Mom, you have to be joking. I've been to the capital at least 100 times. What is left to see? You guys, if you want to set up dates for me, bring them here, Justin slowly said. Justin, does that mean you agree to go on arranged dates? Justin's mother was overjoyed. Yeah, I agree. At least then you'll have something to tell your friends. This is for our family's honor. Justin was rarely this nice. Madam Cooper was almost doubting if that was her real son. Justin, are you being serious? Grandpa Cooper didn't believe it too, and tried to confirm. Yeah, I promise. Grandpa, don't you know what I'm like? I may be stubborn, but I don't lie. Hearing that from Justin made Grandpa Cooper extremely happy. That's great. I'll get that girl here in a few days to meet you. If you'd like, we'll set up a date for the wedding. It'll lay to rest one of the greatest burdens of the Cooper family. When I see your grandma and great-grandparents in the afterlife, I'll have something to tell them, Grandpa Cooper exclaimed with a wine glass in hand. Justin paused and coughed as he scratched his nose. Ahem, Grandpa, I did promise to meet her, but I can't say if I'll end up with her. You seem to have misunderstood. What do you mean? Grandpa Cooper's face suddenly sunk. His parents looked at him with confusion. Seeing that made Justin put down his chopsticks and look at his family. Grandpa, Mom, Dad, I'm really sorry. I know what you want me to do. I've seen the rumors that I'm gay and so on, and even if it's funny, it stains our family's reputation. I don't want to bring negative light to our family, so I think we should both back down. I'll go on arranged dates, but you can't blame me if they don't turn out well, right? What do you mean? Are you saying that we're doing all of this for nothing? No matter how many dates you go on, you'll never agree, right? Justin's father seemed to have understood what his son was implying. Justin scratched his head and remained silent. UBS, do you really think that way? Grandpa Cooper was a little angered and shocked. Grandpa, you can't rush things like that. Let's not be headstrong, okay? I've already agreed to the arranged part, and this is the farthest I can go. Bullcrap, are you the one being set up on dates, or are we the ones? You're the one looking for a wife, not us. Grandpa Cooper huffed and stared at his grandson. Justin said in a serious tone, I don't have anything against you looking for a partner yourself. Grandpa Cooper had nothing to say. Justin, how can you fool around like this? You can't talk to Grandpa that way. Justin's father threw down his chopsticks, enraged. Oh, right. I still have something to take care of at the company. I'll be going now. Enjoy your meal. Seeing the atmosphere go south made Justin want to leave. He immediately found an excuse and exited. Justin. His mother looked at his silhouette with sadness. After leaving his home, Justin got onto his black Lamborghini and sighed. He wanted to go and have a nice dinner at home. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. It wasn't what he wanted. Russia, an estate outside Moscow. Riker put a numbing scent in Fiona's room in fear of her escaping. In a blink of an eye, Fiona had been trapped for more than 5 days. Someone come here, Fiona yelled, annoyed. Young madam, what are your orders? The butler was always polite. Where's Riker? Get him here to see me. Young madam, he... Speaking of Riker made the butler stutter. What's wrong with Psycho Riker? Fiona was a little stunned and asked. Young master has been having issues with the old master. He doesn't seem to be in a good mood either. Is it because of me? Fiona wasn't a self-centered person. She always knew Riker was the favorite son and never had fights with his father. The trouble must have arisen from her arrival. Ever since she bombed Indonesia with her Phantom 1, a series of upswings were caused. People who wanted her dead were afraid of coming into Russia. However, all the parties kept the Ross family under a close watch. After all, the Ross family were in the black market business and couldn't afford to offend so many parties because of a single woman. So, the conflicts between Riker and his family were imminent. The butler didn't know what to say and stuttered. Let me see him. After speaking, Fiona tried to walk out. Young madam, why don't you stay here and wait? The butler seemed like he wanted to stop her. Don't stop me. I am not a lady who is meant to sit inside. I am a strong and independent woman. I don't need protection. This is because of me, and I have to be the one to take care of it. Get out of my way. Although she couldn't use her strength, her domineering aura still remained. Once she said that, nobody dared to stop her and moved out of her way. Riker's estate wasn't far from the main estate, so Fiona only put on a black coat. Her face was pale, and her long hair flowed. She walked slowly, but she persisted. Because everybody knew Fiona, nobody stopped her. They only greeted her. Hi, young madam. Good morning, Miss Fiona. Fiona kept silent and walked into the main estate's living room with a stern face. The family was having a meeting. Riker, his father, and his second brother were present. Riker, father is thinking for our family. Please understand. Fiona isn't afraid of anything. She has been hunted after since her youth. She's not afraid of death, unlike us. We can't ruin grandfather's legacy. You have to think about us, second brother slowly said. I don't care. No matter what, I won't hand over Fiona. Riker was stubborn. I'm not asking for you to hand her over. You guys have a good relationship, and we're not heartless. We just don't want you to keep her here anymore. Otherwise, she'll bring us down eventually. I think you guys should terminate your betrothal. We'll find you someone else. You can have anyone in the world. Why Fiona? Riker, why? His second broher's words stung and made Riker's face darkened. I'll take care of my own business. You have no place to talk. Riker coldly stared at his brother. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't care. Watch your own place, his brother bickered. Yes? Really? Do you really think of me as a brother? Riker looked at his brother with daggers in his eyes, sounding like there was another layer of meaning behind those words. The two men faced each other head-on, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Hey, Riker, what do you mean by that? His brother smiled at Riker, whose expression was as icy as an iceberg. Okay, stop it. Riker, your brother has a point. I like Fiona as well, but we can't let her stay anymore. Legend's giving us a hard time already, and we can't afford to make enemies with the Indonesian government, or else we'll lose too much business. If you don't want to ask her to leave, I can do it. She's a smart girl and will understand our current situation, Riker's father said, unwilling to budge. Truth be told, Fiona didn't care about what Riker's father said because she had no intention of staying. However, she felt bad seeing Riker try to protect her while being scolded by his brother and father. Therefore, she walked out with a smile. Uncle Ross. Riker's father and brother's faces lit up with surprise, and Riker turned around in shock. Fiona, what are you doing here? Fiona glanced over at Riker with a complicated expression. However, she didn't say anything to him. Instead, she looked over at Riker's father. Uncle Ross, thank you for taking me in. I caused everything and I will own up to it. I blew up Legend's hiding spot, and I'm the one the Indonesian government is trying to hunt down. Your family has nothing to do with this, so you don't have to protect me. I'll feel bad if you do. So, I'll be leaving soon. Don't worry. Please don't give Riker a hard time. Fiona, please don't blame me for this. I'm actually quite close with your father, and he's helped me a lot over the last few years. But Riker did almost kill himself trying to save you, and our family's done what we could this time. They're too strong, and you really pissed off too many people. You have no choice but to hide away somewhere else for the time being. I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. As the leader of our pack, and also this family, Riker's father was very good with his words. He made sure to give himself merit while making Fiona feel bad. Basically, he was saying that there was nothing else he could or was willing to do for her. Uncle Riker, I'll leave tomorrow. I won't try to make things difficult for you. I'll always remember my debt to your family. No, you can't leave. I won't let you. Riker stared icily into Fiona's eyes. Riker, I can't turn around time, so let's deal with us right now. I am ending our engagement while Uncle Ross is here as well. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. And since we're not engaged anymore, you don't have the right to boss me around. Thank you for everything, Fiona said as she turned around to leave. However, Riker grabbed her wrist and wouldn't let her go. Psycho Riker, let go of me, or else I'm going to make you regret it. Fiona knew that she couldn't stay with the Ross family after this ordeal. It was too humiliating, and she needed to protect what was left of her pride. To her surprise, however, not only did Riker refuse to let go, he glared at his father. Father, are you really chasing Fiona away? I'm not chasing her away, but... Riker's father felt embarrassed by his son's question. Then, I'll leave with her. Riker then grabbed Fiona's hand and led her towards the door. Riker's father boomed with anger. Stop right there! Riker, what do you think you're doing? Fiona looked up at Riker, completely dumbstruck. Fiona, I'm leaving with you. Riker looked at Fiona with a serious expression on his face. Fiona wasn't sure what to do. She didn't think that Riker was capable of making this decision since he was usually such a daddy's boy. Riker's father seemed to think the same way. He bellowed angrily, Riker, what do you think you're doing? You know how much Fiona means to me, so of course chasing her out at a time like this would make me angry. You leave me with no choice but to leave with her. Riker was a man of a few words, but after he got shot that time, everyone in the Ross family realized just how much he loved his fiancée. So how could his father do this, even if he knew? Wasn't that putting Riker in a difficult spot on purpose? Father's doing this for you, Riker. Don't be like this. Be a grown-up. His brother seemed to be talking in Riker's favor, but his words just made their father angrier than ever. Riker, you're the young master of the Ross family, so you should have a bigger picture view of the future. I never thought that you'd do something like this for a woman. Riker's father paused and glanced at Fiona. His intent was clear. Riker tightened his grip around Fiona and sneered, I'm sorry, Father, you think too much of me. I've never had a bigger picture view of anything. All I ever cared about was Fiona. Riker's words shocked everyone, his father, his brother, and of course, Fiona herself. Riker's personality was very much like that of Jack's. However, their difference was that Jack knows how to sweet-talk Chloe, but Riker had never said anything romantic to Fiona. Therefore, what he just said left Fiona's heart fluttering with butterflies. Do you know what it means to leave this family? His father's grip tightened around the handle of his gold chair, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. This was Riker's father's last attempt to get him into staying. Riker's brother took this opportunity to make things worse. Riker, calm down. This is not a child's joke. What are you trying to do by leaving? Betray the family? Upon hearing these words, Riker's father's face almost turned blue. Riker, listen to me. Fiona felt bad and understood the severity of the situation, so she wanted to talk him out of this decision. However, Riker interrupted her train of thought before she could finish it. "Fiona, don't say anything right now. Let me finish talking with my father." He looked up, stared calmly into his father's face, and said, word for word, "I know that if I leave today, I will no longer have anything to do with the Ross family, in life or in death. I won't do harm to the family nor to you, so you don't have to worry about me. You, say that again." Riker's father was searing by the time he finished listening to his son's declaration. He slapped his chair and shot up to his feet. On the side, Riker's brother's lips curled into a barely visible smile. Fiona looked at Riker and his father anxiously. This wasn't what she wanted. "I don't think I should. It'll make you angrier than you already are. I've said what I wanted to say. Goodbye." Then, Riker smiled gently at Fiona. "Fiona, let's go." The two of them held hands, strode out of the main hall, and left the Ross family. "Riker, don't leave. Come back," his brother said, continuing to put on a show. "Let him go if he wants to. He won't last long without our family's protection." Riker's father was fuming and refused to call his son back. Riker's departure shocked the entire family. After all, he was most likely to inherit the family business. Riker's father had 3 sons. The oldest lived in South America and rarely came home because he had his own gang. Back then, he left because he fell in love with a woman, and his father did not approve. The second son was always around and took care of the family business. However, he was very sly and ruthless, and therefore not popular. Many in the Ross family didn't like his character. Riker, on the other hand, was most valued by their father. Ever since he was young, his father took him everywhere. Riker was smart, calm, diligent, and had a lot of potentials. His combat and gun skills were also the best of the best. Legend's plan last time was so foolproof that anyone else would have died 100 times over. However, Riker still managed to survive after being shot in 5 different places. It was really a miracle. Of course, Jack's medical skills were amazing, or else Riker would have died a long time ago. Moscow Airport. Riker. That was too impulsive. Fiona was still recovering from what just happened. The two of them were waiting in the VIP lounge, waiting to board their plane. Unlike regular elopers, they barely brought anything with them. Riker didn't even have his phone. Fiona, however, had with her a black bag filled with passports and US dollars. That wasn't impulsive at all. Riker put his arms around his chest and stared calmly at Fiona. "You shouldn't have gotten into a fight like this with your dad," Fiona said helplessly. "That's my business. What are you so nervous about? Come on, you did all of this for me. Of course I'm nervous." Fiona rolled her eyes. "Another topic, please. Where are we going? We can go anywhere we want to now, right?" Riker didn't want to argue with Fiona, so he quickly changed the subject. "We can't go anywhere. Look at you. You don't even have a passport. How are you supposed to leave the country?" Fiona looked up and down Riker. He literally had nothing on him. His pocket was cleaner than his face. "I thought you always carried passports with you." "Just give me one," Riker said nonchalantly as he chewed on a piece of gum. "You—" Fiona was speechless. Riker was right. She always carried a bunch of passports with her so she could run away whenever she needed to. Sometimes she would even pretend to be a guy. It seemed like Riker knew her well. "Riker, can we be serious for a second? Stop joking around. You still have time to go back." Fiona tried to persuade Riker. "Fiona, you're a smart girl, so you should know that my father's not a forgiving man. After what happened, do you think he'd let me home and forgive me?" Riker chuckled. "But you're his son. Even the deadliest of tigers refuse to eat their own children. Plus, this isn't a big deal. You're still in Moscow, right? Your father still loves you the most. Just go home and apologize." "Stop being nonsensical with me," Fiona said calmly. "Apologize? Are you kidding? What did I do wrong? Come on, let's go to Mauritius. I heard the weather there is amazing, and there's a lot of wildlife." Before Fiona could respond, Riker pulled her up and steered her towards the international departures gate. "Riker, we're not going on vacation. We're running away for our lives, do you get that? I have a lot of enemies. We might be slaughtered the minute we get off the plane," Fiona said with a serious expression on her face. I get that. So you're not afraid of dying? Fiona tried to calm herself down as she reconfirmed Riker's feelings for her. Fiona, I'm not good with words, and some things I can only say once, so listen carefully. I will never let you run away by yourself and face dangers alone. I'm willing to go anywhere with you. So what if we die? It's not like we're going to live forever, so what does it matter if we die sooner or later? Riker said nonchalantly. His words caused a giant wave of emotions within Fiona. She never thought that one day a man would be willing to run around the world with her, living a hellish life. Fiona had always been strong as iron, but right now, tears welled up in her eyes. What's with the expression? Are you touched? Riker wasn't used to Fiona being so serious, so he joked with her. Psycho Riker, are you sure you want to do this? You know how hard my life has been. I haven't gone looking for my sister because I don't want to disrupt her life. The one thing I want in life is to be normal. You're not normal, but you're the young master of a powerful family and grew up without any worries. But I'm different. I might die at any time. You won't be happy with me, Fiona said, choking back tears. Happiness is not limited to one definition. Being with you is my greatest happiness. Fiona, from now on, you and I are one. We live together and die together. However, we're faced with one big problem right now. I don't have anything with me, and I'm no longer a young master with constant protection. Are you okay with a husband who relies on you for everything? Riker joked, and Fiona couldn't help but laugh out loud. Answer me. I am giving myself to you. Can you at least say something? Riker asked. Don't worry, I have way too much money. I can take good care of you. I'll buy you meat and beer, and I promise that your life will be filled with excitement and entertainment. The constant fighting will keep you in shape, Fiona joked back. Riker sighed in relief upon seeing that Fiona's mood had lightened up. He put his arms around Fiona and began playing cute. Can we go now? I want to sit in first class. Fiona nodded. She knew Riker had made up his mind, so she decided to not try to talk him out of his own decision anymore. The two of them quickly left Moscow. Ross family's estate. Young master just left Moscow. He's headed for Mauritius, a subordinate reported. Upon hearing this, Riker's father kicked away the table in front of him, his face purple from rage. From now on, he is no longer a part of our family. I don't have a son like that, Riker's father said angrily. Riker's brother smiled. He originally wanted to get rid of Riker little by little. He didn't think he would succeed without trying since he fell in love with that woman and ended up betraying the family. After consoling his father, Riker's brother walked out. His closest subordinate walked up to him and whispered, Master, should we hire people to take them out in Mauritius? This is a great opportunity. It's fine. We might not succeed. Plus, they have more than enough people chasing after them, so let's just sit back and enjoy the show. We can't rush, or else our actions may be used against us. After Riker got shot last time, Riker's brother had been more careful than ever. He finally got what he wanted, so why do something that might ruin all of this? Okay, Master, we'll lay low right now and keep an eye on them. At a hotel in Los Angeles, USA. Avery, are we going to stay at this hotel forever? It's such a waste of money. You should come back to the country with me. There's a bunch of empty mansions we can choose from. Max smiled and said to Avery. After her fight with her father, Avery and Max had been staying at this 5-star hotel. They were in a presidential suite where she and Max had their own rooms, and the bodyguards protected them in shifts. Therefore, even if Max wanted to gobble Avery up, he couldn't. Today was a weekend. Max woke up in the morning and walked into Avery's room with a bathrobe on after he took a shower to talk about going back. It's only been a couple of days. Did you change your mind? Avery stared at Max. I didn't, but we don't have much to do. You're barely talking to your dad, and he's not letting you do anything at the company. You're basically just sipping on tea and reading the newspaper when you're there. I feel bad. Maybe we should give up. I'll just become an American like you, Max suggested. Can you not give up so quickly? Avery looked at him speechlessly. I'm willing to do anything for my baby. I'm a considerate man. Max smiled and moved closer to Avery. Before she could react, he laid down beside her, their faces almost touching. This left Avery feeling more awkward than ever. She batted her eyelashes shyly. "Max, what do you think you're doing? What can I do? I'm just trying to cuddle with you. Last time I tried to kiss you, you screamed and the bodyguards thought I was hurting you." "Now that was awkward," Max said. "Good that you know. You better behave yourself. Got it?" Avery chuckled. "I'm always behaving myself, okay? I haven't left your side in days. You should thank me or else I will feel quite depressed," Max pouted. Avery moved forward slightly and gently pecked Max on the corner of his lips. "Come on, that's it?" Max was obviously not satisfied and wanted more. "What else do you expect from me? Don't push your luck." Avery was both angry and amused. "You should be more sincere. I've been with you through thick and thin. I even ran away from my family to be with you. I don't like burgers, but I have to eat them anyways." "I don't even have friends," Max said, blinking his puppy dog eyes at Avery. The latter laughed. "Are you complaining right now? Don't change the subject. I'm not complaining. I just think you should give me more to go on with." "You're such a—" Avery muttered, but she quietly moved up to Max. Putting her arms tightly around him, she gently pressed her lips against his. This time, Max grabbed onto this opportunity. He immediately embraced her and passionately returned this kiss. After a long time of intimacy, one of the bodyguards suddenly pushed open her room door. "Miss Dawson, your father—" However, she suddenly trailed off, surprised to see this scene unfold before her. Why is it you again? Why would you come in out of nowhere? Do you have something against me?" Max looked up. His expression was almost murderous. Miss Dawson? Your father's here?" The bodyguard stammered. "What? Where?" Avery immediately got up and awkwardly pushed Max away. "Right outside," the bodyguard responded. Before anyone could make another move, Avery's father came striding into her room. However, the scene he saw— Max's bathrobe had been untied, showing his chest. Avery was wearing a silk dress. Her hair was all over the place, and her face was as red as the glowing sun. "Dad, why are you here?" Avery asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. Avery's father looked at them with a grim expression on his face. "You'd rather stay at a hotel than come home just to go against me?" Neither of them answered. "You're together every day, but aren't talking about marriage. Are you planning to have a child out of wedlock?" Avery's father asked again. It's not like that, Dad," Avery wanted to explain. However, Max rolled out of bed and interrupted her. He smiled. "Uncle Dawson, you can understand it that way, so you shouldn't give us a hard time. If we can't get married because of you and end up having a child, we won't be able to register him or her. Would that be a pity for that poor child? You dare? If that happens, I'm going to chop you up into pieces," Avery's father said with a dark face. "Anyways, Dad, don't even think about making Max an American citizen. He's already agreed to marry into our family, and his parents won't even talk to him because of it. We shouldn't take more than we can afford. I'll never let him do that. Max's family is well established in the country, so leaving it to marry me is already too much to ask. We've been in the States for years, and I thought you'd respect me and not be so stubborn. Jack supports me too. If you don't believe me, just call him. You can fire me and cut me off, but I won't give in to your unreasonable demands." Avery was determined to fight to the end, and she didn't leave any room for negotiation. After a while, Avery's father sighed. "Let's set aside becoming an American citizen. The most important thing right now is to get married and hold a ceremony here in the States. Our company's coming out with a new product next month, and it'll be strategically beneficial for you guys to get married before that. It'll help with our stocks. The wedding will be luxurious. But there's one thing. Avery and I are Christians, so he needs to convert to Christianity, and the wedding will be held at a church. I'll ask Pastor Leo to officiate." Convert to Christianity? Max was again speechless. This future father-in-law of his sure had a lot of demands. "What? Is that a problem?" Avery's father glared domineeringly at Max. "Dad, We just agreed not to take more than we can afford. Why are you doing this? Avery was enraged by her father's actions. How is this more than we can afford? Avery's father asked matter-of-factly. Uncle Dawson, it's not a big deal, but I'm an atheist, and then Christianity. I can't just convert to a new religion so suddenly, Max explained with a smile. You say that you love Avery, but you're always looking for excuses. You don't really want to marry my daughter, do you? You're just playing with her. Avery's father seemed angry. Dad, I'm in my 20s. I'm old enough to tell if someone is lying to me or really loves me. Can you please stay out of my relationship? Avery felt tired and sick of negotiating with her father. Avery, I'm trying to do what's right for you. Your mother died young and I raised you while taking care of the company. You know how much I care about you, and there's not a father in the world who would try to hurt their child. You've grown up and you think I'm too old and dumb now, don't you? So you don't want to listen to me? Avery's father looked at her sadly. Upon hearing his remarks, she felt bad. Yes, it had been hard for them over the last 2 decades or so. Sure, they had a lot of money, but there were things that could not be bought with all the gold in the world. Her father may have dated over the years, but he never married any of them because he didn't want Avery to feel uncomfortable. Yes, his father gave up a lot of things for her. I said what I wanted to. You guys should think about it. Then, Avery's father turned around and left, feeling a little hurt. This left Avery in a bad mood as well. Avery, don't be sad. I'll convert, okay? I'm happy as long as we can get married. Max bent down and placed his hands on her legs. It's not you. I just feel bad. My cousin called me yesterday and told me that your mom went to his company and they seemed to part on bad terms. I know how much you've done for me, so we can't listen to all my dad's demands, Avery explained patiently. I don't care about that. I just want to marry you. Max reached out and grasped Avery's hand tightly. South Hill Manor. Sis, what's going on? You've been so quiet. Is something on your mind? Little Bean asked her sister after lunch. I'm thinking about something. Pudding leaned against the window and responded in all seriousness. What's up? Why do you look so worried? Little Bean tilted her head and asked with curiosity. Have you noticed that Handsome Cooper hasn't come looking for us in a while? Pudding asked, her spirits low. Oh, that's what you're worried about? You're thinking too much, sis. I bet Handsome Cooper's just busy. He treats us like his own daughters so he would never ice us. Little Bean disagreed with her sister. I'm not saying that Handsome Cooper iced us, okay? I think he may be depressed. Think about it. He used to always hang out with Uncle Cruz, but now that Uncle Cruz is in the States with our auntie, he's all alone. Plus, Uncle Blake has a family, so he can't hang out very often. I bet Handsome Cooper is always bored after work. Pudding felt bad for Justin. The twins loved Justin almost as much as they loved Jack. I think I get what you mean now. Why don't I call him and ask him to take us out to play? We can keep him company. Little Bean blinked her big eyes and asked, That won't help. Our presence will not lift him out of loneliness. After all, we're still children, and he thinks of us as family. You're saying that Handsome Cooper needs love? Little Bean suddenly realized what Pudding was talking about. Yeah. A person needs love, friendship, and family, or else their lives will be incomplete and filled with regret, Pudding exclaimed. Sis, come on, you're only 3. Why are you talking about such deep things about life with me? Little Bean was utterly speechless. Why did Pudding always have to talk about such philosophical topics? Weren't they supposed to be twins? She felt no connection. Little Bean walked away after losing interest in her sister's worries. She ran back into her room and video called Justin. Justin was getting ready to go home when he received the video request. Hi, Little Bean, he smiled at the child in front of him. Handsome Cooper, what are you going? Getting ready to leave work, Justin replied. What are you doing after work? Little Bean asked. Go home? Justin answered after thinking for a few seconds. Have you been going out lately? No, that idiot Max gave me up for a woman, so I'm all alone now. Justin smiled. Aw, poor kid. Do you want to hang out with me and my sister? Little Bean smiled sweetly. It's okay. You guys don't have to worry about me. I'm a grown-up already. Plus, work's been exhausting, so I crash as soon as I get home. I have maids who can come cook for me, or I just order delivery. Justin refused Little Bean's offer with a smile. Don't you miss me? She pouted. I do, but we chat every day, don't we? Justin said. But I haven't seen you in so long. I don't care. You have to buy me ice cream. Little Bean was not about to give up. Really? Ice cream? Justin wasn't sure what to say. What? Don't you love me anymore? Little Bean pouted. It's not that. Your mommy said not to take you out for dessert anymore. She said you're 5 pounds heavier than pudding, no? Little Bean said in all seriousness. I'm still young. I don't need to watch my figure. Mommy's too nervous and controlling. We don't have to listen to her. Oh yeah? Then who else are you supposed to listen to? Chloe had just gotten home from work, and she overheard her daughter talking loudly on her phone as she was walking towards her room to change. Little Bean was caught red-handed. Mommy, aren't you supposed to knock? Where are your manners? Little Bean asked, not sure how else to react. I don't have manners? At least I didn't talk about my mom behind her back. Chloe pretended to be angry. I was just joking with Handsome Cooper, huh? I would never talk about Mommy that way. She's the prettiest woman in the world. She's smart, gentle, nice, understanding. Little Bean then proceeded to do what she did best. Kiss ass. Stop right there. Chloe raised a hand, and Little Bean immediately shut her mouth. Her mom was the ultimate authority in the family. Even Jack had to listen to her. Therefore, Little Bean would never piss Mommy off for no reason. She stood there quietly, not daring to say a word. Chloe walked up to Little Bean and picked up the phone to see Justin. So, she was talking to you? She asked, feeling a little awkward. Who did you think she was talking to? Ethan? Justin joked. Little Bean immediately lit up with embarrassment. Handsome Cooper, you can't sell me out like that. I was only kidding, Little Bean. Justin laughed. You can't kid about that either. Little Bean was extremely sensitive whenever people talked about her and Ethan. You're still at work? Chloe saw from the screen that Justin was still at Imperial Star. I was just about to head home, Justin answered. You should head home soon, or else the roads will be congested. On my way home, Hexie Road South was already completely jammed, Chloe reminded. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Justin nodded. Bye. After saying goodbye and hanging up, Chloe placed Little Bean's phone back onto her bedside table. Little Bean, don't video call Uncle Cooper when he's at work. He's usually really busy. You can call him on the weekends or in the evenings. Okay, I will, Mommy. Little Bean nodded obediently. Good girl. I'm going to go change then. Chloe lovingly rubbed Little Bean's head. Mommy, Little Bean suddenly said. Yeah? Do you feel bad for Handsome Cooper? Little Bean was still a child, so she didn't think too much when she asked Chloe this question. Why do you think that? What's there to feel bad for Uncle Cooper? Chloe curiously turned her head around, wondering why her daughter would think that way. Look at him. Every time we have dinner together, everyone is in pairs except for him. Even Uncle Thomas will soon be going out with Auntie Stella, but Handsome Cooper's always alone, and you guys are all constantly flaunting your love for each other. It seems unfair. On Valentine's Day, Daddy prepared such a romantic surprise for you, and every woman in the city was jealous of you. My sister and I wanted to hang out with Handsome Cooper that day, but he refused. I'm sure he felt bad that day being single. What are you trying to say, Little Bean? Chloe didn't think about Justin's situation until her daughter brought it up. So, can you help him find a girlfriend? Little Bean asked. Me? Help Justin find a girlfriend? Chloe was speechless. For one, she didn't know any single girls. Plus, would Justin agree to be set up by her, out of all people? She knew how much Justin's family had tried. Would it work if she did it? Or would it only make Justin more depressed? Don't you want to, Mommy? Don't you want Handsome Cooper to find someone he loves? Little Bean asked in all seriousness. Of course not. How can you think that way? Chloe was about to roll her eyes. Was she that type of person? She thought she was the #1 person in this world who hopes for Justin to be happy. However, would Justin understand her intentions and accept the kind gesture? Chloe thought about whether Justin would be against or angry with her setting him up with another girl. She did not know the answer. Then, Mommy, you should help handsome Cooper find a good girlfriend. You're smart, and you can see through people. You have many good friends, such as Auntie Victoria, Auntie Sarah, Auntie Violet, and Auntie Stella. They're all great people. Mommy, if you find a nice girl in the hospital, remember to recommend her to handsome Cooper, okay? Little Bean urged Chloe to help Justin. That's not the problem. The problem is… Never mind. Why am I even talking to a 3-year-old about this? Chloe said, and clasped her hand against her forehead. She was almost tricked into answering a very serious question by her daughter, and she was very embarrassed by it. She even seriously considered continuing this serious conversation with Little Bean. Finding Justin a girlfriend was a very complicated situation, and it wasn't a decision she and Little Bean could just make. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Jack and Pudding were having an intense conversation as well. Pudding: Daddy, I still want to buy more of the Green Corporation's stocks. Jack: Although the embezzlement situation was resolved, the Green Corporation is still not stable. You should continue to observe. Pudding: Not that. I mean, I want to buy more stocks when another disruption happens, and the stock prices are at its all-time low. Jack: Then what? Pudding: Maybe when the stock price of the Green Corporation is very low and the shares are sold off cheap, I can buy more and gain some control of the corporation. Well, this is still just my personal opinion. Jack: Are you interested in the Green Corporation? Pudding: No, I'm not interested in it. Jack: Then what's the point of doing this? Do you just want to make money? Jack was having a hard time deciphering what his daughter was thinking. Pudding: Although I'm not interested in the Green Corporation, I just want back what belonged to Mommy's family. I'm willing to get it back for her since her last name is also Green. Suddenly, everything clicked. Jack said with relieved laughter, Mommy's not interested. If she was interested in it, she wouldn't have let Andrew take it. She never really had much attachment to the Green family. Pudding: I still can't let that big bad guy Andrew control the Green Corporation. Jack: Yes, your idea is interesting indeed. I support you. However, you're just a single buyer. If you buy too much, people will become suspicious. You can't buy too much, at most 1 million. Pudding: I understand, Daddy. I'll be careful. Jack: Do you have enough money? Do you want me to transfer you some? Pudding: No need. I have enough money. If I ever need help, I'll ask you, Daddy. Jack exclaimed with a smile on his face. Good thinking. Looks like I can leave the family business to you in the future. I don't think I can count on Little Bean. Pudding: No, I'm not interested. I don't want to manage a company when I grow up. Jack was slightly shocked by Pudding's response, so he asked, Then what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to be… Oh, never mind. Even if I say it now, it doesn't mean anything. Daddy, you'll know in the future. About the family business, however, I think we will have a little brother very soon. You don't need to worry because the Dawson family will have someone to inherit it, Pudding said in a serious tone. Then she patted Jack on the shoulder. Those words left Jack speechless, wanting to laugh. The government was allowing people to give birth 2 times now, instead of a 1-child policy. His daughters fully support this new policy and even brought it up to Jack's schedule, in the Green residence boss. Bad news. There's another problem at work. One of Andrew's subordinates came running in hastily and reported, What happened? Why do you look so anxious? Andrew was in a rather bad mood today. It seemed like nothing good had happened to him recently. The bridge we built together with the East Forest Real Estate Group collapsed just now. Andrew could not sit tight after hearing the terrible news. He immediately stood up from his chair and shouted, What did you just say? We just got the news. Apparently the government is already onto this. The media is reporting on this already. Mayor Fisher might even go personally to inspect it. Are there any deaths or injuries? Andrew did not look very well. We don't know yet, but the bridge was just finished last month. It hasn't been officially open to the public yet. There shouldn't be a lot of cars that would drive by there, so there probably aren't that many deaths. However, our reputation is damaged. The media is reporting that we're doing poor quality constructions, Andrew's subordinate said reluctantly. What happened? What about the East Forest Real Estate Group? What are they doing about this? Andrew frowned and asked. The two corporations had cooperated on this project. President of the East Forest Real Estate Group was the brother-in-law of some high government authority, so he had his network. He had dragged Andrew into this project desperately. Andrew agreed to this project because he was showing his respect to this president, rather than for money. That was why he made a rather small investment just as a gesture. However, the media was reporting that this bridge was linked to him. Now that the bridge had collapsed, Andrew could not escape the blame. President from the East Forest Real Estate Group turned off his phone. I asked people from his company, and they're all saying they can't get hold of President either. He turned off his phone? That BS sure ran fast. What the hell is going on? Andrew shouted angrily. Boss, I think there's someone behind this. This can't be a coincidence. The timing of this is too suspicious. Why did it collapse when the provincial government executives were coming to inspect the city? His subordinate said. Do you think I need you to tell me that? Of course I know. There's so much going on lately. Looks like our enemies can't sit tight anymore and want to kill me very badly. Andrew scoffed. Boss, didn't you link the last incident with Case? He might be behind this too. Should we teach him a lesson and show him who's boss? If we let this go on, people might think that you're weak. No. I don't have time to play those stupid games. I only have 1 month left. I need to hurry and use the time left to do what's important, Andrew said slowly after some deep thought. But boss, what should we do with the current situation? When someone asks, just blame it on the East Forest Real Estate Group. Say that we were pure investors and were not involved in the construction of the project, which was solely managed by President Wang from the East Forest Real Estate Group. Luckily, I saved a trick up my sleeve, or I would have really been tricked by that BS. Andrew was rather impressed by his own wits. He was not so simple-minded to just give $1 million in cash for the project and let it be. If he did not suspect this BS and did additional safety measures, like sending people from his side to monitor, with this bridge project, he would have been doomed. Yes, boss. I'll do as you say right away. After his subordinate left, Andrew massaged his temples. He seemed to be in a very bad mood. He had not been taking his medicine lately. Instead, he drank so much that he was able to fall asleep. The pressure Ian put on him was immense. Ordinary people would not understand what he was going through. He had to make a decision about Chloe very soon. Meanwhile, at Southside Recuperation Center, Deputy Director, Miss Nee wants to see you. She's at the door, a nurse reported. Miss Nee? Chloe was slightly caught off guard, but she very soon nodded and said, Let her in. Chloe thought it was an old patient of hers. To her surprise, it was the famous celebrity, Kira Nee. Dr. Green, am I here at a good time? Kira said with a soft smile. Yes, please sit, Miss Kira. Although Chloe was surprised, she treated this lady in front of her very politely and amicably. Chloe knew that she was Cece's biological sister. They even looked very alike. Chloe was right. Kira introduced herself. Let me introduce myself. I am Kira, Cece's older sister. Yes, I heard Cece talk about you. I've also seen you many times on television. You and Cece look very alike, Chloe said with a smile. Everyone says that about us. That little sister of mine always talks about you. She idolizes you and says you're very kind to her. I've always wanted to see this legendary character that she brings up so often. I'm no legendary character. Cece and I are very good friends. There's no need to be overly polite with me, Miss Kira. Chloe was not used to someone praising her when they first met. I didn't know what to bring you, so I bought you some lilies. Then, Kira put the bouquet onto Chloe's desk. Thank you, Miss Kira. Dr. Green, I've come today to actually talk to you about 2 things. First, I want you to do an examination for me, Kira said directly, as she realized how nice Chloe was. Examination? What aspects are you talking about? Did you want a comprehensive physical check? I can help you order one? No, I want to examine my mental health. I'm suspecting that I have mania. Mania? Chloe repeated with slight surprise. Yes, you should already know that I'm an actor under Imperial Star Entertainment for quite some time now. Before I became popular, there was Zoe and Gianna, who dominated the market. I used to be an unknown actress that only got supporting roles. Although I wasn't famous, I was content. I had a stable fan group and I had time. I could still go out with my friends for a drink or do some shopping. My pay wasn't bad either. However, I'm famous now, and my workload is enormous. President Cooper takes good care of me, so he hasn't allowed me to take on more than I have time for. It's just that I don't know how to adjust my attitude to a better state. I don't know how to ignore what the media says about me, especially when they dig out my past. And now, every small movement of mine gets blown out of proportion by the paparazzi. I think I'm always very tense and scared. I feel like my heart's hanging in the air, scared that I might make a mistake. I also get really annoyed and angry easily, and I always want to throw a tantrum. It might just be that I'm not good with stress. I might be sick. I heard that you're the best doctor in neurology. I know you're not a psychologist, but I have faith that you can help me. Kira explained her situation to Chloe, and Chloe was able to get a good grasp of what Kira wanted. What Kira was facing was the anxiety of suddenly becoming famous. Kira was not good with stress and was overthinking things. She was giving herself too much stress, which ultimately made her depressed. "How long has this been going on?" Chloe asked as she typed on her computer. "Approximately half a month ago. It's getting worse lately, to the point that it has impacted my sleep. I'm not interested in anything now. My parents are taking care of me. However, if anything gets on my nerves, I would want to yell. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. My manager is always telling me that I have to pretend to be nice in front of my fans. I'm really tired," Kira said. Very soon she took out a packet of cigarettes from her purse. "Do you mind if I smoke?" she asked as she pulled out one cigarette. Chloe could tell she was getting frustrated again. "I don't mind. You can smoke." Chloe used to smoke when she felt very blue, so she understood how Kira was feeling right now. "Thank you for listening to me ramble, Dr. Green." Kira put the cigarette in her mouth and slowly puffed out some smoke. "You're welcome. I'm very patient with all of my patients. I'm just doing my job. Dr. Green, the second thing I want to ask for your help with is something a bit selfish. I've hesitated a long time before I came to ask for your help." Kira looked at Chloe with a complicated look on her face. "Go ahead and say it." Chloe looked calmly at her. "I know you're the one President Cooper likes," Kira said. "And?" Chloe did not understand what Kira was getting at. "I want to ask you to teach me how to make President Cooper like me. It's okay, even if it's just a little bit." Kira looked like a teenage girl in love right now. Chloe, on the other hand, was not shocked. In front of her was another girl that fell in love with the charming Justin. Chloe didn't know how to respond. "Dr. Green, is this request too much to ask for? I'm sorry to ask you so abruptly. I know we just met and I shouldn't be asking such a personal favor. It's just that I can't help it. When my sister was still here in the country, she warned me many times not to fall in love with President Cooper because President Cooper wouldn't like celebrities like us. In the end, though, I don't know why, but I still fell for him. Love is so unpredictable. Every time I see him, I'm very nervous, and my heart rate increases. It's like he's my first love. I'm not a teenager anymore, but I'm still so attracted by this man. That's why I'm not willing to give up so easily. Please teach me. Also, please don't mistake this for anything more. I'm different than Gianna." "I'm not a calculative batch," Kira explained, as she was afraid Chloe would take this in the wrong way. Chloe knew approximately where Kira was getting to. Kira wanted to express her feelings towards Justin, and she wanted Chloe to help her. She also didn't want Chloe to mistake her for people like Gianna and Zoe, who brought on their own demise. Chloe looked at this face that resembled her friend, Cece, in front of her. She believed that Kira was a nice girl and would not act like Gianna. However, this was about Justin, and Chloe did not know how much she could help this girl in front of her. "Miss Kira, I understand what you mean. I am a close friend with Justin, and he has taught me many things. If it was something else, I probably could help, but this is about his love life. There have to be mutual feelings between the two parties for a relationship. You're one of the artists under Imperial Star Entertainment, so you probably know how Justin is. I'm his friend, and I don't think I can help you with that, Chloe said politely. Kira nodded and said, I understand what you mean, Dr. Green. I don't mean for you to help make me President Cooper's girlfriend. I just want to know if you could tell me what types of girls President Cooper likes. Maybe just give me a hint so I can know for future reference. Chloe sighed softly and said, Like what you said just now, love isn't a rational thing. A person that someone perceives as ordinary may be an invaluable person to another. Some people may think they are better than others. Maybe these people are indeed very smart people, but many of these people can't find someone right for them. Even if I tell you what Justin likes, you still might not be able to win his heart. Only when a person doesn't love someone yet would he or she set all kinds of standards for his or her future soulmate. But once there's true love, those rules and standards would all go out of the window. There is one thing I can tell you. This is something very essential to a girl if she wants Justin to like her, Chloe said, but then paused. What is it? Kira asked anxiously. Please insert a brave and kind heart, Chloe said decisively. Kira was slightly surprised by Chloe's response. She then smiled and said, Dr. Green, you really are a wise person. Thank you for the lesson. This isn't just some random framework. I meant every word of it. Although Justin's temper isn't the best, and the public says he's arrogant and overbearing, he is very kind at his core. If you get to know him, you'll be able to find many good traits in him. Such a kind man, of course, would love a kind woman, Chloe analyzed. I understand now. Thank you so much, Dr. Green, for telling me all this. You're welcome. It's the fate that brought you here. Also, about your health, I need to do further analysis. When you have time, please complete a few surveys for me so I can better understand what your current mental state is at and help you create a better recuperation plan. Thank you, Dr. Green. You're welcome. Oh, one more thing. Does Cece call home often? Chloe asked. Yeah. My sister seems to be doing quite well in the States. Although my parents miss her, they know she's pursuing her own happiness, so they're okay with it. You know her temper, too. She's a bit stubborn. I'm actually quite like her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been single for the whole 3 years that I spent studying abroad. I understand. Cece's a nice girl. Her boyfriend will take good care of her. Chloe smiled. After Kira left, Chloe continued on with her busy day. Although it was always busy at the hospital, she was very happy. Becoming a doctor was her biggest dream, especially when she found out about her real identity. She heard that her parents, Professor Wagner and her biological mother, were both exceptional doctors. She was proud of them. It was 10 minutes before she could get off work, and she had been busy the whole afternoon. Chloe picked up her phone and was about to call someone. Suddenly, she saw someone send her a snap message. It was her old class representative, Henry. They had not talked for a long time. Chloe, are you there? Chloe. Hi, class rep. I'm here. What's up? Henry. The situation is like this. We're going to have a class reunion soon. We hope that you and Jack can come. Chloe. A class reunion. It had been a long time since someone mentioned class reunion to Chloe, so she was a bit hesitant. She was hesitant because she had not kept in touch with many of her classmates, and she did not get along back in the days with many of them. Of all her classmates, Sarah was her best friend, and they already saw each other often. That was why a class reunion was not something attractive to Chloe. Just when she was about to say no to the offer, Henry wrote, Ever since you and Jack got married, you have been on the road to success. You live a Cinderella story. Ha ha. Normally, we don't want to bother you guys because we don't live in the same world. I heard that you're the deputy director of Southside. You're amazing. We know that it's hard for you guys to accept our invitation, but we hope that you could come to our reunion. Gabriel is coming back to the country too, so it's a rare chance for all of us to attend the reunion. I didn't have enough courage to call you. Also, our classmates joked around and said that even if I was the class representative, you two won't care and won't show up. Haha. Class rep, please don't say that. Actually, Henry's message made Chloe hesitate whether to reject the invitation or not. It's really fine, Chloe. I won't make it difficult for you. You don't have to come if you don't want to. However, it is my responsibility as the class representative to invite you guys to our reunion. Of course, we know that you are established figures now and are very busy people. I understand if you can't make it. Henry was a worldly person and was adept with his rhetoric. What he said had evidently made it hard for Chloe to decline. She did not want to go, but if she didn't go, she would be disrespecting the class representative. Their classmates would probably say that since she was rich now, she wouldn't bother to socialize with her old classmates. Henry continued to write. Gabriel also emphasized that he really wanted to see you and told me to invite you no matter what. Haha. Gabriel? This name sounded familiar to Chloe, but it had been a long time since someone mentioned it to her, and she could not recall who it was. I knew you would have forgotten. We used to call him Gab, but he's called Gabriel now. His father used to be the deputy director of the Education Bureau, Henry reminded her. Oh, it's him. Chloe slowly recalled that there was such a person. Yeah, you might not know him well. He transferred out in grade 11 and only stayed in our class for 1 semester. He has been moving a lot, so many of our classmates don't remember him either. He's doing great, though. Apparently, he has a medical PhD from Cambridge University. I think he's working at some research entity that develops medicine. He's amazing, too. Really? Chloe usually had no interest in people who she did not know well, so even though Henry was enthusiastically talking about Gabriel, her reaction was still plain. Yeah. He said you left him with a deep impression and recalled how you were a rare prodigy at our school. We met a few days ago and I mentioned to him that you worked at Southside. Now he really wants to see you, so he begged me to ask you to come. Oh, is the time set yet? I need to see if I have any scheduled surgeries, Chloe asked. This Saturday at 6 p.m. at Clearwater Pavilion, which is on top of Southern Ocean Pavilion, Henry responded. Chloe flipped her desk calendar to check. Okay, I got it. I don't have any surgeries and I'm not on duty that day, so I'll go. I don't know if my husband has time, though. You know, we have 2 kids now and things get a bit messy. I understand. I'll be very happy, even if only one of you 2 come. Thank you so much. Henry seemed pleased with her response. Chloe got off work. After dinner, the twins were playing in the backyard with their grandparents. Chloe and Jack were still sitting by the dinner table, eating and chatting. I'm jealous of those people. They seem to have nothing to do and so much free time. How can they have reunions every day? Jack said calmly. Haha. There aren't that many people as busy as us, you know? You do know we're workaholics and we're a rare species. If you want to go, you can go. I'm not going. I booked a lesson with a figure skating coach for Little Bean and Pudding for the weekend. I'm going to take them to the skating arena. Okay, you're such a good father. You only care about your daughters, Chloe said as she continued to eat. Is someone jealous? Jack looked at her with a smile on his face. Who dares to be jealous? Chloe pouted, looking like someone wronged her. Then why do I see that someone is getting very angry? Jack asked, and intentionally looked down at the table. It doesn't matter if I'm angry or not. My husband is a super dad. Okay. In order to prove that I love you too, I've decided to... Jack suddenly paused. What have you decided to do? Chloe looked curiously at Jack. I've decided that we're going to unlock some new positions to nurture my lovely wife. Oh, how great! My husband sure is willing to sacrifice for me. He's already busy at work during the day and now he needs to be busy at home at night too? I can't do that to you. Chloe looked at him with a grin. That's all right. As long as my wife is happy, I don't mind being a bit tired and doing most of the work, Jack said indiscreetly. I have determined that you're a pervert. Case closed, Chloe said with a chuckle. The next morning, Chloe had finished her morning meetings at Southside. Just when she was walking back to her office, Violet suddenly said to her in a deep voice, Sis, Andrew's here. Where? He's in your office waiting for you. I think he came here just to see you. Do you want me to find some excuse to make him leave? Violet knew that Chloe detested Andrew, so she suggested such a plan to help. There's no need for that. You most likely won't be able to make him go away. If he has come to see me, then he is determined to see me at all costs. Chloe knew Andrew rather well, and knew Violet did not have the ability to make him go away with some made-up excuse. Chloe was in her white doctor's gown and was wearing her glasses. She had a black folder in her hands. She was not only the city's youngest deputy director of a hospital, but also the youngest in the country. She was a rising star in the medical industry. Rumor had it that she was Professor Luo's disciple, which made many of her colleagues even more envious of her. Before, some people at Southside thought Jack used the money to bribe the executives to help Chloe climb up the ladder. Others thought she slept her way up. As time passed by, people realized that Chloe was actually very competent. She now had many roles. Not only was she the chief physician in the neurology department, but she was also a supporting surgeon in departments like orthopedics, OB/GYN, and neurosurgery. Other than her medical roles, she had a hand in managing the hospital. She was indeed a very busy person. When Andrew heard the door open, he turned around. The moment he saw Chloe, his eyes glittered with joy. "Chloe, you finished your morning meeting already? You sure know my workflow well," she said calmly as she walked towards her desk and sat down. Andrew carefully put a snack box in front of Chloe. "These almond cookies are from Mayroom. It's very delicious. Thank you. If you just came to give me cookies, then you can leave now." "I still have a lot of work to get through." Chloe suggested that he leave now. "Chloe, when can you stop being hostile towards me?" Andrew said with a bitter smile. Andrew no longer wore brightly colored clothing. Now, his attire was more dull, a grayish color. He still looked good in it since he was a handsome man. Andrew was actually a charismatic person. Otherwise, women like Emery and Ruoxi wouldn't have fallen desperately in love with him. Heh. "Don't you think it's hilarious that you're asking someone you hurt why she hates you?" Chloe scoffed. "If you're talking about how I made you and Jack separate with each other for 4 years, then I admit it was my fault." "In my defense, I did it for you," Andrew said vexingly. "You say it's for me, but in reality, you hurt me. I don't think you can do whatever you want, just because you think it's for my good. We have too many disagreements, and we will never resolve them. I will never forgive you, so please don't come running to me all the time confessing how you feel towards me and how you treated me well." "I don't have time for that," Chloe said. She no longer felt sympathy for Andrew's confessions of love. She no longer felt nervous, awkward, or anxious. Now, she was simply annoyed by the repetition of the same story over and over again. "You saw Legend, right, Chloe?" "Yes. They both knew what Legend was capable of. Then you know how anxious Legend is to find you, right?" "I know. You can go tell him who I really am. That way you can score a win for that killer." "So you view me like that?" Andrew was a bit frustrated and raised an eyebrow at Chloe. "How else do you think I look at you? If I wanted to tell him, I would have told him a long time ago. Do you really think you could have lived so peacefully all these years without me? Chloe, you have to have some conscience. Do you know why people at Towtown don't disclose your identity? It's because your father, Professor Wagner, and I have carefully protected you all these years," he said, getting louder and louder. There might be too much pressure on Andrew from Legend, and now Andrew was very worried about Chloe. It was rare to see him angry at her, as he usually looked at her with a tender smile. This was in fact his first time yelling at her. Chloe did not expect his actions. "So do you want me to thank you?" Chloe glared at him with an icy look. Andrew did not give Chloe a direct answer. Instead, he looked Chloe in the eye and said, "Chloe, do you know why the Dr. Perry, the midwife that brought you to the world, and her family is missing?" Chloe did not say a word as she seemed to have known the answer. "They were already... Enough. Don't say another word." Before Andrew could finish, Chloe brutally stopped him as she already knew what the answer was. Even so, she could not bear to hear him utter the words. Who could take on the pressure of knowing that someone loved you so much that he was willing to kill for you? Chloe was able to remain calm, but she was still a moral person. "Andrew, are you trying to blame me for everything you did? Are you trying to say that Bella, Jennifer, and even Emery's deaths are all because of me? Now you're adding Dr. Perry to the list. How miserable do you want me to feel, or are you expecting me to view human life as naught? I don't mean it that way. I just want you to understand me better. I understand what you mean. I also put it straight with you. We will never be together. Can you just give up? Even if I didn't have Jack, I would never be with you. You need to understand that I will never love a man like you. A man like me? What am I like? Do you think I willingly chose this path? Chloe, you need to know life pushed me in this direction. If you knew my past, if you knew what I have been through, if you knew how I suffered in my childhood, you'd understand. Andrew smiled bitterly and said, No, I don't want to understand. I'm incapable of understanding how you behave like that. No one has a painless life. You aren't the only one in this world that has a sad past. At the end of the day, these are all your excuses for hurting others, so they don't have any real meaning. I don't want to have any connections or interactions with you. I don't care what grudges you and my husband hold against each other. Regardless if it's personal or business, it's not my problem. Also, I will always be standing on my husband's side, so you will always be my enemy. Chloe's ability to remain composed was respectable and frightening as she could utter the most merciless words. Whenever Andrew hears Chloe say this kind of things to him, his heart would ache. He remained silent. He fixed his eyes on her. It seemed like he couldn't utter a word more to her, even though he had so much in mind that he wanted to express. Don't try to exonerate all your crimes in front of me now. There's no way I will forgive you. No matter what you do now, I will never forget how you framed Jack and separated us for 4 years. Even when I was giving birth, he was not able to be by my side. That'll always be his regret, and that is all thanks to you. You say you love me, but there is no way I can accept that baggage you have. Maybe you really do love me, but I can't accept it. I really can't. Chloe, do you think Jack is a trustworthy person? Of course, Chloe said with no hesitation. Then, if you were to find out now that he withheld some truth from you, will you be sad? Haha, Andrew said with an unfathomable smile. What are you trying to say? Chloe looked at him with a serious face. It looks like you know nothing. Andrew looked at her with gleeful delight. Chloe detested his haughty attitude and was starting to glare at him with anger. If you won't spit it out, then get out. I don't have time for your BS. Chloe, you can't trust Jack too much. He isn't God. At the end of the day, he's just another ordinary man, so he too will make mistakes that might disappoint you. I told you before that in this world, only I will never betray you. Only I will use my life, no, even my soul, to love you. Only when you are with me can you achieve true happiness, and you can stop daydreaming. Chloe scoffed. What if Jack betrayed you? What if there was another woman in his life? Would you forgive him? Do you want to be those weak female celebrities who beg for love and are willing to accept disrespect? Would you endure all of this and say it's for the benefit of your children and to protect the family? Andrew laughed. Jack will never betray me, Chloe responded confidently. There's no nevers in this world. My dear, you can't trust him too much. Maybe he isn't as great as you thought. Before Chloe could respond, Andrew stood up and left. Chloe was feeling slightly uncomfortable. She was second-guessing her beliefs and wondering if Andrew knew something she didn't know about. What if it was what Thomas mentioned to her before? What if Jack had something he hid from her and decided to hide it from her forever? No, she thought to herself. She couldn't listen to Andrew's cunning words. He was just trying to alienate her from Jack. She knew she needed to believe Jack unconditionally. After all, they met and fell in love in their teenage years, been through many challenges, and still ended up together. She knew she shouldn't take others' words at face value. She tried to comfort herself with positive thoughts. However, Andrew's words today had planted a seed of doubt in Chloe's heart. After work, Chloe drove directly over to the headquarters of the GK Corporation. She had not done that in a long while. Hello, President Green. Good evening, President Green. Many employees of the GK Corporation would greet Chloe when they saw her. Since she had previously worked there for 3 years, the employees there were used to calling her President Green instead of young madam. Oh, you're here, President Green, Stella said as she saw Chloe on the top floor. She had just left the finance department. Yeah, where is he? President Dawson is down at the construction site with a few of the engineers to see the progress on the project. I think he's going to be back soon. Okay, I'll just wait for him in his office. Can you get me a cup of coffee, please, Stella? No problem. When Chloe went into Jack's office, she sat herself down at his desk. Seldom did she look at his stuff, but today, she peeked through Jack's drawers. It might have been because of what Andrew said to her earlier that day. In the drawers were documents and her photos. It was just like how it had always been. Jack's computer password was a combination of hers and the twins' birthdays. She was able to unlock it immediately. Chloe glanced quickly at all of his hard drives. She was not able to find anything suspicious. President Green, here is your coffee. Thank you. Chloe took the cup. She had a sip and asked Stella with a smile, "Has my husband been busy lately? Who has he been meeting with?" President Dawson is rather busy. He has a lot of meetings with investors. He also has to inspect the construction sites. There are 3 recent developments that President Dawson places high importance on. Oh, Chloe nodded. President Green, did you have something urgent you need President Dawson for? I can call him so you don't need to wait so long. That's all right. I can wait here. I'm free anyway. Stella, can you get Thomas in here? I want to ask him something. Very soon after Stella left the room, Thomas came in. Thomas had matured a lot in terms of his career at the GK Corporation, thanks to Jack, Mark, and Stella. No longer did people look down on him. He was no longer just Jack's brother-in-law that got into the company through personal relationships. Approximately half a month ago, Thomas was promoted from a department manager to director of the operations department at the company's staff meeting. He was becoming a more reliable and elite manager. "Sis, you're here," Thomas said with a smile when he saw Chloe. He was in his handsome black suit. "I got off work early today, so I came." "Oh, I heard you got promoted." "Well done, you little brat." "Ha. I was able to succeed because of everyone's help. But my promotion happened half a month ago." "Sis, you're such a slow reactor," Thomas complained. "Ahem. So, how are you and Stella? Don't tell me there's no progress. I went to her house for dinner last weekend. She cooked for me." "Do you think that's progress?" Thomas said proudly. "Then have you guys officially started dating yet?" Chloe said with a feeble smile. Her little brother was a bit slow and very conservative when it came to pursuing girls. "I'm taking it slow. What's the rush, right? If I rush it, she might be scared, and we won't even be able to be friends." "Fine, you win, my friend." "Sis, if there's nothing important, then I'll go finish my work first." "Oh, Mom said she misses Pudding and Little Bean. If you have time this week, can you bring them home? It's a bit hard for us to go over to South Hill Manor since your in-laws are living there now." "Okay, wait, I have something to ask you." Chloe halted Thomas. "What is it, sis? It's about your brother-in-law. What I mean to ask is, do you think he has been acting weird lately?" "Huh? Acting weird?" "No." Thomas was astonished by Chloe's question. "Does he work more in the office or does he go out more often now?" "I think he goes out more often, but he usually doesn't go out alone. Usually, I or Mark goes with him." "Then, has he been talking with people you don't know that much?" "He usually talks to clients a lot, and I don't know many of the clients. Does that count as strangers?" Thomas didn't know how to respond to Chloe's questions. Chloe seemed to have something on her mind, and it didn't seem like her mind was present. "Sis, what's the matter? Why are you interrogating me like Jack's a criminal? Are you suspecting that he did something?" Thomas looked at Chloe with curious eyes. "Didn't you tell me that your brother-in-law might have a mistress out there?" Chloe said half-jokingly. "Oh, I just heard him on the phone once. It might have been a misunderstanding. I don't think my brother-in-law's the kind of person to have a mistress out there. If he did, there should be traces somewhere. Also, doesn't he go home immediately after work? He also doesn't go to dinner parties that much. How would such a man have time for a mistress? Sis, you shouldn't be so suspicious." Okay, now you're telling me not to worry, but before, you didn't sound like that." Chloe smiled. "Haha, I thought I was doing it for you, so I tried to be more alert. Now I work here and am with brother-in-law all day long. I'm basically monitoring him for you. Don't worry, nothing seems off. If something is off, I'll report to you immediately. Okay, you can go to work now. Okay, Thomas said, and then left. Chloe gave a light sigh. She wasn't worried that Jack had a mistress. She was just worried that Jack would be controlled by Andrew and not let her know like last time. She was worried that he would take all the burden and stress upon himself again. That was why Chloe wanted to ask Thomas if he knew of anything, but she got nothing out of him. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, Chloe was startled by a voice from behind. Oh my God! I couldn't sense or hear you. You scared me. Chloe turned around and was relieved to see that it was Jack. I noticed that you were deep in your thoughts, so I wanted to play a little prank on you. You're sure off work early today, Jack said with a smile. I didn't have anything better to do, so I came to see you. I heard you were inspecting the construction site. Yeah. There's too much media exposure on poor construction lately, so I have to be extra careful that it won't happen to us. So you're done now? If you're done, let's go home. Jack, I'm hungry. Chloe sprang into Jack's embrace for adoration. Okay, I don't mind if you eat me before we eat dinner, just so you have something in your tummy. Hey, this is your office, Chloe said timidly. It's fresh and exciting because it's my office, Jack teased. I'm not going to play with you. Let's go. The kids are probably home waiting for us. Oh, are you sure you're not going to the class reunion this weekend? I need to respond to Henry. Chloe remembered. Yeah, I'm not going. You and Sarah can go. Come home right away after dinner. You don't need to get too close with them because they're no longer as pure as when we were students. I'm worried that they will try to take advantage of you, Jack warned. I understand, honey. Chloe nodded. Then she picked up her car keys to go downstairs and wait for Jack. She also responded to Henry's message. 15 minutes later, Jack came downstairs too, and the two drove home. Very soon, the weekend had arrived. Jack took the kids to the skating rink. Chloe, on the other hand, woke up early. She drove over to Sarah's place to pick her up. Chloe did not spend too much time making herself pretty. She was just her ordinary self. She was in a white shirt and gray wool jacket, looking very elegant and classy in it. This outfit suited her current status. In contrast, Sarah puts much more effort into her looks. She was wearing a V-neck orange dress and wore a gold necklace, as well as donning a jacket from a luxury brand. Her outfit today did a very good job of showcasing her sexy body. Wow, isn't Director Ace going to be salty when he sees this? Chloe said with astonishment. No, I already told him that I'm going to look stunning today. How else will I be able to make my ex regret that he broke up with me, make my husband proud, and make those who had a crush confess to me? Ha ha, you sure are a genius. Chloe laughed. Why are you dressed so low profile today? You should be wearing clothes that are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to wow them. Otherwise, they might end up trying to flaunt their wealth in front of you. Sarah joked with Chloe. I'll pass. This isn't some sort of charity ball. It's just a class reunion. I'm just going to be my usual self. But you do look really pretty today. I haven't seen you so sexy after you had Ethan. Of course. What kind of mother has the time and effort to make herself look pretty every day? I have to be his and his father's nanny every day. I also have to look after my own business. Today is the rare day that I can finally breathe. Last night, Sarah had frankly told Chloe to pick her up today because Chloe's car was worth tens of thousands. She was one of the richest amongst their classmates. Although it was a childish intention, Chloe still picked Sarah up. The two best friends chatted as Chloe drove. Very soon they arrived at Southern Ocean Pavilion, the place Henry mentioned. What the? That purple Ferrari looks so cool. It's the limited edition that came out at the end of this year. I heard it's worth $2 million. Who's so freaking lavishly rich? Sarah exclaimed. When she stepped out of the car, her eyes immediately focused on the purple Ferrari. Chloe, you should get your Jack to buy you one just for fun. It's so cool. I'll pass. Jack doesn't like to be so high profile. Even Justin wouldn't drive this kind of car. I feel like only Max and people with a kid's mind would burn money like that. I have 2 kids at home, so sports cars are not useful for us. They are just for those rich guys to attract girls. I think my family will switch to those Jeeps or vans so everyone can fit in. I guess you're right. The two chatted as they walked upstairs. When they arrived at the private room, Henry was standing outside waiting for everyone's arrival. "Oh, you two beauties have finally arrived. Hurry in." "Class rep, who arrived already?" Sarah asked. "A lot of people came already. We're just waiting for you two. Hurry in, okay?" Sarah smiled and nodded. "Chloe, did you two both drive here?" Henry asked Chloe, who was walking behind Sarah. "No, I drove both of us." "Then is that R8 yours?" Henry's eyes brightened. "Yeah, that R8 is mine," Chloe said. She was still very low profile as always. "You're the one with the best taste in our class. Unlike those new riches that only know Benz or BMW, you have a great taste." "No, I just like this model." "I really didn't think that much about it," Chloe said with a smile. The three walked in together. Maybe it was because Chloe and Sarah were pretty and rich. The whole room was pumped up all of a sudden. Everyone yelled, "You guys have to drink because you're late. Hurry! You each take 3 shots." "What? You're just bullying us. Who's late?" "But then if you want me to take 3 shots, you have to lead by example," Sarah quick-wittedly responded to her male classmates, who were creating a commotion. Henry pulled their chairs for them to sit down. Just then, Henry looked around and asked, "Where's Gabriel?" "Oh, he went downstairs to make a call so someone could bring wine. Mr. Gabriel has high tastes and said this restaurant's wine isn't good enough," someone responded. Henry nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Chloe politely smiled whenever someone greeted her. "Chloe, where's your husband? Did he not come?" a chubby girl asked. "Yeah, he's busy today. Rich people sure are different." "Looks like he's too good to come to these kinds of places," a guy said bitterly. Chloe didn't respond. Sarah, on the other hand, glared at that guy and said, "So, if it was like how you put it, Chloe wouldn't have come. Why do you have to put it as if it was someone else's fault? At the end of the day, you're just envious. You're almost 30, so don't just blame everything on the money. Use your brain sometimes when you talk." The guy looked even more bitter when he heard Sarah's words. Henry rushed in to lighten up the situation. "Look, Sister Sarah has said her words of authority. You guys shouldn't tease those who came later. If you make her angry, Sarah's husband will arrest you all." Just when everyone started to joke and laugh again, a man pushed open the door. He was a tall and slim man, well-dressed and clean. He wore a white shirt and a dark blue cardigan. He dressed like a gentleman, and his clothes were also from famous luxury brands. From how he dressed, you could tell he was a rich and powerful person. "Oh, young Master Gabriel is here," someone from the crowd shouted. Chloe looked over with the crowd. She couldn't recognize this man. After all, he didn't stay in their class for too long, so you couldn't blame Chloe for not remembering this person. Gabriel, however, recognized Chloe right away. "Chloe, you haven't changed one bit," he said. "Really?" Chloe said with a faint smile. "Young Master Gabriel, you're really a hose before bros type of person, eh? Just now when you came in, you couldn't say anyone's name but Chloe. You recognized her immediately." Some of the guys started to stir up the situation. Chloe was our class goddess. She was simply a genius and was one of the most famous people in our school. "Of course I recognize her," Gabriel said with a smile as he walked back to his seat. He was sitting at the center spot with Henry beside him. Chloe sat next to Henry while Sarah sat next to Chloe. The private room could fit 20 people, but only 18 came. It wasn't a large number of people who came, but it wasn't a small number either. The weird thing was how David didn't come. He used to be a very high profile. Before, David would organize the class reunions and would pay for everyone. Huh? Where's David? Sarah was a nosy person, so she immediately noticed and asked, "Don't even bring it up. David's situation is kinda sad. He even left our group chat. I think only Henry still has his contact info. He's in a rather desperate situation, so he probably doesn't have the face to come." "Hey, class rep, did you invite him? Didn't you tell him that he doesn't have to pay? Mr. Gabriel will settle things," someone said, gloating at David's misfortune. Henry said, "I tried convincing him, but he just won't come." "What happened with David? Did something happen in his family?" Sarah continued to be nosy. "You don't know? I heard that he went bankrupt. Last year, he used all his real estate as collateral to pay off the bank, but he still owes a lot of money. His dad and his uncle were arrested. They probably committed some sort of crime. Now, David is selling cars at a dealership. I saw him at a car convention at the end of last year, and he's a lot more low profile now. Apparently, his newly wedded wife ran away with someone else soon after all those things happened to him. She left a baby daughter behind. Their daughter wasn't even 6 months old yet, and he's in a pretty desolate state. Some person who liked gossip summarized David's situation. Most of the people in that room were those who took pleasure in others' misfortune. There were even a few girls who joked around about it, as if it was some drama on television. Suddenly, Chloe realized how bleak humans were. When David was rich, he had treated everyone well. He used to pay for all the reunions. Even if someone was short on money, David would also help out. Now that he was poor, no one was willing to lend him a hand. More so, they were criticizing him and laughing at him. Chloe suddenly realized how sad the world had become. She realized she shouldn't have come to this reunion today, because these weren't people she shared a common language with. Oh? What a pity. Life sure has its cycles. Sarah sympathized with David despite her never really like him. They were still classmates after all. She did not feel good that he was now in such a desolate state. Oh, Chloe. Didn't David pursue you back then? You're lucky that you didn't choose him, one girl said in an odd tone. Stop mentioning that. David isn't my Chloe's cup of tea, Sarah domineeringly responded for Chloe. Chloe, I heard you're Southside's deputy director now? Gabriel looked at Chloe and asked, ignoring Henry, who was in between them. Yeah. Chloe nodded. She obviously didn't want to engage in a further conversation with him. Can you introduce me to some people there? I want to work there, Gabriel said with a serious face. The whole room was astonished. Even Chloe was slightly astonished. Young Master Gabriel, you're joking, right? Don't scare our goddess Green, Henry said to the rich boy Gabriel, who was sitting next to him. Instead, Gabriel said with a smile to Chloe, It's not a joke. I'm serious. But Mr. Gabriel, you're not in need of money. Some of his former classmates did not understand why Gabriel wanted to work at Southside. Yeah, you're a person who drives a limited edition Ferrari. Wouldn't it be weird if you worked at Southside? Another person said. Just then, Sarah found out who that car belonged to. Oh, so that purple Ferrari downstairs is yours. Gabriel smiled. He seemed to have acknowledged that he owned it. I'm interested in working in the medical industry, and this has nothing to do with money. Shouldn't people live for their passion? Wouldn't it be boring to just chase after money? Psh, we don't understand how people with millions think. Even Henry laughed. Chloe, can you help me? Gabriel asked again. If you really want to work there, then you can just interview for a position. Although I am a deputy director, I don't have a lot of real power, so I can't help much. Director Richard is the one who is in charge of both Southside and First People's Hospital, so I'm very sorry that I'm not much help. Chloe did not want to help him, so she phrased it as if she was powerless. Looks like Goddess Green does not want to help me, Gabriel said, still smiling. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that my powers are limited, Chloe said with a faint smile. The people in the room started to talk about the good old days when they were still in school. Chloe, however, was not interested in chatting about these kinds of things. She might have taken into consideration before of their former friendship and participated in the conversation. But after how they talked about David, Chloe was utterly disgusted by their characters. People continuously gave toasts. Of course, people chose those who had power and wealth to give toasts to. Gabriel was the most popular person at this class reunion. Even though it was a class reunion, it seemed to be like Gabriel's personal party. Although Gabriel was not a high-key kind of guy, he still couldn't handle all the kiss-ass praises his former classmates gave him. Sarah whispered by Chloe's ears, Look at how disgusting these people are. All they see is money. They don't have any self-respect. Chloe simply smiled back. She held her wine glass and remained silent. She thought that Sarah was right, even though she said it in a rude way. Young Master Gabriel, we're really happy that you're here at this class reunion. Now that you are all rich and successful, you will have to help us out in the future. one of the guys said to Gabriel with his face bright red. Yeah, Gabriel, you have to help us poor people. Oh, are you married yet? One of the girls asked nosily. Almost all the girls in the room eagerly waited for Gabriel's response. Not yet. I was studying abroad for many years and just came back. Wow, so you're a golden bachelor, one of the girls shrieked. I'm not golden. I'm just another loner, Gabriel said humbly. Mr. Gabriel, your father retired many years ago, right? Is he still in the country? Someone else asked. Yeah, my parents retired very early. They're in Australia with my sister. My sister had left for Australia for her studies many years ago, and she's living and working there. She's even married now. My parents are helping them take care of their child. They haven't been back in the country for many years. Why did you come back when your whole family immigrated? Sarah asked curiously. Because I want to confess to a girl I liked many years ago, Gabriel said, and looked emotionally at Chloe, who was looking down and playing with her phone. Upon finishing his sentence, the crowd went wild. Wow, who is it? Is it someone in our class? The curious ones asked. Don't tell me you're also crushing on our goddess Green, Henry joked. Gabriel only smiled politely and didn't reply. After everyone raised a glass to Gabriel, they then began to raise their glasses to Chloe. After all, everyone knew that she had married extremely rich and therefore had a golden title to her name. However, Chloe was not in the mood. Regardless of who came to drink with her, Chloe only took one small sip from her glass. Goddess Green, what's going on? Are you looking down on us poor peasants? Several people voiced their dissatisfaction at the fact that Chloe didn't finish her drink every time. Before Chloe could reply, Sarah rolled her eyes and defended. What the hell do you guys know? My Chloe is trying for a second pregnancy. Mr. Dawson had already given orders to stay away from any alcohol. The fact that she is even sipping on her drink is giving you all enough courtesy. Don't be a bunch of ungrateful pricks. Prepping for a second pregnancy already? Henry was surprised. Under the table, Chloe stomped on Sarah's foot. Damn it, are you trolling me right now? Who told you I'm prepping? Embarrassed, Chloe wanted the ground to swallow her up. Haha, if I didn't say so, they would surely keep blabbing. Sarah chuckled in secret. You have kids? Gabriel looked at Chloe and asked in a serious manner. My daughters are already a little past 3, Chloe answered. Twin daughters, may I add, Sarah added without a beat. I see. They must be as adorable as you are. Gabriel smiled tenderly. No, they look like my husband. Much cuter than me, overall. Chloe always spoke proudly about Pudding and Little Bean. One casual conversation after another, time began to fly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had already gone by. By the time Gabriel came back from paying the bill, the drink he had ordered was finally delivered. Chloe glanced over and noticed it was a 1991 Lafite Legende. It wasn't an extremely expensive drink, but on the other hand, it wasn't cheap either. The drink just got here, and we've already finished dinner. Should we switch it up? How about I treat everyone to karaoke? Gabriel suggested. Awesome! Good to see Mr. Gabriel has such a refined interest. We will definitely keep you accompanied till the end, the group chimed. Chloe glanced over at her phone. You all go. Sarah and I will head home now. We'll meet next time, she said without much emotion. I see. How about I drive you ladies home then? Gabriel passed the red wine over to Henry. No need. We drove here. Chloe and Sarah simply waved and walked out. Seeming to be deep in thought, Gabriel watched Chloe as she trailed away. Huo Mian is still just like the old times. The way she acts as if she's too cool for us just pisses me off. I just want to smack her off of her high horse, a girl complained. Don't say that. Chloe is a nice person, Henry defended. What's so good about her? Ever since she got rich, no one has ever asked her for any favors. She didn't even come to last year's reunion. The only time she showed was because Jack came. If anything, this woman is full of calculations. I just remembered I have some business to attend to, so I won't be joining you guys anymore. Class rep, here is my VIP card. You guys can go and sing. I will cover all expenses. Gabriel opened his wallet and gave Henry a gold card. With the bottle of red wine in hand, he turned and left. What's gotten into Mr. Gabriel? the crowd wondered. You seem a little out of it today. What's going on? Sarah asked casually as she sat in the passenger seat scrolling through her social media feed. Sarah, do you think there's something off about this Gabriel person? Chloe furrowed her brows and asked. Is he? I didn't notice. Sarah's thoughts were never on Gabriel. Naturally, she thought it was a little odd that Chloe suddenly brought it up. This Gabriel person. If it wasn't for Henry, I would have forgotten about him. He's a transfer student, and he didn't stay in our class for very long. Not only that, a lot of our classmates probably don't even recognize him anymore. Even if we were to have a class reunion together, he shouldn't be meeting with us. I think he came with an ulterior motive, Chloe said worriedly. Are you suspicious of Gabriel? Sarah finally understood what Chloe meant. Are you saying there's nothing weird about him? That's not what I mean. I just think he is an outsider that has nothing to do with us. He's got nothing on us even if he shows up. But there's nothing wrong with being cautious. Better safe than sorry. Sarah laughed a little and continued. But if he really decides to look for you at Southside, you better be careful. You wouldn't want your Mr. Dawson to be jealous. I know, Chloe chuckled back. After the reunion, Chloe returned home to South Hill Manor after dropping Sarah off first. Jack and the kids had not returned yet, so with some time on her hands, Chloe decided to pay a visit to her mother's place. Thomas went out with his friends. Home alone, Sandra was delighted to see her daughter. How come you came alone, Chloe? Where is Pudding and Little Bean? Jack took them to learn skating. They're not back yet. Oh my, they are still so young. Why make them learn that? It must be so tiring. You parents these days are too much. We didn't make them take the lessons, Mom. They took the lessons willingly, Chloe explained with a smile. Oh, all right then. Have you eaten yet? Yes. Okay, I will go and get you some fruits. I just bought some strawberries this morning. Sandra got up and went to the kitchen to prepare the strawberries. Without much to do, Chloe began flipping through the news on her phone. She couldn't help but notice that there had been a lot of negative news about the Green Corporation. On the other hand, Andrew had remained relatively quiet with no sudden big movements. It didn't quite suit his style, but perhaps he was secretly plotting something grandiose? Chloe thought back on the rather baffling conversation they had, and she still felt unsettled, as she had no idea what he knew. I'm not nagging you, Chloe, but you're still so young. Why are you working so hard? Don't overlook your family, okay? In all these TV shows I've been watching, all of the husbands and wives ended up in a divorce because they are always busy with work. Chloe picked up a ripe strawberry and took a bite. Mom, TV shows are just for show. Real life isn't like that, at least not for Jack and I, Chloe said as she leaned on her mother. Don't say that. Jack is still young too. It's time for the two of you to think about a second pregnancy. Mom, you can't rush these things. Can you stop hurrying us? Thomas has been telling me there are many young and pretty girls working at Jack's company. Those women dress up every day, just looking for the opportunity to get close to their boss. Girls these days are very materialistic, and all they want is money. They are not like back then, so you must be careful for yourself, you understand? You need to keep an eye out for the butterflies around Jack. Haha, okay, I will keep on the lookout. Chloe wanted to laugh out loud, but given the serious look on her mother's face, she didn't have the heart to say otherwise. If it were up to me, you should hurry and have a son, to keep your place in the family. What are you saying, Mom? It's not like Jack's family has a royal throne to pass down. Why do I need to have a son? Chloe didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. Look at you. I say one thing, and you can rebut with 10. I'm only thinking about what is best for you. As people grew older, it was inevitable that they become incredibly naggy. Sandra was not so lucky to avoid the inevitable, so every time Chloe saw her, she couldn't help but talk endlessly about the same thing over and over again. It was a good thing that Chloe knew what her mother was like, and thus she tried not to fuss over it. Yes, yes, yes. I know, Mom. I've remembered everything you said. Outside of the skating rink. After skating, Jack walked out into the cold air with the twins and put them in the car one after another. Daddy, are we going home? Little Bean asked. Yeah, But I'm so hungry. I don't think I can wait till we get home. After all, it's so far, Little Bean pouted. So, your point being? Jack couldn't help but smile at his daughter. Daddy, let me finish for her. What she is saying is to find a restaurant nearby and eat first, Pudding butted in. Daddy, I heard a place around here that has really good pork chop rice. Of course, in Little Bean's eyes, food was higher than the sky. All right, let's go eat first then, Jack finally agreed. Daddy, call Mommy and ask if she's coming or not. Mommy also loves pork chops. Good thing Little Bean was empathetic enough to not forget her own mommy. No need. Your mommy went to a class reunion, so she's probably already eaten. What? Class reunion? Oh my God, Daddy, what were you thinking of letting Mommy go by herself? Little Bean's hands flew to her face in surprise. Jack closed the door, buckled his own seatbelt, and turned on the car. What's wrong with class reunions? He looked at the rearview mirror and replied to his daughter. There are no pure motives for class reunions. It is a way for people to either show off their wealth or go after the girl they missed out on previously. Mommy used to be like the goddess of the school, so think about it. Daddy, there must be a lot of men that have thoughts about her. You're basically putting her in danger, Little Bean ranted. Little Bean, aren't you afraid that if Mommy hears that, she'll kill you? Pudding looked at Little Bean casually. There's only the three of us. Why would Mommy hear anything? It's not like Daddy will betray me. Unless, sis, you... That's enough, you two. I'll take you two for food first. Jack smiled bitterly at himself. It should be no surprise to him, hanging out with these two little devils all day. But regardless, sometimes the things the gossipy Little Bean says still leave him dumbfounded. In front of the restaurant, Jack parked the car and was in the midst of leading the twins in. Suddenly, he saw a familiar shadow. Daddy, what are you looking at? Pudding looked up and asked, No, nothing. Come on, let's go inside. Jack brought his mind back and walked into the restaurant with his daughters. Upon completing their orders, Jack took out his phone and messaged Chloe on Snap. Honey, where are you? I'm at my mother's, didn't I just tell you? You're still there? Yep, still here. Why? Chloe asked curiously. Nothing. Do you not believe me? Here, I will FaceTime you. Chloe immediately sent out the invite. As Jack accepted the FaceTime invite, the familiar background of Chloe's mom's house filled the background. His mother-in-law was sitting right beside Chloe watching TV. Honey, what kind of expression is that? Don't you recognize me? Chloe smiled. I just saw... For a moment, Jack didn't know how to explain this. What did you see? Chloe asked even more curiously because she had never seen such a confused look on Jack's face. Never mind, it's nothing. In the end, Jack said nothing. You are acting oddly suspicious, and it is freaking me out, Chloe said, but nonetheless let out a sigh of relief as Jack reassured her it was nothing. Mommy, come eat pork chop rice. It's really good. Mommy ate already, you guys enjoy. Come home early after dinner with Daddy, okay? I will drive home soon too. Okay, Mommy. See you soon. Upon hanging up the phone, Pudding smirked at Jack. I thought you trusted Mommy. Now you're checking up on her with FaceTime? Good thing Mommy returned from the event early. If she really went karaokeing with her classmates, she would have been caught red-handed. The two kids thought Jack wanted to check up on Chloe, and that was why he FaceTimed her, but only he knew the truth. After dinner, Jack drove the kids back to South Hill Manor. The kids were happily playing with their grandparents in the living room. Jack picked up his phone and gave Noah a ring. Yes, Mr. Dawson? What is your command? Noah, can you investigate someone for me? Who? I don't actually know who she is. Dude, are you toying with me? How am I supposed to investigate someone when you don't even know who she is? Noah didn't know what to think. How about this? Open your local database and find Chloe's photo. Run an analysis to see if there is anyone that looks similar to her. Someone that looks like Chloe? Noah was dumbfounded. Yes. Are you sure? I'm sure, Jack replied in determination. Bro, I'm kind of confused. What's going on? Are you looking for Chloe's twin sis or something? Noah asked. No, I saw someone on the street today. Never mind, I will tell you about it later. Just check first. Okay, I will try, but it might not work. After all, you don't even know her name. It will be difficult to locate. Upon finishing the call with Noah, Jack sat in his reading room, quietly contemplating. His long fingers tapped on the surface of the desk as he fell deep in thought of this odd incident. He was so concentrated that he didn't even notice the presence of Chloe. She entered the room on her tiptoes, and she suddenly jumped out in an effort to prank Jack as she noticed that he was so wrapped up in thought. Boo! Contrary to what she thought, Jack barely had any reaction. Awkwardly, she said, At least give me some reaction. Now it's super awkward. Her hands flew up to her face. Jack gently wrapped his arms around her and sat her on his lap. How was the reunion? 2 words. Extremely boring, Chloe concluded. Heh, I knew it. I don't even know why they bother with such occasions, Jack scoffed. To widen their network, of course. They are all very snobby and materialistic. They were rather polite to me and were wondering why you weren't there. What's more, when they heard David went bankrupt, they were all extremely happy. They just laughed at his misfortune without any compassion. Sounds about right. This is what society is like all along. So, going forward, it probably makes no difference if you stopped attending. Uh-huh, that's what I was thinking. Chloe nodded and continued. Oh, by the way, do you remember Gabriel? Chloe looked at Jack, her arms wrapped around his shoulder. Nope, I thought you wouldn't remember. But he is a transfer student in the 2nd year. You know, the one whose father works at the school board, Chloe reminded him. Still don't remember. Haha, fine. Chloe shrugged. Why? Did he come today? Yeah, he came today. He just got back to the mainland. He looks like he's pretty well off. He drove a very high-key car and apparently he studies medicine as well. But the fact that he appeared at a time like this makes me a little suspicious. It's hard to say. Chloe tilted her head as she pondered. Chloe, let me ask you something. Have you ever seen another woman that looks just like you? Jack straightened her up in his embrace and asked her in a serious manner. Someone who looks like me? Chloe was completely surprised by this question. Yeah, have you seen anyone like that? Does Cotton Candy count? Chloe chuckled. Cotton Candy used to be an artist under Justin's company. She was quite popular for a while until she began dating a rich entrepreneur. She had now faded out of the entertainment industry. The only reason Justin took notice of her and decided to help her to fame was that her name was similar to Chloe's. Once Cotton Candy found out that Justin was in love with Chloe, she got plastic surgery to look more like the latter. Plastic surgery made her prettier, but she still couldn't be compared to Chloe. No, someone who really looks like you. Do you recall seeing anyone like that? Jack asked in all seriousness. I don't think so. I'm not that pretty, so who would get plastic surgery to look like me? Even Fiona, my own sister, looks nothing like me. Why do you ask? Nothing. I saw someone today who really looked like you from behind. Oh, that's why you're asking? That's normal. Chloe then gently pecked Jack on the lips. She turned towards the door. I'm going downstairs to check on the kids. As soon as she walked out the door, Noah called Jack. The latter asked anxiously, So, did you find her? Bro, I looked for her high and low, but seriously, I didn't find anyone who looked like Chloe, not even 30%. Are you sure you saw right? Noah had gone through countless photos of women, but he didn't find anyone who had features similar to Chloe's. Okay, I got it. Then Jack hung up. He frowned. It seemed like things were now more complicated than ever. Mumbai, India, Fiona, dressed in a long Indian dress and wrap, walked carefully on the streets. She was really in trouble this time. Aside from having to constantly run away from legend, she also had to worry about those assassins who were out for the $1 billion reward they might receive if they caught her. After leaving Moscow, she and Riker went to Tanzania before making their way to Africa, Australia, Nepal, and finally, India. India had a lot of people, so it was easier to hide here. However, Mumbai was dirty and smelly, so she had mixed feelings about this city. After buying some snacks, Fiona was heading back to their hiding spot when she saw two Indian men blocking the end of the alley she was walking in. Unwilling to cause trouble and reveal her identity, she turned around to leave the alley but saw two other men blocking her way out. It seemed like they had her surrounded. "Ha, she's so milky. She's not from here. Let's have our fun with her," one of the men said in Hindi. "I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want to kill anyone." 10 seconds, get out of my face," Fiona replied in perfect Hindi. "Oh, look at that. She knows our language." "This foreigner isn't bad," one of the men exclaimed. "We don't want to hurt you. Just be obedient and take off your clothes." The Indian men seemed determined to devour Fiona. They really want me to kill them." Fiona sighed and placed the food down on the ground. She mumbled to herself as she waved her fists in the air. It had been a while since she last fought with anyone with just her bare hands. What is she saying? The Indian men listened, looking confused. These guys from India were truly down on their luck. There were so many women in Mumbai, and they chose the deadliest of them all. This was the first time that Fiona had ever run into a group of perverts like these. She had heard stories about the disgusting behavior of the men in the country before. They would molest girls on public transit, reaching the depth of depravity. Since they had picked her, it was the perfect chance to teach them a lesson. Plus, up against these street thugs, she didn't even need a gun. Fiona dropped her shopping bag on the ground and rubbed her palms together. Although her actions startled the men, they were still larger in number, so they decided to attack her without a second thought. Fiona was annoyed by the silk scarf that was hindering her line of sight. She pulled it off in one go, revealing her beautiful face. At the sight of her beauty, the men were even more excited to attack. Like a lightning bolt, Fiona kicked down one of the men. Using his body as a springboard, she jumped into the air and strangled the man's head with her legs. With a quick twist, she snapped his neck in an instant, her explosive energy apparent as could be. The two men unleashed murderous cries. The two others rushed forward, trembling. Fiona grabbed one of the men's heads and kneed him in his groin. He was in so much pain he couldn't believe it. The last one was even easier. Fiona extended the silk scarf and circled it twice around the man's neck before pulling it tight. "Ah!" The man lost his breathing before he could scream. When Fiona struck, she never missed. They were all dead for sure. Finishing 4 people in a couple of seconds, this was Fiona, a legend amongst mercenaries. Looking at the 4 bodies on the ground, Fiona took out a napkin and wiped her hands. She then grabbed the plastic bags from the floor and walked forward. As fugitives, she and Riker had to rent a private place. Although humble in size, only about 1,000 square feet, the apartment was very luxurious. They were on the 3rd floor of a residential building. When she returned, she could sense that something was off. Her steps quickened as she made her way up the stairs. When she arrived, she discovered that the door was open and there was blood on the entrance. Her stomach dropped. She immediately drew her gun to her sleeve openings and dashed in deftly. Sure enough, there were 2 unfamiliar bodies in the room, 1 male and 1 female. "Riker!" Fiona screamed out in panic. She was truly afraid to find him hurt. "Psycho Riker, show yourself!" Fiona's voice began to tremble. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared from the kitchen, his hand holding a can of beer. "I'm here. What's up? Are you all right?" Fiona rushed toward him, concerned. "I'm fine. Then She pointed at the dead bodies on the ground, not knowing how to ask the question. "Them?" "A piece of cake. I took care of them. I knew you were coming back, so I went to the kitchen to boil water. Didn't you say you wanted to cook noodles for me?" "Oh, right. Where are the noodles?" "Shit! You scared the crap out of me!" Fiona roared. She threw the food in her hands at Riker, completely livid. "I'm totally fine, right? Don't worry," Riker comforted her. "Don't flatter yourself. Who would worry about you? I'd be happy if you died. It'll save me money for food and rent." Fiona refused to show that she cared. "Our Fiona seems very mad." "What, did you get mugged earlier?" Riker asked. "How did you know?" Fiona turned around, curious. "Your murderous aura was obvious when you returned. How could I not know?" Riker stood at the door, watching Fiona with his head tilted to the side. This place isn't safe anymore. We must leave here as soon as possible. Fiona looked at the unsettling sight of the dead assassins on the ground. Where should we go? What do you have in mind? Psycho Riker, what do you think? Should we go find my older sister or my dad? Fiona asked Riker with sincerity. You're saying... Riker didn't expect Fiona would have crazy thoughts like this. That's right. I'd rather go see my family than run around all over the world. But aren't you afraid of getting them into trouble? Especially your older sister. I can't be afraid all my life. You know that Legend has started investigating. Sooner or later, he will get to Sis. We may not be able to hide this for long. It's better to face it directly than to live and worry about it every day. Even if you say so, I still think you're being too impetuous. Riker, I'm scared. Before Fiona finished her sentence, Riker walked over, took the initiative to hold her hand, and put it beside his lips. Don't overthink too much. I'm here for you. He knew what Fiona wanted to say, but he wouldn't let her say such pessimistic words. As long as he was still alive, he wouldn't make anything happen to Fiona. Fiona felt warm after she heard his words. The longer time she spent with Riker, the more she found out that although he didn't talk much, he wasn't less caring than anyone else. He would even do a better job of caring for people than most. What she wanted to say was that she was afraid that she may get killed someday and won't be able to see her family one last time. Her dad, older sister, and the pair of smart yet bizarre nieces. Riker didn't let her talk. That was why she felt this man cared about her very much. The two didn't have time to eat. They simply put away their luggage and left Mumbai in a hurry. After getting a broken pickup truck, Riker and Fiona drove it through 3 cities. Then, they took a flight and got rid of the people chasing after them. Sir, they got away? A soldier spoke in Indonesian. BS, an old Indonesian officer got up in anger, slammed the table, and yelled at his subordinate. You guys are a bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even catch a woman. Sir, she's not an ordinary woman. That woman's something. Those killers who went for the bounty also died by her hands. I don't want to listen to any explanation. Keep chasing her. Yes, sir. When the soldiers left, Legend and his subordinate just walked in. Officer Merk, what a spicy temper, Legend laughed. Master Legend, you're here? The officer greeted Legend politely when he saw him walking in. How's it going? I heard you had a lead on Fiona? Legend leaned on the sofa and asked inattentively. Yes, but they got away. I sent a lot of people to Mumbai, but... The officer seemed ashamed as he spoke. Don't be frustrated. It's normal that you can't kill Fiona. If she could be killed easily by you, she wouldn't be a top-notch mercenary. Yes, you're right, Master Legend. Let's do this. Have your people hold back for a while and stop messing things up. Leave Fiona to me. I want her to be alive. Are you after that woman too, Master Legend? Yes, she has great use to me. Legend laughed mysteriously. All right, I'll send her whereabouts to you. After the officer finished talking, he took an advanced GPS tracker and handed it over to Legend. According to the tracker, she has already transferred to Israel with her partner, and we expect her to arrive in 5 hours. Partner? Oh, that's right. I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. That kid from the Ross family has left his family to be with her, Legend said slowly while resting his head on his hand. Boss, do you need us to deploy a capture and kill plan in Israel? That's our territory, the subordinate beside Legend whispered in his ear. No need. I want Fiona alive, not dead, Legend said slowly. Boss, don't you hate that woman for bombing your subdivision? The Indonesian officer didn't know why Legend suddenly became so benevolent. She's probably the only one who dares to oppose me in this world. If she dies, I'll be very bored in the second half of my life. Ha! Legend put his finger at the corner of his lips, kissed it lightly, and revealed a bloodthirsty grin. He hadn't played enough cat-and-mouse games with her majorly because Fiona was too slippery. She almost died to him many times, but she always survived at the critical moment and struck back. This made Legend more interested in her. South Side. Director Richard brought in a young man during the morning meeting and got everybody's attention. Everybody, this is the doctor who just transferred to our hospital's hepatobiliary department, Gabriel. Chloe was reading the papers. She raised her head abruptly upon hearing the name. It's him. Chloe was genuinely shocked to see Gabriel. She didn't expect him to come so quickly after meeting him in the gathering. He must have some connections since he directly contacted Director Richard. Chloe. Director. Chloe slowly stood up when she heard Director Richard calling her. You are the deputy director, so I will be relying on you to take care of our new colleague. Dr. Gabriel is amazing. He won many awards domestically and internationally. Okay, Chloe nodded and only said a word. She didn't want to talk much. On the other hand, Gabriel actually looked at Chloe and gently smiled. I'll count on Deputy Director Green from now on. You're too modest, Dr. Gabriel. After the morning meeting, Chloe held the documents and walked towards the office, while Gabriel followed her. Hi, we meet again. He smiled. Yeah, what a coincidence. Chloe's tone sounded dismissive. Would you think I'm too abrupt? Of course not. It's your right to choose where you work, Chloe said indifferently. That's great. I just came back from overseas and don't understand many things. Since we used to be classmates, you gotta help me out. You overestimate me. Everybody has his or her duty. Even though I have the title of deputy director, I'm just a doctor. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed if you overestimate my abilities. It won't happen. You're a genius, and I've heard many tales about you in the country. When you were an intern nurse, you conducted a C-section operation on an expectant mother. Even though you went to court for that, you still saved the mother and the baby. You also prevented Director Richard's niece from miscarrying her child. Anyhow, I know about the incredible operations that you performed, and I truly admire you. Gabriel looked at Chloe's eyes in worship. People exaggerated it when they spread the news. Rescuing a patient is what we should do as a doctor. In that kind of situation, you will do the same as well. No, this is different. I know you're still that kind-hearted girl. I heard that you're also a student of Professor Fang. How should I say this? I guess Professor Fang did me a favor, Gabriel said ambiguously. What a coincidence. Professor Fang was also my mentor. After I went abroad, we still keep in contact with each other. I've heard about your name from him as well. At the time, I thought that you were still the same person, a person who is always capable of being in the spotlight and out of the ordinary. Dr. Gabriel, it's time to go to work. You should report to the head of your department. Have a nice day. Chloe didn't want to chat with Gabriel at all. His deliberate approach and sweet talking only made Chloe more precautious of him. At the office. After thinking for a while, Chloe made a phone call to Victoria, who returned to the city bureau. What's the matter, Gabriel? Victoria knew something was definitely up when Gabriel called her at work. Victoria, help me look for a person. Sure. What's his name? Gabriel Z. Do you know where he lives? Victoria turned on the computer and went inside the city bureau's system to pull out the data. I don't know. He probably moved a long time ago. I heard that his parents are both out of the country. How should I look for him? Many people are also named Gabriel Z. He used to attend Second High. His father used to be a senior official of the Education Bureau. Chloe provided a few important key points. Sure, wait a moment. Victoria sent the gathered information to Chloe's cell phone after 1 minute. Chloe was slightly disappointed after reading the information because it was simple and didn't contain anything suspicious. At the same time, Victoria sent a snap message. How is it, Chloe? Does it help you? No, the information is too plain and I couldn't tell anything from it. What's wrong with this guy? Did he offend you? Victoria asked. No, I just find this person very suspicious and want to investigate him to see if I can deduce his motives. Oh, I see. Why don't you talk to Jack and ask him to look from other means? Maybe you will find something, Victoria suggested. Yeah, I'll talk to Mr. Dawson about it later. Chloe pondered after putting down her cell phone. Mr. Dawson had many things to deal with lately, and Gabriel didn't seem to be any threat to her. She also didn't want to overthink and assume that he was after her for something. Therefore, she didn't intend to tell Mr. Dawson for the time being, lest he worry. The cell phone rang again. Chloe lowered her head to look at the caller ID. It was Justin. Chloe picked up right away because Justin rarely called her. Chloe, where are you? I'm at Southside. Did you go out just now? Have you been to Onking Road? Justin asked. No, I haven't gone out since I came to Southside in the morning. I just finished the meeting. What's wrong? I see. Justin seemed to be thinking. What's going on? Chloe asked nervously. I've probably mistaken someone else as you. After murmuring to himself, Justin hung up the phone. Chloe frowned slightly. Did Justin also see a person who looked like her? What's happening? At the entrance of a bank on Onking Road, Justin and Anne drove to the bank to run some errands. After they got out, they saw a girl who looked like Chloe from the side, especially in terms of her temperament, apparel, and hairstyle. This is freaking me out. I thought she was Chloe, but Chloe's still at Southside. Justin was perplexed. President Cooper? I thought they look alike too. Could it be that President Green has a younger twin sister? And wondered. It's impossible. Chloe should know her own identity clearly, and she shouldn't have a younger sister. Could it be a coincidence? It's so weird. It's good that I didn't go up and say hi, or else it'd be super awkward. Justin got in his Lamborghini after he spoke. Justin was the second person after Jack who saw Chloe's doppelganger. It was fortunate that he was calm enough and made a phone call to ask first. At the entrance of a kindergarten, Brenny drove a white Porsche sports car to pick up her daughter from kindergarten. She was startled when she was told that her kid was picked up by someone already. She felt something was wrong. If Case picked up her daughter, he would definitely tell her and wouldn't do it behind her back. How do you guys take care of kids? How could you let a random person pick up my daughter? Brenny got angry. Miss Green, he wasn't a random person. It was your older brother who picked up Tiani. He's the uncle of your kid and also a well-respected person. That's why we— My older brother? Brenny was instantly dumbfounded when she heard the sentence. Was it Andrew? She asked in a trembling tone. Yes, it was Mr. Andrew Green. If he didn't tell us, we wouldn't know that Tiani's uncle was actually President Green. Brenny didn't have time to listen to what the kindergarten teacher had to say. She turned around and ran. After she got in the car, she stepped on the gas pedal and accelerated. A few teachers stood at the same spot while discussing cluelessly. I thought Tiani's mom was some mistress or something, but she's actually President Green's younger sister. Yeah, no wonder she's so rich, drives a Porsche, and her handbags are worth hundreds of thousands. I heard that the young madam of GK is also from the Green family. Maybe they're related. As soon as Brenny got in the car, she pulled out Andrew's number and called him. No one answered, and this made her more anxious. At the Western restaurant at Red Owl Hotels. Is it delicious, Tiani? Andrew looked like a gentleman wearing a black tuxedo. He sat beside Tiani and ordered many desserts, ice cream, and pizza. Tiani seemed to have a good time eating. Yes, it's the most delicious cake I've ever had. Thank you, Uncle. Kids were innocent, and they didn't know about the grudges between adults. You're welcome. Eat more. Uncle, when is my mommy coming over to pick me up? The little girl raised her head and asked. Don't worry. Your mommy is busy right now, and she might be coming a bit later. Uncle will keep you company. How about we watch some cartoons after we finish eating the delicious food? Do you like to watch Boonie Bears? I don't like it. It's out of date already. I like to watch Peppa Pig and Robocar Polly now. Oh, I see. We'll watch what you like. Is that okay? Andrew talked to her patiently and stroked her head indulgently. Yeah, you're so nice to me, Uncle. The sound of vibration came from the cell phone. Andrew took it out and looked at the caller ID coldly. Bach, you finally start to worry. Who told you to mess with me, and now it's your turn? What? Are you scared now? Andrew murmured to himself. He looked at Brenny's call on his cell phone but didn't pick up. It was relatively easy to find out where Brenny's daughter went to school. It was even easier to pick her up. Brenny had lost her cool already, and she even thought of reporting to the police. But would the police make it in time? People like Andrew weren't the kind that was afraid of the police. If anything happened to Tiani, what should she do? At this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the road, forcing her to step on the brakes immediately. Brenny got off the car and found that this person was her douchebag ex-husband. It was disgusting to see him faking accidents to make a living. The man paused when he saw Brenny at first and laughed proudly. "Oh, isn't this my ex-wife? Since we're acquaintances, I'll give you a discount. You must be rich because you're with a rich guy now. The fixed price is $1 million. Send the money to my account and we'll call it even. Otherwise, don't blame me for not letting you leave today. I have wounds on my legs. Even if the police come, he won't be able to see anything wrong." He seemed to have a detailed plan. "Get lost. I'm going to save Tiani. Brenny wasn't in the mood to deal with this douchebag. Don't use the kid as an excuse. I'm not. It's really urgent. Get out of my face right now and stop blocking my way." Brenny turned around out of anger, got inside the car, and started the car. "Brenny, don't think about leaving without giving me money. You can give me money or drive on top of my body." The douchebag wouldn't let her go. He intended to trap Brenny here. She instantly lost her mind due to wrath. She started the car and drove towards that man while staring right into his. "Hey, what are you doing? Do you really want to kill me? You're crazy!" That man screamed as he watched the car charging right at him. When Brenny lost her mind and drove the car over, the douchebag immediately dodged and almost got hit by the car. "Mad woman, you're of crazy!" the man yelled from the back as he watched Brenny drive away. If she wasn't in a rush to save the kid, she really had to give this man a lesson. After pondering for a while, Brenny still decided to ask Case for help, because he was her man after all. At the entrance of the Chase Corporation. "Welcome, Miss Green." Case's secretary was very polite to Brenny upon seeing her. "Is Mr. Chase here?" "He's in the small meeting room. Would you like me to inform him that you are here?" "Yes, please. It's something urgent." Brenny was very anxious. "Okay, I'll inform him right away." Upon receiving the secretary's message, Case left the client and walked out worriedly. "Brenny, what are you so worried about? I tried to call you. Why did you turn off your cell phone?" Brenny's eyes welled with tears as she said, "My cell phone ran out of battery and I didn't have time to charge it. A client came just now. What's the matter?" Case held Brenny's shoulder as they walked inside the office and supported her to sit on the sofa. "Case, Tiani was taken away by Andrew." "What?" Case paused as well upon hearing this. "What should I do? Can you think of a way to save her quickly? Did Andrew investigate us and want to retaliate against me? I can't lose Tiani. Please help me." Brenny lost her calm and began to cry. "Stop crying, Brenny. Tell me what happened slowly." "I went to pick up the child after school and didn't see her. I asked the teacher, and the teacher said someone already picked her up and said he's the uncle. You know that Andrew is good at pretending. The teachers definitely didn't suspect a prestigious person with the same last name as me and let him take the kid away. I tried calling Andrew, but he's not picking up. He did it on purpose. Do you think he will kill Tiani?" Brenny described the course of the event intermittently while crying at the same time. Case listened and understood what was happening. "Andrew is so despicable. He kidnapped the kid?" Case frowned. "Case, what should we do now? Should we call the police?" "Calling the police won't work. Let's go and find him." Case took out his jacket, walked outside, and dragged Brenny to get in the car. He had his subordinates check the current location of Andrew and found that Andrew was having afternoon tea at the Red Owl Hotel. The two of them drove and arrived at the hotel in haste. Andrew was indeed sitting by the window and drinking tea leisurely. Yet, he was alone, and there was no sign of a child. "Andrew, where's my daughter?" Brenny walked over and asked agitatedly. "What are you talking about? How do I know where your daughter is?" Andrew laughed. "Stop pretending. The teacher in the kindergarten said you took my kid. If you don't hand her to me, I'll call the police." "Call the police? Ha, great. Do it." "Let's see if calling the police is useful," Andrew sneered. "President Green, even if there's a misunderstanding between you and Brenny, you shouldn't implicate the kid. As a man, your means of dealing with things shouldn't be so despicable," Case coldly said, while looking at Andrew. "Despicable? You gotta be kidding me. President Chase pretends to cooperate with me and incriminates me at the same time. Is that what you call an honorable gesture?" Andrew raised his eyebrows and looked at Case. At that moment, Case exchanged a look with Brenny. It seemed like Andrew knew about everything. "Andrew, what do you want? My kid doesn't know anything. She's innocent. Don't overdo it. Brenny yelled. Brenny, watch your F-manners. Do you believe that I can let your daughter die on the street in any second? Andrew said word by word. Don't provoke me. I, Andrew, really have nothing that I don't dare to do. Andrew nonchalantly held his wineglass. Andrew, if you have any grudges, come at me. Don't make it difficult for the woman and child. This isn't something a real man would do. In order to protect Brenny, he got in front of her and faced Andrew head-on. Andrew was too lazy to even look up at him. He only smiled in disdain. As one of the 4 masters of this city, I must say, young Master Chase, your level has fallen drastically. I recommend you learn more from Justin's domineering aura, Brenton's intelligence, and Max's flexibility. Just those little despicable things you did behind my back, really. I'm too lazy to even counterattack. Jack would never do something this childish. So, do you still want to continue your entanglement with this bad omen that is Brenny? No matter what I choose, it's my business, and President Green doesn't need to worry for me. But I do recommend that you hurry up and let Tiani go. Don't let the grudges between adults implicate an innocent child. Case was indeed very good towards Tiani. Although he was not her biological father, after all the days and nights they spent together, he already saw her as his own. Look at you. You had a hand of good cards, yet you facked it all up. The Chase family's heart must ache for you, right? Andrew, hurry and let go of my daughter, or I'm going to put my life on the line and kill you. Brenny angrily charged up, wanting to hit Andrew. However, she was stopped by Andrew's men, and she couldn't do anything but shout hysterically. Don't do things out of your range of capabilities. Do you two really think pulling a few tricks behind my back will be enough to take me down? You guys are really too simple. If it wasn't because I'm planning something big recently, I would have taken care of you a long time ago. Today's lesson is just to tell you guys, if I want to teach you two a lesson, it would be a matter of seconds. Your daughter is in my hands, and her life and death are dependent on my mood. With a crack, Andrew shattered the glass. The broken glass cut his skin, but he didn't feel any pain. These pieces of trash indeed weren't significant enough for him to pay too much attention to. Andrew, how much money do you want before you can let Tiani go? Case had Brenny in his arm as he frowned and asked, such words. Do you think only you have money? Case, who gave you the face? Just with your IQ, besides the fact that your family has a bit of money, you are really miles away from Justin and the others. Brain is a good thing, but unfortunately, you don't have one. Andrew looked at Case with disdainful eyes. Then what do you want us to do before you can let my child go? Case knew, if they wanted to save the child, they had to ask Andrew. Calling the police wouldn't do anything. As someone that could kill off the former mayor's daughter and then seamlessly frame Jack, how could the police do anything to him? What I want you guys to do? Let me think. How about this? I will point you away. Just get my little sister Chloe to come and see me. If you can convince her, then I will let your daughter go. Andrew really didn't want to face this pair of low IQ humans. Originally, he really wanted to teach them a lesson. But he temporarily changed his mind and told them to get Chloe to come and see him. Chloe? Brenny looked a bit dazed with tears in her eyes. Don't you always like to pretend to be pitiful to get other people's sympathy? Then you must have a way to convince Chloe, wouldn't you? Andrew smiled. Andrew, I don't understand. Our grudges. Why do you have to drag Chloe into this? What does this have to do with her? Brenny seemed hesitant. You're wrong. Without Chloe, you're not worthy of being involved. There's not even a grudge between us. Please don't overestimate yourself. If not for Chloe, do you think I would have kept you alive after Liam died? You have to thank her for being able to live up to today. But a reckless and stupid woman like you is just trying to court death again. Andrew was disgusted by Brenny to an extreme, in the past, present, and future as well. Not only because she was domineering before and as dumb as Liam, she was also brain dead. The things that she had done were also quite shameful. I truly regret that I didn't. Brenny wanted to say it but stopped immediately because she felt it was inappropriate all in a sudden. What do you regret? That you didn't poison me with Emery? Andrew raised his eyebrow. How How did you know? Brenny felt a chill travel through her whole body. You're stupid, but also extremely foolish. You don't deserve the Green family's last name, and you really tarnish the Green word. How should I put this? You don't even deserve to carry shoes for my sis Chloe. Let me tell you, Emery's every single action was within my control. Although she thought she was clever, she has something better than you. She can put everything on the line and she's not afraid to die. But you want to use someone to do something that you can't even do yourself. You use the disgusting look of an innocent rabbit to trick this man to go through hell for you. Haha. How can you bear doing that? A woman like you, who treats love as a toy, is doomed not to have true love in this life. This is your karma. Brenny wanted to say something but found herself having nothing to retort. She didn't expect him to know the deal between Emery and herself. Fortunately, she didn't poison him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Never fight against me because I can make your lives a living hell. This was the advice that Andrew gave to her and the man beside her. Brenny, let's meet up with Chloe. He won't let Tiani go if he doesn't see Chloe. Case lowered his voice and whispered to Brenny, why don't you leave quickly? If I change my mind later, your daughter will turn into a mummy for real. Andrew smiled coldly. Brenny held her fist tightly and ran away with Case, who followed her. Boss. Case seems to be a smart guy. Why is he willing to be used by Brenny? Andrew's subordinate felt sorry for young Master Chase. The difference between Case and the other three people is they know what they want, but he never knows what he wants. It wasn't his will to have a political marriage with the Blake family, but he had to give in because his family suppressed him. Then, when he saw Brenny being down on her luck, he treated her nicely out of sympathy. Brenny saw through his mind and utilized him. She lured him to fight with Zuri and break off relations with the Blake family. It only became natural that he got together with Brenny, but these aren't the scariest things. Andrew paused after saying that and continued. The scariest thing is that Case actually thought the affair between him and Brenny was true love. Haha. Boss, after hearing what you said, he is indeed different from Justin and the others. Of course they're different. Justin's a brilliant guy. Most importantly, he has a good taste and sees all the best in Chloe. Andrew smiled. Walking out of the hotel, Brenny was worried because she wasn't sure if Chloe would help her if she asked her at this time. After all, Chloe hated her identity as the mistress. Ever since she got together with Case, Chloe didn't treat her the same as before. At Southside, Chloe took off her black glasses and white coat as she got ready to get off work. I'll get going, Deputy Director. Drive slowly when you leave. Bye-bye. Okay, you too, Violet. After they bade goodbye to each other, Chloe saw Case and Brenny when she picked up her bag and was about to lock the door of the office. Chloe, Brenny said with red and swollen eyes. What's wrong? Are you guys here for a checkup? Chloe was shocked. No, we're here to see you, Case said slowly. Come in first. Chloe didn't lock the door. She pushed the door of the office open again and brought the two of them inside. Chloe, Andrew took my daughter away. You gotta help me save her. Brenny grabbed Chloe's hand as her tears shed again. Andrew took Tiani away? What is going on? Chloe was confused. She poured 2 cups of water for Case and Brenny. Brenny soon described the incident while crying. After hearing Brenny's words, Chloe remained silent, and there was a solemn look was on her face. Chloe, I hope you can help Brenny. Case only cared for Brenny but forgot how difficult it would be for Chloe. Young Master Chase, this is not as easy as you think. First of all, I have to ask you a question. Did you guys do anything to Andrew recently? With my understanding of him, if he wanted to get rid of Brenny, he would have done it a long time ago and wouldn't wait until now. Unless... Did you guys take the initiative and provoke him? Chloe asked seriously. Case and Brenny looked at each other and admitted by nodding. We did do some things behind his back and made the Green Corporation's stock market slide. I thought he wouldn't find out we did it because he has a lot of enemies, Brenny said, feeling a bit guilty. You wanted to make him think that Jack did it. Am I right? Chloe asked calmly. No, that's not what I planned. Brenny shook her hand and explained immediately. It's fine. It's only normal that you think that way. The whole world knows that Andrew's opponent is Jack. That's why no matter who does something that harms the Green Corporation, it can be mistaken that Jack was the person behind this. I warned you already that Andrew isn't easy to deal with. You didn't listen to me and thought I was afraid of him. What just happened? Your kid is in trouble, and you're surprised? Brenny didn't say anything, crying with her head down and listening to Chloe's scolding. However, Case, who always defended Brenny, argued, Chloe, it's not the time to scold Brenny. At a critical moment like now, it's more important to save the kid. Do you think it's as simple as Andrew wanting to meet me? Do you guys know that my husband arranged many people to protect me in case Andrew decides to kidnap me one day? Wouldn't I be endangering myself if I go and see him? He probably won't harm you, right? Case paused because he didn't seem to understand what was going on between Andrew and Chloe. Brenny should know better whether or not Andrew will harm me. Chloe glanced at Brenny coldly. Yes, I know, but I don't have another way. Chloe, I beg you, I can't lose my daughter. Brenny got up and kneeled to kowtow to Chloe continuously. Case went to support her. Get up, Brenny. What are you doing? Brenny, you just said that you can't lose your daughter. What about me? I'm also a mother. If something happens to me, what about my 2 daughters? Chloe asked word by word, and she felt horrible as well. She knew saying this would make her seem too indifferent, but she was also stating the fact. Chloe, are you saying you're unwilling to help? Case said grudgingly. My spirit is willing, but my body is weak. I simply do not have the ability to help you, Chloe responded directly. Brenny, get up. Let's go. No, Chloe, please, I'm begging you. This is the last time, I promise. Please, can you please do me this favor because I helped Little Bean before? It was only natural for Brenny to play the pity card first, and then to whip out the favor card after it failed. Seeing that Chloe said nothing, Brenny continued. I know you have the right outlook of the world, and that you despise a homewrecker like me. I know you think I'm the third person that ruined Case and Zuri's marriage. After all, Zuri is Mr. Blake's little sister, Dr. Victoria's sister-in-law. You're close with them, so you look down on me. It's all normal. I don't look down on you, Brenny. You need to speak from your conscience. You know the truth is not like that. Chloe was surprised that Brenny twisted the truth so much in trying to spite her and going to find Andrew. Chloe never thought she could be this manipulative, even though she was doing it for the sake of her daughter. Forget it, Brenny. We should stop begging. Not everyone understands the concept of being grateful. You saved her daughters once, but she might not do the same for you. Not a lot of women are as innocent and kind as you. Let's go. Worst comes to worst, I will fight Andrew with my life. I won't let anything happen to our kid. Case spoke harshly, as if other than Brenny, all women on earth were unkind and evil. As Case was trying to drag Brenny out the door, Chloe closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Fine, I will help you. Chloe, you are willing to help me? Brenny turned her head abruptly, a flash of joy appearing in her eyes. Yes, I will help you, but this is the last time. After all, like you said, you saved my daughters once. Now it's my turn to return the favor. That's not what I mean. I just want to save my daughter. No need to explain. I understand. Chloe followed them out and locked the office door. I will go and find Andrew now. You guys can wait at home. He usually keeps his word, so the kid should be fine. Also, you guys better go now, and don't let my husband find out that you came looking for me. Or else, he will never let the 2 of you go. Chloe scanned Brenny and Case's faces coldly and walked away. Yes, if Mr. Dawson were to somehow find out that the 2 of them convinced Chloe to visit Andrew alone, he would surely be furious. Forget Jack. If Justin found out, he would be angry too. The reason Chloe was infuriated and didn't want to help Brenny was that she thought the way Brenny handled this situation was incredibly annoying. She had warned her repeatedly to leave Andrew alone, yet Brenny wouldn't listen. Now that there was trouble, Brenny was expecting her to clean up the mess. It was rather pitiful that Brenny was a single parent, but you reap what you sowed. In Chloe's heart, she did not pity her at all. Just like she said, this would be the last time she would be helping Brenny, all for the sake of returning the favor to Brenny for letting her kids go when they were in the hands of Brenny. Cheer up. Andrew will surely let our kid go if Chloe pays a visit, Case comforted Brenny. The two of them left Southside and drove away. Before heading out to a hotel, Chloe used a coworker's phone and gave Andrew a call. She had a feeling that this time, things were not as simple as paying Andrew a visit. She had a feeling something was about to happen. Her heart grew heavy as she drove on. Inside a break room of the hotel, Brenny's daughter was sitting on the couch with a pink doll. "Uncle, when can I go home?" Tiani said with her puppy-like eyes. "Soon, I'm busy right now, but when I'm done, I'll send you home," Andrew kindly replied. "Okay. Do you want to go home now?" Andrew sat down beside the little girl. If I stay out for too long, I think Mommy will be worried," Tiani said in a low voice. "Does your mommy treat you well?" Andrew suddenly asked. "I guess, but sometimes when she's in a bad mood, she throws things. I get scared." "Does your dad visit?" "Only a few times, and he was asking for money. Mommy said that Daddy was a bad guy, and he will get what is coming to him eventually. She said that Uncle Chase is a good guy because he treats us well, gives us money, and buys us things. Your mommy teaches you that?" Andrew was a little surprised. Learning this made him look down on Brenny even more. She actually taught her child how to hate others based on their financial situation. It was no way to educate a child. Chloe's daughters weren't like Brenny's at all. It seemed like children finding the right family to be born into was also a tough and skillful task. And if you suck, you will find your way into families of people like Brenny. "Uncle, are you not in a good relationship with my mommy?" Tiani hugged the doll tightly and meekly asked. "Why do you say that?" Andrew laughed. "Because I've never seen you before. That must mean Mommy doesn't really like you." The girl had a point. Andrew remained silent for a while, and then he smiled and said, "Our relationship. It's not great, but it's not your fault. Also, don't be like your mom. She's so hateful, and you're still so young. When you get older, you have to learn how to differentiate right from wrong by yourself." Tiani didn't seem to understand, and Andrew was a little shocked that he was actually giving her a life lesson. To be honest, if she wasn't Brenny's child, he would really like her. She was honest, well-behaving, smart, and not spoiled. It was too bad that... Andrew was still thinking when his subordinate approached him and quietly asked, "Sir, Miss Green is here?" Be clear, which Miss Green? Andrew wanted to make sure if it was Brenny or... "It's Miss Chloe. She's just outside." "Okay, get the kitchen to prepare food." "Okay, Jenny, I'll get someone to take you home now." "Okay, but..." The girl seemed hesitant. "What's wrong?" Andrew curiously asked. "Uncle, can I bring the toy with me? I really like this doll. I want to bring it home. Is that okay?" The girl observed Andrew's expression carefully. "Of course. Yay! Thank you." Hearing of Andrew's approval made the girl jump in joy. "Wang, drive her home. Leave her at the security's office," Andrew ordered. "Yes, sir." After taking care of Tiani, Andrew walked out and saw Chloe sitting there without a hint of facial emotion. "Chloe, you're here." Andrew was always incredibly gentle when he saw her. "Where's Brenny's kid?" "I'm here now. It's your turn to release her," Chloe impolitely requested. "She's already on her way." "Don't worry, I always stay true to my word." Andrew smiled. "Chloe, let me guess. How did Brenny convince you to come here?" After speaking, Andrew smiled mysteriously. Chloe didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. "She must have acted like a damsel in distress, crying to you that I took her daughter and that I am a bastard, right?" "She didn't lie," Chloe coldly rebutted. "And then she got emotional. She got on her knees and begged you to come and find me. Isn't that correct?" Chloe bit her lip and remained silent. Andrew was right. "Let me guess. When she couldn't convince you, she pulled out her gold card. If I remember correctly, last time, when Liam kidnapped your twins, she was the one who saved them. Now, she's using it against you. Am I wrong? It looks like you know her really well." Chloe was taken aback by Andrew's speculation. He got everything right. Brenny cried, threw a tantrum, threatened to commit suicide, and used every method out there. Chloe was unwilling, but she came anyway since she had morals. She was never the cold and heartless type. Of course I know her. Do you really think I would keep her around after Liam's death? It's because you're shielding her. Good for her. She doesn't know her place and hooked up with that brainless fool. All those little tricks they're pulling, they're so annoying. So you took her daughter to threaten her? Chloe glared. Isn't that the most effective way? Andrew opened his hands and looked indifferent. I hate it when you look like this. You think you didn't do anything wrong, but I will never approve of your methods. It's okay. I don't need your approval. That's fine. Andrew smiled. At that instant, the servers began bringing out food. It was a seafood feast. Lobster, abalones, crabs, tiger shrimps, shellfish. There was everything. It's all fresh. Eat it while it's hot. Andrew peeled a shrimp and carefully put it in front of Chloe. Chloe was the only person Andrew put so much effort into pleasing. Andrew, I'm here today to return Brenny's favor. I'm not here to eat with you. I know, he said. At that time, Chloe's phone rang. It was from Brenny. She picked up. Chloe, the security office called. They said that she's here. Thank you so much. No problem, as long as she's safe. Chloe hung up. Chloe got up. If that's everything, I'll take my leave. Chloe, don't you want to have dinner with me? Andrew tried getting her to stay. You know full well how much I despise you. Chloe turned around and looked at him calmly. Of course I know that, but that doesn't affect my love for you. All these years, you treat everyone so well, I'm the only one you push away. Your words are pointless. If you want to say something, get to the point. You know that if I go home late, Jack will come to look for me, then... Chloe didn't keep talking. Huh, do you think I'm afraid of him? Andrew laughed. You're not scared, but he won't let you off easy. If you have had enough of your comfortable life and want a challenge, you can try your luck. Chloe, I love how you can always maintain your cool. Andrew looked at her with obsession. Chloe remained silent. Chloe, why don't we make a bet? Andrew smiled and asked while peeling the crab's shell. What do you want to bet on? A life's happiness. Andrew's head suddenly shot up and met with Chloe's eyes. His eyes glimmered with a light that she had never seen before. I don't understand what you mean. What are you putting on the line? Chloe didn't know what tricks Andrew was pulling, so she kept her guard up. If you lose, you have to go everywhere with me. If I lose, I'll end my own life for you. After Andrew finished speaking, Chloe was shocked. She didn't know Andrew would put so much on the line. What do you want to bet with me? I want to bet if you and Jack can make it through my tests. Is that good? Andrew hid his intentions behind a sly smile. The smile gave chills up Chloe's spine. Why do I have to bet with you? Don't you want to see if the man whom you proclaim to love would change his mind? He would never. You can never be sure. Don't you want to bet? You don't have to provoke me. I would never get tricked into it. I put my absolute trust into Jack. You can't pick that apart with a mere few words. So, my dear little sister Chloe, are you scared? What do I have to be afraid of? Chloe was a little angered and turned to look at Andrew. You aren't so sure yourself, right? So, you're afraid to bet with me. You're scared that your relationship can't withstand the test, whatever you say. How laughable. You could tie me up and throw me in a cellar or I am leaving. I have no time for this. After speaking, Chloe walked out justly. Boss, are you letting Miss Chloe go so easily? His subordinate asked. He knew that the guest was someone that his boss went to great lengths to bring here, and he let her go so easily. I'm playing the long game. After speaking, Andrew sent a video to Jack. Jack's phone rang. He watched the video and his face dropped. He couldn't hear the audio, but he could see Chloe sitting opposite from Andrew. He was peeling shrimps and putting them in front of Chloe. That was it. It only lasted for 7 or 8 seconds. Daddy, what's wrong? Little Bean was watching television and could tell that her father looked off. Nothing. Just junk mail. After Jack finished speaking, he turned his phone off. Not long after, Chloe returned home. Hello, my babies. Mommy, what took you so long? Did you have to work overtime? Little Bean asked. Yeah. I've been pretty busy at the hospital lately. I had a lot of surgeries to do, Chloe lied. You just did one? Jack casually asked. Yeah, what's wrong? Chloe flawlessly answered. She also didn't sense that Jack already knew. Nothing, did you eat yet? I have. Chloe wasn't hungry, so she lied again. I'm going to go shower. I'm exhausted. Chloe went upstairs, but she didn't notice the subtle change on Jack's face. At 9 at night, Jack finished working and went back to his bedroom. Chloe was laying on the bed with a medical textbook in her hand. You're done your work? Chloe turned around and hugged Jack. Honey, you okay? You seem off today. Seeing Jack's worrisome attitude prompted Chloe to question him. Honey, has Andrew looked for you lately? Jack casually asked. No. Why are you asking? Chloe felt a little guilty. She didn't want Mr. Dawson to worry, so she didn't dare to speak of what happened tonight. If she did, he might go look for Case and Brenny. Nothing. Just asking. After speaking, Jack laid down and closed his eyes. Going to bed so early? What time is it? Chloe laid on Jack's chest and teased him. Honey, I'm a little tired. Let's sleep. Oh, okay. Her excitement was killed, so she laid down beside Jack and closed her eyes too. The mood between them was off. Both of them had their own secrets, but neither told. Sometimes, misunderstandings were the most terrifying things. If they weren't cleared up, they would fester until they became unstoppable the next morning. When Chloe got up to eat breakfast, she didn't see Jack. Madam Dawson woke up early and made dumplings with the maids. Mom, where's Jack? Chloe sipped on the milk. Oh, he left for work. So early? Chloe was a little surprised. He said he's inspecting a construction site and had to leave early. He told me not to wake you up. Madam Dawson smiled. Oh, okay. Chloe had a simple breakfast and drove to Southside. When she was almost there, her car broke down. It was quite an awkward situation. Chloe managed to steer the car onto the curb and was just about to call the shop. She saw a shimmering purple Ferrari parked beside her, and Gabriel got out of the car. What's wrong? My car. Something is wrong. She pointed at it. Let me see. Gabriel approached her. You know how to repair cars? A little. After speaking, he walked to the front of her car and checked the engine. You need to repair this part. You need to go to the shop. Okay. Chloe called the shop and was just about to call a cab. It's not that far. Get in my car. I'll drive you. Gabriel smiled. Chloe didn't really want to, but got on anyway. It was a sports car and only had 2 seats. Chloe had no choice but to sit beside him on the passenger seat. Seat belt, he reminded her with a smile. She buckled up, and they headed for Southside. I didn't think that you'd become a doctor, Gabriel said. That's been my dream since childhood. It's not that strange. Chloe looked out the window and replied. If Jack didn't come back, would you have gotten married to your boyfriend? Gabriel asked. You seem to know a lot about my past. Chloe looked at him with caution. If I told you that I've been interested in you for years, would you believe it? He looked straight ahead. Gabriel wasn't cold like Jack, nor was he domineering like Justin. He seemed more like a gentle scholar. Chloe only faintly smiled upon hearing that. Why are you laughing? You don't believe me? Gabriel looked at her. No, I just want to say that if it wasn't for the class rep reminding me at the reunion, I would have forgotten who you were. After Chloe said that, Gabriel's expression changed slightly. Your style is quite... Gabriel chuckled awkwardly. Ruthless? Or douchey? Chloe answered for him. No, but Henry was right. You're as straightforward as you were back then. He smiled and gave his judgment. I'm a simple person. It's either white or black. It's less exhausting this way, Chloe emotionlessly replied. You're right. Living like this is indeed more freeing and relaxing, Gabriel said. Chloe smiled and didn't continue. Chloe, are you happy with Jack? He suddenly asked. Of course. You must really love him. Of course, Chloe answered without hesitation. I'm so envious of him. He has such a dedicated wife, ha. You're wrong. I think more women are envious of me. I have a husband who loves me more than anything. At that moment, the car pulled into the parking lot of Southside. Chloe checked her watch. "I'm in a hurry. I have a conference to attend. Thank you for the ride." After speaking, Chloe left the car in a hurry and jogged to the lobby. Gabriel looked at her silhouette in deep thought. After the conference, she was just about to return to her office when she saw a nurse run to her. "Vice Director, we have an urgent situation in the maternity department. Chief asked me to come to get you." The nurse spoke as she panted heavily from the running. "Speak slower. What happened?" "We received a patient last night. She was preparing for a natural delivery, but it has been almost 10 hours, and she still isn't fully dilated. Keep waiting. That's normal." "No, she's in extreme pain. She's close to passing out. Chief examined her and found out that the child is in the wrong position. Every time she pushed, the fetus went to the left as opposed to down. Chief said that she is in danger. What are you waiting for?" "Give her a C-section," Gabriel said in determination. Chief said the same thing, but the patient's family won't agree to the surgery. They're saying that Chief is trying to scam them into paying more, and that's why we are suggesting C-section. How could they? They're so ignorant. Chloe's face darkened. "Yeah, the situation is very urgent. I don't think she can hold on any longer, and we're all worried about her and the kid's safety. However, her family still wants her to deliver naturally. We don't know what to do. Chief asked me to get your opinion. Should we get involved or not?" "Let me see." Chloe's face was cold. She handed her files to Violet and rushed to the maternity department. This was a rare occurrence, since everyone was usually concerned about the mother and the child's safety. Very few were so uneducated. Given the large sample size, anything could happen. Chief was just a doctor and didn't have authority. If she did a C-section and the family sued, her career would be over. If she didn't do anything and let the family do whatever they wanted, they would also sue if anything happened to the mother and child. There was no easy way out. Nobody wanted such a hot potato. Director Richard was away for a conference, so Chloe had to make the call. When she got there, she pushed away from the crowd and approached the patient. "Eh, who are you? Who let you in?" The patient's bossy mother-in-law interrogated Chloe rudely. "This is Vice Director Green. She's a doctor of authority," the nurse introduced. The old woman looked slightly more pleased when she heard that Chloe was the vice director. "Since you're the vice director, get my daughter-in-law into a delivery room right now. I want my grandson to be delivered as soon as possible," the old woman ordered. Chloe paid her no mind. She approached the bed and looked at the woman in delivery. Her face was pale, and her head was dripping with sweat. She didn't seem very conscious. Her contractions were too severe. Chloe felt her forehead. Luckily, she didn't have a fever. She observed her heart rate and blood pressure and found that it was going up. "Are you okay?" Chloe held the woman's hand and softly asked. The woman slowly opened her eyes, looked at Chloe, and nodded with difficulty. She seemed to be unable to speak. "You don't need to say anything. Just listen to me. You're in a dangerous situation. Our diagnostics showed that the fetus is misaligned and oversized. You'll be in fatal danger if you want to deliver naturally. You won't be the only one in danger, too. The baby may choke during the birthing procedure. We want to give you a cesarean section, but your family won't sign. So, I am asking you. If you agree, we will put you through the procedure right away. If you still want to deliver naturally, you have to handle all the consequences. I'll give you a minute to think. If you agree to the C-section, then nod." Before she could say anything, her mother-in-law blew up. "What do you think you are doing? We said no surgery. You guys just want to scam us out of our money. It's so many times more expensive than natural birth. Don't you dare touch her. You're trying to scam us, you heartless doctors. We want a natural birth." Judging by her current condition, a natural delivery will put her life in grave danger, Chloe explained. "Don't scare me. That's just a fancy way of saying you guys aren't good enough. If you don't do it, we'll go to another hospital. Don't try to trick us. You guys really have no morals. If you transfer, both the mother and the child will be in mortal danger," Chloe said. "I don't believe you. Son, call a cab. We're leaving." The old woman seemed furious and yelled at her son. That man was 6 feet tall, but he looked like a mommy's boy and had no ideas of his own. He listened to everything his mother said. Chloe didn't pay any more attention to them and approached the woman again. "Have you made up your mind?" You have to choose for the life of you and your child. Your mother-in-law wants to transfer you. If anything happens to you during the transit, nobody can save you. Don't let their ignorance put you and your innocent child in danger." Chloe's words seemed to move the pregnant woman. Finally, she nodded. "Are you agreeing to the procedure?" Chloe asked. The woman nodded again. "Nurse, get out the disclosure form. She is going to sign herself." "Okay, Vice Director. How dare you? If you perform the surgery, I will sue you until this hospital shuts down from bankruptcy." The ignorant old woman blocked the nurse. "Nurse, notify doctor to prepare for surgery. I am wheeling her there myself." "Okay, Vice Director. Why are you still standing here? Go and stop that woman." The old woman was agitated and yelled at her son. He finally snapped out of it and stopped Chloe, not letting her go. "What you are doing right now will kill your wife and child. Do you know that?" Chloe coldly asked. The man clearly hesitated. "Don't listen to her lies. C-sections are harmful. I delivered you without it. She can do it too." "The hospital just wants our money," the old woman kept talking. Chloe couldn't take it anymore. She pushed away from the man and pushed the woman's bed out. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" The old woman began to panic, seeing Chloe so determined. "What are you looking at? Hit her!" The old woman encouraged her son to hit Chloe. The man looked at Chloe's eyes and deflated. "If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life." Chloe's brows pursed as she said in a cold tone, I feel sad for your wife. She's putting her future on a man without a spine. Get out of my way, let me save her." Chloe pushed the stunned man away and wheeled the bed out with the nurses towards the operation room. She took care of everything so quickly and cleanly, impressing all the medical staff that was watching. "Stop her! Are you crazy?" The old woman began punching her own son and wailed. "Mom, stop. I think that if she doesn't get surgery right away, she'll be in real danger," the man finally said. "You actually believe the doctor's lies?" the old woman roared. "If you don't believe us, don't come to the hospital when you're sick. If you're so powerful, heal yourself." One of the doctors couldn't watch anymore and belittled the old woman. "How dare you speak like that? You have no manners." The old woman seemed to bite whoever she saw, so the crowd quickly dispersed. "I'm telling you, when that deputy director comes out, I am going to sue her," the old woman cursed. "Go sue her then, and by then, we will all watch how the deputy director's husband puts you 6 feet under." The nurses chuckled amongst themselves. "Deputy director is so cool," a nurse excitedly said. "Yeah, she normally looks so nice and kind, but she really went off on those two. If not for Director Green, that woman might have died along with her son." "I heard that when Director Green was a nurse at the first hospital, she performed surgery on a woman and got bit by their family. They were treating her kindness with animosity. But anyway, she's so cool. No wonder Director Richard trusts. Yeah, that's why she has a good husband. If I were a man, I would love her with all my heart too. She might not be the most beautiful, but her personal charm is off the charts," he nurses said while walking. When Gabriel left the cardiac surgery department, he heard the entire hospital discussing the incident. "What did our Deputy Director Green do again?" Smiling, he asked his assistant. "Dr. Gabriel, you missed out on a spectacular scene. Our Deputy Director is so amazing to the point that she single-handedly took care of an arrogant and idiotic mother and son and ended up saving a pregnant woman's life. Well, I'm not exactly sure what the patient's conditions are like at the moment, but we believe in our Deputy Director's skills. We are sure that the mom and the baby will be safe and sound." The assistant explained the situation to Gabriel excitedly. Chloe's actions registered profound respect deep within Gabriel. No wonder this woman was considered a legend at Southside. She definitely had her own forte. "Excuse me, is Dr. Green here?" Justin walked into the hospital lobby with one hand in his pocket and in an all-white Givenchy getup. "Oh, young Master Cooper, please wait a moment. I will have an answer for you shortly," the receptionist at the lobby answered excitedly, her heart rate speeding up to the point where it might just pop out. Given the fact that Justin had a brief stay at Southside before and would often come to visit Chloe, all the nurses at the hospital knew of him. Not to mention the eye-catching limited edition Sixth Element Lamborghini that always parked outside. After completing a quick phone call, The receptionist returned with her face blushing. Deputy Director Green is currently in the middle of surgery at the OB/GYN department. She will be done shortly. Young Master Cooper, do you want to wait? No problem. I will wait for her at her office. Justin walked away in the direction towards Chloe's office. The deputy director is so lucky. I can't believe she's good friends with young Master Cooper, too. The receptionist drooled after Justin. OB/GYN department, Dr. Green, how is the patient? The nurses were all concerned about the patient's health. It's all good now. It's a good thing the rescue measures were performed in a timely manner. Chloe took off her mask and sighed in relief. Where's my grandson? Is my grandson okay? The old grandma suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chloe gave her a look and answered coldly, Your daughter-in-law bore a little princess. What? The old grandma raised her voice. It's a girl? The man also looked surprised. Yes, a baby girl, almost 11 pounds. It's impossible to have a natural birth for a baby this large. It's a good thing we performed the surgery. Feeling exhausted, Chloe began walking towards her office. The old grandma and the man appeared skeptical. They bolted for the surgery room and were stopped right at the entrance. Please wait. The patient will be out soon. We want to see the baby, the old grandma yelled. The baby will be out soon too. Please wait patiently. Chloe twitched the corner of her lip in a slight, satisfying smile. She knew the old grandma valued a baby boy more than a girl, just by the way she wouldn't stop talking about her grandson. That's why Chloe told her it was a baby girl, just to see that dumbfounded look on her face. It was very satisfying. But then again, it was a sad family to be in, because what was wrong with having a baby girl? Were girls worse? If everyone were to have boys, how was anyone going to find themselves a wife? Those extremely traditional families would be begging for baby girls. Chloe couldn't help but smile at the thought, and a smile turned into a chuckle. What's so funny? Gabriel popped out of nowhere and gave Chloe a scare. You drink something. I heard about your heroic act. Dr. Green, you're quite the character. Gabriel handed over a can of Red Bull to help Chloe refuel. But surprisingly, she didn't accept it. She wouldn't accept drinks from strangers, let alone someone that she was suspicious of, like Gabriel. Thank you, but I don't drink these things. Water is more suitable for me. Gabriel wanted to say something, but from afar, he noticed Justin walking over. Gabriel stopped in his tracks immediately and stopped following Chloe. Chloe, are you done with your surgery? Justin smiled tenderly. Justin, I didn't know you were free today. Chloe was a little surprised to see Justin. I'm not busy today, so I just swung by to visit you. Are you busy? Do you have time for lunch together? Now? I still have to see patients in the afternoon. How about we eat in the cafeteria? Do you mind? Chloe was laughing with her mouth covered. Of course, I don't mind. You're treating me anyway. Don't take advantage of me, you crazy rich person. I'm just a normal person. Not like you, the prince who wastes money like it's nothing. All right, don't tease me. Let's go. Okay. Chloe walked with Justin towards the hospital cafeteria, talking and laughing. Chloe forgot that Gabriel was beside them and didn't even look at him. Gabriel stared at Chloe and Justin walking away, his emotions becoming a bit complicated. Hey, Dr. Gabriel, you're not going to lunch? When Violet walked out of Chloe's office after tidying it up, she happened to see that Gabriel was standing not far away. Ah, I was going to get lunch with Dr. Green, but then her friend came. Yeah, young Master Cooper is our chief's good friend, said Violet proudly. Oh yeah? They've known each other for a long time? Gabriel probed carefully. Yeah, it's been a few years. Justin seems to be really nice to Dr. Green, Gabriel remarked meaningfully. They are really good friends, so of course they have a good relationship. Young Master Cooper treats all of his friends around him nicely, and he's even really good friends with our chief's husband, Violet carefully explained in order to make sure no one misunderstood and spread gossip. Okay, I understand now. Hey, Dr. Green is really a legendary girl. Gabriel walked away smiling. Violet tilted her head and looked curiously as she continued walking with the other nurses to the cafe. Violet, I don't know how you feel, but why do I feel like this newcomer Dr. Gabriel seems to be interested in our chief? Don't gossip. Our chief already has a husband and kids, so she really doesn't like rumors, Violet said unhappily. I didn't mean to speak ill of our chief. What I meant is, do you think it's because our chief is too excellent and even attracted this newcomer Dr. Gabriel? I've heard that Dr. Gabriel comes from a rich family too. The car he drives is a limited edition Ferrari. He's definitely the example of tall, rich, and handsome. It would be nice if he could be interested in me, the little nurse said dreamily. At the corner of the cafeteria, Chloe got a huge serving of food for Justin and carried it over. I got you some eggplant with garlic sauce, sweet and sour fish, and some fried broccoli. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm not picky. Justin smiled. It seemed to have been a long time since the last time they sat down and ate facing each other like this. Justin had been trying to intentionally distance himself from Chloe, just to avoid causing other people to spread rumors and making Jack misunderstand their relationship. Did you come here today for fun, or did you intentionally come for me? Chloe asked casually. I miss you so. Can't I just come to see you? Justin answered directly. Chloe suddenly didn't know what to say, and her expression wasn't natural either. After seeing it, Justin immediately explained, Hey, I'm just kidding. Why you are taking it so seriously? I'm so busy every day. When do I even have time to think of you? Do you really think you're some beautiful fairy? If I have that much time, I'd rather go see some girls. What happened? Anything interesting? Chloe laughed. My annoying dad kept introducing people to me, but with all those low-quality ones, there's no one I had my eyes on. So what type are you looking for? Asked Chloe while eating. I have to at least find a girl on the level of Anne Hathaway or someone like that. Once Justin started talking, he immediately mentioned the name of a famous Hollywood star. Chloe laughed so hard when she heard that. What are you laughing about? Justin scratched his head and looked really cute. Anne Hathaway? Is that the actress of the White Queen in the movie Alice in Wonderland? Yeah, isn't she pretty? It's your preference, but I really don't understand, said Chloe while trying hard to not laugh. Fine, I don't have the same preferences as you, country girl, teased Justin as he waved his hands. Okay, it's really a pleasure for a country girl like me to have lunch with you, young Master Cooper. Ha! Have some braised pork. Chloe picked out the braised pork from her plate and put some on Justin's plate. Chloe didn't like eating fatty meat, so usually when she ate, she would just put them in Jack's bowl, which had now become a habit. She didn't think too much of it, but for Justin, it was a gesture that made him full of happiness. Looking at the braised pork given to him by Chloe, for 1 second, Justin didn't even want to touch it. Why are you frozen? Don't you also like fatty meat? No, I like eating it. Justin looked down and finished the piece of meat with a huge bite. Today is such a tiring day. I haven't had urgent cases like today for a while. Focusing on surgery 100% is way harder than working overtime for a week, Chloe complained. There are so many doctors in your hospital. What are they doing? You are already the deputy director of the hospital. Why do you still need to do this? I really don't understand. Justin felt sorry for how much work Chloe had to do, so he was complaining. No, it's not always the case. Today's situation is special because no other doctor dared to take responsibility. Afterward, Chloe briefly explained the whole thing to Justin. Justin looked at Chloe with his eyes wide open. What? What's with that look? Why do you do things that other people don't want to do? Are you really dumb? Justin stared at her. Ha ha. Justin, are you really dumb? Made Chloe laugh so hard. You're still laughing? Come on, use your brain. Justin was speechless. I, as the deputy director, have to try my best to save the patients' lives. This is my responsibility. I can't say that the reason I became a doctor is for healing the wounded and rescuing the dying. In fact, I'm not that ambitious anyway. But I can never stand to see a patient die in front of me. I will never let things like that happen. As for the rest, I really didn't think too much about it. What if the patient's husband tried to beat you? You are one silly country girl. Even Justin was worried after hearing this story. Dealing with an unreasonable mom and son, what if they started bullying Chloe? After all, She was just a vulnerable girl. I'm not that weak, okay? Even though I'm not like Avery and I don't know any martial arts, I have some hard stuff with me. If someone makes me mad, I'll just give them a shot. Besides, Southside is my turf. My colleagues won't let me get bullied, so don't overreact. What the? I really think you are playing with your life with this job. Justin wasn't happy. All right, let's not talk about it. Do you want soup? I'll go get one for you. Nah, I'm full. Oh, by the way, the reason I came here today is to deliver something for you. Deliver something? Where is it? I left it in your office. Huh, what is it? Chloe was confused. Grandpa brought it back from Capital City. It's said to be the most advanced remote-controlled robot. It can sing and dance, chat with you, play games, and even battle. It's really interesting. Stuff from abroad is more advanced after all. I heard that those robots were developed by a tech company and aren't even on the market yet. When Grandpa went abroad to visit, they gave it to him. Grandpa thought this was interesting and just got two and asked me to bring them to Pudding and Little Bean. Grandpa Cooper is so nice. Please thank him for me. He just loves the twins. Don't worry about it. Justin, can I talk to you about something? And, after you hear it, can you promise not to be mad? Chloe said, a bit hesitant. You say it first. Let me listen to it before I decide if I want to be mad or not, laughed Justin. If you say so, then I really don't know how to start. Chloe just looked at this simple and innocent Justin, and she suddenly didn't dare to start speaking. Yeah, just say it. I won't be mad, he said. What Justin was really thinking was, when did I ever get mad at you? Really? I didn't study much. Don't trick me. Chloe didn't seem to believe him. It's true. Just say it. Speak up, said Justin, as he was getting impatient and started rushing. So here it is. There are in fact a lot of good girls who are single in Southside, including scholars who have super high education backgrounds, goddess girls with gorgeous looks, and cute girls who have high IQs, as well as those with good family backgrounds. I did some analysis. There's an excellent female anesthesiologist from the anesthesia department. She's new here, and it is said that she has a pretty good family background and she's very hardworking as well. What's most important is that her face looks like a superstar. Let me think. Oh, she looks like that superstar. So beautiful but also pure like a goddess. There are lots of male doctors going after her, but she rejected them all. I guess she's also a girl with personality. So I just want to see, are you interested in meeting her? After Chloe carefully explained it, Justin immediately understood. Chloe wanted to introduce a girlfriend to him. This day had finally come after all. After hearing it, Justin remained silent and continued eating with his head down, which made Chloe even more nervous. When she saw Justin, she suddenly thought about what Little Bean had said before. If she were looking out for Justin, then she shouldn't keep Justin single and should introduce some good girls to him if possible. But just because of Justin's temperament, she was worried that he would just get mad if she did it. That was why she told him what her goal was carefully. Are you mad? Chloe asked carefully. Justin picked up a napkin on the side and wiped his mouth elegantly. Then he looked up at Chloe and said, Mad? Why would I be mad? You really think I'm that petty? No, of course not. I'm just worried that you might think too much and think you're what? Finish it. Justin looked at Chloe. Chloe felt more awkward. Think I'm being nosy. Nosy? Why? You are definitely not. You are looking out for me and introducing girls to me. It's great. But out of the blue, Chloe started feeling a little sad after hearing what Justin said. Justin, But Chloe, are you sure such a good girl is not a lesbian? Said Justin suddenly, which made Chloe unsure about how to respond. Ha, why are you being so serious? I was just joking, laughed Justin. I'm really just looking out for you, so... Chloe immediately wanted to explain. I know, Chloe, no need to explain. I've known you for so long and I really understand you. I know you will never do anything to hurt me, said Justin, looking serious. Chloe immediately nodded. Yes, if that's how you think, I'm relieved. Kira Nee also looked for you before, right? Asked Justin. You're talking about Cece's sister? She seems to be a good person. At least, I don't think she's the same type of person as Zoe, Gianna, and Emery, said Chloe objectively. Despite this, I still don't like her. I know. That's why I want to see if you would be interested in meeting some girls from our hospital, said Chloe word by word. Chloe, if I agreed to it, would you be happy? Asked Justin lovingly. Chloe suddenly didn't know what to say. You don't need to say anything else right now. Just tell me if you will be happy or not, asked Justin. Of course I'll be happy for you. I feel the same way as Little Bean, Pudding, Grandpa Cooper, and Uncle and Auntie Cooper. You shouldn't spend the rest of your life alone, said Chloe slowly. Well, if it makes you happy, then I'll agree to it. Huh? Chloe was confused seeing Justin being this easy to convince, which rarely happened. I promise. Just arrange a time for a meeting and then let me know. Thanks for the lunch. Chloe, you need to rest well and take care of yourself. Afterward, Justin stood up and left. After he walked all the way out, Chloe came back to her thoughts, and she felt that Justin was acting a bit sad today. Was it too cruel for her to do what she did? Chloe was in a huge dilemma. After a busy afternoon, it was finally time to get off work. Chloe didn't have a car to drive because her car was sent off to be fixed. Dr. Green, let me give you a ride. I know you live at South Hill Manor. Though it's not on the way, I can drop you off close to Wan Road to take the subway, which should be more convenient. Otherwise, during rush hour, you might be stuck in traffic, and that will take too much time. When Gabriel parked his shiny purple Ferrari in front of Chloe, it was really eye-catching. No thanks, Dr. Gabriel. I already called my husband and he will come to pick me up. Ah, okay. Afterward, Gabriel took off in his car. Only after that did Chloe slowly take out her phone. In fact, she had just lied. She hadn't called Mr. Dawson yet. She took out her phone and called Jack's cell phone, but it was off. Maybe it was dead. Then she called the office line. Young madam. His assistant Mark picked up the call. Where is my husband? President Dawson is having an emergency meeting. There are some tricky issues with the project and the partners sent someone to discuss a solution with President Dawson. What? What happened? Is it serious? Chloe started to worry. Not serious. Just some ratios were a little off. But President Dawson is always seeking perfection, so he pointed this out as a serious matter. That's good. Young madam, do you have anything urgent to talk to him about? President Dawson's cell phone is being charged. Do I need to bring it over to him? No need. Nothing urgent. Just let him concentrate. Don't bother him. Yes, ma'am. After hanging up, Chloe pinched her nose. It seems like she actually would need to call a taxi today. As she was thinking, she waved to stop a taxi. It turned out that just as Gabriel said, there were huge traffic jams everywhere, possibly due to the weather. In the north, once it started snowing, the traffic would immediately freeze due to the slippery road conditions. There were about 5 months of winter in the city, so the cycles of snow were long. Young lady, there's too much traffic here. Is that okay if I circle around to another route? There won't be a huge difference in the overall fare, and you don't look like someone lacking money, so if you agree, I'll take the little alleyway. If you don't, that's fine too. We can wait here, and you don't need to worry. The taxi driver was impatient, so he was sweating in the traffic jam. Yes, you can circle around. Chloe was eager to get home too. No one would want to wait in such snowy weather. After they both agreed, the driver cut several little alleyways and took another route. What was unexpected was that Chloe would see someone familiar when passing by a quiet little alley. Sir, please pull over, said Chloe. The taxi driver hit the brakes immediately and pulled over. Chloe gave $100 to the driver, didn't even ask for change, and hopped off. In the falling snow, Chloe was standing in front of an old and shabby mechanic shop, looking at a familiar man fixing cars in a messy outfit. Hurry up, man. I'm in a huge rush. Yes, it'll be done shortly. Chloe just stood there. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she would never believe that one day. This man would be in such a situation. Biting her lips, Chloe struggled and finally called out, David, yes? Upon hearing someone calling his name, David automatically stood up and turned around. The moment he saw Chloe, his whole face changed. Then he smiled awkwardly. "Chloe, why are you here?" "I just passed by and saw a person that looked like you, so I got out of my car." "Ah, it's so cold outside. Don't stand outside. Come in and talk." David warmly welcomed Chloe inside. But in fact, it was not much warmer than outside in this small and shabby mechanic shop. Seeing David in such a situation, Chloe felt sorry for him. Although she had already heard from the class reunion that he was not doing well, actually seeing it in person still made Chloe feel sad. "Give me some time. Let me finish fixing this. Okay?" Chloe nodded and just stood on the side holding her Chanel bag, quietly waiting for him. It was about 10 minutes until David finished fixing the car. After he took the money and walked the owner out, he went into the bathroom to wash his hands before coming out. He was wearing an old blue uniform, which was a huge difference compared to all the designer brands outfits he used to wear. This was extremely ironic. "I've never thought that I could be found here by you." "Ha ha," David said jokingly. "David, weren't you working at a 4S dealership before? Why did you?" Chloe didn't want to be too blunt. I was actually selling cars before, but the economy wasn't good, so we didn't have good sales numbers. Just the income from that couldn't support my life. After the issue happened to my dad and my uncle, all my family possessions were taken, which was also a huge hit for my mom, and she has been sick ever since. Now, every day, she needs a lot of money for her medical expenses. The place where I sell cars can give me about $5,000 to $6,000 every month, which is not enough to cover all the expenses for rent and living. That's why I rented this place to continue fixing cars after work, which can also be considered my second job. David said this in a sincere manner and with a sincere look in his eyes. They were no longer overly arrogant like before. "Did you just get off work?" David looked at Chloe. Chloe nodded. "Yeah, there were traffic jams, so the driver took this little alleyway, which allowed me to see you here. So, are you in a rush home? If not, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's catch up as old classmates." "It's so rare," David offered. Sure. When David was rich before, he didn't even get a chance to eat alone with Chloe. But now, when he fell from grace, he just casually asked and didn't even expect her to agree. So when Chloe took him up on that offer, he was quite surprised. "What do you want to eat?" asked David. Chloe peeked around the food court across the street and said, "Maybe the knife-cut noodles. Haven't had that for a while." "Okay, that noodle shop has pretty good food." Thus, David took Chloe to a tiny noodle place across the street. The two of them ordered 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles and several side dishes. David had such mixed feelings while looking at Chloe. Nowadays, Chloe was an important person in the upper class of society who had a net worth of over $10 billion. She was the deputy director of the Southside Recuperation Center. Her husband was the CEO of a big corporation, and all her friends are either rich or in power. Even Justin, who was usually hard for anyone to reach, was said to be Chloe's good friend. Chloe, even though she was sitting in front of him right now, seemed so far away. "I heard that you went to the last class reunion. How was it? Was it fun?" David offered a cup of hot tea to Chloe and asked casually, "Yes, I did. But it was boring, so I probably won't go anymore," Chloe said quietly. "Heh, is that so? I'm guessing everyone talked about me? After all, it was my own fault for ending up like this. David had some idea of how everyone spoke of him. You'd be exhausted if you always live within others' words." "Don't let it get to you too much," Chloe comforted. At this time, the waiter served up 2 bowls of hot, steaming noodle soup. On a snowy day like this, it looked extremely delicious. Chloe had no goddess image that she wanted to maintain, so when she dug in, you would never find her being restrained and eating like a lady. Instead, she ate with big bites that made anyone looking at her feel like the food must be very appetizing. David was a little surprised at first, and then silently watched her in awe. This was a scenario that he never dared to dream of. "What are you looking at?" "The food will get cold if you don't dig in soon," Chloe reminded. "Yeah." The two of them stayed silent for a couple of minutes, focusing entirely on the food. David ate in big bites as well and drank the soup one spoon after another. "How are you nowadays? Is your mom doing okay? What is she diagnosed with? Is it serious?" "It's been okay. Her diagnosis hasn't been too positive. She's staying at First Hospital, and she also had surgery. There are a lot of things to consider after her surgery, but mostly it's cardiac failure." "I see. Don't let this bring you down too much. Take good care of her. Everything will be all right." "I know, I'm okay. It's been like this for a while now. At first it was uncomfortable because I wasn't used to it, but now I've accepted it. Heh. Isn't there a joke on the internet recently that goes something like this? At a time where God closes a door on you, don't be sad, because he might let in a dog as well?" David chuckled. Chloe smiled and added, "Yes, and there is another joke that goes, if you're not happy and satisfied today, don't fret and don't be depressed, because you might notice that tomorrow just might be worse than today." David laughed out loud upon hearing Chloe's joke. "I didn't know you had such a humorous side." David smiled genuinely for the first time in a long time. He was no longer who he used to be. He didn't need his disguise anymore. "I've always been a jokester. You just didn't know me that well." Chloe smiled. "Yes, the one that understands you the most is still Jack. He is so lucky to have you. It's a good thing I backed out, knowing the difficult road that lay ahead." "Ha ha." David chuckled to himself and continued, "Remember when I thought I was all that, and even wanted you to marry me? I was like a toad that wanted to eat the meat of a swan." "I'm not a swan, at most, an ugly duckling," Chloe responded. "The ugly duckling turned out to be a white swan. It's the classic story of beating the odds," David joked. "Nope, the ugly duckling turned out to be a white swan because its parents were swans. It had good DNA, and it had nothing to do with beating the odds." "Ha ha, fine. You're just out there crushing my dreams with these toxic chicken noodle soup stories, eh?" "Sometimes, this is how life is. Sometimes what you needed wasn't a bowl of chicken noodle soup, but rather a slap." "David, look on the bright side. There will always be difficulties in life, but the show must go on. A person's life is obviously full of ups and downs. I know, I'm over it. What about your fiancé? Is she—" "It's all normal. She stayed with me from the beginning for the money, so it's no surprise that she left when I went bankrupt. I don't blame her." David smiled. "Do you have any plans for the future?" Chloe looked into David's eyes and asked in a serious tone, "Future? Ha. Honestly, though, I didn't think too far ahead. With my current situation, I don't think there's much use thinking too much." David scoffed at himself. Chloe nodded. She didn't respond, but instead looked at her watch. It was time to leave. "The traffic's probably not congested anymore. I will leave now." "Okay." David nodded. When Chloe stood up, David seemed like he suddenly had something to say to her. "Oh, Chloe, I know. I won't tell our classmates that you opened up a workshop here to fix cars," Chloe said, as she thought that David was afraid she would tell the others about his current address. "No, it's not that. I heard Henry say that Gabriel came to the last class reunion," David said. "Yeah, you have to be careful of him. He's not as nice as he looks." "Yeah, I know, thanks." No matter how things were, she was thankful that David warned her. Soon after Chloe left, a female banker came. "Hello? Are you Mr. David Cage?" "Yes, and you are?" David asked with confusion. "I'm Miss Green's personal wealth manager. Miss Green has asked me to come to talk to you about issues relating to your finances." "Finances?" David was even more confused. Simply put, Miss Green is willing to transfer you $5 million from her personal account as a loan. She will not charge any interest because she does not want to give you pressure for your new venture. You can pay back the principal when you earn back the money. David was shocked by what he just heard. Chloe, Miss Green thought it wouldn't be appropriate to talk to you about this in person, so she sent me here. Mr. Cage, do you have a bank account at our bank? If so, you can sign here, and I can transfer you the money with my phone. You will be able to immediately use these funds. How much did you say just now? 5 million? David said with an astonished look. Yes. Mr. Cage, you are very lucky to have Miss Green as a friend. Miss Green has always been a low-profile person, so she does not show off her wealth. However, she is willing to help you, so you must have your outstanding traits. It's getting late now, so shall we get started? Just like that, David received Chloe's $5 million loan. If it were David in the past, $5 million was nothing to him, as he had plenty of money. To the current David, even $50,000 was a lot, so $5 million was an immense number. David felt very heavy inside with this newly gained funding. Many years ago, he wanted to take advantage of Chloe's relationship with Jack and Andrew to get a massive loan for private reasons. Chloe rejected him that time. Sometime later, he got drunk and even mocked Chloe in the class group chat and said that she was now rich and snobby. Sarah criticized him gravely. Fast forward in time, his family went bankrupt, and he was now able to see how humanity truly was. He had to restart everything, from the lowest status in society. He was now able to see who were his real friends. After David fell from grace, no one lent him a penny, not his classmates, not even Henry. He had no real friends. As the saying goes, money can tell you who is your real friend. Under such terrible circumstances, he still didn't ask Chloe for money because he knew he would be rejected. To his surprise, Chloe was willing to lend him $5 million with no interest charged just because he sincerely offered to treat her to a bowl of noodles. David was deeply touched by how generous Chloe was. She never showed off her wealth and was willing to help others when they were in need. She was willing to lend him a hand when he was broke. David deeply respected Chloe for her demeanor. Chloe got a call from David after dinner. She was just about to go downstairs and play with the twins. "Chloe," he said in a solemn tone. "Chloe, I got the money. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. I'm not giving you the money. I'm just lending it to you. You have to eventually pay me back." If she gave it to him, David would not accept it. After all, a man had his pride. "I know. Thank you. I'll try my best to pay you back as soon as possible." "Okay." After she got off the phone, Chloe went to the living room to eat fruits with the twins. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson was having tea with their friends, and Jack was not home from work yet. The twins were happily playing with the new high-tech robot that Justin sent to Southside today. Even Pudding, who was a very mature child, was intrigued by this toy. She kept pressing the robot's remote controller to play with its features. "Great-Grandpa Cooper is too nice to us. He knows us so well. Ha ha," Little Bean said joyously. "Of course. Mommy said that when we were still a few months old, Great-Grandpa Cooper would fight with Grandpa Cooper to hold us. He sure is a cute old man." "Oh, sis, did you notice how handsome Cooper has obviously lost a lot of love ever since we were born?" Little Bean asked as she turned to look at Pudding. "Yeah, but Handsome Cooper is an adult. He won't mind these little things." "Oh, but why did Handsome Cooper not deliver it directly to our house but bring it to Mommy at Southside?" Little Bean started to ask nosily. "Don't blame him. It's hard for him to find an excuse to see Mommy." Pudding pretended to act as if she knew everything. Chloe coughed. Ahem. Can you two stop making things up? Uncle Cooper came to Southside to do a physical health examination. He gave it to me because it was convenient for him." "Oh, Mommy, we're just joking around. You don't have to take it so seriously." Little Bean saw how embarrassed Chloe was, so she smirked at her deviously. "Honestly though, Mommy, if Daddy didn't come back, were you planning to be alone forever and refuse Handsome Cooper's deep love for you?" Little Bean continued to put Chloe in a difficult situation. "Little Bean, you can try asking this again in front of your daddy when he comes home." Chloe smiled. No. Daddy will get really mad at me." Little Bean immediately stopped as soon as she heard Chloe bring Jack into the conversation. She thought the twins were right in the sense that Justin could have sent the robot directly to South Hill Manor, or she could bring them over to the Cooper residence. Instead, he brought it over to Southside and even had lunch with her. Justin was still a little selfish. He wanted to have an excuse to see Chloe, but everyone could see through his actions. Chloe sometimes thought Justin was cute, even though he was a very bright person. Just then, Jack pushed open the door. Honey, did you go to the construction site? Chloe asked. Yeah. Did you eat yet? Yeah, I ate with the client. You must be tired. Do you want me to make you a cup of coffee? Chloe asked as she stood up. Don't worry about it, honey. Have a seat. I'm going to the library to finish editing the blueprint. Jack then walked upstairs with his documents. Mommy, what's wrong with you and Daddy recently? Did you two have a fight? Pudding turned around and asked Chloe attentively. No. Then why does it look like you two are in a Cold War? Pudding did not believe Chloe. Cold War? You're overthinking it. We're probably so busy lately that we haven't had time for the lovey-dovey stuff, Chloe said with a soft sigh. Mommy, you can't be too careless. You have to grasp tightly to Daddy or else he might be stolen by another woman. Pudding warned Chloe of the possible danger. Okay, my dear. You two can play amongst each other. Leave the problems to the adults. Just then, Chloe received an audio snap message from Cece. Chloe, do you have time now? I have something I want to talk to you about. Cece sounded like she wanted to cry. When Huomian heard this message, she immediately tensed up. What is it, Cece? I think it's a mistake that I came to the States, Cece said in a sobbing voice. Calm down, Cece. Tell me what happened slowly. Ever since Chloe saw Luna, Chloe had become worried about Cece getting in trouble in New Orleans. When Rick took over his family business, the time he could spend with her decreased. Although they had big dreams for their future, the reality was cruel to Cece. Cece had thought everything would be like a dream come true, but now she realized that it was very rough on her. Chloe, I'm in a bad situation right now. Cece, what's wrong? Did you and Rick get into a fight? Chloe thought maybe it was because Rick talked too little, because there was no way he could fall for another girl and betray Cece. However, it seemed to her that the two miscommunicated and got into a fight with each other. No, Rick is really good to me. Really, really good, Cece emphasized. Then why are you so upset? Chloe whispered in her phone as she carefully chatted with Cece on Snap. I think I've become a burden to Rick. Cece sounded very ashamed. Before Chloe responded, Cece continued her story. Chloe, I thought I didn't mind Rick being a gang leader, but when I saw him kill someone with my own eyes and how we have to escape for our lives, that was when I realized that I am afraid of this lifestyle. So, are you giving up? Chloe asked. No, it's not that. I just want to help Rick get out of this bloody business where he has to lick the blood off the tip of a knife so we can live an ordinary life. Cece, you're being naive. That's impossible. When Cece heard Chloe's response, she fell into silence. It might have been possible before Rick's brother became disabled. Ever since Rick returned to America, all the possibilities of living an ordinary life vanished for him. He is now living a life with no turning back. Jack and I went to New Orleans to visit him before, and we saw how he lived. It's not that easy to just run away because he has a lot of enemies in the underground world. There's no saying whether he can even survive if he quits. Cece, everyone has the freedom of choosing how they live. If you really don't like your current lifestyle, you must leave Rick. If you don't want to leave him, then you must face his reality with him. Chloe, am I too weak? Cece asked in a weak voice. No. You were an innocent girl, and how you've acted has proved you are a courageous person. Chloe, I'm not afraid of my own death, but I'm terrified of Rick's death. Am I being contradicting? He's still young, but he has to live such a life. I love him too much. Cece, have you met Luna? The woman who self-proclaims to be Rick's fiancée? Cece responded. Yeah, I've met her soon after coming to the States. That woman is proud and arrogant, but was kicked out by Rick. She told her father about me, and her father wanted to kill me. When Rick found out, he was very mad. He cut all ties with Luna's family, and the two families are at war with each other. Luna's father even got injured, so now his family is in a deep rivalry with Rick's. That's why I'm a burden to Rick. No one likes me here. They all think I'm bad luck for Rick. If Rick chose to be with Luna, then it'll be better for him. Not only am I unable to help him, I'm also creating more trouble for him. Chloe, what should I do? I feel so depressed. Cece started to whimper again. Chloe could tell that Cece was very depressed, or she wouldn't be crying during their snap call. Cece, don't think of yourself like that. A lot of people were against me dating Jack in the beginning, but I still persisted and did not compromise. As long as you think that Rick is the right person for you, don't give up. It's very hard to bump into someone you love and who loves you back. Although Rick might not be great at showing his emotions, I can still tell he really cares about you. You two have something special between you guys, and it's difficult to attain that. Don't give up so easily. Chloe, I'm not giving up. I'm not even afraid of death, so I won't give up. But I'm really scared that I'm really bad luck for Rick, like how everyone's telling me, and I'll bring Rick to his demise. Don't pay so much attention to what others think. If you listen to how people judge you all the time, your life will be very difficult. Listen to me. Listen to your heart. Rick's family is complicated, and he grew up with a lot of hatred and very little love. You have become the only member of his family ever since his parents passed away, and his brother was injured. I will never leave him. I will always be by his side, no matter how difficult it is. Cece seemed to have made up her mind about this a long time ago. You have to take care of yourself. Be careful of Luna. She seems like she's a vengeful woman. Chloe could usually see through people pretty accurately, so she told Cece to be careful of Luna. I will. Rick always has someone protecting me, so she can't touch me. That's good. Chloe, thank you. I feel a lot better after talking to you. You're welcome. If you feel unhappy, feel free to contact me. I'm scared I'll be bothering you at work. Even if I'm busy, I'll make time to talk to you, Chloe said with a smile. Oh, Chloe, did my sister come to you? Cece asked with hesitation. She told you? She mentioned it when we talked on the phone the other day. My sister has feelings towards President Cooper. I've mentioned it enough to her, but she still won't give up. I know that President Cooper won't like my sister or any other woman. Why is she bringing pain upon herself? You can never judge another person's relationships. Your sister is a nice girl, but I can't help her. Chloe didn't want to cause more trouble for Justin. Ever since listening to Justin's feelings the other day at the hospital, Chloe felt bad. She did not have the heart to introduce girls to Justin. She decided that the least she could do was to not interfere with Justin's life. Yes, I know. If she comes to you for help again, just decline. Slowly, she'll let go. My sister's personality doesn't go well with President Cooper's. Honestly, though, if Jack didn't exist, I think you and President Cooper would be a good couple, because only you can pacify President Cooper's bad temper. It's not how you think. It's just that I don't let him do whatever he wants. Chloe smiled. Yes, you will always be my idol. I got to go now. I have to make Rick's dinner. Okay. After hanging up, Chloe breathed a long sigh. Everyone had difficulties in their life. Cece ventured abroad away from home for her pursuit of love. Rick had to go against many families to protect Cece, and it was also difficult for him. Fundamentally, everyone did it for love. Suddenly, her phone chimed and she got a message. The look on Chloe's face changed slightly when she looked down and read the message. Chloe, it's been too long. I've waited for you too long and I no longer have the patience. The final match between Jack and I is about to commence. I know you won't cheer for me, but I will show you what kind of man you love. Then, you will understand that only I will always love you. Psychopath, Chloe said when she read this message. What she didn't know was, this time, Andrew was for real. Inside one of Max's family's private clubs, Justin was meeting with a few famous directors. They had coincidentally bumped into Case. Case did not have a good relationship with the people other than Justin. Ever since he and Zuri divorced, Justin, Brenton, and Case rarely met up. Their lives no longer crossed. Justin. Case actively greeted Justin. Oh, you're here too. Yeah, I'm meeting with a few of my clients in the room next door. What a coincidence. Care for a drink? That sounds good. Justin's clients had just left, and he did not want to go home yet. Ever since Max left for America, Justin had difficulties finding a good drinking buddy. That was why Justin didn't give it much thought, and said yes. He looked at the time and saw that it was early, so he walked over to Case's private room with him. "Hey guys, this is Justin." Case introduced Justin when they walked in. The few developers were from other cities. Some of them were as old as Justin's father, but they all stood up politely to greet Justin when they heard that it was him. They knew that the Cooper family was extremely powerful in this city, especially Grandpa Cooper, who was still well respected as a strong general even in Capital City. Justin, thus, was the only son from one of the most powerful and elite families in this city. "Young Master Cooper, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please sit. I only came over for a couple of drinks. You guys can continue chatting whatever it was before I came. Don't mind me." Justin gestured for them to sit down. Case had called some innocent-looking university students to come to drink with these developers from other cities. Case and Justin sat together away from the others with wine glasses in their hands. "Justin, you've been very low profile recently. I've barely seen you around. You're not at clubs or private resorts, and not even golf courts. I even thought you were on a business trip." "What's up?" Case asked. "Nothing much. It's just been work and going home after work every day. That dry?" Case slightly frowned as he obviously did not believe Justin was living such a simple life. "What else do you think I can do?" Justin jeered. "What about Max? Don't you guys hang out a lot? Don't mention that traitor. He's dating Jack's younger sister and even ran off to the States to be with her. He doesn't even care about his own mother, so who am I to say? I heard about Max and that princess of the Dawson family, but I thought it was just headlines that the media made up. I never thought it would be real. Yeah, everyone has its conqueror. Jack's younger sister has him completely under control. Well, they both come from respectable families. What about you? Have you found someone yet?" "Nah, I'm still alone. Let me introduce you to one. Do you like university students, good girls, or sexy Russian Barbies? I don't like any of them." Justin shook his head. "Don't tell me you still like Chloe," Case suddenly said. "What if I still like her?" "No one can take away my right to like her," Justin joked. "Justin, I don't know if I should say this, but you've already put it like that. If you want to say it, just say it. I'll listen." Justin was in a good mood, so he was open to talking about Chloe. Rarely did he talk about Chloe to people other than Brenton and Max, because he thought his love for Chloe was something sacred that shouldn't be gossiped about. "I just think that Chloe isn't as great as you think." When Case finished his sentence, the look on Justin's face changed. "Go on." Justin did not start arguing. Rather, he tried to maintain his calm to listen to what Case had to say. "I think she's a very calculative and manipulative woman. Think about it. She didn't come from a rich family, but she's married to Jack. You can't deny the fact that she has her ways. Did you know that her mother was a mistress? Go on." Justin looked down with his hand on his chin. She started dating Jack when they were in high school, and when Jack went to study abroad, she found another boyfriend. Simply put, she's not that great. I heard she was going to get married to her university boyfriend, but when Jack came back, she immediately broke up with him to pretend she was single in front of Jack. At the hospital, she was able to use some methods to attract attention from the director so she could continuously get promoted. She also was the one to transfer to Southside Recuperation Center. There she met you when you were injured. Everyone knows that Southside Recuperation Center is a spot where rich people go for recovery. Everyone knows she was being calculative. She made you fall madly in love with her. When Jack was away, she became closer to you. However, when Jack came back, she immediately drove you out of her life. I also heard she has unsevered romantic ties with Andrew. Although they aren't biologically related, they are still siblings and family. Justin, you're too involved and cannot see the big picture. I don't get why you love such a calculative woman. What else? Justin quietly looked up at Case and asked. Case was slightly astonished by Justin's calm reaction. He paused for a second and then said, Andrew captured Brenny's daughter the other day and demanded to see Chloe. We went to beg her to go and see him, but she refused and scoffed at us. Don't forget that when her twins were captured, Brenny risked her life to save her. She's not treating people genuinely and with integrity. During important times, it's clear that she's not that great. Did she go in the end? Justin asked. Yeah, she did, but she didn't want to. She said that this was the last time she'd help us. Okay, Justin nodded. Justin, that's why. Before Case finished his sentence, Justin punched him in the face with great force. Case immediately fell from the sofa with blood running out his nose. Justin was furious. Justin! Case was unaware of what had just happened. You don't know why I punched you, right? Justin asked calmly. Case didn't respond. Justin knelt down and suddenly pulled Case up by the collar. Then he punched Case's face again. This powerful punch smashed Case to the floor. Case felt his head swinging. Mr. Cooper, what's the matter? Everyone who was chatting around and enjoying the girls all put down their drinks and came over to stop the fight. Get the F out of my face or don't blame me for being merciless, Justin yelled furiously. His shout drove off everyone in the private room. Justin pulled over a chair and sat in front of Case, who was still on the floor. Does it hurt? Justin asked, gazing at Case with an icy, condescending look. It had been quite some time since Case saw Justin this angry. Case was actually a bit scared. Justin, you're on that woman's side? You hit me because of her? We've been bros for so long, Case said, feeling a strong sense of injustice. Although he wasn't as close friends with Justin as Brenton and Max, he thought their relationship was past the point where Justin would punch him this hard. Not only was Case shocked, he felt wronged. Okay, so you want to talk bros with me now, eh? Let me tell you this. If we haven't been friends for so many years, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the sharks, rather than just punch you. I don't understand why that woman means so much to you. She's already someone's wife. Case did not know Chloe that well, so all his information about her was from hearsay. Therefore, he did not understand why Justin was so enamored by Chloe. Fine. Let me tell you why I punched you in the face. First, you slandered Chloe. You don't know her and are criticizing her based on rumors. With limited information, who gave you the right to judge someone else's life? Secondly, you said Brenny went to ask Chloe to go see Andrew with her to save her daughter, right? Case did not dare to utter another word, so he quietly listened. If you thought my punch was heavy, then Jack probably would have killed you if he heard what you said, Justin shouted. Case continued to look at Justin with a confused look on his face. You don't know how dangerous that psychopath Andrew is to Chloe. Jack still sends people to secretly protect Chloe because he's afraid Andrew will make a move. You two naively went to ask Chloe to help you guys. Brenny used how she helped Chloe before with Liam to force her to help her. Let me set things straight with you. The person that kidnapped Chloe and her twins were Liam, Brenny's half-brother. Also, if I recall correctly, Chloe helped Brenny when your ex-wife, Zuri, bullied her multiple times after the Green family's situation became tense. What happened to Liam was the work of Andrew, and Andrew is not the type that will leave loose ends. But how do you think your darling Brenny is still alive? Do you think Andrew is so generous, or that Brenny is so beautiful that he feels it's a pity to kill her? Justin's words made Case utterly speechless. Let me tell you then, Andrew cares about Chloe. Chloe has helped Brenny multiple times, and she has emphasized to Andrew that Brenny is now living an ordinary life. Chloe has prevented Andrew from touching Brenny. You might not know, but Andrew, that sick psycho, listens to Chloe's words. After Liam died, Chloe went to look for Brenny and even gave her a new apartment and money so that she could start a new life. However, Brenny disappeared without even telling Chloe anything. I don't know how Brenny found her way to you, and I don't care about that either, but now that you're slandering Chloe, that's a different story. How dare you two use the kidnapping incident of the twins against Chloe? I will not tolerate that, especially because Chloe has helped Brenny numerous times without Brenny even asking for it. Brenny has only helped Chloe once, and yet she's already holding that against her neck? What kind of logic and moral compass is that? Justin, I really didn't know, Case said in an ashamed voice with his head looking down. Of course you don't know. You're being played by that woman left and right, so how the F would you know? Justin looked angrily at Case. Brenny just wanted to save her daughter, Case explained. Let me ask you this then. Why would Andrew capture Brenny's daughter out of the blue? Do you think he was that bored and had nothing better to do? Case remained silent. So you're not looking for excuses now? If I'm guessing correctly, Brenny probably started the fight. Oh, I almost forgot to mention this, but that negative media exposure on the Green Corporation was probably you, right? I don't think Brenny has that much power, and Jack isn't a man that would do that. You're behind it, no? I love Brenny, and she's been through so much all these years. If it weren't for Andrew, she would be a fancy, beautiful princess from the Green family. If she hadn't married the wrong person, then she wouldn't be a single mother right now. She did that all to herself. Oh, since you brought up Chloe's family background, let me ask you this. Case remained silent. Timothy only has one legal partner, and that is Lily, right? What is Evelyn then? Was she a mistress that lived in the same home as the late Chairman Green? Evelyn is probably the most thick-skinned mistress in the world. She wasn't married to Chairman Green, but lived in his house and even had his children. When Case heard this, his face looked even uglier. You said she married in a hole, but she made that decision herself. Who else could she blame? You said Chloe doesn't know how to love herself and is seducing different men. According to my knowledge, Chloe had always only loved one man, and that man is Jack. She never had sex with any other man. Before the Green family went bankrupt, Brenny had a wild party life. Who knows how many men she slept with and how many abortions she had had. Finally, men were disgusted by her, so she could only marry a jerk. Do you think that her newfound character as a single mom can erase her disgusting past? Case, I think you're a smart man. How did you become so blind to love Brenny? If that's what you want, that's fine. But how can you be so idiotic to dare to talk shit about Chloe in front of me? I can tell you that my 30 years of life have not been wasted. When I have trained my guts out in the army, you were still in school. I am exceptional at telling the essence of people, and I know what kind of person Chloe is. On the other hand, Brenny can only use her wits to create tiny upheavals. She will pretend to be innocent and pure in front of you. You've changed. Not only have you become more stupid, but your taste for women has grown to my disgust. I'll leave you with these words today, and from now on, we are no longer friends. Don't you dare say that I became stupid because of a woman, because I don't have a friend that is as stupid as you. Then, Justin pushed open the door and left the private room. The door banged behind him. The people in the hallway all made way for Justin silently. Justin walked out of the club with a stern face. However, he did feel a good sense of relief after scolding Case. He took a deep breath before he got in his black Lamborghini. Young Master Chase, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Only after Justin left did the other people dare to walk over to ask if Case was all right and help him get up. No. Also, don't you all dare to say a peep about what happened today, Case ordered. Don't worry, young Master Chase. We won't say a word. Case didn't expect Justin to almost destroy his face because he badmouthed Chloe. Should he call Justin rash, or was he the one that was not cautious? However, Justin's words did waver his opinion. In some high-end neighborhood, Case, you're home. Are you hungry? I made soup. Brenny walked out with a subtle, sexy, light purple nightgown. You knew that it was very dangerous for Chloe to go and see Andrew, right? Case suddenly asked her. What's the matter, Case? Is everything all right? Brenny looked very uncomfortable. You knew that a long time ago, no? It's all in the past. Is it that important right now? Brenny couldn't bear to look him in the eye. I thought I understood you, but now I realize. Case seemed to be able to see the world clearer after being beaten up by Justin. Case, what has gotten into you? Did someone say something to you, or is Zuri investigating me again? Nothing. Oh my God, there's a wound on your face. Did you get into a fight? Brenny went over acting shocked and worried, but before she could touch Case, he pushed her away. Case had lost his bro Justin. Not to mention the business interest and opportunities that were lost, he lost someone that he had been close friends with for many years. It had taken him great effort to maintain his relationship with Justin, and now it all went down the drain. He did not know how much Chloe meant to Justin. Justin's mood was still bad after leaving the private club, so he went back to his private mansion. He slept through the night and went to work the next morning. At the headquarters of the GK Corporation, Jack noticed that his assistant Mark was not there when he arrived. Usually, Mark was there before him. "Where's Mark?" Jack walked over to the secretary department to ask. "I'm not sure, President Dawson." Time slowly passed by, and it was almost the official time to be in for work, but Jack still couldn't see Mark. "Get Stella here." Jack made someone from the secretary department get Stella because he saw it was almost time for the morning meeting. Stella had been Chloe's assistant, so she had sufficient experience as a secretary. Jack didn't have time, so he picked up the documents and went into the conference room with Stella. When they finished the meeting at 9:30, Mark was still not in. Before Jack could ask if Mark came in or not, he heard his phone ring. He saw that it was from Mark, so Jack picked up and directly asked, "Did you oversleep?" "President Dawson, I'm Mark's wife." Jack was slightly shocked and did not continue talking. "My husband got into a car accident when he was going to work this morning. We're still at the hospital. Our family is rather shocked, so I forgot to call in for him to work. I just remembered this, and that's why I called so late. Sorry, President Dawson. Is it serious?" Jack was rather worried when he heard that his assistant had got into a car accident. "We're not sure yet. We're still waiting for the operation to finish. I don't think he can return to work in a short time, though." "Okay, I understand." After hanging up on the phone, Jack immediately ordered someone from the finance department to send money to Mark's family to help him with the emergency. "Stella, you stay and take over Mark's work for now. I can, but I still have a lot of work on my hand." "What should I do?" "Give it to someone else. If we don't have enough manpower, tell Human Resources to hire some new people." A lot had been going on recently, and Jack was anxious and overworked. Avery got into a big fight with her father because of Max, and now she was not going into work. Sometimes, his uncle couldn't handle the workload, so he would send a portion off to Jack. Stella could take over Mark's work adeptly for the time being, but not everyone could handle the amount of workload Stella was originally dealing with. Finally, Human Resources decided to recruit an exceptional assistant for President Dawson. This decision was normally something incredibly small in such a big corporation, but when Jack came to work the next day and saw his new female assistant who was supposed to replace Stella, he wasn't looking well at all anymore. "Good morning, President Dawson." The girl gave a bright smile when she saw Jack. How did you?" Jack was extremely shocked by the woman in front of him. "Hello, President Dawson. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new recruit hired to help Stella. My name is Irene." This girl's every movement was to absolute perfection. This wasn't because she was beautiful or cute, but because she resembled Chloe very much. Jack looked at her with surprise. She indeed looked 70% like Chloe. This girl was young. She had a ponytail and resembled Chloe when she was still a teenager. If it weren't for their different voices, Jack would have thought Human Resources recruited his own wife. "Who recruited you?" Jack slightly frowned. "Manager Guy from Human Resources," the girl said with a smile. Jack didn't say a word and went into his office, leaving that poor girl standing there awkwardly. When Jack went into his office, he called through the company's internal line, "Get whoever's in charge of HR in my office now." 5 minutes later, "President Dawson, were you looking for me?" The female Human Resources manager cautiously knocked on his door and asked, "Did you recruit that new assistant to help Stella?" Jack asked. "Yes." "Where did you recruit her from?" "A lot of people sent in their resumes. After sifting through them, we decided to hire this girl. She has a good educational background and looks very reliable." "Then do you know she looks very much like my wife?" Jack asked in a cold voice. "President Dawson, Okay, you're fired." "What?" The Human Resource manager looked back at him with a confused look. "I said you're fired. Also, that woman outside is also fired." Although Jack did not have a good temper, he rarely fired his employees. Him directly firing the Human Resource manager definitely caused a commotion within the company. Some people said that the Human Resource manager's plan was to use the girl that looked like Jack's wife to climb up the corporate ladder, but her plan worked against her. Others say President Dawson didn't want to see a woman that looked like his wife appear before him, so he fired her on her first day. Irene was indeed very unlucky. All she could do was carry her belongings and walk across the company, listening to people gossip about her. However, she still looked very calm, as if people weren't talking about her. "Sis?" Thomas had just come back from a business trip. He didn't know what was happening, so when he came to work and saw a familiar figure, he almost jumped over to hug her because he thought she was Chloe. However, when he got close to Irene, he realized she was a complete stranger to him. Sorry. I have mistaken you for someone I know." Thomas immediately apologized. "It's okay," the girl said calmly, and continued on her way. Just then, Jack and Stella were also going downstairs to go somewhere. They bumped into that girl in the lobby. The girl built up her courage to stop Jack. "President Dawson, please wait." Jack stopped walking but did not turn around. "President Dawson, I heard that I look like your wife. Is that why I'm fired?" Jack turned his head slightly and glared at her with an icy look. "Who told you that you look like my wife? Isn't the entire company talking about it anyway?" Truth be told, I was happy to be hired by this company since, after all, it's an internal business empire. But now it seems like President Dawson's no more than an emotional man who's unwilling to give others a chance. I can't believe the people who hired me are being fired as well. If we were an imperial country, this would be tyranny. The young woman suddenly bared her fangs, scolding Jack in front of all the employees. No one else dared to breathe. Is this girl crazy? She is. I can't believe she would argue with President Dawson, some employees muttered amongst themselves. Our company does not welcome uneducated employees who talk about their boss that way, Stella replied, as she could not take this young woman any longer. Miss Stella, you're wrong. I was fired 15 minutes ago and therefore am not an employee of your company anymore. I can say whatever I want about this company now. This place sucks, and I'll find something better somewhere else. Then, she collected all her belongings and stormed out without looking back. She's really a lot like my sister, Thomas said, flabbergasted by what he just saw. No, she isn't. Chloe would never act so rashly, Stella analyzed calmly. To everyone's surprise, Jack didn't say anything or get mad. Rather, he left the company with his head down. Imperial Star Entertainment. Justin's spirits were low as he left the company that evening. He was debating whether to go to his parents' home for dinner or go back to his own mansion when he almost ran a red light. He quickly stepped on the brake and his car came to an immediate halt. Then, he saw a flash of red appear before his eyes. Didn't you see the red light? God, today's such an unlucky day, Irene complained. Justin was shocked to see the woman standing outside his car. He thought it was Chloe, but just as the word Chloe was coming out of his mouth, the woman looked up. She wasn't Chloe, but she really did look like her. Her posture, her figure, her looks, and even her hairstyle looked like a younger version of Chloe. The drivers behind Justin began blasting their horns at him, but he had no intention of leaving. Justin was just about to say something when the woman looked down at the rim of her pants. Don't worry, I'm not injured, so I won't try to dupe you out of money. My jeans are a bit ripped, but whatever. I will just go home and fix it myself. Then, she jaywalked away while talking to herself. It wasn't until she left did Justin come back to his senses. He had a weird feeling about what just happened, so he couldn't help but send Chloe a message. Are you there? Yeah. I just saw a woman who looks really like you. Maybe I have a twin sister? Chloe replied. I'm not joking around. It was true. Where did you see her? Is she pretty? Chloe ate an apple as she replied to Justin. How should I put this? She is really similar to you in so many ways, it's weird. Chloe, I think something fishy's going on. You should be careful. Don't worry. I'm fine. Chloe nodded. The truth was, she wasn't really worried. At this time, Jack walked in through the front door looking exhausted. Chloe got up and took his briefcase. You're home. Daddy, you seem to be in a bad mood. Your face is really ugly. Little Bean immediately noticed that something was wrong. Chloe, come upstairs with me. I need to talk to you. Jack rarely talked to Chloe in such a formal manner, so as soon as he did, she realized the severity of the situation. The twins began worrying about their parents as soon as they went upstairs. Little Bean: Sis, don't you think something seems wrong about Mommy and Daddy these days? Pudding: Even a blind man would have noticed something. Little Bean: Why didn't you say so earlier? Pudding: It wouldn't have changed anything. Little Bean: At least we could have investigated the source. Pudding: The lives of adults are very complicated. We shouldn't interfere. Plus, Daddy and Mommy are extremely intelligent people, so we should mind our own business. Little Bean: I'm still worried that something might happen. She then looked upstairs, her expression filled with worry. Pudding: Like what? Little Bean: What if they get divorced? Are we going to live with Mommy or Daddy? I would rather live with Daddy. Mommy can be scary sometimes. Pudding: Don't worry, they're not going to get divorced. You're thinking too much. Before Pudding could say anything else, Little Bean interrupted. Sis, I know you want to say that they love each other so much that the world would end before they get divorced, right? Pudding: No, I wanted to say that they're not really married, so how are they going to get divorced? Little Bean almost spat out the milk in her mouth. She opened her eyes wide. Sis, are you saying that we were illegitimate children this whole time? No, I mean they're legally married, but they never held a ceremony. You knew that. Oh, right, I forgot about that. I really hope nothing bad will happen, or else our lives would suck. Daddy's always been an iceberg, and he's so quiet even when he and Mommy fight. Mommy has a hot temper, and if a war breaks out, I don't want to be inflicted. The twins continued to chit-chat downstairs. Even the twins could tell that something was wrong. That evening, Chloe and Jack talked for an hour and 30 minutes inside the study. No one knew what they talked about, but when Chloe came out, her expression wasn't pretty. They didn't even come out holding hands, nor did they call each other honey. Come on, bath time. Chloe held the twins' hands as they headed upstairs to their bedroom. Jack, on the other hand, took out his jacket and headed towards the door. Jack, it's late. Where are you going? Mrs. Dawson asked. I have some business to tend to. Drive safe and come home soon, all right? After Jack left, Mrs. Dawson looked up at her daughter-in-law and grandchildren, and then towards the door her son left from not so long ago. She felt unsettled. Honey, something's wrong. What's wrong? Mr. Dawson looked up from his newspaper upon hearing that. Something's off with Chloe and Jack recently. What are you talking about? I'm not sure either, but they didn't used to be like that. You should ask Jack if he's been under pressure at GK or going through something rough. We wouldn't want work to interfere with their relationship. Chloe's done so much for our family. I really don't want her to go through anything else. Jack's mother was more and more understanding of Chloe's hardships over the years. Upstairs, inside the bathtub. Mommy, we've been in here for 5 minutes and you've blanked out 3 times. What's wrong? Pudding asked Chloe calmly. Nothing. You're lying. Pudding was obviously unconvinced. Girls, wash yourselves off and go to bed, okay? Chloe lectured. Seeing that their mommy was in a bad mood, Pudding didn't say anything else. Chloe finished bathing the twins, and by the time they fell asleep and she returned to her bedroom, it was already 10:30. She walked into the dark room, but did not turn on the lights. She looked down at the scenery below and couldn't help but sigh. Tonight was going to be a sleepless night. The next morning, after Chloe parked her car and walked into Southside, she saw a couple of nurses talking amongst themselves in the lobby. The nurses quickly greeted Chloe. Good morning, Vice Director. Good morning. Chloe nodded. After she turned around, she overheard the nurses say, They really look alike. Chloe wasn't interested in gossip, so she didn't ask them what they were talking about. However, when she went into her office, she noticed Violet's weird expression. Violet, what's wrong? Chief? Today, the hospital hired a new accountant. This is a big hospital and it's normal for new hires to come in, isn't it? Plus, recruiting is not my job. Chloe smiled as she took off her jacket and hung it up. Then she took out her white lab coat and put it on. Chief, you haven't seen the new girl yet, have you? Violet asked carefully. No, I haven't. I just got here. What's wrong? Chloe felt weird. Why Violet being so cryptic? Never mind. I don't know how to describe her. You'll see her during our morning meeting. Why are you being so mysterious? Does she look like a superstar or something? Chloe joked. 15 minutes later, however, Chloe met Irene in their conference room and was shocked to her core. It was as if she was looking into a mirror or looking at a doppelganger. All the employees at Southside were surprised by how much they looked alike. Even Violet, who had worked with Chloe the longest, wondered how someone could look so much like Chloe. Vice Director Green, hello, my name is Irene. Hi, I'm Chloe. Chloe was calm, collected, and didn't lose her cool at all. She suddenly realized why Justin messaged her yesterday, saying that he saw someone just like her. He really wasn't joking. Moreover, this woman was much younger than Chloe was, so she looked like a younger version of herself. For some reason, this bothered her very much. If Jack saw her, how would he act? Chief, it's time for our meeting. Violet carefully reminded Chloe, and the latter took out her documents and proceeded with their morning meeting. Half an hour later, Chloe and Violet walked out of the conference room together. Vice Director Green, do you have time? I would like to talk to you. Irene walked up to them. Sure. Chloe didn't refuse. She also wondered what this woman wanted to talk to her about. To her surprise, as soon as they went into Chloe's office, Irene said, To tell you the truth, Vice Director Green, I only recently moved to this city in search of a good job. My resume was picked by GK and I was hired. But for some reason, I was fired by President Dawson, so I had no choice but to interview here. Then I heard that you're President Dawson's wife. Is that true? I am. Chloe didn't hide her identity. So the rumors are true. What rumors? Chloe asked with interest. The rumor has it that GK's President Dawson treasures his wife more than his own life, and he can't even stand women who look like her. I guess that's why I was fired. But what about you, Vice Director Green? Would you randomly fire me and name me guilty for looking like you? Chloe quickly noticed how smart this woman was. Irene practically pushed Chloe into a corner. Chloe was the vice director of a huge hospital, and therefore would seem petty if she fired this woman for looking like her. However, it was extremely weird for Chloe not to fire her, because that meant a woman who looked like her would roam the halls of her hospital. After a few moments of silence, Chloe nodded. I won't. That's good. Then there wouldn't be any problem. Thank you, Vice Director Green. But I'd like to say that my parents gave me this face, and I didn't have a choice either. I'm sure we're not related because I asked our colleagues and our blood types are different. Most importantly, my parents are ordinary farmers and do not have complicated ties to the elite. So don't worry, I won't pretend that we're related to get money from you. Thank you for taking the time to speak to me. Then, the woman opened Chloe's office door and left. Chloe's expression became complicated. Irene was neither trying to suck up to Chloe nor put her down. She also seemed quite prideful. The more Chloe thought about it, the more Irene seemed like herself when she was younger. It was as if she had traveled back in time to a decade ago. Irene was an outgoing woman and even had a tomboy side to her. Therefore, she quickly got along with everyone and was the center of attention wherever she went. She may not be stunningly beautiful, but she was still attractive in her own way. During that first few days, Irene was the only thing that Southside could talk about. Even Director Richard was shocked by how much this woman looked like Chloe. The male physicians, knowing that she was single, all answered her every beck and call. It seemed like everyone, from the doctors and nurses to the patient and anesthesiologist, enjoyed Irene's presence and company. Chloe, however, was filled with complicated emotions. She wasn't annoyed or jealous, nor was she happy. She also couldn't admit that she was okay with this. After all, she wasn't a saint. Lunchtime, Southside cafeteria. The seats around Irene filled up almost immediately, no matter where she sat. One of the nurses asked, Irene, are you really not related to our vice director? I'm really not. I'm from the suburbs and my parents are both farmers. We don't have relatives as amazing as the vice director. Irene smiled. But you guys look so alike. Did you get plastic surgery? Someone else joked. Not angered by this remark at all, Irene replied. I'm not trying to offend the vice director, but why would I get plastic surgery to look like her? If I were to go under the knife, I would rather look like Beyoncé, haha. Everyone burst out in laughter. At this moment, Chloe was quietly sitting in another corner of the cafeteria, slowly enjoying her lunch. Violet had been taking care of Cody's mother for the last few days, so she had been eating lunch alone. Can I sit with you? The magnetic voice of a man caused Chloe to look up. As you wish, Chloe replied faintly. Should I call you Dr. Green, or do you prefer Vice Director Green? Gabriel asked as he put his lunch tray down across from her. Either is fine. I'll call you Dr. Green then. Vice Director Green makes you sound old, he joked. I don't care. I'm not that young anyways, Chloe said nonchalantly. Come on, you're at the height of your looks. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm really not. Has your car been fixed? I think so, but I haven't picked it up yet. I saw you driving a white Porsche this morning. You guys sure have a lot of luxury cars. Jack is seriously rich, Gabriel commented objectively. Of course, why else would I have dated him back in high school? My dream is to marry rich, Chloe bashed on herself. You are not that type of person. Dr. Gabriel, you don't know me well. I don't like people who try to guess things about me. Although we weren't classmates for very long, you left a deep impression on me, really. I'll take that as a compliment. However, those who enter late will miss a lot of things, Gabriel said vaguely, but Chloe knew what he was trying to say. I need to get back to work. Enjoy the rest of your lunch, Dr. Gabriel. Chloe got up with a polite smile, set her lunch tray aside, and then turned around to leave. Gabriel looked at Chloe as she walked away and smiled meaningfully. She really is hard to get. Justin had been in a bad mood recently, so he didn't see the twins. In the end, the girls couldn't help but hunt Justin down. President Cooper, Pudding, and Little Bean are here. Anne came in after knocking. What? Justin was in the middle of a video conference. As soon as he heard that the twins were here, he said to his employees on the other end, Something came up. Let's tie up the meeting. Email me if you have any questions, all right? Then he hung up. By the time he stood up, Pudding and Little Bean had already come in. Today, they were wearing loose black pants paired with white shirts and black vests. They were complete fashionistas. You guys look really good today, Justin said, his expression filled with fatherly love. I don't believe you. Why haven't you visited us in such a long time? Little Bean immediately complained. I've been really busy, plus it hasn't been that long, Justin said, feeling wronged. It's been 6 days. That's 1 day short of a week, Little Bean corrected him. Okay, it's my fault, haha. But I bought a robot and asked your mommy to give it to you, didn't I? Doesn't that make up for my not visiting you guys? Justin smiled. Pudding sat down on Justin's couch and said as she chewed gum, Are you sure you want to bring that up? Handsome Cooper, if you're so busy, why did you have time to see Mommy at Southside? I went for a checkup. I was on the way. Justin thought of a random reason. That's not what Mommy said. Your testimony is inadmissible, Pudding rebutted. Gosh, my little princesses. I admit that I'm wrong. I'm guilty, okay? I already hung up an important conference call when you guys came. Isn't that good enough? Justin's temper was surprisingly mellow when he was with the twins. Handsome Cooper, aside from the fact that we really wanted to see you today, we came to ask you for help. Little Bean playfully climbed onto Justin's lap and cutely put her arms around his neck. You guys want my help? What kind of trouble did you get into? Justin looked at the twins cautiously. Since this matter is of national importance, you should tell him. Little Bean glanced at Pudding, who nodded and looked up at Justin. Something happened between Mommy and Daddy. No, sis, it's not just something. I think they're fighting. Or maybe they've iced each other, Little Bean corrected. Iced each other? Why? Justin frowned. He knew the couple well enough to know that this was impossible. He knew better than anyone how Jack treated Chloe. We're not sure, and we can't ask too many questions, Pudding continued. Right, but something's definitely wrong, Little Bean added. Are you sure you're not thinking too much? Justin didn't believe the twins. After all, they were only 3 years old. We're sure, the twins answered in unison. So, What am I supposed to do? This was something Justin did not anticipate, so for a second there, he wasn't sure how he was supposed to help. Would we come here if we knew what to do? My sister and I wanted your advice or your help, Little Bean said with a sigh. Between them, an outsider like me shouldn't interfere. It might cause bigger problems between them. Justin was a man who knew his boundaries well. When he first began courting Chloe, he didn't know she was married. After he found out, he buried his feelings and even purposely kept his distance. Even when Jack was missing, he never used despicable methods to seduce Chloe. Truth be told, he was extremely shocked to hear that there was a bump in Jack and Chloe's relationship. "Handsome Cooper, this is really serious," Pudding said without blinking. "Why so?" "Because Mommy and Daddy haven't been spending a lot of time together. They hardly ever talk to each other anymore, and plus, Mommy always seems to have something on her mind. But you know, Mommy, she would never say anything to us because we're her daughters. But you're different. You're her friend, so maybe you can talk to her and ask her what's wrong? Then we can help them," Pudding analyzed calmly. "I just saw your Mommy a few days ago. I don't think I should meet up with her so often. How's this? I'll think of a way to talk to her." "Okay then. Remember to tell us once you have intel." I will. Are you guys hungry? Let's grab something to eat." Then, Justin drove the twins to get some dim sum before asking Anne to take them home. After the twins left, Justin decided to take what they said seriously. He asked his people to do some digging, although he wasn't sure if they would be able to find anything. In the end, Justin couldn't help but send Chloe a message. "Hi, Dr. Green." He purposely picked this time. Chloe was at Southside, and he knew that she wasn't with Jack. "What's up, young Master Cooper? How can I be of assistance?" Chloe replied with a joke. "You can still joke around? I guess your mood isn't as bad as what I've heard." "Who told you I was in a bad mood?" Chloe asked. Justin hesitated. Was it Pudding or Little Bean? Chloe knew that her daughters were the only ones who wouldn't be able to help themselves from interfering. "Can't you lose some IQ points, please?" Justin asked hopelessly. "Chloe, don't listen to them. They're just bored and have nothing else to do around the house. Plus, they're not attending kindergarten, so—" "Justin, while we're on that subject, are you planning to homeschool them forever?" Chloe, "I'm not sure yet. You know we don't want to send them abroad, but none of the schools here suit them. They're smart enough to go to high school, but they're too young for that. The age gap will make their lives very troublesome." Justin, you have a point. Chloe, did you need something? Justin, nothing. I just wanted to ask you if you had time. We should all get dinner together. I can call Brenton and the others. Chloe, you want to treat us to dinner? I will be there. Justin, a new hot pot place opened on Sand Street. I heard it's an ethnic minority specialty restaurant. I'll be there. Just tell me when. Chloe immediately agreed. Justin wanted to say something, but didn't. If you want to ask me something, just ask. Chloe knew Justin rarely chit-chatted with her, so she took the initiative. How have you been? Pretty good? Really? Don't lie to me. I am really fine. Chloe smiled. If you're unhappy or something, just tell me. Don't hold back. I know. Okay then. I'll let you go back to work. Okay. Talk to you later. Justin put his phone down with a sigh. He knew she wasn't going to say anything. Chloe was an introvert and liked to keep to herself. It would be weird if she told him anything. President Cooper, and walked in. So, did you look into it? I did, but didn't find anything. However, it seems like GK recently fired 2 employees. I wonder if it had anything to do with them. GK fired 2 employees? I don't think that had to do with this. Justin really didn't think Chloe and Jack would fight about something like this. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Case. The other day, he told Justin that he and Brenny asked Chloe to beg for mercy for them in front of Andrew. Was it because of that? Jack was mad at Chloe for seeing Andrew? At this thought, Justin's expression darkened. Go and find out where Case is. Yes, sir. 40 minutes later. Case was enjoying tea and opera with Brenny when Justin walked in. The couple was obviously surprised to see him, Justin? Case was careful. He still remembered being beaten up by him. Young Master Cooper, Brenny greeted him as well. The other day, the two of you saw Chloe and asked her to talk to Andrew, right? Justin went straight to the point. Yes. Case nodded. When did she leave Andrew's place, and did he do something to her? Justin asked with a dark expression. I don't know. Chloe went alone, and Andrew agreed to her request immediately. We didn't ask for specifics, Case replied. Ha, good. You burned your bridges right away, didn't you? Justin asked angrily as his fists tightened. Young Master Cooper, I think you have misunderstandings against us. Brenny realized that Justin was angry, so she carefully said, Shut the F up. Truth be told, Justin didn't hit women, or else Brenny would be crawling on the ground looking for her teeth by now. I'm telling you, stay away from Chloe. Do not ask her for any more favors. Then, he turned around and stormed away. How did he find out about this? Did you tell him? Brenny turned around and looked at Case, her face as white as paper. We were having a drink the other day. I was trying to get him to give up on Chloe and said some stuff. It left him very unhappy. Case still regretted saying that much the other night. If he had known how protective of Chloe Justin was, he would have never said anything to him. Brenny was fuming. She pointed at Case. Why would you do that? You know how obsessed Justin is with Chloe? I had a few drinks and got brave, so I analyzed the situation for him. I didn't know he would get so mad. Forget it. Don't tell him anything about Chloe again, okay? Brenny replied angrily. Have you given up on revenge? Case looked at her and asked, Of course I haven't. What should we do then? Andrew probably brought his guard up a long time ago, Case muttered worriedly as he tightened his grip around the teacup. We can watch the tigers fight from a distance. What do you mean by that? Case frowned. From Justin's expression just now, I'm almost certain that he's going to go looking for Andrew. We can also tell Jack that Chloe saw Andrew, which means Jack will go looking for him as well. We won't even have to do anything. The problem will resolve itself. Brenny, I never noticed how scary you could be when you're being smart. Case stared at Brenny. It was as if he had just gotten to know her. Upon hearing this, Brenny immediately put her arms around Case's and said coyishly, Case, you know how hard my life has been. Andrew killed my dad, drove away my mother, and caused the death of my brother. I don't have a choice. I never wanted any of this. Forget it. I know how much you've been through. Don't worry. I'll never let anything happen to you. Case believed that Brenny was worthy of his protection. Therefore, he decided to trust his instincts despite what Justin said. City, inside a high-class bowling alley. President Green, someone smashed our car. Andrew's subordinate ran up to him. Oh? I bet Justin did it. Andrew continued to bowl without paying much attention. His skills were so amazing that the women at the bowling alley all fawned over him. Young Master Green, your skills are amazing. You're really good. How did you know, President Green? Have you seen the surveillance tapes already? His subordinate was dumbfounded. Could Andrew predict the future? How else would his boss know what happened no more than a minute ago? Ha! Aside from him, only a handful of people in this city have the guts to smash my car. Jack isn't that childish, and Case no longer has the guts to do something like this. So, it's definitely Justin. He's the only one capable of acting like a 3-year-old. Andrew often referred to Justin as a child, because his IQ was comparable to a 3-year-old when he was angry. Of course, only Chloe was capable of invoking that side of him. Andrew, get the F out of here, Justin's voice blasted through the door before his body did. Everyone inside the alley moved back to make way for him. President Cooper, what an honor. Andrew smiled. He may be a lot of things, but intolerant was definitely not one of them. Growing up in the Green family and climbing to where he is today took a lot of tolerance and patience. Therefore, even his subordinates and the employees at the Green Corporation rarely saw him get mad at anything. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the Green Corporation hired a new cleaning lady. One day, she was mopping the floor and slipped because it was so slippery. The dirty mop flew into the air and landed right on Andrew's leather shoes that were probably worth a couple of grand. Just when everyone thought that the cleaning lady was doomed for life, Andrew helped her up with a smile and asked her if she was okay. The cleaning lady was so touched that she dedicated her life to the Green Corporation. Today, she was the company's cleaning department's director. Therefore, this smile of Andrew's was an everyday reoccurrence, even when Justin smashed his car. "Don't pull this act on me. Tell me, why won't you leave Chloe alone?" Justin stormed up and grabbed Andrew by his collar. The latter's bodyguards immediately rushed up, but Andrew stopped them. "Don't joke around, President Cooper. What did I do to my little sister Chloe? I know about Case and Brenny. Why did you have to get Chloe involved? Just because I didn't do anything about it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want." "President Cooper, calm down. People might think Chloe's your wife." Andrew smiled nonchalantly, but he glared at Justin with condescension. Andrew was right. Who was Justin to protect Chloe's honor? Who was he to her? Andrew, satisfied with the expression on Justin's face after his remarks, continued, "Has my brother-in-law been too busy these days? Why is President Cooper doing all of this in lieu of him? A hole? Shut up." Justin was so angry that his face turned purple. "Don't be so mad, President Cooper. We've known each other for years. Sit down, let's talk." "Talk? Screw you. Don't you dare make Chloe's life difficult, or else I'm going to cut you up." Justin was on the verge of killing Andrew. However, too many people were watching them, so he couldn't do anything else. If the media took photos and they made headlines because of them, things may be blown out of proportion again. After all, they were upper-class people. Moreover, with the 17th CPC National Congress going on, Justin couldn't let his grandfather down. Therefore, he decided to throw Andrew a serious threat. "Justin, you should be thanking me. If it weren't for me, you would have never had the chance to be by Chloe's side for 4 years. You should learn to be satisfied with what you have." Although Andrew's collar was tightly grabbed by Justin, he still had the energy to test Justin's patience. "F you. If you didn't exist, none of this would have happened. I would give up my 4 years with Chloe any day to not see her live such an empty life," Justin said under his breath. "You sound so noble. It's okay, though. Let's see where things go. Soon, Chloe will disappear from your life," Andrew said, smiling mysteriously. "What do you mean by that? What are you planning to do to her?" Justin got goosebumps and became nervous after hearing what he said. "What's the rush? You'll find out soon enough." Andrew continued to smile. "Why can't you just leave Chloe alone?" Justin bellowed. He was fighting the urge to tear Andrew up. "What an interesting question, President Cooper. You can't seem to leave Chloe alone either." "Are you really more noble than I am? We're different," Justin roared. "Don't kid yourself. We're the same. Don't you want Chloe for yourself? Don't you want to be with her forever?" Justin froze. Yes, he was madly in love with Chloe. It would be a lie if he said he didn't want to spend the rest of his life with her. After all, love was the most selfish thing that existed in this world, or else his heart wouldn't be in pain whenever he saw Chloe and Jack together. He had been brainwashing himself not to prey on what wasn't his. However, he couldn't control his feelings. Therefore, Andrew was right on point. He really did punch Justin where it hurt. "Enjoy what's left of your time with Chloe. You don't have much left." "What are you planning to do?" Justin's heart tightened. "Don't be so nervous. Chloe is so smart, and you and Jack have her well protected. What could I do? I'm warning you, don't go anywhere near her. If I find out that you're plotting something, I'll feed you to the sharks," Justin threatened. "What if Chloe approaches me and chooses me?" Andrew asked. "Never," Justin immediately said. "Nothing is impossible, Justin. Don't be so sure. Don't try to act all mysterious with me. I don't believe you. I'm not Case or Brenny. You can't scare me like I'm a child." "Why would I? President Cooper, you're too brave for me to scare. Let me say this, though. If one day Chloe voluntarily chooses me, you better not pick on me." "Don't worry. You won't live to see that day," Justin said boldly. "It's okay. If I die, I'm taking her with me. I'm okay with that. A person like you will rot in hell when you die. Chloe will never end up with you. Stop dreaming. We'll see. I trust that the game will only get more and more fun." Then, Andrew tore away Justin's hand, picked up a bowling ball, and threw it down the lane. All 10 pins fell to the ground. Justin had no idea what Andrew was going to do, but he had a feeling that it was going to be something big. Furious beyond words could express, Justin stormed downstairs and back into his Lamborghini, his head swimming with what Andrew just said. "President Cooper, is everything okay?" "It's fine," he replied with a grim expression. At this time, Justin's phone rang. It was from his mother. "Mom, what's up?" he asked. "Come home for dinner. I made your favorite sweet corn." Justin looked down at his watch and nodded. "Okay. President Cooper, are you having dinner at your parents'? I can take the cab home," Anne said as he pulled on Justin's car door. "It's fine. Come with me." I really shouldn't," Anne said, a little speechless. "It's fine. Let's go." Then, Justin made a U-turn and headed back to the Cooper family mansion. "You're home, young master," the maid greeted Justin politely as he walked through the door. As he took off his shoes, he immediately noticed a woman he didn't know sitting on his living room couch. She had extremely fair skin and long legs, and was wearing a white dress with suspenders. Before Justin could respond, the young woman stood up shyly and smiled. "Hi, my name is Leah Ward." Justin didn't reply. He just stared sternly at the young woman, who avoided his gaze awkwardly. Just then, Mrs. Cooper walked out of the kitchen. She smiled. "You're back. Anne's here as well? Nice to see you again." "Good evening, Mrs. Cooper," Anne replied quietly. "Come and have a seat. I'll get us some fruit." "Oh, right, Justin. I bet you don't remember her, do you?" "I couldn't either." "Do you remember Uncle Ward? His father was in the army with your grandpa, and this is his daughter. I remember that she used to come to visit when she was younger and often brought you toy shotguns." "Oh, I don't remember her." Justin shook his head. "Your memory is as awful as mine. Anyways, she's Uncle Ward's daughter. Leah, this is Justin, my son. He's more handsome in person, isn't he?" Mrs. Cooper walked up and put her hand on the young woman's shoulder. "Yes, he looks much younger in person." Leah smiled, and Justin looked down awkwardly. "Perfect timing, Justin. Dinner is ready." Before Justin could say anything, Mrs. Cooper grabbed Leah by the wrist and ushered the three of them into the dining room. And was a man who knew his place. Upon realizing Mrs. Cooper's intentions, he murmured quietly behind Justin. "President Cooper, I'll be heading home now. I will break your leg if you leave." But you have a house guest." "Justin, even so, sit down and eat. We'll leave together afterward." Finally, Anne understood why Justin asked him to come to the Cooper family mansion for dinner. The latter was using him as a shield. "Get over here and eat." Justin ordered under his breath, and Anne immediately sat down next to him without saying another word. "Mom, where's Dad? He's out with a few government officials." "Oh, what about Grandpa?" Justin asked without looking up. "He's still at a conference in Capital City and won't be back for another week." "Interesting. If neither of them is home, who brought her here?" Justin asked, and Leah's face immediately turned rosy from embarrassment. "What do you know?" "Do you know what Leah does for a living?" Mrs. Cooper asked mysteriously. "How could I know? I'm not a fortune teller." "Leah's an army doctor who graduated from Capital Medical University, the best medical school in our country. She's working at the First Army Hospital. Isn't she amazing?" "Oh," Justin replied calmly. "I was asking you a question. Isn't she amazing?" Mrs. Cooper asked. "I guess." To be honest, Justin wasn't impressed. Leah went to the best schools. Of course she would be working at one of the best hospitals. But Chloe was different. She became an amazing doctor all on her own. "Leah's here to operate on an official at the Army hospital. I asked her to come for dinner after hearing about this." "Oh, I see. She seems busy. I can get a driver to take you back to the Army hospital after dinner." Justin said to Leah, She bit down on her lips and didn't seem to know how to reply. "Justin, what are you doing? She just got here. Why are you in such a hurry?" Mrs. Cooper glared at Justin, who shrugged innocently. "Oh, I thought maybe she wanted to go back to check on the official. That's why she's here, no?" "Was that really what you thought?" Mrs. Cooper huffed angrily. Then she turned to Leah with a smile. "Leah, don't be offended. Justin's always been like this. It's okay, Auntie Cooper, he's right. Thank you for offering to drive me back to the hospital, Big Brother Cooper. Big Brother Cooper? You are younger than me? Justin frowned. Asked Auntie Cooper. I'm 2 years younger than you are, the woman replied earnestly. Oh yeah? You're 2 years younger than I am? But you look much older. Upon hearing this, Ann almost spat out the soup in his mouth. He never realized that Justin could be like this. Justin, watch your words! Mrs. Cooper was practically fuming. I was just telling the truth, Mom. Don't you think she looks old as well? By this point, the woman's face had turned purple. Auntie Cooper, I'm not feeling well. I'm going to head back to the hospital. Don't leave, Leah. You haven't eaten yet. It's fine. I'll get a driver to take you there, Auntie Ward, Justin added. Leah's face turned red from fury. She shook her head. No, thank you. I drove here. Then, she picked up her bag and stormed towards the front door. Mrs. Cooper immediately followed behind to apologize. Leah, don't be offended. My son was just joking around. It's okay, Auntie Cooper, I'm fine. I know he's not interested in me, and I'm okay with that. Then, Leah got into her car and drove away from the Cooper family mansion. When Mrs. Cooper walked back into the dining room, she saw Justin enjoying corn on the cob and couldn't help but scold him. Put that down. How dare you eat right now? Mom, calm down. I'm your son. How lucky am I to have you as my son? You practically drove her away. Do you know how much trouble I went through to invite her to dinner? I was trying to set you guys up. Mom, she's not my type. And is she your type? Justin turned to look at Ann, who didn't know what to do. No matter what he did right now, he would still offend at least one of the two people in the room. See? Even Ann doesn't like her. What were you thinking trying to set us up? Justin took this chance immediately, leaving Ann more speechless than ever. Too bad he couldn't stand up from his seat and yell, I don't want to be involved right now. Justin, I did it for you. I thought you liked doctors, so I found you a doctor. She's pretty, smart, and capable, and her parents are both military officers. Plus, her grandfather was old comrades with your grandpa. It's a perfect match. Mom, I think you misunderstood me. What do you mean by that? Mrs. Cooper froze for a second, not sure what Justin was getting at. The truth is, I don't like doctors, he responded. Then, he added quietly, the fact that Chloe's a doctor is just a coincidence. Justin, how can you still be hung up on her? How bad do you want me to feel? Upon hearing Justin's remarks, Mrs. Cooper felt like someone had pricked her heart with a needle. Come on, Mom. Don't feel bad for me. Enjoy your life, okay? I know what to do. Justin, please stop waiting for her, okay? Chloe already told you that even if her husband died, she would never marry you. Please move on, okay? Mrs. Cooper tried to persuade Justin. Even Ann, a bystander, couldn't help but feel bad. Justin took another bite of corn and chewed slowly. Mom, it's not that I don't want to, and I get where you're coming from, but forget it. Can we talk about something else? Then he fell silent. Placing down the calm on the cob, he stood up. Mom, I need to go back to the company. I'll come to see you another time. And immediately stood up and followed Justin out. Drive me home, then you can go home, Justin said in the passenger seat. He looked tired and knew that his boss wasn't in a good mood, so he didn't say anything else. On the way home, Justin took out his phone and opened Snap. After some thought, he wrote, We try to help others the way others try to help us. However, we can't help but torture ourselves. It's one thing trying to persuade someone else, but when it comes to our own matters, we're constantly stuck in a dead end. It's true what they say. I've heard many wise remarks, but still fail in life. Justin rarely posted so emotionally on Snap. Most men didn't. This stuff was usually reserved for women like Sarah, Chloe, and Victoria. Therefore, less than a minute after Justin posted this on Snap, his friend circle went crazy. Brenton, are you hacked? Max, I know you miss me, but this is too much. How bored are you? Some rich guy. Young Master Cooper, want to go out for a drink tonight? Some rich official. President Cooper, are you all right? I have some girls for you. Are you interested? Victoria, what's the situation? Does anyone know what's going on? Cody. President Cooper is always depressed for a few days every month. Sarah. So, your President Cooper's period came? Kira Nee. President Cooper, we here at Imperial Star will always have your back. Cotton Candy. President Cooper, you'll always be the best. Some director. Bro, wanna come to visit me in Capital City? I'll show you a good time. Some jewelry company. Mr. Cooper, we have some new diamonds reserved for you. You should come to check them out sometime. President of some car company. President Cooper, I bet you're sick of your Lamborghini, aren't you? We have an Audi Pikes Peak Quattro here. Are you interested? Max replied to that president. Mr. Shu, are you trying to dupe Justin out of money? Those cars cost so much. President of some car company. The problem is, President Cooper has more money than he can ever spend. Justin didn't respond to any of these comments. Pudding. Handsome Cooper, tell me, who bullied you? I'll avenge you. Little Bean. My sister's right. We'll avenge you. Justin smiled at the twins' comments. He was just about to put his phone down when he saw Chloe's reply. This was what she said, Chloe. What the frick? You failed in life? What are we then? Justin. Chloe's comment surprised him. She didn't try to talk him in or out of anything. Rather, her response was light and funny, like a joke between friends. Justin couldn't help but smile, and the atmosphere immediately relaxed a lot. Victoria. Chloe, you're right, I agree. Sarah. My Chloe is right, +1 here. Max. Chloe, you're so right. Why is young Master Cooper being such a baby? Don't blame him, though. It's spring, and even animals are horny, so it's normal for him to be so frustrated. Haha. Justin. Damn. Come back from hiding in the United States, and I swear I'll break your leg. Max. Too bad I'm thousands of miles away, you can't get me. Max was an outgoing guy, and he often acted like a child when joking around with Justin. Although others continued to comment, Justin wasn't interested in any of them. Chloe's comment made him feel much better. Just then, he received a private message from Chloe. Justin, live the life you want. Ignore the audience. They don't and will never understand you. Justin sighed in his head. Then, he replied, I will. He knew what Chloe wanted to say. The truth was, that was what he wanted. He desperately wanted her attention. He knew he shouldn't act like this, but he couldn't help himself. GK Corporation. Jack and Stella went downstairs to see a bunch of people huddled by the entrance. They even saw an ambulance outside. What's wrong? Stella asked curiously. Move. She needs to go to the hospital. She's suffering from a heart attack. Then, a young woman carrying a female employee on her back emerged from the crowd. She wasn't looking and bumped right into Jack. Move. Can't you see that a life is in danger? The young woman began scolding Jack without looking up. To her surprise, it was the president of GK. President Dawson. Why are you here? Jack asked icily. He was surprised to see Irene as well. I work at Southside. Crap. I have a life to save. Move it. I got her. Jack knew Irene was too weak to carry the female employee all the way to the ambulance, so he moved her aside and helped this employee onto the ambulance. Wow, President Dawson is helping Miss Lowe himself. She's so lucky. She is. President Dawson may seem like an indifferent person, but he's actually really nice. A few employees muttered quietly behind them. The ambulance driver got off the ambulance and helped Irene load the patient. Jack then turned around to leave but was stopped by Irene. President Dawson, wait a second. Jack stopped walking and turned around. There is a high chance that she might have to undergo surgery and needs a family member's signature. It's too late to call her family. You're the president of the company she works in. Can you come to the hospital with us and sign her consent? After all, she's your employee. Me? Jack hesitated. Irene nodded. Jack looked down at the female employee and her pale face. Then, he boarded the ambulance without another word. What about the meeting, President Dawson? Stella's voice sounded from behind him. Push it back by an hour, Jack ordered. Stella's grip tightened around the documents on her hands. Then, she turned around and went back up. Stella, weren't you supposed to attend a meeting with President Dawson? Thomas was surprised to see her. Something came up and President Dawson had to leave. He pushed the meeting back by an hour. Oh, get some rest then. Here, have some coffee. I bought it yesterday. Thomas handed her a cup of coffee. Thanks. Stella took the coffee. She lowered her head, looking distracted. What's wrong? You look depressed. I'm fine. However, Stella's mind was still on rewind, thinking about what had happened just now. After a few sips of coffee, she looked up at Thomas. Director Thomas, how's President Dawson and Chloe recently? What do you mean? Thomas responded with a question. How is their relationship? I feel like President Dawson's always working late these days. Are they fighting? I'm not sure. I haven't seen my sister in a while. My mom did visit a couple of days ago, and she said they were doing good. Why? Did you notice something? No, it was just a random question. Don't think too much. Stella smiled and fell silent. Why did Irene ask President Dawson to go to the hospital with her? Why did he agree? It didn't seem like something he would usually do. President Dawson totally could have asked a manager to go in lieu of him. He didn't have to go by himself and miss the following meeting. Inside the ambulance, Irene and Jack sat alone in the back of the ambulance with the unconscious employee. It was soundproof, so the driver couldn't hear them. Why are you working at Southside? Are you a doctor? Jack asked. I'm not. I work in the finance department. Then why are you here? Jack continued to ask. Because our hospital's been super busy, and we don't have enough paramedics. I didn't have anything to do when this call came in, and I'm licensed in first aid, so I came to help. You seem to know a lot. It's just a hobby. Then they fell silent. Irene looked down at the patient and tended to her. She did look like a semi-professional. Unlike most women, she didn't pay any attention to Jack, let alone staring at him like a fangirl. She was wearing a white lab coat and a red checkered dress, which made her look like a cute schoolgirl. Jack glanced at her quietly and turned towards the window, not uttering another word. Once they got to the hospital and Jack signed, Irene turned to him and smiled. Thank you, President Dawson. Then, she walked away without another word. Jack wanted to go upstairs and say hi to Chloe, but he looked down at his watch and realized that he was going to be late for the meeting. Therefore, he decided to leave the hospital. Chloe had just come out of the on-call room when she saw Jack's back as he walked away. She froze for a second before dialing his number. Jack's phone began ringing after he got on a cab. Chloe, honey, where are you? Outside your hospital. Gosh, why didn't you tell me? There was an emergency and I have a meeting to be at right now, so I didn't call you. Oh, I see, Chloe said, sounding a bit disappointed. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just at rounds and saw you as you left, so I called you to ask. See you tonight. Okay. After hanging up, Chloe walked up to the reception desk, where two nurses, not aware that Chloe was behind them, discussed what just happened vigorously amongst themselves. Did you see President Dawson just now? He was here with Irene. Irene has her ways. She's successfully mesmerized all the doctors here ever since she began working here. I heard that the head of anesthesiology chief asked her out to dinner last night and was refused. Oh yeah? Chief is known to be super rich, and he's always so stern-looking. I don't think I ever saw him talking to a woman. That's why Irene's so good. She's in finance. Does she even know how to look after a patient? I was wondering why she offered herself just now, and now I know. The emergency happened at GK, and now she managed to get President Dawson to come back with her. Didn't you see them outside the OR just now? She was such a flirt, and President Dawson didn't refuse. I bet he has feelings for her as well. Watch your mouth. President Dawson is Vice Director Green's husband. I'm just telling you what I saw. It's normal, isn't it? Vice Director Green is an amazing woman, but men are all the same. They get sick of eating the same food every day, so it's normal to want to dabble in other tastes. Would he really? I heard they have a really great relationship, though. Plus, they have 2 children together. But that's just it. They've been married for so long that they don't feel the initial heat anymore. Men usually cheat after a few years of marriage, not right after they get married. Anyways, President Dawson is still a man. We shouldn't put him on a pedestal. You have a point. We should stay away from Irene, What if she steals our boyfriends? That's what I was thinking. Let's be on guard. The nurses were so immersed in their own conversation that they didn't notice Chloe walking up from behind. Once they saw her face, they immediately fell into an awkward silence. Vice Director Green. How's the patient from GK doing? Chloe didn't care about gossip. All she cared about was the patient herself. She's undergoing surgery. We heard she had a heart attack. Let me go check. Chloe didn't ask the nurses about Jack and Irene. Instead, she headed straight up to the operating room. Irene and a nurse sat outside the operating room. Irene, how did you get President Dawson to come with you today? President Dawson's a good man. He's not that scary. You don't know him. That's why you think he's distant. People all say that President Dawson only smiles at our vice director, never at other women. Oh yeah? I never noticed. Anyways, I think President Dawson's a good person. Irene smiled as she took a sip of water. Just then, the nurse saw Chloe and her expression immediately changed. She shot up from her seat. Hi, Vice Director Green. Irene turned around as well.